Yin Shujio, why are you dawdling? Hurry and pour a drink for young Master Jiang. A voice of reprimand erupted beside her. Yin Shujio opened her eyes, the scene before her both unfamiliar and hauntingly familiar. Lights of various hues flickered, bottles of liquor cluttered the table, and several young men lounged on the sofa, their gazes laden with ill intentions. What are you doing? Suddenly, she was shoved from behind, causing Yin Shujio to stumble slightly, furrowing her brow as she turned. A strikingly handsome man retracted his hand with a look of disdain. Yin Shujio, at this hour, why pretend? If you didn't want to be here, you wouldn't have come. Yu Ming. Memories from a distant past surged within her, and a cold glint flashed in Yin Shujio's eyes. This man was the boyfriend of her best friend, Gu Cheng, who, through her cunning, had led him to believe that Yin Shujio harbored ulterior motives, resulting in a night share between them. His guilt towards Gu Cheng translated into deep-seated loathing for her. Yin Shujio refrained from lamenting her past naivety, having returned from the world of the novel. She vowed that the future Yin Shujio would no longer be the fool she once was. However, it was not the time to confront Yu Ming. Suppressing her emotions, she raised her gaze once more, feigning innocence. Her eyes sparkled with clarity, blinking innocently, embodying a demeanor both naive and pure. After years of portraying a white lotus in the narrative, she had mastered the art of deception. "Please don't be angry, I will pour the drink," she said softly, as if soothing a close friend, imploring him not to be so irate. Yu Ming paused, taken aback by her tone. Her demeanor. Her gaze swept across the room, landing on a man in the corner of the sofa. Dressed casually, he was engrossed in his drink, exuding an air of aloof elegance that starkly contrasted with the room's atmosphere. The only person worthy of Yu Ming's attention seemed to be him. He must be young Master Jiang. In her short, weiner dress, Yin Shujio approached the man, noticing his disinterest in offering his glass. She glanced back at Yu Ming. Yu Ming smirked, gesturing for her to pour the drink. He was clearly eager to witness her performance. Yin Shujio understood that young Master Jiang was undoubtedly a person of significance, and she had no intention of offending him. Feigning composure, she softly called out, "Young Master Jiang?" She did not intend to say more. Yet, to her astonishment, as soon as she uttered those two words, the man, who had been looking down, abruptly lifted his gaze as if he had heard something unfathomable. Yin Shujio's pupils constricted. His eyes were deep as a painting, his nose elegantly sculpted, lips perfectly shaped, and his brows bore the regal aura and pressure of someone in a position of power. The man's visage was a rare beauty. However, what truly shocked Yin Shujio was that he bore an uncanny resemblance to the male counterpart she had deceived and exploited in the very novel she had entered to fulfill her mission. Could it be? Could it truly be? A terrifying hypothesis dawned upon her, and she instinctively breathed more softly. Young Master Jiang fixed his gaze on her, asking, "What did you say?" Yin Shujio's heart raced furiously as she endeavored to conceal her unease. "Mr. Jiang, Yu Shao has asked me to pour you a drink." The man's obsidian eyes fixated on her, his lips parting ever so slightly as he uttered, "Yin Shujio?" Each syllable was pronounced with excruciating slowness, as though the name bore some profound significance. "Yes, it is I." Yin Shujio felt her heart nearly leap in her throat. Could this man truly be a character sprung from the pages of a novel? Time seemed to stretch interminably. She was tense. Yet the depths of his gaze offered no insight into his thoughts. After a lengthy pause, he coldly remarked, "I do not require your service. Step aside." His words were brusque, yet Yin Shujio exhaled softly in relief. It appeared her fears had been unfounded. If Jiang Shao were genuinely the antagonist, he would not so casually dismiss her. Understood. She retreated. However, Yu Ming suddenly chuckled, gesturing for Yin Shujio to approach once more. Once she complied, he leaned in and whispered, "Yin Shujio, have you forgotten something? If you wish for your pretty-faced brother to remain unharmed, you must serve Jiang Shao tonight." At that moment, it dawned on Yin Shujio she had come to this place to serve drinks, perhaps even more, because Yu Ming had coerced her with threats against her brother. Cursing Yu Ming silently in her mind, she paled, tears brimming in her eyes. "I understand." Her gaze was laden with sorrow, as if to convey, "Yu Ming, how could you do this? You are, after all, a decent person. A peculiar sensation swelled within Yu Ming. What was amiss with Yin Shuju today? Her expression even stirred a fleeting sense of guilt and discomfort within him. Yet, swiftly reminded of Yun Shuju's past actions, that guilt dissipated. Reluctantly, she approached the brooding man once again, her lashes glistening with tears as she trembled. "May I pour you a drink?" Her demeanor practically screamed forced. The atmosphere grew tense. "I said leave." The man's voice was dark and somber. Yun Shuju shivered in response, feigning fear while still under the duress of malevolence. "Mr. Jiang, just one drink." In that moment, the room fell into a chilling silence. Yu Ming wore a smile, knowing that offending Jiang Yubai would likely render this wretched girl to a fate worse than death. Jiang Shao cared not for the truth behind the situation. He was solely concerned with the established outcome. Yun Shuju's persistent disturbances had finally irked him. "Oh, Yun Shuju, it seems you are destined to experience the bitter taste of despair." The wealthy young masters around them displayed expressions of eager anticipation. What form of retribution would Jiang Shao bestow upon this unrepentant soul today? To their astonishment, the typically irritable Jiang heir, Shao, exhibited an uncharacteristic calmness. He observed the tears on Yun Shuju's face, remaining silent for several seconds before lifting his glass, his tone dark. "Why are you crying?" "Pour a drink." Yun Shuju stood frozen for a couple of seconds before realizing that this man had so readily acquiesced. She cautiously poured him a glass of wine. Meanwhile, Yu Ming stood there in astonishment, questioning the clarity of his own vision. Was this truly the infamous young Master Jiang, known for his disdain towards women? Wasn't he often described as brooding, akin to a serpent lurking in shadows? Could it be that the vicious rumors surrounding his ruthless methods were mere fabrications? This seemed implausible. Having known each other for many years, Yu Ming believed he had a fair understanding of Jiang Yubai. Given his temperament, it was utterly inconceivable that he would display kindness to a woman he scarcely knew. Could it be that he had developed an infatuation for Yun Shuju? With this thought, Yu Ming's gaze swept over Yun Shuju's graceful figure, and he felt a sense of validation in his assumption. This woman, though selfish and malicious, possessed an undeniable beauty that stood out even amidst the multitude of stunning faces in the entertainment industry. Her figure was undeniably alluring. Without hesitation, Yu Ming exclaimed, "Young Master Jiang, do not be deceived by this woman's superficial charm. She is both vile and contemptible, with a reputation as tarnished as the refuse in a garbage pile. Who knows how many beds she has crawled into?" Chapter 2. Do not trouble her again. Tears welled in Yun Shuju's eyes. "How can you say such a thing? You, Yun Shuju, are not wrong by what you Gus says. Are you not aware of your own reputation? What are you pretending for?" A wealthy young man scoffed. "Indeed. Seducing a friend's boyfriend, entering hotels late at night with unknown men, feigning fainting to fall into Xie Yan's arms. Can you find a more sordid actress in this circle?" Another voice chimed in mockingly. "Jiang Shao, this woman is cunning." Yun Shuju listened to their taunts. "It's not like that. What can you possibly defend?" Yu Ming rose and moved beside Yun Shuju, seizing her wrist and pulling her behind him. He forced a smile. "Jiang Shao, this shameless woman still seeks to climb your social ladder. I will certainly teach her a lesson." Jiang Yubai's expression darkened further. All he had heard was irksome. He was aware of Yun Shuju's past, yet hearing it articulated by Yu Ming left him distinctly displeased. "Release her," Jiang Yubai commanded coldly. Yu Ming, intimidated, promptly let go of Yun Shuju. She wore a face of grievance and confusion, but even in her deepest sorrow, her beautiful eyes remained clear and bright. Her heart was too innocent to comprehend the malice of the world. In a soft voice, she pleaded, "I never intended to climb the social ladder. Nor did I feign fainting. I had merely spent too long in the water, and I did not seduce anyone." "Silence," Yu Ming retorted. "Hearing you speak makes me nauseous." He had no faith in her words. "I'm sorry," Yun Shuju replied, "but one day, the truth will be revealed to the public. Justice may be delayed, but it will not be absent." Jiang Yubai wanted to mock her naivety, yet ultimately, he remained silent, his eyes slightly reddening at her familiar tone and expression. "Is it you, Shuju? Could it be the same girl who once captivated countless noble sons in the palace with her enchanting dance, yet uniquely revealed her gentle side only to the third miss of the Prime Minister's residence?" He dared not contemplate further. The man, with a brooding aura, stood up, his nearly 6'3" stature amplifying his commanding presence. Though clad in casual attire, he exuded an air of impending judgment. With elegant fingers, he splashed the remaining wine from his glass onto Yiming. Soaked, Yiming seethed internally but dared not express it, only managing a flustered inquiry. Jiang Xiao? Have I done something wrong? I truly did not deceive you. Everyone knows about Yun Shujiu. You dare insult me? Jiang Yubai inquired. Yun Shujiu, who had been feigning pity, nearly laughed at Jiang Yubai's words. Yiming was taken aback. No, how could I dare? I was merely, he silently cursed Jiang Yubai, questioning why he was forced to take offense. Jiang Yubai leaned down, his profile strikingly handsome, picked up a coat from the sofa, and, disregarding Yiming further, strode towards Yun Shujiu. Yun Shujiu blinked innocently at him. Don't wear such a dress again, he said, lowering his head and fastening his coat around her waist in a manner devoid of emotion. Yun Shujiu found his attitude peculiar, tinged with a sense of familiarity that made her hesitant to ponder further. She quickly nodded. I don't like it either. Do not trouble Yun Shujiu again, understood? The man's voice was calm, without turning back, yet everyone in the room recognized he was addressing someone specific. Yu Ming was utterly bewildered. What on earth was going on with Jiang Yubai? He had heard all the disgraceful things said about Yun Shujiu, yet he appeared to defend her. Was the allure of this despicable woman truly so potent that the worldly Jiang would fall for her at first sight? Frustrated, he replied, Understood, young Master Jiang. Yun Shujiu, feigning ignorance, interjected, You mustn't trouble my brother either. Jiang Yubai offered no comment on her words as he walked towards the exit. Yun Shujiu hesitated for a moment before following him. Yu Ming watched her leave, powerless to intervene due to Jiang Yubai's words, and clenched his fist in frustration. Just wait. Yun Shujiu, do you think with young Master Jiang's protection, you will remain unscathed? How long could someone as lofty as Jiang Yubai truly care for you? When the time comes, your plight will be far worse than it is now. As Yu Ming contemplated how to deal with Yun Shujiu later, he noticed the red-clad starlet pause at the door, glancing back at him. Yu Ming, I wish you a dreadful tomorrow, she said, her face etched with disappointment. I once considered you a dear friend, but you betrayed me. With that, she exited the room, shutting the door behind her. Damn it! Yu Ming was seething with rage. Betrayal? How could that wretched woman dare utter such words? If it weren't for her, he would still be on good terms with Chang Cheng. She had sneakily entered his room while he was intoxicated and dared to accuse him of betrayal? Damn it, I will make you pay. He overturned all the wine glasses on the table, shards scattering across the floor, cutting his hand in the process. The others in the room dared not make a sound. Initially shocked by Jiang Yubai's demeanor, they now felt pity for Yu Ming. A woman like Yun Shujiu was certainly not worth defending. Yet, with young Master Zhang's decree, who would dare to harm her? At least for the time being, no one would trouble Yun Shujiu. Meanwhile, as Yun Shujiu exited the room, she could no longer see Jiang Yubai's figure. This outcome brought her joy. Her deliberate delay in leaving had proven worthwhile. She did not fully understand Jiang Yubai, but given his striking resemblance to the male lead, she preferred to keep her distance. While she felt grateful for his assistance, she was not naive enough to think of repaying him. After all, their statuses were worlds apart, and she could hardly offer anything beneficial to him. Engaging with him under the guise of gratitude would only serve to irritate him, which would be foolish. With her head bowed, Yun Shujiu departed the chaotic bar and took a taxi home. She sat in the car when suddenly an icy electronic voice pierced the silence. Yun Shujiu had long ceased to be surprised. This was the system that had accompanied her on her tasks in the realm of novels. Congratulations to the host for completing the female supporting role task in World 307. Starting today, the system will depart, and the host may return to a normal life. We shall now commence the extraction of the rewards for task completion. A colossal virtual wheel materialized before Yun Shujiu, and filled with anticipation. She reached out and gave it a spin without any deliberate control. The pointer whirled rapidly. Yun Shujiu gazed unblinkingly at the wheel. 1 minute passed, still spinning. 10 minutes elapsed, and it remained in motion. By the time Yun Shujiu returned home, she had exited the car and closed the door. Yet the wheel continued its relentless rotation, showing no signs of slowing down. Is this wheel a top? Yun Shujiu mused. The previous host thought so as well. Why can't it be refined a little? Chapter 3. Good morning, Wei Wei. Yun Shujiu sighed in exasperation and chose to ignore it. Upon entering her home, she surveyed the somewhat unfamiliar surroundings with a tinge of nostalgia. For this world, merely a second had passed, but for her, a full 15 years had elapsed. She had devoted 15 years to portraying a White Lotus supporting character. After freshening up, Yun Shujiu donned her comfortable pajamas, cast a glance at the spinning wheel, and picked up her phone from the bedside. As the screen illuminated, a notification popped up that chilled her countenance. A-list actress Gu Cheng confirms her role in Seeking Immortality. Gu Cheng. Yun Shujio clenched her fists, bitterness surging from the depths of her heart, causing her gaze to turn as sharp as a blade. After years of camaraderie, she had unreservedly shared all her secrets with this friend, only to have Gu Cheng drug her and deliver her to Yu Ming's room. With a mere sensational headline about a popular flower betraying her friend's boyfriend, Gu Cheng had garnered sympathy and quickly ascended to prominence. Yun Shujio had never been particularly ambitious. Though she was in the entertainment industry, her only desire was to earn some money to repay her father's loans. But now, her aspirations had transformed. Since Gu Qingyun for fame, Yun Shujio would rise to a position even higher than hers. Not only did she intend to clear her name, but she also aimed to become someone Gu Cheng could only look up to. Yun Shujio would no longer be the timid, subservient girl who allowed herself to be bullied. After perusing the negative news about herself online, Yun Shujio gained a clearer understanding of her current predicament. As night deepened and seeing that the wheel showed no signs of stopping, she decided to sleep. This contraption spun even more vigorously than a top. She couldn't afford to wait. The following day, upon awakening, her gaze instinctively fell upon the virtual wheel. The red pointer spun leisurely, as if it were about to halt at any moment. Yet after several minutes of staring, her eyes grew weary and the pointer remained in motion. Forget it, Yun Shujio declared. Despite her prior experiences with the system's unreliability, Yun Shujio prepared a simple breakfast. After finishing her meal, she intended to head to the office. But before she could set out, her phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, she recognized it was her agent, Sujia. Yun Shujio, what on earth happened? Where were you last night at that gathering I sent you to? Do you wish to be dismissed? Have you taken to defying me? The barrage of accusations caused Yun Shujio to frown. Yet, her tone remained soft and laden with remorse. I'm sorry, Sujia. I truly did not mean to. Yu Xiao asked me to accompany him, and I had no choice but to comply. It's all my fault. You worked so hard on my behalf, and I failed to attend that gathering. A soft sob emanated from the other end of the line, momentarily catching Su Yi off guard, stirring a hint of guilt within her. It was never her intention to genuinely consider Yun Shujio's well-being. The truth was, had Yun Shujio attended, she would have certainly been exploited, allowing Sui to secure resources for other artists. Now, witnessing Yun Shujio's heartfelt apology, Sui found herself momentarily speechless, her mind racing with a torrent of expletives that she could not muster. Moreover, even she would not dare to decline Yu Xiao's request for Yun Shujio to join him. Enough with the tears. What are you crying for? After a long pause, Sui finally replied impatiently, Do you have any idea how I was scolded yesterday? Could you not give me a heads up next time something like this happens? Do you even have a leg to stand on? Yun Shujio, her expression devoid of emotion, replied, Sujia, I'm truly sorry for causing you to bear the brunt of their anger. How could they treat you like that? If anyone should be scolded, it should be me. It is utterly unfair to lay blame on you without discernment. Her voice, tinged with anguish and indignation, only deepened Su Yi's sense of guilt. This foolish girl, who sought to harm her, was instead devotedly defending her. All right, enough of this. Let us change the subject. Su Yi diverted the conversation. I've secured a role for you. Xiaoding will come to pick you up later. You're heading to the set today? Her tone was authoritative, leaving no room for Yun Shujio to refuse. A role? Yun Shujio's fingers lightly grazed the table's surface. Given her current reputation, who would still consider her for a role? Or was it a part that required no audition? It was evident that it was not a desirable opportunity. Sujia, what kind of role is it? Has someone approached me for a film? That's wonderful. Thank you, Sujia. You are truly kind to me, like a sister. I'm so happy. After a lengthy pause, Su Yi's voice finally returned. It's a costume drama. I appreciate your understanding of my intentions. Even though you are the least successful among my artists, I will not abandon you. Just wait for Xiaoding to pick you up. With that, she abruptly ended the call, her speed suggesting an eagerness to avoid any further dialogue. The reflection in the screen revealed the young woman's face, and from her earlier elated tone, one would never guess that the speaker on the other end wore a frigid expression. While waiting for someone, Yin Shujin idly scrolled through her phone and made a call. The ringing tone echoed for barely a second before the other party hung up. Yun Jiamu had chosen not to answer her call. A sense of absurdity washed over Yun Shujin. She found it amusing that she would be subjected to such intimidation for his sake, while he seemed utterly indifferent to her feelings. Why bother? This sisterhood, perhaps it was better left unacknowledged. Sister Yin. A knock echoed from outside the door. Yun Shu had scarcely conversed with Su Yi for 2 minutes when Xiao Ding arrived, evidently having been summoned by Su Yi well in advance. Yun Shujio's opinions were utterly disregarded. The glimmer in her eyes grew increasingly cold as she approached the door and opened it. "Sister Yun," Ding Wei stammered. "Sister Su asked me to." The door gradually swung open, revealing an exquisitely beautiful face. A young girl beamed at her, with gentle eyes that sparkled like jewels. "Good morning, Wei Wei." Her dark hair was casually tied back, her skin as pale as jade, and her tone was affectionate, as if she were addressing someone she had dearly missed, evoking an involuntary fondness. "Good morning, Sister Yun," Ding Wei replied, somewhat taken aback. "Sister Yun looks splendid today." Ding Wei distinctly remembered that just 2 days prior, she had encountered Yun Shujio in tears, wishing to retreat into a corner and avoid everyone. Had she come to terms with it today? "Wei Wei, have you had breakfast? If there is none, I shall create it for you." Yun Shujio maintained a serene demeanor, gazing earnestly at Ding Wei when asking if she had eaten breakfast, though seemingly an ordinary conversation starter. Her affectionate tone and sparkling eyes radiated genuine delight at the prospect of doing something for the other, brimming with eager anticipation. I've already eaten," Ding Wei replied, momentarily struck by the illusion that she and Yun Shujio were longtime confidants. Chapter 4. The Human Camera. Shall we head to work then? Without further delay, Yun Shujio followed Ding Wei downstairs, and the two settled into the taxi Ding Wei had hailed as a scandal-plagued actress who had been dragged through the mud. Yun Shujio had long surpassed the realm of mere infamous popularity, teetering on the brink of being abandoned by her agency. Naturally, even her company car had been reclaimed. Yet, she showed no trace of displeasure. Instead, she turned to Ding Wei with exhilaration, exclaiming, "Wei Wei, where are we going? What kind of scene are we shooting?" Ding Wei felt an inexplicable sense of unease. As an assistant, she had always confined herself to her designated responsibilities, refraining from meddling in matters beyond her purview. The opportunities that Yun Shujio managed to secure were a testament to her own capabilities, entirely unrelated to Ding Wei. Yet today, upon witnessing the gentle curve of her smile, Ding Wei found herself reluctant to let her down. She averted her gaze and replied, "It was arranged by Sister Su. I am not privy to the details." "Well, thank you for coming to pick me up so early," Yun Shujio responded with a cheerful smile. "You and Sister Su are truly kind to me. There are no individuals in this world more wonderful than you." Ding Wei. Sui summoned her to fetch Yun Shujio for fear that she might abscond. "How fortunate I am to encounter you both." The girl remains blissfully unaware of the shadows lurking in the darkness, naively deceived, yet filled with heartfelt gratitude. For the first time, Ding Wei questions her previous indifference towards her past. After a moment of hesitation, she lowers her head and says, "Sister Yun, this time. The role is a stand-in for Wei Xuedan." Wei Xuedan? A fleeting glimmer of intensity flashed in Yun Shujio's eyes. Wei Xuedan and Gu Cheng shared a close bond. And now she found herself unexpectedly cast as a stand-in for Wei Xuedan, which undoubtedly foreshadowed a series of tribulations. Behind this predicament lay either Gu Cheng's machinations or Yu Ming's intention to create trouble for her. Meanwhile, her seemingly well-meaning agent merely capitalized on the opportunity, extracting every ounce of her worth. Indeed, Ding Wei lowered her head, feeling uneasy as she remarked, "Sister Su, didn't he provide you with the script, so be cautious." "Oh." Wei Xuedan. Yun Shujio smiled dim slightly. She mused, "Since she and Gu Cheng are friends, she surely won't favor me. But that's all right. I shall focus on fulfilling my own responsibilities." Unable to contain herself, Ding Wei glanced sideways and exclaimed, "Sister Yun, she will definitely make things difficult for you." In her beautiful eyes, sorrow was abundantly evident. Yun Shujio gently remarked, "There is nothing that can be done about it. Regardless, I shall focus on fulfilling my own responsibilities." Ding Wei wished to express that she found her naivety disconcerting, yet upon witnessing the girl's countenance darken at the mention of her close friend Gu Cheng, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. The truth regarding the matter between Yun Shujio and Gu Cheng eluded Ding Wei, and it bore no relevance to her. However, today, for reasons unknown, she felt an inexplicable aversion towards Gu Cheng. Ding Wei had only recently begun to accompany Yun Shujio and had never encountered Gu Cheng in reality. Yet she had often admired Gu Cheng's gentle smile online. Previously, she had perceived Gu Cheng as a beacon of sunshine and resilience, maintaining a positive outlook even after recent events. Yet today, that smile began to appear disingenuous when juxtaposed with Yun Shujio's pure laughter. Unbeknownst to Ding Wei, her perception had subtly shifted, She no longer regarded Yun Shujio as the one who would betray her close friend's boyfriend. Instead, she found herself concerned for a girl she had felt nothing towards just days ago. Meanwhile, Yun Shujio remained oblivious to the tumultuous thoughts swirling in Ding Wei's mind. As she listened to the system, which spoke in a balanced tone, "Congratulations, host. You have drawn the reward. Human camera." A human camera? Yun Shu has long been perplexed by this enigmatic name. Does the host require an explanation of the skills? Human camera, as the name suggests, transforms the host into a living recording device where your eyes serve as the lens, capturing and preserving everything within your field of vision. Every sight can be recorded? Yun Shu pondered for a moment. Which brand of system? Which camera, and what brand? Yun Shu patiently remarked, "System, listen to yourself. What nonsense are you uttering? Host, without a brand." Yun Shujiju slightly furrowed her brows. Can the image quality be guaranteed? Can the sound clarity be assured? System, the host, as produced by the system, is undoubtedly of exceptional quality. Should the host insist on inquiring about the brand, I would recommend a visit to the hospital for a vision examination. Lest in the future the host finds themselves unable to see clearly and unjustly shifts the blame onto me. Yun Shuju had pondered for a moment and replied, "That makes sense. System, is the video presented from a first-person perspective?" The host is indeed able to switch between first-person and third-person perspectives. Yun Shuju nodded, indicating her understanding. After a brief silence, she inquired, "Is it time for us to part ways?" "Yes, the host's mission has been accomplished, and you are returning to the real world. System 55 is about to seek its next host." Yun Shuju lowered her gaze. "May I pose a question to you?" "Please, go ahead." "Woo-woo. Why did you choose me in the first place?" This question had long lingered in Yun Shuju's mind. At that time, she was neither remarkable nor exceptional. In the face of difficulties, she would only cry in weakness. Why, then, did Wu-Wu select her for this mission? The system remained silent. After a long pause, the vehicle came to a halt. Yun Shuju thought she would not receive an answer, but suddenly, an electronic voice resonated. Though it was meant to be cold and mechanical, Yun Shuju inexplicably detected a hint of warmth. At that moment, "You were crying for my previous host." She too was prone to tears. Yun Shuju was momentarily stunned. In those two brief sentences, she seemed to glimpse a lengthy tale. "Sister Yun?" Ding Wei called for her to exit the vehicle. "Yes," Yun Shuju responded, stepping out. In her mind, she communicated with the system, "Wu-Wu, I wish you good fortune." "Shuju," Wu-Wu replied, "I wish you well. Farewell. Until we meet again." Both understood this was a final parting. As Yun Shuju and Ding Wei entered the film set, those who caught sight of her were filled with disdain and scorn. Some even remarked sarcastically, "Oh, isn't this the queen of green tea? Yun Shuju? Has she come here to set her sights on someone new? Don't say that. Why would she disclose her interests to you? She would first pretend to befriend you, and then make a move on your boyfriend. I can hardly believe she is here. I don't recall her being among the cast. Could it be she is trying to usurp someone else's role? What is the director thinking? Why would he employ such a scandalous artist? My poor Qingzi, how unfortunate to have such a shameless friend. She's looking this way. Let us hurry and leave. Remember when she berated the staff? Let us not provoke her." The staff members walked away, their faces contorted with distaste. No one approached her for conversation. Ding Wei observed the fleeting embarrassment on the girl's face and felt a twinge of discomfort. She was unsure why she felt this way. She had witnessed such scenes frequently before, yet this time, a wave of pity and injustice surged within her. Yun Shuju forced a smile. "Let us seek out the director ourselves." "Sister Yun, don't take their words to heart," Ding Wei consoled her. "Yes," Yun Shuju nodded, her eyes bright and clear. Wei, you need not worry about me. If it were you they spoke about, I might feel disheartened, but they are inconsequential to me." With that, she smiled gently, her demeanor as if truly unbothered by their remarks. Chapter 5. As if stepping out of a book, Ding Wei's mind reverberated with the phrase, "You need not worry about me," which only affirmed her belief that the other party was indeed afraid of her concern, intensifying her feelings of guilt. Upon observing Ding Wei's expression, Yun Shujo's smile widened. She turned away, her previously concealed sadness entirely vanishing. The remarks made by the inconsequential individuals earlier were of no concern to her. Why should she dwell on the words of such trivial people? As the two entered the film crew, the director was conversing with an actress by the bridge. A scene change was imminent, and completing this shot promptly would save time. The actress, clad in period attire, frowned and impatiently remarked, "Director Chun, did I not mention? My stand-in is about to arrive. It is a waste of time for the stand-in to get made up." Director Chun, slightly shorter with a darker complexion, appeared even more displeased. The lake is not cold at this season. This scene is straightforward. It can be achieved with just a few actions. The actress's assistant hurried over, saying, "Director, Sister Shuedan has come down with a cold and cannot enter the water." A cold? Director Chen nearly laughed, for in the past 2 days, Wei Shuedan had not even coughed once. Yet, she had no qualms about making a scene, her voice ringing loud enough to be heard from 3 streets away. Claiming she was ill? Was he blind? Director, if the leading actress falls into the water, her cold will worsen, and it will further delay the process, won't it? Wei Shuedan said, nonchalantly making her way toward the shaded resting area. What is the hurry? I said the stand-in will arrive shortly. Director Chen's forehead twitched with frustration. If it weren't for the demands of the investors, he would have long dismissed such a melodramatic actress. Her performance left much to be desired, yet her airs were considerable. Oh, speaking of stand-ins, is that not her arriving? Upon spotting Yin Shujio, Wei Shuedan immediately broke into a smile. Director, you need not be anxious now. Although Wei Shuedan's words made Director Chun uneasy, he suppressed his discomfort and turned to look at the so-called stand-in. However, as he did, he found himself momentarily stunned. On the cobblestone path, with branches hanging low, stood a girl dressed simply in a white dress, her hair cascading down. Her face was beautiful and dewy, with eyes that sparkled cleanly, gentle and harmless like clouds in the sky. Yet, it was not these attributes that left Director Chen in a daze. Rather, it was the fact that the girl bore an uncanny resemblance to an ancient noble young lady, though she was clad in modern attire and had no makeup. Simply standing there, her posture and subtle expressions evoked the image of a refined maiden from a scholarly family of yore. If pressed to articulate a reason, Director Chen found himself at a loss. But in that moment, his first instinct was to think of Xiaoho Wan, the serene, gentle, dignified daughter of the Ho residence, the very lead of this production. Was she not far more suited than Wei Shuedan? Excited, Director Chen strode forward. What is your name? Which agency do you belong to? Do you have any acting experience? Yun Shujio stood momentarily stunned, appearing as though she had not yet processed his words. Ding Wei answered on her behalf. Director, we are from Dust Star, and this is Yun Shujio. Upon hearing the name, Director Chun felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, instantly regaining his composure. At that moment, he realized that the face before him seemed somewhat familiar. How peculiar! He had seen Yun Shujio's photographs online before, yet he had failed to recognize her. Reflecting on this, Director Chen coldly remarked, "You must be Wei Shuedan's stand-in, right? Just in time, go get your hair and makeup done. There's a water scene that needs to be shot immediately." How foolish he felt for being momentarily excited. He had thought he had discovered a treasure, only to find it was a rather off-putting individual. Ding Wei felt a pang of discomfort at the change in Director Chun's demeanor, but Yin Shuji remained unfazed. Her path to redemption was still long. However, as her gaze swept over Wei Shuedan, she thought that since she was already here, if Wei Shuedan truly desired to court disaster, she would be more than willing to oblige. Yun Shuju said nothing and obediently went to style her hair and change her clothes. In truth, she did not take long, yet Director Chen grew increasingly impatient. Could she not exhibit a modicum of professionalism? As a stand-in, did it really require such an extensive period to merely style her hair and change her outfit? While Director Chen was contemplating how to berate her further, Yin Shuju emerged. Just as he was about to unleash his ire, his gaze fell upon a young woman in a blue dress approaching with graceful, measured steps. He was momentarily taken aback. For a fleeting instant, he believed that Xiaoho Wan had stepped out from the pages of a book. She resembled her so closely. As the girl drew near, her movements were elegant and slow, her earrings swaying with barely a tremor. "Director, I apologize for taking up everyone's time," she said. Director Chun was momentarily speechless, but Wei Shuedan interjected sarcastically. "Oh, you were self-aware? You are merely a stand-in. After all, you want to even be caught on camera. Why bother with such elaborate makeup? Are you attempting to overshadow the lead?" Yun Shuju looked somewhat astonished. "Miss Wei, I did not apply any makeup." The crew held no regard for Yun Shuju. As simply a faceless stand-in, they probably wished for her to embarrass herself. To claim she hadn't worn makeup was laughable. Wei Shuedan scoffed. "Just look at your face. Pale as if there was a death in the family. You must have slathered on an abundance of foundation." A fleeting chill flickered in Yun Shuju's eyes. What a wretched individual Wei Shuedan was. "Miss Wei, how can you speak to me in such a manner?" The girl's eyelashes trembled, clearly unable to believe that anyone could utter such venomous and impolite words. Am I mistaken? Yoon Shuju, do you aspire to create some barefaced beauty persona? With your appearance? It's utterly revolting. Wei Shuadon's expression was one of disdain. Miss Wei, please show some courtesy. Yoon Shuju's fingers tightened, tears glistening in her eyes. Yet she stubbornly held them back. What are you crying for? Green tea BTCH. Enough, enough. Director Chen could no longer bear to watch. Although he shared a dislike for Yoon Shuju, he equally found Wei Shuadon unbearable. Particularly, her words had crossed a line. Isn't this detrimental to the morale of the entire crew? Enough of this. Let us prepare and swiftly capture this shot. Director Chen urged. Although he held no affection for either of them, he had no intention of asking Wei Shuadon to apologize. Director Chen merely wished to swiftly complete the filming. As for the conflict between the two, neither was particularly amiable. Once they left the set, it was of no concern to him. Very well. Yunshu replied with reddened eyes. Director, what should I do? Her tone was gentle, mirroring the impression she left on others, devoid of any hint of aggression. When met with those eyes, Director Chen suddenly felt a pang of guilt, as if he had committed some wrongdoing against her. Suppressing this inexplicable sense of guilt, he explained, this is a scene where the female lead dives to retrieve items left by her mother. When you jump from that position, remember to execute your movements with unwavering determination. Chapter 6. You must be mistaken upon hearing this, Yoon Shuju promised to remember. And several supporting characters came over to serve as background. The shooting commenced. Yoon Shuju was not unfamiliar with diving, within the realm of her novel. She had once performed a dive, which was later falsely attributed to the female lead. The sun blazed overhead, and the girl in her blue attire possessed a beauty as clear and pure as the sky, yet her eyes reflected an incongruous resolve, without a hint of hesitation. As soon as the hairpin was tossed into the water, the girl took a deep breath and leaped into the lake. She could neither swim nor gauge the depth of the water, yet she plunged in recklessly, unmindful of the consequences. This was an item bequeathed to her by her deceased mother. In that moment, the gentle and fragile daughter of the noble house revealed a different facet of herself, adding depth and complexity to her character. As Yoon Shuju emerged from the water, only Ding Wei hurried over to assist her, accepting a towel to dry her face. Yoon Shuju inquired of the director, what do you think? Should we do it again? Director Chen wore a complicated expression. There's no need. Director, your attitude seems rather unprofessional. Wei Shuadon would not allow the despicable Yoon Shu to evade consequences so easily. How could Xiahou Wen have surfaced so quickly after searching for something in the water? This is utterly implausible. In my view, the time in the water should be extended by at least a few more minutes. The other actors had long noticed the tension between Wei Shuadon and Yoon Shujo. A supporting actress eager to curry favor with Wei quickly stepped forward, saying, Director, I apologize. During Miss Yun's diving scene earlier, my facial expressions weren't properly controlled. Observant viewers might notice something amiss. During Xiahou Wen's dive, the camera primarily focused on the lead actors. But the supporting cast in the background were also captured. While audiences typically concentrate on the protagonists, there was always a chance someone might scrutinize the background performers. Director Chun reviewed the footage and indeed, this actress's expression stood out. While others appeared shocked, hers was one of unmistakable disgust, completely breaking immersion. What were you thinking? He demanded. Can't even handle such a simple scene properly? Director Chun was visibly irritated. Please give me another chance, Director. I apologize. The individual hastily offered an apology. Yet there was not a trace of remorse in his eyes. How could Director Chen fail to discern his intentions? Was it not simply a ploy to curry favor with Wei Shuadon and undermine Yoon Shujo? His countenance darkened, resembling charcoal, and his patience was nearly exhausted. Listen carefully. We shall film one last time. Anyone who performs poorly can leave. A chorus of actors nodded in agreement. Yoon Shujo, hurry and change your costume. Director Ding Wei felt a knot of frustration tightening in her chest, enraged at the blatant bullying of Yoon Shujo by this group. She yearned to voice her indignation. But Yoon Shujo gently interjected, all right. With that, she turned and went to change. Director Chen urged, why the delay? Get on the bridge. Yoon Shujo nodded and proceeded to the bridge. Standing in her designated spot, her gaze met that of the male supporting actor, who flashed a malevolent glimmer in his eyes before suddenly attempting to shove her. Positioned close to Yoon Shujo, his actions were concealed from the director's view. In that moment, it would appear as though Yoon Shujo had simply lost her footing and fallen into the water, thereby hindering the crew's progress. A smirk played at the corners of the man's lips as he envisioned the praise he would receive from Shuadon. Yet, to his surprise, the young woman in blue remained utterly unflustered, locking her gaze onto him. Her eyes were cold and piercing, akin to a dagger glinting with frost. A stark contrast to her previously vulnerable demeanor. An ominous premonition suddenly gripped the man. Yun Shujiao seemed to nonchalantly step aside, averting her gaze from the male actor. And with precise aim, a stone in her hand struck his knee. The man, having failed to push her, felt a sharp pang of pain in his knee and lost his balance, tumbling off the bridge. Be careful. Yun Shujiao instinctively reached out to catch him. But it was futile. Splash. The man plunged into the lake, sending up a spray of water. Just as Director Chen was about to call for action, he witnessed this turn of events, his forehead throbbing with veins. What now? Director, someone lost their footing and fell. Are you an imbecile? Upon recognizing the figure in the water, Director Chen erupted. With such a wide bridge, how could you not maintain your balance? If you can't film, then get lost. Coughing up water, the man wiped his face and, hearing the director's words, exclaimed in terror, Director, it wasn't intentional. Yun Shujiao pushed me. Pushed you? All eyes turned to Yun Shujiao. She shook her head. I did not. You were the one who pushed me. The man, aware that his fall was due to his knee pain rather than Yun Shujiao's actions, seized the opportunity. Director, she must harbor a grudge against me for my earlier poor performance, intentionally setting me up. Director Chen's gaze fixed upon Yun Shujiao. Yun Shujiao, even in such a predicament, you still resort to malice? Why did you push him? He did not mean to underperform. Little did they know, she was even more wicked than the rumors suggested. Other actors began to voice their accusations. Under the scorching sun, the young girl stood alone in the middle of the bridge, her face a portrait of helplessness. She yearned to explain, yet others denied her the opportunity to speak, her eyes brimming with indignation. Ding Wei watched, nearly on the verge of exploding with rage. To hell with self-preservation. Who can endure this? What are your eyes for? Did you not see when Sister Yun reached out to grasp him? Moreover, he abandoned his own position to approach Sister Yun, clearly with ulterior motives. He claims it was Yun Jia who pushed him? I could just as easily argue that he leapt down to falsely accuse her. Ultimately, whether he deliberately failed to capture the shot, you all know in your hearts. Ding Wei, suppressing the urge to strike, delivered a rapid and forceful rebuttal, silencing the crowd for a brief moment. The male actor in the water cleared his throat. Attempting to defend himself, I was standing there because we hadn't started filming yet. I harbor no grudge against Yun Shujiao. Why would I slander her? He glanced at Yun Shujiao, only to find the girl on the shore gazing down at him with icy contempt. Her expression was utterly terrifying. The man hurriedly averted his gaze, his earlier intentions to defame her waning, replaced by a sudden twinge of fear. I apologize for not catching you in time. But you must be mistaken. It was not I who pushed you. Yun Shujiao's voice was soft yet resolute. Please refrain from making unfounded accusations against me. Chapter 7. Shujiao. Have you ever loved me? The male actor wished to say more, but upon catching the murderous glint in the girl's eyes, he fell silent. It felt as though Yun Shujiao might leap from the bridge at any moment to deliver a fatal blow. Absurd. Director Chen had also witnessed Yun Shujiao's earlier actions and quickly concluded that the male actor was indeed the instigator. While Yun Shujiao may have had a questionable reputation, what benefit would there be for her to engage in such behavior here? Moreover, based on her conduct today, she hardly resembled that sort of person. Unbeknownst to him, Director Chen's mindset had begun to shift. He coldly declared, Enough, Hu Kuan, you need not return tomorrow. This statement signified his belief in Yun Shujiao. The man climbing back onto the shore was taken aback. Director, though it was not Yun Shujiao who pushed me, there must be someone else responsible. Be quiet. Director Chen had lost interest in his words. After all, this supporting role was inconsequential. They could easily replace Hu Kuan in this segment. Hu Kuan's face paled. He had not anticipated that his attempt to curry favor with Wei Shuidan would result in the loss of his role. Furthermore, his knee was inexplicably growing more painful. As her skirt swayed, Yun Shujiao, shielded by the fabric, discreetly kicked a small stone into the lake. With a soft plop, all evidence vanished. Next scene. Director Chen called, directing everyone to move to a different location. Yun Shujiao caught sight of Wei Shuidan's malicious grin, but chose to remain unfazed. The days on set stretch long. Yet it remains uncertain who will ultimately prevail. Sister Yun. Ding Wei rushed over, grasping Yun Shujiao's arm. They have gone too far. They have wronged you without even offering an apology. It's all right, Yun Shujiao gently reassured her. I do not mind, as long as everyone knows my innocence. That is sufficient. I am truly exasperated. Ding Wei, still fuming, retorted, how can these people behave like this? With a smile, Yun Shujiao linked her arm with Ding Wei's, saying, Do not be angry. Thank you, Wei, for speaking up for me. I shall treat you to a splendid dinner tonight." As the day of filming concluded and they exited the set, dusk had already settled. "Sister Yun, should I speak with Sister Su about us declining this job?" Ding Wei observed the scratches on the girl's arm, tears welling in her eyes. That way Xu Wedan has gone too far. How could she carelessly toss about such a sharp hairpin? Yun Shujiao, with her usual good-natured disposition, replied, "It's nothing. She did not mean any harm." "Did she not mean it?" Ding Wei exclaimed, as if she could pry open her artist's mind to discern her thoughts. "All right, it's all in the past." All in the past. How could it possibly be forgotten? Discarding the relics left by the character's mother carelessly and causing injury without knowledge. If this matter were to be made public, would Wei Shuedan's reputation ever recover? Yun Shujiao gazed ahead, seemingly indifferent. She could have chosen to evade, yet she did not. Ding Wei began to understand why their artist accumulated so much negative press. Yun Shujiao's unyielding kindness and her willingness to trust others with utmost goodwill were, in their innocence, dangerously naive, offering an easy target for those with ill intentions. No, she must teach her artist that the world is rife with malice. Unaware of Ding Wei's resolve, Yun Shujiao inquired, "Has the car not arrived yet? It should be here soon, right?" As she approached the vehicle, the back door suddenly swung open. Yun Shujiao. A deep, melodious male voice resonated. "Is it Jiang Xiao? What does he want?" Yun Shujiao thought, her expression revealing her surprise. "Jiang Xiao, get in." A terse command followed. The car was devoid of light, preventing Yun Shujiao from discerning the man's expression. She asked, "Jiang Xiao, do you have business with me?" A brief silence enveloped the world outside. The driver in the front seat trembled inwardly. No one dared to question Jiang Xiao's decisions, for he was a man of resolute action, expecting only obedience and not inquiries. The driver feared this girl's words might provoke Jiang Xiao's ire. However, contrary to the driver's expectations, Jiang Yubai remained silent for a few seconds before he explained. "I have a few questions to ask you." Yun Shuji was reluctant to respond to any of his inquiries. Yet the attitude of Yiming indicated to her that offending this man was not an option. Wait for me a moment," she said to Ding Wei before reluctantly stepping into the car, leaving the door ajar. In the darkness, the man's body suddenly drew near her. "What are you doing?" Yun Sujio could feel the warmth of his breath caressing her face. A flicker of tension coursed through her as her pupils constricted slightly. Her mind racing with the silent resolve that if he dared to overstep, she would strike him down without hesitation. The door clicked shut. The man's figure brushed past her as he closed the car door firmly. The driver, sensing the gravity of the situation, swiftly exited the vehicle to preserve his own safety. In an instant, the confined space was occupied solely by the two of them. Yun Sujio, unsettled by the oppressive intimacy of the enclosed space, spoke first. Her voice soft and laced with feigned sincerity. "Young Master Jiang, you've done me a great kindness. Whatever you wish to ask, I will answer truthfully and without omission." His voice, barely above a whisper in the dimness, carried a weight that sent a shiver down her spine. "Then tell me, did you ever love me?" Alarm bells blared in Yun Sujio's mind. What kind of question is this? Could this man truly be the supporting male lead from the novel? Had she, in some past life before transmigrating, wronged him? Her pulse quickened, but she steadied herself, forcing an expression of bewilderment. "Young Master Jiang, we've only just met." "Haven't we?" Answer the question. His fingers closed around her wrist, each digit pressing with deliberate intensity. Jiang Yuebai had encountered Yun Sujio many years prior. This woman who bore the same name as her. He had observed her for years, yet no matter how he scrutinized her, she bore no resemblance to his Shushu. His Shushu had never been timid or weak-willed. She was cunning, sharp-witted, and unhesitant in exploiting him when necessary, nothing like this woman whose life was a disheveled mess. Thus, when he had seen Yun Sujio yesterday, so eerily reminiscent of Shushu, he had refused to entertain the thought, unwilling to believe it. Yet upon returning, the more he dwelled on it, the more convinced he became that it was her. The realization drove him to the brink of madness. Even if it shattered the illusion, he had to see her again to confirm the truth. Though Yun Sujio couldn't discern Jiang Yuebai's expression in the darkness, she could sense the desperation behind his question. Of course he cares. It's a matter of pride, isn't it? Her lashes fluttered as she drew in a delicate breath, her voice softening further. "It hurts." She felt the hitch in his breath, the momentary stillness. His grip loosened at once. The man known in the business world as an unyielding sovereign, a ruler whose word was law, now murmured an apology with uncharacteristic haste. "Forgive me, Shushu." That name, Shushu, instantly confirmed Yun Sujio's suspicion. Young Master Jiang was indeed the same Jiang Yuebai from the novel, the once indolent, lawless young master of the Marquis' household who later descended into darkness, nearly usurping the male lead's throne in his madness. Chapter 8. Not even marked as a boyfriend? How's he in the real world? A flurry of thoughts raced through her mind, but one stood out with crystalline clarity. She must not let him recognize her. It's nothing, young Master Jiang, she murmured soothingly. My arm was already injured. It has nothing to do with you. She maintained her original tone, yet her body inched closer to Jiang Yubai, her intentions unmistakable. Jiang Xiao, you asked if I love you. Perhaps in the past, I did not, but moving forward. Yun Shujiao observed that the man showed no aversion to her proximity. Remaining utterly still, clenching her teeth, she boldly seated herself upon his lap, her arms encircling his neck. From now on, we can explore this connection. Who could possibly resist Jiang Xiao? If Wu Wu were still present, she might have felt nauseated. But in Wu Wu's absence, Yun Shujiao herself felt a twinge of revulsion. She could not fathom that after all this, Jiang Yubai would still harbor any disdain for her. The faint fragrance of youth lingered at the tip of her nose. While Jiang Yubai's body grew somewhat rigid, his mind a blank slate. What Yun Shujiao had said barely registered. His focus was solely on the sensory experience. After a prolonged silence, Yun Shujiao grew impatient, her mind racing with questions. Leaning closer to Jiang Yubai's face, she pretended to initiate a kiss. How about this? Surely he can't still be unresponsive? Yet Jiang Yubai remained unyielding. It was not so much a lack of reaction, as Yun Shujiao nearly brushed her lips against his. Their bodies pressed together. She felt the rapid thudding of his heart. Was it inappropriate to say that this was not a repulsed response? What was wrong with Jiang Yubai? Suspended in the air, she found herself in a quandary. Should she kiss him or not? Truly, she was at a loss for what to do next. An atmosphere of subtle intimacy enveloped the car, yet all Yun Shujiao felt was embarrassment. What's wrong? The man's voice was husky, tinged with a hint of anticipation. Yun Shujiao cursed inwardly. Could it be that this fellow actually preferred being pursued? That seemed unlikely. Hadn't he always despised women who encroached upon his space? How had reality shifted so dramatically? Lowering her gaze, she transformed the kiss into an embrace, resting her head on his shoulder. Jiang Yubai's expression, hidden from view, appeared somewhat contorted. Jiang Xiao likes me, doesn't he? He isn't even trying to evade this. No, the man quietly permitted her embrace. This was affection. The tone he took was such that, had Yun Shujiao not been aware of the truth, she might have almost believed it. It was merely a misconception that the male protagonist held feelings for her, and that they were at odds, leading her to employ tactics to capture his heart and harm the male lead. The depth of her declarations was indeed laughable. In truth, the relationship between Yun Shujiao and Jiang Yubai was exceedingly intricate, while Jiang Yubai sought to use her to wound the male lead. She had likewise exploited him multiple times to fulfill her own objectives. No matter how one viewed it, neither could genuinely harbor feelings for the other. Although I did not know Jiang Xiao in the past, in the future, I shall come to love him. She inquired, is Jiang Xiao satisfied with my answer? Jiang Yubai fell silent for 2 seconds before chuckling softly. Satisfied? How could I not be? He reached for his phone nearby. Shall we exchange WeChat, future girlfriend? Yun Shuji withdrew, retrieving her phone to exchange contact details with Jiang Yubai. Shouldn't we label you as my boyfriend? Jiang Yubai raised an eyebrow as he noticed her preparing to put away her phone. I forgot, Yun Shuji said shyly. Let's just label it as husband, shall we? After all, I am indeed drawn to your power and wealth. Quite well, Jiang Yubai replied with a smirk. Why don't we go and register our marriage tomorrow? It wasn't until Yun Shuji was dragged to the hospital by Jiang Yubai to tend to her wounds that required time to heal, and upon returning home, that she pondered whether Jiang Yubai had some sort of mental issue. In reality, he had no need to provoke the male lead, if he sought revenge on her. Resorting to such a terrifying method as marrying her seemed unnecessary. The logic eluded her. Yun Shuju opened her phone and changed the label husband in her WeChat and contact list to crazy, which alleviated her feelings of frustration somewhat. Throughout the day, she had endured various provocations from Wei Shuadan without a flicker of emotion, yet her encounter with Jiang Yubai had caused her mood to fluctuate dramatically, reminiscent of her fluctuating math scores during school days. After calming herself, Yun Shuju reconsidered and changed the label once more. After all, if Jiang Yubai were to catch sight of her contact name, it would spell disaster. She renamed it to Xiaobai, reminiscent of a dog she had once owned, with the name being identical. Yin Shuju had been working on the set for over 10 days. Many began to realize that the young lady was quite different from the rumors circulating about her, contrary to the claims that she often threw tantrums on set. In these days, they had not witnessed a single outburst from her. On the contrary, her eyes sparkled with clarity and brightness, her smile radiant and warm. Whenever the crew was short-handed, she would willingly assist in moving things and converse with others in a gentle and polite manner. Even when overwhelmed with negative emotions, she would discreetly wipe away her tears, ensuring not to pass her burdens onto anyone else. To all appearances, she was a tender-hearted and innocent girl. Her demeanor was soft, and she approached her work with diligence and attention to detail. It was hard to believe she could betray a friend's boyfriend. In fact, one might imagine that even a raised voice would startle her. How could someone like her possibly engage in such sordid deeds? Many began to sense that Yin Shuju was being unfairly treated. Consequently, their attitudes toward her softened, and in response to their rare kindness, the young lady's sincere gratitude and slightly reddened eyes evoked feelings of guilt and sorrow in them. How could they have ever believed such baseless rumors? Director Chen also suspected that the rumors were misguided. Being part of the industry, he had a certain awareness of the underlying darkness, which led him to feel some sympathy for Yin Shuju. Occasionally, when Wei Xuedan would trouble her, he would lend a helping hand. However, he maintained his own stance and did not intervene every time. For instance, in the current situation, the crew was preparing to shoot a scene where the female lead offended the favored concubine and was punished by having to kneel under the sun. First, she would be ridiculed by the noble ladies, followed by a dialogue with the male lead, all of which would amount to no less than 10 minutes of kneeling under the sun. Director, for this scene, is it acceptable if I don't show my face? Wei Xuedan's expression soured. Just let Yin Shuju handle it. Lately, for some unknown reason, every time she sought Yin Shuju for something, she would somehow evade her, which seemed rather uncanny. How could this possibly continue? She was determined to help Chung Chung vent her frustrations. Director Chun furrowed his brow. You need to converse with the male lead. How can we film without showing your face? I shall capture a close-up of the face, and the rest can be left to her. He had grown weary of arguing with the investors about the cast they provided. All right, Yin Shuju, come here. Standing under the scorching sun, Yin Shuju felt as though she might evaporate. The recent heat in the city was unbearable. She squinted her eyes, having endured so much hardship. She sought to gain something of greater value. Chapter 9. A Beautiful White Lotus. Thus, after the male lead delivered his line, she seamlessly followed the script she had reviewed. Why worry? Things have not yet reached the worst. There is always a solution. The male lead paused momentarily, instinctively replying, You are merely deceiving yourself. You may observe the outcome, Your Highness. The outcome? What outcome could there be? The fifth prince scoffed, since you possess such fortitude. Remaining calm in the face of adversity, how about I impose an extra punishment of kneeling for a stick of incense? Yin Shuju maintained a serene demeanor, respectfully bowing in acknowledgement. Once the fifth prince departed, she lifted her gaze, a fleeting hint of bitterness crossing her eyes. First, she was targeted by the consort, forced to kneel here, then mocked by other noble ladies, and now, in such a twist of fate, she encountered the one she had secretly admired for many years, only to find her joy overshadowed by further punishment. Xiaowen felt utterly wronged. However, as the daughter of the Xiaohou family, the legitimate young lady of the prime minister's residence, she could not afford to lose her family's dignity in any situation. She endeavored to maintain her composure, though a glimmer of brilliance flashed in her eyes under the glaring sunlight. No one would see this, and Xiaowen refrained from shedding tears. After the scene concluded, an eerie silence enveloped the set. After a moment, the male lead helped Yin Shuju to her feet. Are you all right? I'm fine, Yin Shuju replied, her face sunburned. Yet she shook her head. It's just too hot. Thank you for your hard work. Suddenly addressed as hardworking, the male lead, Zong Sang, who had recently risen to fame through a comic adaptation, was known for his sunny and handsome visage that had captured the hearts of many female fans. Wei Xuedan could no longer contain herself and shrieked, Yin Shuju, what do you think you're doing? Being allowed to act as a stand-in is already a tremendous favor. Do you dare attempt to steal my opportunity? I'm sorry, Wei Jia, that was not my intention. I know you still have shots to complete, and I will not appear on screen. It's just that I have admired Senior Zong for a long time, and I wished for this chance to act alongside him. Yin Shuju quickly bowed in apology. Silence. The anger surged within Wei Xuedan as she recalled the stunned expressions of the director and those around them. She rushed forward and slapped Yin Shuju. With a crisp sound, The girl fell to the ground. Yun Shuju managed to dodge much of the force, yet she tumbled gracefully, her hair cascading around her like a pitiful sight. "What are you doing?" Zhong Sang was the first to react, helping Yun Shuju to her feet. Typically, he preferred to remain uninvolved in the affairs of these two individuals, often feigning ignorance. However, today, Wei Xuedan had truly crossed the line. "Wei Xuedan," Director Chen called out sharply. In response, Wei Xuedan's ire intensified. This wretched woman must be acting on purpose. With her impressive performance, wouldn't the director's opinion of her only grow stronger? Why are you all so intent on defending her? I scarcely even touched her. Do not be deceived by her pitiful faade. It is most likely a mere act. Miss Wei, how could Zhong Sang possibly believe her words? He furrowed his brow and cautioned, "Enough is enough. I genuinely did not harm her." Wei Xuedan protested. "Do you think we are all deaf and cannot hear?" Director Chen scoffed. Wei Xuedan was on the verge of laughter from her exasperation, especially when she noticed the girl, who was covering her cheek, glance at her with eyes brimming with mockery and provocation. Unable to contain herself any longer, she strode forward and lifted her hand, preparing to strike once more. Quick as lightning, Zhong Sang seized her wrist and exclaimed, "Miss Wei, how do you mock me? What gives you the right to ridicule me? You are merely a shameless woman who climbs into the beds of worthless men. Look at the disgrace you have become, yet you persist in this industry." Wei Xuedan's eyes blazed with fury as she violently withdrew her arm, cursing Yun Shuju and then glaring at Zhong Sang. "And you would even desire a woman who is ridden by countless men. You must be blind." Wei Xuedan's words were excessively harsh. Many in the vicinity could not help but frown, gaining a new perspective on this second-tier starlet. "Miss Wei, please mind your language. I have only just met Miss Yun." Zhong Sang's regard for Wei Xuedan plummeted to an all-time low. Yun Shuju, who had previously been quite bold, now appeared feeble after the exchange. "Miss Wei, I apologize for what transpired earlier. It was my fault. However, you cannot slander me. I have never mocked you. As for the other accusations you mentioned, they are equally unfounded." Her voice, although gentle, carried an undeniable strength. "What a pristine white lotus," Wei Xuedan retorted. "The deeds you have committed are well known. Yet, you still attempt to defend yourself? Enough." Director Chen interrupted, turning to Yun Shuju. "If you are unwell today, you should take the day off to rest." He had no intention of forcing Wei Xuedan to apologize. "Thank you, Director," Yun Shuju replied sincerely. Director Chen averted his gaze, refusing to meet her eyes. "I am aware that there are many unpleasant rumors about me. I possess no evidence to vindicate myself, nor can I compel anyone to believe me. But I wish to assert that they are false. I have never wronged Gu Cheng, nor do I harbor any feelings for Xie Yan, and I have never struck anyone." Once Yun Shuju finished speaking, she disregarded the reactions of those around her, called for Ding Wei, and the two departed from the set. Ding Wei, upon seeing the injuries on Yun Shuju's face, felt an overwhelming sense of sympathy, her eyes brimming with tears, more aggrieved than Yun Shuju herself. The two first visited the hospital to treat Yun Shuju's sunburned face before returning to her residence in the afternoon. Yun Shuju's mother had passed away early, and her father, burdened by insurmountable debt, had taken his own life, leaving her with only her younger brother, Yun Jiamu, as family. In this present moment, Yun Jiamu harbors disbelief in her innocence and despises her, leaving her in solitude. Yun Shuju has grown indifferent, yet Ding Wei fears that she may spiral into despair alone, thus remaining at home to accompany her, assuming the role of a caretaker. While Yun Shuju initially intended to engage in conversation with Ding Wei, fatigue overcame her, prompting her to rest for a while. Seizing this opportunity, Ding Wei composed several thousand words analyzing the various scandals surrounding Yun Shuju, posting her thoughts online. However, this did not incite any uproar. Instead, many people pursued her with vitriol. Is the original poster unwell? Trying to whitewash her? Is it even possible? Perhaps a child? If you have nothing better to do, you should study more. It's laughable how idle you must be. Your reality must be rather bleak. Princess Disease Yun Shuju. A lifetime of being blackened requires no explanation. If she can be redeemed, then surely those errant celebrities can return too? I wonder, did your mother expect you to develop a penchant for seducing others' boyfriends? If she had known, she might have been driven to her grave. Is this a dog from home trying to wash itself off? Hardly anyone is genuinely analyzing the incident. Most are simply hurling insults. Some comments made Ding Wei so furious that she nearly suffered a heart attack upon reading them. She could not fathom how Yun Shuju had endured such torment. Filled with both anger and sorrow, Ding Wei was nearly on the verge of cursing when she received a call from Sui. Chapter 10. I have no connection with her. Shuju. Shuju. Wake up. The noise roused Yun Shuju from her slumber. Rubbing her eyes, she mumbled, Wei Wei. What is the matter? There has been an incident. You need to see this. Ding Wei thrust her phone into Yun Shuju's hands. Upon glancing at the screen, Yun Shuju was instantly alert. Certain cloud-named female star implicated in malicious harm on the set of The Prosperous World. The bold headline was replete with malice. Yun Shuju opened it to read further. Ding Wei, filled with indignation, exclaimed, Shuju, it's Hu Kuan. He posted on Weibo, insinuating that you pushed him into the water on set, causing his knee to collide with a rock. The hospital claims he will need at least 3 months of recovery before he can walk normally. A flicker of delight flashed in Yun Shuju's eyes beneath her lowered lashes. 3 months? It seems my efforts were quite precise. Her diligent practice in martial arts within the realm of fiction had not been in vain. Noticing Yun Shuju scrolling down to the comments section, Ding Wei swiftly snatched the phone back. Shuju, what should we do now? Sister Su just called, insisting you apologize to Hu Kuan on Weibo. Absolutely not. Yun Shuju retorted. He fell into the water on his own. What does that have to do with me? I will not apologize. Ding Wei, relieved by her response, feared that Yun Shuju might have a soft temperament and heed Su's advice. If she were to apologize, it would equate to an admission of guilt, which was unacceptable. Shuju, you should not apologize, Ding Wei said, her eyes reddening. However, now the entire internet believes him. What shall we do? Perhaps we should consult Director Chun. Everyone in the crew heard what he said that day. Let Director Chen assist you in proving your innocence. Director Chen? Yun Shuju couldn't help but scoff inwardly, shaking her head gently as her eyelashes fluttered. Wei Wei, if Director Chen wished to speak on my behalf, he would have done so by now. His silence renders our pleas futile. Why? Ding Wei struggled to comprehend. This incident occurred within Director Chen's production. Does he not bear the responsibility to reveal the truth? Wei Wei's voice was soft yet imbued with resignation. My reputation is too tarnished. Even if he were to advocate for me, it remains uncertain whether the netizens would believe him, and his own reputation would suffer as well. So he allows you to be slandered? Every individual has their own stance. It is an inevitable reality. Suddenly, Ding Wei burst into tears and embraced Yun Shuju. Yun Shuju comforted her, gently stroking her head. Do not weep. There will always be a way. No one can defeat me. Just then, the phone rang. Yun Shuju reached for it, initially expecting a call from her agent, only to find it was a contact named Jiamu. Is that your brother? Ding Wei inquired, clutching her arm. Yes. He must have seen the news and come to console you. Ding Wei was aware that Yun Shuju seldom met with her brother, but was unaware of the strain in their relationship. Yun Shuju remained silent as she answered the call. Yun Shuju, what on earth do you intend to do? Came the furious voice from the other end. Haven't your past misdeeds sufficed? Are you now intent on breaking the law? Can you not behave like a decent person? I am truly exasperated. How could I possibly have a sister like you? Ding Wei was taken aback, and upon realizing what the person on the other end had said, she nearly succumbed to her anger. What sort of person is this? Yun Shuju responded with deliberate clarity. I have done nothing, neither in the past nor in this instance. Do you take me for a fool? At this point, you still seek to wriggle out of responsibility? Have you considered the pain inflicted upon Gu Chung? After all those years of friendship, is this how you treat her? And Hu Kuan, what grievances do you hold against him that you would wish him dead? The voice escalated in volume with each accusation, revealing the extent of their fury. Ding Wei felt as though a string in her mind had snapped. She snatched the phone from Yun Shuju, exclaiming, What do you know? You speak without understanding. Do you have any idea what kind of life your sister endures daily? Have you witnessed her being isolated and targeted on set? Even I, as an outsider, believe she is innocent of these claims, yet you harbor no trust whatsoever? Do you deserve to be called Shujo's brother? The male voice on the other end paused for a moment before responding in a low tone. Who are you? What does our relationship concern you? Do not concern yourself with my identity. I can assure you most earnestly that the rumors circulating about your sister online are entirely false. She is in distress. And as her brother, rather than offering her comfort, you choose to speak in such a manner. It is you who lacks humanity. Clearly at a loss for words against Ding Wei, Yun Jimu fell silent for several seconds before retorting angrily. I have no desire to converse with you. You are insane. Tell Yun Shuju that from now on, I have no relation to her whatsoever. If you spread rumors that I am her brother, beware of my wrath. After finishing, he hung up the phone with a huff. I, Ding Wei, felt the urge to curse. This brother is unbearable. I was absolutely infuriated. Tears streamed down her face as Yun Shuju took out a tissue to help wipe away her tears. After crying for a while, Dingwei finally asked, Shuju, what should we do now? Of course, we should let this matter brew for a while, then strike decisively. Yun Shuju casually deleted Yun Jiamu's contact information and murmured, let's wait and see, perhaps someone in the crew might lend a hand. Whether the crew would assist remained uncertain, but before they could speak up, the police had already arrived at their door. Yun Shuju was compelled to visit the police station, where she asserted her innocence. Yet Hu Kuan insisted that it was she who had maliciously harmed him. In the absence of evidence, neither side could substantiate their claims. It was late when Yun Shuju finally concluded her inquiries and returned home. However, shortly after her arrival, the doorbell rang. Yun Shuju, open the door. A loud voice called out, Sui. Yun Shuju adjusted her facial expression before opening the door. Yun Shuju, I asked you to apologize. Why haven't you done so yet? Sui strode in with an air of impatience. Upon seeing Yun Shuju, she paused in surprise. The girl, pale and tearful, appeared both fragile and beautiful. Reminiscent of a delicate pearl, exuding an aura of vulnerability that elicited sympathy. Sister Sue, her eyes glimmered with tears, you've come. You have no idea how they have bullied me, her voice sweet yet tinged with sorrow. Sui was momentarily taken aback. What was this tone of grievance from someone who seemed to trust her? Was she not on Yun Shuju's side? Sister Sue, please, have a seat. Sui was pulled into a chair. The young girl, tears still welling in her eyes, meticulously poured her a cup of hot tea. Chapter 11. What comes after the apology? With her fair fingers delicately holding the teacup, Yun Shuju approached Sui and offered it to her. Sister Sue, drink some water. It's so hot outside, and yet you still came to comfort me. Why are you so kind to me? Suyi's gaze shifted upwards to the girl's face. Falling into silence. What could she possibly say? How could anyone be foolish enough to harbor affection for someone who despises them? Sui accepted the tea. And as Yun Shuju sat beside her, her eyes sparkling with hope, she asked, Sister Sue, you asked me to apologize to Hu Kuan because you've already devised a plan, right? What comes after the apology? What should I do? Wait in despair. Given the multitude of witnesses on the bridge, his insistence that I was the one who pushed him was utterly unfounded. We should have had no animosity toward one another. Only at this moment did Sui manage to regain her composure and continued in response to Yun Shuju's words, Shuju, Hu Kuan indeed harbors ill intentions. But my request for you to apologize is for your own good. Consider this, does Hu Kuan's reputation not surpass yours at present? Regardless of whether they are fans or bystanders, all eyes are drawn towards him. Forcing such an explanation upon others will not earn your credibility. Yun Shuju nodded, acknowledging the truth in that statement. Thus, you must first extend an apology, soften your stance, and wait until the public's resentment towards you diminishes before revealing the truth. This will naturally enhance the credibility of your words. Sui, weary of concocting plausible reasons, inquired, is that so? Yun Shuju found Suyi's remarks rather insulting to her intelligence, almost rendering her speechless. What kind of approach is this? Is it meant to deceive a 3-year-old? Is she so unwilling to even engage in logical reasoning? With a hint of confusion, she responded, is that really how it is, Sister Sue? I trust you completely. If you say I should act this way, then I shall. Sui gazed into the girl's eyes, filled with trust and dependence, and after a brief pause, she spoke. Sister Sue would never harm you. Go ahead and post it now. Yun Shuju opened Weibo, her bright eyes sparkling with innocence, and with a slight tilt of her head. She smiled, Sister Sue, you wouldn't deceive me, would you? You are my only lifeline. I've lost everything else, family, friendship, reputation. If you were to forsake me as well, I would surely find myself unable to carry on, perhaps even seeking out my parents. Indeed, I would never deceive you. What a statement. Suddenly, Sui snatched Yun Shuju's phone away, and as Yun Shuju followed her gaze, she saw a notification pop up on the screen. Yun Shuju caused Wei Shuedan's injury. What have you done? Suyi's expression shifted dramatically as she opened the article, questioning her relentlessly. I did not harm her. Sui ignored Yun Shuju's protest, scanning the article rapidly, before throwing the phone back at her. Yun Shuju, are you aware of your own circumstances? Do you have no sense of the situation? Do you have any idea how much effort I expended to secure you this job? Is this how you repay me? By attacking Wei Shuedan with a hairpin? Yun Shuju's eyes widened in disbelief. Sister Sue, you don't believe me? I did not. It's all captured on camera. What more is there to discuss? In a flurry, Yun Shuju grabbed her phone and read the maliciously crafted article. The text merely outlined the severity of her actions, and after a brief glance, she skipped to the images, where she found several low-quality photos. The first image depicted her and Wei Xuedan wearing identical outfits, captured from an angle that concealed their faces, yet revealed one exuding a fierce demeanor while the other appeared frail. The intimidating figure was seen aiming the sharp end of a hairpin towards the other. The subsequent images included a close-up of an arm, bloodied and scratched, and another showing the delicate girl collapsed on the ground, clutching her arm. Yun Shuju scrolled down to the comments section, where a barrage of cutting remarks assaulted her senses. What do you know? Our Yun's sister is the kindest. She would never think to stab Wei's eyes. Please, spare my dear Cha sister. What wrong has she done? She merely harbored a slightly malicious thought. She only wanted to sit for a moment. To speak candidly, I am not the slightest bit surprised that Yun is capable of these two actions. From the moment she debuted, I perceived her as resembling a cunning femme fatale, and indeed, the reality has proven this notion correct. Her reputation has plummeted to such depths. Yet she still dares to serve as a stand-in for Wei. Who would believe there is no ulterior motive involved? My heart aches for Sister Xuedan. Why must she remain in the same production with this duplicitous woman? This is merely what we can observe. We have no idea what transpires behind the scenes, potentially subjecting her to further bullying by this green tea character. The wounds on Sister Xuedan's arms appear quite alarming. How can Yun Shuju be so malicious? Is there no recourse? One could reasonably suspect that there is a benefactor behind Yun. Why has she not been blacklisted yet? Is her benefactor blind? She is already entangled with others, yet remains steadfastly supported? A match made in hell of a scoundrel and a shameless woman, wishing for their downfall. Orange, Xia Yan. The staff, Hu Kuan, and Sister Xuedan, are they intent on wreaking havoc within the entertainment industry? They should exit the scene. I long to peel away Yun's facade to reveal just how thick-skinned she truly is. I firmly believe that Sister Shuju is innocent. Allow me to be her avenger. A single, scalding tear fell upon my phone screen, blurring the words. It is utterly suffocating. Su-yi was not surprised that Yun Shuju would weep. With a hint of impatience, she said, Perfect. Both of you, issue a public apology to Wei Xuedan and Hu Kuan. With tear-drenched eyes, Yun Shuju opened her Weibo. Su-yi watched intently as she typed her message and clicked send before averting her gaze. Su-yi then reposted Yun Shuju's Weibo with her own account and promptly communicated with the upper management of the company, who immediately echoed the repost from the official account. It was late, and I shall take my leave. Su-yi dropped this statement and exited Yun Shuju's residence, slamming the door behind her. Little did she know, in the very next moment after turning away, that the weeping maiden's expression shifted to one of chilling coldness. No trace of sorrow remaining. As the door closed, the young woman rose to dispose of the tea from Su-yi's cup, tossing the cup into the trash. She slowly wiped away the tears from her eyes, switched her phone, and made a call. I believe the video in my possession may pique your interest. Tian Yao is a devoted fan of Wei Xuedan. She has admired Wei for many years and holds a significant position within the fan community. Tonight, after finishing her evening study session and returning home, she instinctively prepared to vote for Wei Xuedan. Upon unlocking her phone, she was met with a jarring headline announcing a major incident, causing her scalp to tingle. Sister Xuedan was injured? Is it serious? Tian Yao quickly opened the message, reading through the article with growing indignation. As she progressed, fury welled within her, and upon encountering the subsequent images, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Her fingers flew across her phone, sending a flurry of messages. Chapter 12. Do you still not understand? Is Yun Shuju deranged? What has Sister Xuedan done to provoke her? This infuriates me. How can Yun Shuju still secure work? Shouldn't such a person be cast out? It is utterly revolting. Are all those staff members at the scene fools? Witnessing the bullying of Xuedan, it is disheartening to see no one come to her aid. After sending this message, numerous individuals promptly expressed their support. Indeed, with so many actors and staff present, how could they stand by while Yun Qi bullied Xuedan? Is there no sense of responsibility among them? It pains me to think of Xiaodan standing there all alone, while that wicked woman arrogantly hurled hairpins at her. And everyone nearby simply watched. I could hardly contain my rage at the thought of rushing to the scene to confront Yun Shuju. Such a production team is not worth staying with. It is laughable. Despite the presence of so many individuals in the image, they all resembled wooden stakes, with not a single person stepping forward to assist. Clearly, Yun Shuju has connections. Have you noticed that some people even wore expressions of amusement while watching this unfold? Upon magnifying the image, it is indeed true. What manner of demons and monsters are they? What grievance does Shaodan hold against them to warrant such callous indifference? The Shengshi production team must come forth to explain. Online, many fans of Wei Shuedan began to frantically tag the Shengshi production team. Director Chun, naturally, took note of the online uproar, and his mood soured, contemplating the desire to eliminate Wei Shuedan. Why should they bear the brunt of a situation they did not create? If there were any truth to the matter, it would be a different story. But the one truly harmed was Yun Shujio. How could the production team clarify this? Would they assert that their inaction stemmed from the fact that the individual was not Wei Shuedan, but Yun Shujio? The fans of Wei Shuedan went into a frenzy, mercilessly berating the production team and director, then flooding the social media of the male lead, Zhong Sang, with inquiries about why he did not ensure Shuedan's well-being. Zhong Sang's fans, having never encountered such absurd claims, were incensed, though they too did not favor Yun Shujio. They questioned what their idol had to do with this incident. He was not even present. What connection does your Wei Shuedan have with him? With such a big name, should he be responsible for her care? Zhong Sang's fans quickly retaliated, resulting in a rather unpleasant exchange between the two sides. Of course, the primary target of Wei Shuedan's fans remained Yun Shujio, who became the subject of their vitriol, with her previous social media post inundated with comments wishing her ill. Tiao Yao, observing the chaotic atmosphere online, felt a twinge of discomfort, yet it dissipated upon considering the injured sister, Shuedan. She too resorted to hurling insults at Yun Shujio on her social media. Despite Yun Shujio's 3 million followers, she found herself surrounded predominantly by antagonistic voices. As her scant supporters dared not speak in her defense, fearing the backlash from the internet mob. The one-sided situation slightly improved Tiao Yao's mood, prompting her to mutter a few words of deserved retribution, just as she was about to check the larger group chat, when suddenly Yun Shujio's latest update appeared on Weibo. I sincerely apologize to Mr. Hukuin and Ms. Wei Shuedan, and I hope you can forgive me. Forgive? How dare she even ask for forgiveness? Tiao Yao, having calmed her initial anger, felt a surge of resentment rise within her once more upon reading this. She typed swiftly, "Forgiveness? Your skin is thicker than the walls of my house. You don't even have the decency to bow your head, yet you speak of forgiveness? It's utterly laughable." Many shared her sentiments. Yun Shujin's post became a cathartic outlet for the collective frustration. Shortly thereafter, Su Yi, the renowned agent of Qinxing, retweeted Yun Shujin's post, expressing both apology and disappointment, his frustration palpable in his words. The official Qinxing account also echoed this sentiment, announcing their decision to terminate Yun Shujin's contract, with a staggering penalty of 30 million. The reactions from both parties nearly solidified the accusations against Yun Shujin. The cacophony of outrage online reached a fever pitch. Yun Shujin, get out of the entertainment industry. This was no mere blemish on her reputation. It was a deliberate act of malice. The chilling implications were terrifying. Die. Black and white memorial portrait. Having a friend like you, Orange, is truly a curse. Sisters, does anyone know Yun's address? Smile. I used to feel a twinge of pity for her, wondering if she was being set up, but now it's clear that she is the one orchestrating the harm. Knife, blood, coffin. Can this be cease its havoc on earth? Black and white memorial portrait. Youthful arrogance. Do you understand the consequences of your words now? Do you have any evidence? Even the director has remained silent. Can you not grasp the gravity of the situation? The agent's earnest admonitions fell on deaf ears. Being in the entertainment industry, he understood the importance of self-preservation. However, as he scanned the malicious comments flooding his phone screen, he recalled the young girl who had once looked at him with bright eyes and said, "You've worked hard," and felt an unsettling pang of conscience. Although their time together was brief, he believed that Yun Shujin was not the villain the internet painted her to be. Furthermore, while he was unaware of the details surrounding Hukuin, he knew the truth behind Wei Shuedan's alleged victimhood. He had seen the scars on Yun Shujin's arm. It was almost inconceivable how the narrative had been so grotesquely twisted. The injured had become the perpetrator, subjected to scorn from all. Zhong Sang, are you even listening to me? Yes, Zhong Sang replied softly, I understand. No one in the crew is speaking up for Yun Shujin. Should I do so, not only would I be disbelieved, but it would also jeopardize my own future. As long as you understand. The agent sighed with relief. Zhong Sang nodded, rest assured. I have not interfered in their matters during my time in the crew. Zhong Sang, though a newcomer to the industry, had gained some recognition but was far from competing with Wei Shuedan, who had been in the business for years. This was why he often remained reticent on set. You were so commendable before. That day, confronting Wei Shuedan was a bit impulsive. After the agent departed, Zhong Sang sat alone in the shadows, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. He recalled the biting words once spoken by Wei Xuedan, remembered the sparkling gaze of Yun Shuju when she looked at him, and imagined Yun Shuju now curled up alone in her room, isolated and abandoned by the world. A sudden wave of sorrow washed over him. Chapter 13. The debt of apology. 2 days had elapsed since the exposure of 2 matters concerning Yun Shuju. Wei Xuedan tweeted, expressing that she bore no grudge against Yun Shuju but hoped for an apology, thereby garnering sympathy from passers-by and inciting further anger among her fans. Chung Chung, I promise to help you vent your frustrations. Xuedan, how is your injury? Rest assured, I'm fine, Wei Xuedan replied with a smile. The injury was not hers to bear, and there was no need for Gu Qing to know. Knowing Yun Shuju's temperament, you should be cautious. You cannot fathom how worried I was when I saw the news. All right, Chung Chung, I'm perfectly fine. The one in trouble is Yun Shuju. I refuse to believe she can continue to thrive in this circle after this. After concluding her call with Gu Qing, Wei Xuedan contentedly set her phone down, only to notice the shift in her assistant's expression as she handed her the phone. Shuijie, look. Furrowing her brow, Wei Xuedan glanced at the screen. Zhong Sang, the one injured is Yun Shuju. Accompanying the post was an image of a girl in blue, fallen and clutching her arm. What nonsense is this? Wei Xuedan could hardly believe it. Has Zhong Sang lost his mind? At this moment, everyone knows not to speak recklessly. What should we do, Shuijie? The assistant asked anxiously. What should we do? Wei Xuedan sneered. Since Zhong Sang wishes to play the martyr and face the consequences of his actions, let him experience the repercussions of his misguided sense of justice. Does he truly believe that an unsubstantiated truth will be believed? Yun Shuju's reputation has long since crumbled. Scrolling down, Wei Xuedan observed a torrent of fans declaring their intent to unfollow. Zhong Sang? You cannot be serious? Unfollowing immediately. Brother, are you also colluding with Yun Shuju? Infuriating. I will never see you again. Scoundrel and shameless. Bah. I can't believe I previously argued with Wei's fans for so long. Zhong Sang, wake up. Your Weibo has been hacked, hasn't it? Still deluding oneself upstairs? Zhong Sang is no saint either. How could he assist Yun Shuju in her desperate attempt at redemption? How amusing. Hasn't this man forgotten that his precious wife has already tweeted an apology to Wei Xuedan? Isn't that an admission of guilt? And yet he continues to defend her? Not only will I unfollow, but I will also retaliate. Smile. As Wei Xuedan read through the comments, laughter escaped her lips, and she retweeted Zhong Sang's post, a message from Xuedan. The truth will remain unchanged by singular opinions. Also, thank you, my dear fans, for your concern. My injury has improved significantly. Selfie. Once she posted, Wei Xuedan paid it no further mind until bang. The door swung open violently, and her manager rushed in. Pale as a ghost. What are you doing? Wei Xuedan asked, her face reflecting displeasure. Why do you ask what I'm doing? Just take a look for yourself. I had already warned you to be cautious. Are you intent on making this worse? A mobile phone struck Wei Xuedan, igniting her fury as she exclaimed. Are you out of your mind? Take a good look at yourself. Who truly has a problem? Struggling to contain her rage, Wei Xuedan casually glanced at her phone. But that fleeting moment left her breathless. The trending topics were alarming, shocking. Yun Shuju is the victim, Yun Shuju defamed, Wei Xuedan assaults on set. The true face of goddess Wei Xuedan, Hu Kuan, Yun Shuju, what happened? In a state of panic, she hastily clicked on the links. 2 videos unfolded before her eyes. The first showcased Hu Kuan maligning Yun Shuju on set. Director, I apologize. I failed to control my expression during Miss Yun's diving scene, he insisted, demanding a retake without a hint of remorse. It was Yun Shuju who pushed me. I merely lost my balance after making contact with her. The accusations against Yun Shuju poured in, leaving her utterly bewildered. Please do not slander me without evidence, Yun Shuju replied, her voice soft yet earnest. Although it was not Yun Shuju who pushed me, in my confusion, I mistakenly admitted to it. Now, all the netizens had witnessed the entire episode. The second video revealed Wei Xuedan hurling a memento of her character's mother at Yun Shuju. The latter, caught off guard, sustained a cut on her arm, and Wei Xuedan shoved her, causing the young girl to fall to the ground, her eyes brimming with tears. The footage continued, capturing the moment Wei Xuedan unleashed her contemptuous words while striking Yun Shuju. It was unclear from which corner the video was filmed. Yet every expression of Wei Xuedan was vividly recorded. While Yun Shuju was portrayed only in profile, her tear-streaked face resembling that of an innocent little rabbit. devoid of any negative portrayal. Wei Shuadan was nearly driven to despair. Who would suspect that this wretched girl had provoked her? Do you see the reality? Her agent seethed. Wei Shuadan, your career is half destroyed. Wei Shuadan's mind went blank. How could it be this severe? Someone like Yin Shuzhou hasn't even been driven away. Reflect on your actions. Her agent retorted. Initially, you could have explained your discontent with Yin Shuzhou's past behavior. But you foolishly admitted on social media that you were the one assaulted. I have never seen such stupidity. Unbeknownst to the agent, just moments before, Wei Shuadan had posted another Weibo, subtly targeting Zhong Sang, while thanking her darlings for their concern, claiming her injury had improved, a statement that now echoed with a distinctly insincere tone. It was a case of being hacked by a troll, Wei Shuadan stammered. There was no other option. Her agent sighed deeply, while the assistant beside them remained silent. Tian Yao repeatedly scrubbed through the video, clearly capturing Wei Shuadan's menacing visage. She murmured, "How is it possible? How could I have favored Sister Shuadan for so many years? Only to discover she is capable of uttering such venomous words and distorting the truth? How could Yin Shuzhou be the one truly wounded?" The thought of her recent tirades against Yin Shuzhou filled Tian Yao with an unbearable shame, reddening her cheeks. She felt astonished, enraged, guilty, and distressed all at once. Upon entering Wei Shuadan's fan group, which had once thrived with activity, she was met with a disheartening silence. After a lengthy pause, someone finally inquired, "Did you see the video?" If it were merely an article, they might dismiss it as fabricated, but a video capturing Wei Shuadan's every gesture left no room for self-deception. I've unfollowed. I don't wish to discuss it further. I'm leaving the group. The number of participants dwindled, with the administrators remaining conspicuously absent. Tian Yao felt an indescribable sense of grievance. She exited the group chat and pinned a lengthy post on her Weibo, detailing all she had done for Shuadan over the years and naming those she had criticized. Before declaring her decision to unfollow, tears streamed down her face as she wrote, and at one moment, the thought of Yin Shuzhou struck her, rendering her unable to cry further. If she felt such sorrow for having idolized the wrong person, what must Yin Shuzhou be enduring? Maligned across the internet. What must her emotional state be? Contemplating this, Tian Yao suddenly found it hard to breathe, trembling as she typed her final words. Regardless of what kind of person Yin Shuzhou may be, we owe her an apology. I'm sorry. Chapter 14. This plot twist is truly astonishing. These two videos have stirred up a storm online, leaving countless individuals feeling as though they have been slapped across the face. They vilified Yin Shuzhou for her supposedly malicious intent, only to realize that she was the true victim. They accused her of having a financial backer, yet here she was, unjustly maligned. They claimed the production team was indifferent, but that indifference was directed at Yin Shuzhou. How utterly embarrassing. In an instant, public sentiment shifted dramatically. While it is true that Yin Shuzhou is not without her flaws, this situation is undeniably tragic for her. Goodness, what a magnificent twist. Were not Wei Shuadan's fans proclaiming her a gentle goddess? Truly, she has demonstrated her gentleness, opening my eyes to a new perspective. When Zhong Sang posted, I thought the informed would understand. Who could have anticipated that he was speaking the truth? To dare to voice honesty in such circumstances is commendable. It's laughable. Why have Wei Shuadan's fans fallen silent? Hu Kuan's malice is astounding. In their quest to undermine Yun, he has stumbled and now seeks to defame her in return. What an eye-opener. Is Wei Shuadan not strikingly similar to Hu Kuan? As a mere bystander, I wish to voice a fair perspective. At this moment, should you not apologize to Yin Shuzhou? Apologize? Do not jest. Even if it is not Yin Shuzhou's fault. She does not merit such an apology. Exactly. She seduced Xie Yan. Shameless. Yin Shuzhou will not manage to redeem herself through this incident. And to claim to be a mere bystander? How ridiculous. Most people still harbor disdain for Yin Shuzhou, yet due to the recent turn of events, they now exhibit a subtle sense of unease, leading them to temper their previous harsh rhetoric. However, a small faction holds differing opinions. Personally, I find it hard to believe that Yin Shuzhou resembles the persona described in rumors. She appears so delicate and gentle, standing alone in the shadows while everyone watches. It is suffocating to realize that those within the production team are aware of the truth, yet none dare to speak out, isolating her. She appears as vulnerable as a timid rabbit, incapable of resistance, and it is all too common for her to be maligned. Upon viewing the video, tears streamed down my face, as Yin Shuzhou reminded me of my own experiences with school bullying. One cannot help but reasonably suspect that those from her past may have conspired against her. Wait, have you noticed something chilling? Yin Shujiu previously issued an apology on Weibo. Surely, even she must realize that an apology implies acceptance of guilt. Oh my goodness, you've uncovered a crucial point. What could this mean? I suspect that as soon as Yin Shujiu posted on Weibo, her manager promptly retweeted it, and their addresses coincided. Could it be that Yin Shujiu does not have control over her own Weibo account? It must be so. Chen Sheng is not supporting her artist. Instead, they are colluding with outsiders to defame Yin Shujiu, possibly due to backing from Hu Kuan or Wei Xuedan. Hu Kuan is a newcomer, so it's unlikely to be him. It must be Wei Xuedan. My dear friends, the deeper we dig, the more alarming it becomes. Yin Shujiu was a stand-in for Wei, enduring slaps and lacerations on her arms. Consider this deeply. Is it not chilling? Enough said. I feel like crying. If the previous rumors about her cheating with Gu Cheng's boyfriend were also fabricated, then Yin Shujiu is in dire straits. Just thinking about it is stifling. These individuals are merely a small faction, soon to be swept away by the tide of public opinion. Yet, they silently monitor Yin Shujiu's Weibo, morphing into well-meaning bystanders. Amidst the turmoil, Wei Xuedan's new Weibo post became the target for many who felt wronged. Wei Xuedan stated, "My Weibo was hacked 2 days ago on June 27th. And any subsequent statements are not from me. I sincerely apologize to Ms. Yin Shujiu." Naturally, the netizens are skeptical. Do you think we're fools? Wei Xuedan, how have you changed? It's truly disheartening. I understand now. Yin Shujiu's apology was also a result of her account being hacked. I believe you. Our kind sister Xuedan. How could she possibly act in such a manner? Wei Xuedan's unflattering photo. I misjudged you. Your words are far too harsh and piercing. Claiming the video is from a hater, I almost believe it. There is no professionalism at all. That hairpin, by its design, resembles the one her mother left her. Is this how you treat it? Is she unwell? Can we really say that Wei Xuedan's acting is worse than Yin's? Covers mouth meanwhile. Upon seeing Wei Xuedan's Weibo, Yin Shujiu raised the corners of her lips and promptly retweeted. Yin Shujiu, just a minor disagreement. Flowers. The peculiar demeanor of Yin Shujiu has become impossible to overlook. Hidden among countless netizens, a casual fan hastily disseminated the notion that her Weibo is managed by her agent. Yet, it appears there could be no more plausible explanation than this. How could there be? It amounts to mere pretense. Pretense? Indeed, it is a grand charade. Having been slandered, she is expected to apologize and acknowledge her culpability. Do you truly believe this is justifiable? It is apparent that Yin Shujiu's Weibo is not under her personal control. Otherwise, at this juncture, such statements would be inconceivable. Chen Xing demands to terminate the contract, and Yin Shujiu bears the penalty. Consider that, if you will. Alas, how pitiful. My apologies to Yin Shujiu. In the wake of this incident, Wei Xuedan's reputation has been significantly tarnished, while the newcomer Hu Kuan has faced utter ruin. Chen Xing hastily retracted her request for contract termination, and the Public Relations Department released a news statement claiming that the situation had not been thoroughly investigated and that they would handle such matters with greater caution in the future, only to be met with derision from netizens. Both incidents have been cleared of suspicion, yet Yin Shujiu remains largely unfazed, while Ding Wei is overjoyed. Eager to have Yin Shujiu call Yun Jiamu, wishing to witness her brother's moment of shame. Yin Shujiu hesitated briefly before replying, her composure unshaken. He has blocked me. What? Ding Wei exclaimed in disbelief. What a dreadful brother. Yin Shujiu nodded in agreement. Shujiu, do not be disheartened. It is not your fault. Ding Wei reassured her. But she couldn't help but inquire about the origins of those 2 videos. Which benevolent soul fortuitously captured everything? Yin Shujiu shook her head. I do not know. Regardless, tonight calls for a celebration. Thus, Yin Shujiu ordered a plethora of ingredients online and prepared a sumptuous dinner for Ding Wei. Although Ding Wei initially felt a tinge of embarrassment, upon seeing the exquisite dishes she had never encountered before, her modesty transformed into eager anticipation. Chapter 15. Is this something he can hear? Shujiu, what is this dish? 100 birds greet the phoenix. Oh, such an artistic name. Is it made from bird meat? No. The primary ingredients are chicken and pork. Ding Wei wanted to inquire why it was called 100 birds greet the phoenix, but refrained, fearing it might expose her lack of knowledge. Instead, she pointed to another dish. What about this one? Cherry pork. Yin Shujiu patiently explained each dish. Ding Wei's eyes sparkled with admiration. How remarkable Shujiu is. She could hardly contain her eagerness to taste the meal. The 2 of them set the table and were about to dig in when a sudden ringing interrupted them. Yin Shujiu asked warily, who is it? A melodious male voice echoed from outside the door. Your husband. Yun Shujiu. Ding Wei's eyes widened in shock. Your husband? Oh my goodness. Shujiu is married. In that instant, Ding Wei's first reaction was to wonder which insufferable fellow had the fortune of being with her. Yun Shujiu, feeling a rare wave of anxiety, gazed at the familiar dishes on the table as her heart began to race. If Jiang Yubai were to behold these ancient dishes, it would be akin to directly revealing to her that I am indeed the wretched individual who exploited the third miss of your prime minister's mansion. Shujiu, with a puzzled expression, stared at the door. Aren't you going to open it? Yun Shujiu, mindful of the persona she had crafted in Jiang Yubai's presence, realized she had to let him in. In a moment of desperation, she exclaimed, I'm freshening up. I'll be right there. As she spoke, she carried the dishes from the table and retreated to the inner chamber. Shujiu? Ding Wei queried, her face a mask of confusion. Hush. Yun Shujiu glanced back. He disapproves of me consuming such food at night. I cannot let him know. Ding Wei, upon hearing this, was taken aback. Was it really her husband's business what she consumed? Such possessiveness was overwhelming. Instantly, her impression of the man outside plummeted. Upon placing the dishes down, Yun Shujiu noticed Ding Wei perched on the sofa, seemingly prepared to ascertain who was outside. She chuckled softly as she approached, taking Ding Wei's hand. Wei, we don't know how long he intends to sit. By then, the food will be cold. You should go ahead and eat without worrying about me. Initially, Ding Wei contemplated remaining to discuss this man, but reconsidering, she realized that as Shujiu's husband, it might be inappropriate for her to linger. Thus, she acquiesced and went inside. Yun Shujiu opened the window to allow the aroma of the food to waft out, then spritzed some perfume to mask any residual scent. Outside, Jiang Yubai inquired. Does Miss Yun not wish to see you? The man, drenched in sweat after standing for so long, fanned himself repeatedly. Beside him, a tall man gazed down upon the nightscape of Qingqing City, his flawless profile resembling that of a statue, exuding an aura of somber nobility. Do you even need to ask? Jiang Yubai replied coldly. It's clear as day. Jiang Yubai felt a gnawing irritation. He did not wish to pressure Yun Shujiu, yet he worried for her safety. Rationality told him that the prolonged delay was merely her desire to avoid him. Aside from the patience she had exhibited when initially approaching him, she had since shown little regard for his presence. Lost in thought, a gentle voice floated from within. Darling, are you still there? The male secretary's eyes widened in astonishment. Wow, has the president successfully pursued his wife? How thrilling. Could he share this in the company chat? Jiang Yubai's voice unconsciously softened. I'm still here. The secretary's gaze dropped. What a revelation. This was the first time he had heard Jiang Yubai speak to someone with such warmth. Was this truly a conversation he was privileged to overhear? This gossip was delectable. As the door swung open, the white light from within spilled into the corridor, illuminating Jiang Yubai, who stood shrouded in darkness. He lifted his gaze, his heart racing uncontrollably. Upon seeing the figure inside, his breath caught, and with a long stride, his imposing form obscured the petite individual within, simultaneously slamming the door shut with a sharp sound. The secretary, nearly struck in the face, was left dumbfounded. What just happened? Had he truly been dismissed in such a manner? With a twitch of his lips, the male secretary turned and pressed his ear against the door, eager to overhear any illicit exchanges. Yun Shujiu gazed at Jiang Yubai, her expression somewhat dazed. Jiang Yubai lowered his head to meet her gaze, his throat bobbing slightly. How could she have come out dressed like this? Yun Shujiu's hair hung down her back, still dripping with water, and she was merely wrapped in a bath towel, her fair arms and calves exposed, her skin as smooth as milk. Her curled lashes fluttered gently, presenting an ethereal beauty akin to a sprite, yet exuding an unintentional allure. Moreover, she did nothing at all to dismantle his resolve. After all, she was here. Yun Shujiu deliberately spoke in a sweet voice. In truth, she had a full outfit beneath the towel, and her intention was to provoke Jiang Yubai. However, she was oblivious to the fact that, to Jiang Yubai, this was not the act of a malicious woman seeking to ensnare him. Rather, it was the unguarded demeanor of a girl he cherished. Far from feeling repulsed, he yearned to embrace the moment she had crafted. Jiang Yubai was aware that Yun Shujiu did not harbor feelings for him yet, but upon hearing her words, a wave of joy surged within him. His ears tinged with red, and though he maintained a serious facade, he averted his gaze from hers and said in a low voice, "Don't do this next time." He feared he might lose control. Meanwhile, Yun Shujiu thought, it worked. I must press on. She quickly turned her head, contemplating how to appear more anxious and eager. A flurry of ideas crossed her mind. And ultimately, she reached out, taking Jiang Yubai's large hand, guiding it towards her towel. It's quite late, darling. Don't you want to do something? Jiang Yubai. The eavesdropping Ding Wei. Damn, Shuju. I'm still here. The eavesdropping secretary. Was this something he could overhear? Hee hee. Upon finishing her statement, Yin Shuju looked at Jiang Yubai with sparkling eyes. Surely, he would be disgusted enough to turn away now? Please don't come any closer. Thank you. Jiang Yubai gazed into her beautiful eyes, his hand moving with hers, but at the last moment, he redirected it to her arm. His voice low, the injury was caused by Wei Xuedan. Why didn't you tell me? Yun Shuju was taken aback. She lowered her gaze to her arm, where a scar had yet to fully heal. Indeed, given the commotion of the past few days, Jiang Yubai must have been aware, at a loss for words. She realized she had been discussing their flirtation, while he was solely focused on her injury. With her hand captured, Yin Shuju was pulled onto the sofa. And Jiang Yubai inquired, whereas the hairdryer? There. Jiang Yubai helped Yin Shuju dry her hair, taking great care with the task. This is the first time I've dried someone else's hair. If it feels uncomfortable, do let me know. Oh, okay, Yin Shuju replied, bewildered. What on earth was this unpredictable male character doing? Wasn't he supposed to be seeking revenge? How is it that I feel as though I am caring for a fragile doll? Chapter 16. Shushu, you are lying at this moment. Ding Wei in the bedroom let out a mocking laugh. Is this the first time you're helping Shuju dry her hair? What a scoundrel. You're already married. Yet you've never helped your wife with her hair. Such poor ratings. How could Shuju have fallen for this guy? Outside the door, the secretary gasped in admiration. The esteemed President Jiang actually knows how to help others dry their hair? Impressive. Who would have thought that the seemingly cold and aloof President Jiang possesses such skills in courting? With a slap, he struck his own face, killing a mosquito, and continued to eavesdrop lewdly at the door. Jiang Yubai finished drying her hair with focused diligence before sitting beside her, his gaze intent. Articulating slowly, you might consider placing your trust in me. Yin Shuju felt somewhat uneasy. I already trust you. Jiang Yubai remained silent, his handsome face shadowed by a pair of eyes, deep as mist. You have never truly trusted me, Shushu. Even in this matter, you did not allow me to assist you. The mere mention of this name sent shivers down Yin Shuju's spine. For her, this name represented deceit and exploitation, imbued with danger and lethal intent. I even wish to marry you. How could I not trust you? Yin Shuju referred to their conversation in the car days prior, when Jiang Yubai had mentioned obtaining their marriage certificate the next day, yet they never did. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yubai's expression shifted, becoming sharp and cold. A faint glimmer of murderous intent flashing, terrifying indeed. Shu, you are lying. You never truly wished to marry me. You merely said that because you feared I would usurp that person's throne. Yin Shuju's breath hitched. He knows. He actually knows. At that time, the male protagonist was on the verge of ascending the throne, yet Yin Shuju was horrified to discover that the male supporting character harbored intentions of rebellion and usurpation. She had deliberately exposed her knowledge of the male protagonist's secret to entice Jiang Yubai into proposing marriage, hoping to buy time for the male protagonist. And indeed, Jiang Yubai fell into her trap. He married her, a mere illegitimate daughter, as his legitimate wife. Back then, Yin Shuju thought Jiang Yubai had been deceived. Now it seems he was aware all along. Why, then, did he choose to marry her? The throne? Yin Shuju steadied her nerves. What are you talking about? Her eyes brimmed with confusion, and she feigned innocence flawlessly, yet Jiang Yubai knew her too well, seeing through her facade with ease. Jiang Yubai smirked self-deprecatingly. It's nothing. Just let me see your phone. Your phone? Show me the note you've given me. Jiang Yubai glanced at her. Have you changed it to something derogatory? Yin Shuju pondered. Why does this man understand her so well? Thankfully, she was prepared. All important items on her phone were password protected. Thus, she had no fear of Jiang Yubai viewing them. She handed her phone to Jiang Yubai, stating, I simply feel that my husband is rather ordinary. Jiang Yubai opened WeChat and saw his contact name, Little Bai. Isn't this title rather endearing? Yin Shuju gazed at him with anticipation. Surely. No one has ever called you that before, right? Isn't it melodious? Shuju, have you forgotten that 2 years ago, you participated in a pet variety show with a dog named Bai? Jiang Yubai wore a smile that was neither fully sincere nor dismissive. Does it still sound pleasant? The atmosphere around them seemed to freeze. Yin Shuju swiftly diverted the topic. Bai. No, my dear, what brings you here tonight? Alas, her thoughts were consumed by Bai, and she inadvertently let it slip. Jiang Yubai observed her silently, his gaze intense. Yun Shujio felt overwhelmed. She was both embarrassed and anxious, struggling to find her words. Help! Someone come to her rescue. Unfortunately, at this hour, it was unlikely anyone would seek her out. Jiang Yubai's eyes swept the surroundings before he furrowed his brows. Why not move in with me? Yun Shujio was resistant to the idea. She realized that regardless of how warmly she expressed her feelings towards Jiang Yubai or her desire to forge a connection, he remained unaffected by the disdain that should typically accompany such interactions. It was utterly perplexing. Did he truly understand his own identity? What was his true intention in drawing so close to her? Feeling a headache coming on, Yun Shujio lowered her head and candidly voiced her reluctance. I don't wish to go. Why? Naturally, it was because she desired to distance herself from him. Yun Shujio mumbled, we have only just met, and this feels inappropriate. Jiang Yubai raised an eyebrow, dropping the pretense. You need to act differently around me. I am merely an ordinary person who wishes to pursue you. I like you and want to see you happy. It's as simple as that. Yun Shujio gazed at him in astonishment, her clear eyes reflecting her confusion. Her voice softened. But you are from an entirely different world than mine. Why would you like me? I fear your affection. I will not harm you, Jiang Yubai replied, locking his gaze with hers. Yun Shujio stood in a daze. Really? Suddenly, her wrist was grasped, and he placed her hand over his heart, gently asking, do you hear that? She listened intently. The powerful heartbeat quickened and became erratic due to her proximity. I swear, he declared, each word resonating with clarity and deep emotion. Yun Shujio lowered her gaze, retracting her hand, and whispered, I hear it. I will try not to be afraid of you. Try to love me. Her eyelashes fluttered. If there is anything you need my assistance with, do let me know. I will. As Jiang Yubai departed, Yun Shujio raised her eyes and softly said, until next time. Jiang Yubai. It was the first time she had called his name. Jiang Yubai froze momentarily, turning back to her and replying gently, good night, Shujio. As the door closed, all her doubts, hesitations, and fragments of tenderness vanished. Yun Shujio, expressionless, unwrapped her bath towel, revealing the clothing beneath. So this was the demeanor Jiang Yubai possessed? Shujio. Ding Wei burst forth from within, her eyes sparkling with excitement. What exactly is your relationship with him? She vaguely caught some words, though she did not fully comprehend them. However, the man's lingering plea to try to love me resonated clearly in her ears. Is this a narrative of love blossoming after marriage? Is he, perhaps, an overbearing CEO? Ding Wei's face was alight with curiosity. Yun Shujio's lips curled slightly in response. Is that so? Ding Wei completely missed the questioning tone in Yun Shujio's words and immediately adopted a serious demeanor, bowing in greeting. Good day, Mrs. President. Wealth and prosperity. Let us not forget. So is he handsome? Is he extraordinarily handsome? Yun Shujio pressed her hand to Ding Wei's mouth. All right. This matter is quite complex and cannot be elucidated at the moment. Dear Wei Wei, you must keep this a secret and refrain from spreading it. Ding Wei blinked, signaling for her to release her. Yun Shujio complied. Ding Wei fixed her gaze on her. Say that again. This matter is quite complex. No, the next line. Dear Wei Wei, Ding Wei sighed. At first, I thought that aside from me, anyone who married you would break my heart. Chapter 17. Have the protagonists finally entered reality? When Yun Shujio returned to the film set, everyone appeared visibly uneasy upon seeing her. No one from the crew spoke on her behalf. Everyone, including Zhong Sang, expected her to harbor grievances, yet the young girl, pale as a ghost and fragile as a breeze, entered the set in silence. Though she was more taciturn than usual, she still managed a gentle smile and spoke in soft tones, causing no one discomfort. This gracious demeanor, however, only intensified the crew's unease. They would have preferred if Yun Shujio had displayed displeasure, perhaps even vocally challenging them. But she did none of that. This petite figure bore all the burdens alone, maintaining that everyone has their own stance and that she understood everyone deserves a bright future. It was truly heart-wrenching. Suddenly, Yun Shujio became the darling of the crew. The girls flocked to her, enchanted by her gentle speech, while the boys began presenting her with flowers. Wei Shuadan's reputation plummeted, and she nearly lost her role as the female lead in this production. Now, she dared not speak much on set, fearful of being caught on camera in any corner. Aside from occasionally casting a menacing glare at Yun Shujio, she refrained from causing her any further trouble. Yun Shujio enjoyed the most delightful period upon her return and grew closer to Zhong Sang. It was unexpected for Yun Shujio that Zhong Sang would speak up for her in such circumstances. She treated Zhong Sang to a meal, and they exchanged contact information, becoming friends. In July, As the filming for Prosperity drew to a close, Yin Shuju unexpectedly received an invitation to a variety show titled Escape Quickly. This large-scale reality escape room program aired on a certain fruit-themed channel, and its initial episodes had garnered positive reactions. Its allure lay in its authenticity and thrill. Devoid of scripts and unknown outcomes, the music and lighting were meticulously crafted to enhance the atmosphere, providing viewers with an immersive cinematic experience. Such a variety show, one might say, is unworthy of Yin Shujiao, even during her earlier days when no scandals had emerged. The company's decision not to trouble her and to grant her such an opportunity was entirely unexpected. It is worth noting that Qinxing is not a significant entertainment conglomerate. With only a handful of renowned artists among its ranks, Yin Shujiao was once considered the most illustrious of them all. To receive an invitation for such a program now is indeed surprising. Sister Su, is it truly possible for me to participate in this variety show? Yin Shujiao inquired, her expression reflecting her uncertainty. Sui replied with a stern demeanor, they specifically requested your participation. Do not overthink it. Simply perform your best. Perform? She scoffed inwardly. Given Yin Shujiao's timid nature, her involvement in such a program would merely hinder her teammates. She could only anticipate the barrage of criticism from various fan bases. Very well. She acquiesced, though her mind churned with the possibility that Jiang Yubai might have lent her support. However, that seemed implausible, for aside from him, she scarcely knew any other influential figures. Escape now features distinct content and guests each episode. A few days prior to recording, the official announcement of the new lineup was made, much to the excitement of fans who had long awaited this moment. I heard that my beloved male lead will be participating this time. How thrilling. Will the young lady be present? Didn't Tier Piano Tour just conclude? Let us hope for a glimpse of the illustrious actor Su Lin. If the young lady and Su Lin were to collaborate, it would be nothing short of sensational. Perhaps Xie Yin will make an appearance as well. She just arrived in Suqing City a few days ago and has confirmed her participation. Guess away. But we've been known for a while now. Those upstairs are insufferable. What will be the theme of this episode? Hurry and announce it. With 30 million followers. The official account of Escape now ensured that the moment they revealed the new lineup and gameplay, the entire internet was abuzz. Escape now. Rumor has it that this house emits strange sounds at night. How will you respond? Yin Shujiao promptly took to Weibo to share her excitement. The moment the announcement was made, fans erupted in joy. The young lady is indeed participating. Ah, how exhilarating. Su Xingyan. That man has released a new album but is joining a variety show instead. Why am I so thrilled? Is that really Luo Luo? Did I see that correctly? Hooray. Sang, you've truly made a name for yourself. I'm in tears, although I know it's unlikely. I still wish Su Lin would show up. The young lady is attending. Oh whoa. Wait, have you all not noticed something amiss? The last guest is Yin Shujiao. Wait, what? Someone must have connections. Shouldn't the officials provide an explanation? This seems to have taken Xiexi's spot. It is evident that Yin Shujiao operates on a different level from the others. Surely, this time she cannot escape scrutiny. How could she participate in such a variety show without any backing? I'm done. Thank you. I kindly request the esteemed ladies to edit this later. I shall only observe the segments featuring my beloved daughter. A single stone has stirred 1,000 ripples, with the voices of dissent rising ever louder online. Yet, Flea now has steadfastly refrained from offering any response. All 5 stars have shared the official Weibo post, among which the tweet from the esteemed Yun Chuqing has garnered the most attention. There is someone I have longed to meet. I eagerly anticipate our encounter. Who could the sister wish to meet? Perhaps the renowned singer Su Xingyan? I surmise it may be Luo Luo, as they previously collaborated on a drama and are likely close friends, much to the delight of their fans. Let me weave a ghost story. It is Yin Shujiao, as they both share the surname Yin. Is there something amiss upstairs? Let us refrain from fabricating grievances for every household. Thank you. Yin Shujiao has also retweeted the official Weibo, only to be met with a chorus of condemnation. The harshest critics appear to be the faux fans of Gucheng, who pretend to belong to various fandoms, including those masquerading as Yin Shujiao's admirers, igniting discord and inciting hatred among the fandoms. Recently, Yin Shujiao has garnered an increasing number of detractors. It is laughable, Wei and who are deemed villains, while this Yin is considered virtuous. Before attempting to cleanse their idol's reputation, should they not reflect on their own star's past actions? What right do you have to criticize Luo Luo? Even if you toil for another decade, you shall never reach Luo's stature. A mere vase, a green tea, a white lotus. Yin Shujiu remains unfazed by these remarks. What truly vexes her is Yin Chuqing. Yin Chuqing can be described as having reached the pinnacle of her career upon debut. Hailing from a distinguished background, she is an authentic heiress, possessing considerable prowess in piano, having garnered numerous international awards, and is blessed with beauty and exceptional acting skills, making her one of the most popular actresses in the entertainment industry. Yet, these accolades are not the source of Yin Shujiu's discontent. Rather, it is the fact that Yin Chuqing shares the name of the protagonist from the novel she is reading. Yin Shujiu has seen photos of Yin Chuqing online, and they are strikingly similar to the female lead. Coupled with thoughts of Zhang Yubai, Yin Shujiu casually searched for the male protagonist's name, Su Lin, and to her astonishment, he exists. Have the male and female leads materialized in reality? Does this not render her a public enemy? Chapter 18. One must possess the awareness of being a younger sister. Yin Shujiu is perplexed as to why this is occurring, yet it is undeniably bothersome. Her own circumstances are already quite tumultuous. The emergence of these three individuals could completely upheave her life. After much contemplation, Yin Shujiu resolved to take each day as it comes. On the day of recording, she arrived at the address provided by the officials, dragging her suitcase behind her. It was a 3-story villa. The staff had already informed her that the live broadcast would commence upon her arrival. Indeed, this episode is live. Flea Now is notorious for springing unexpected surprises on its guests. Upon pushing open the villa door, she found a woman clad in red already seated in the living room. Upon hearing the door creak, she turned to face Yin Shujiu, her beauty striking, with a pair of phoenix-like eyes and subtly winged eyeliner, a stunningly captivating woman. Sister Yun, greetings. Yin Shujiu greeted with a charming demeanor, her eyes crystal clear and devoid of superfluous emotions. Yin Chuqing scanned her from head to toe, rose from her seat, and approached Yin Shujiu. Yin Shujiu observed quietly, her expression tinged with a hint of bewilderment. At that moment, the live broadcast had already commenced. Each of the 5 guests was assigned a separate camera, and as the most renowned among them, Yin Chuqing naturally attracted the most fans, who were the first to notice the live stream. To think it's a live broadcast. Thankfully, I was prepared and waited here. Run, good dog. It's because our precious lady is present that the popularity will surely soar. And no prior notice. Is there even anyone watching yet? Is it just starting? Sisters, hurry and inform Qiyuan. The precious lady is live. Qiyuan is the name of Yin Chuqing's fanbase. Qiyuan reporting. Coming. What does the precious lady intend to do? Don't say that. Yin Shujiu is actually quite good looking. Shut up. Go back to your Lord's live stream. Sister Chuqing looks so beautiful today, sobs. She is both a precious lady and a queen. What is the precious lady up to? Does she know Yin Shujiu? The fans fervently flooded the comments. The scene was invisible to them. Yin Chuqing stood before Yin Shujiu, extending her delicate white hand to take Yin Shujiu's suitcase, turning to ascend the stairs leisurely, saying, Don't dawdle. Come up and choose a room. Yin Shujiu. Does this precious lady really know Yin Shujiu? Don't. Sister. Don't befriend someone like that. Unsubscribed. Such a weirdo. Is there still a weirdo? Disgusting. Unsubscribe if you wish. Does the precious lady need one less fan? The comments were filled with question marks, and some even began to argue. Yin Shujiu hurried to catch up with Yin Chuqing. Sister Yin. I can manage on my own. Her tone was earnest, clearly sincere. Yin Chuqing glanced at her and replied indifferently, as a younger sister. One must possess the awareness of being a younger sister. Yin Shujiu. She stood frozen in place, this time not pretending. She was genuinely taken aback. Why was even the female lead not adhering to the expected narrative? Shouldn't she be making things difficult for herself? What kind of scheme was unfolding here? Yin Shujiu certainly didn't genuinely believe that Yin Chuqing regarded her as a sister. Although in the novel, Yin Chuqing was the legitimate daughter of the Prime Minister's residence, making her technically her sister, they were not blood relatives. Upon reflection, she had even plotted for the female lead to fall into the water. There was clearly animosity between them. The comments mirrored Yin Shujiu's speechlessness. The fans were bewildered. Although the precious lady's words sounded domineering and doting, the subject was Yin Shujiu, right? At this moment, they couldn't help but recall that the precious lady had mentioned wanting to meet someone for a long time. Could it be Yin Shujiu? However, did you notice? Yin Shujiu appeared quite bewildered as well. Standing there with a dazed expression, she exuded a certain humor. In truth, Yin Shujiu gave off a rather pristine aura. Following Yin Chuqing to the 2nd floor, she was invited to choose a room. Yet she hardly had the opportunity to speak as Yun Chuqing promptly placed her suitcase in the adjacent room. Yun Shujiao's hair was playfully tousled by the other, and her eyes brimmed with confusion. Hearing the sound of the door opening, it seemed someone was arriving. It was time to head downstairs. Naturally, Yun Chuqing took Yun Shujiao's hand and guided her down. Viewers, the individuals involved, must surely be under the spell of honeyed entanglements, right? Yun Shujiao, in a daze, allowed herself to be led by Yun Chuqing. As they descended the staircase, they encountered two figures entering from outside. The first was a stylish young man, handsome and adorned with ear studs, emanating an air of rebelliousness. Following him was a girl clad in a white dress, her bangs framing her delicate and charming face. With large, expressive eyes, the pop music sensation Su Xingnian and the rising goddess Lin Luo. By this time, the live stream had already commenced for a while, and the Escape Quickly show had even made its way onto trending topics. Fans from various factions swiftly arrived on the scene, while a substantial number of viewers with a penchant for Escape quickly flocked into the live stream. It was a Saturday evening, a time when both office workers and students could indulge in viewing. Thus, even in this early stage, the live stream already boasted a considerable audience. Star God, Dogman, remember to be gentle with the girls. Lua looks so adorable today. Haha, once that little mouth opens, you won't find her cute anymore. What? Did I just see correctly? Yun Chuqing is holding Yun Shujiao's hand. What is happening? Brothers, wait for me. I'm going to ask the fans of the heiress. I'll be right back. Take care. A throng of fans surged into Yun Chuqing's live stream, engaging in a conversation unbeknownst to the guests. Su Xingyan hailed from a respectable family, with the Su and Yun families having some past connections. Thus, Yun Chuqing greeted him. Star God. Su Xingyan, carrying his suitcase with one hand, bore a slightly impatient expression, clearly not volunteering to participate in this variety show. Sister Yun, he acknowledged, addressing her by her seniority, before ignoring Yun Shujiao entirely and heading upstairs to select a room. Hello, Sister Yun, Lin Luo said with a smile. Yun Chuqing nodded casually. Yun Shujiao blinked, politely introducing herself. Hello, I am Yun Shujiao. To her surprise, Lin Luo scoffed. Who doesn't know you are Yun Shujiao? Your exploits are common knowledge in the circle. Shameless woman. Don't try to get close to me. Yun Shujiao was momentarily taken aback, her gaze lowering slightly, as if feeling a twinge of sadness. Those are all falsehoods. I will prove it. Then prove it before you speak. Just looking at you makes me angry. Lin Luo rolled her eyes and ascended the stairs as well. The spectacle has commenced. The audience is thoroughly entertained, and the director behind the scenes nods with a smile. Conflicts create intrigue, and the pairing of Lin Luo and Yun Shujiao is destined for trending topics. He has already envisioned the headlines. As Lin Luo takes a few steps forward, a chilling voice suddenly calls out from behind. Stop. She hesitates and turns around. Sister Yun? Yun Chuqing regards her coldly. Apologize. Chapter 19. I am a ghost. Apologize? Lin Luo's eyes widen in disbelief. Why should she apologize to Yun Shujiao? What reason does Yun Chuqing have to assist her? With gritted teeth, Lin Luo finally utters. I'm sorry. After saying this, she struggles to pull her suitcase with a surge of anger as she ascends the stairs. Yun Chuqing is being excessively harsh. Aren't they supposed to be friends? Their relationship seems quite strained. I feel for Lin Luo. She did nothing wrong. Unfortunately, Lin Luo cannot afford to offend someone of that stature. After all, she is a wealthy heiress. Did our heiress err in any way? Lin Luo was simply rude. It's amusing. What will an apology achieve? Can Lin Luo ever match the status of an heiress? Can you all quiet down? What is the connection between the heiress and Yun Shujiao that she protects her so? Am I the only one shipping this? Star God and the heiress make a perfect match. Well, disregarding character, just based on appearance, I believe Star God and Yun Shujiao are more suited for one another. An aloof young master and a naive little white rabbit. Can this be discussed? Yun Chuqing grips Yun Shujiao's hand, urging, do not be upset. They simply do not understand you. Yet, Yun Shujiao ponders inwardly. Do you truly understand me? He shakes his head gently, his eyes clear, and softly replies, I am not angry. Everyone is entitled to their own opinions, and I cannot expect everyone to like me. I'm slightly moved. I must be losing my mind. It's just an act. Soon, the final person, Zong Sang, arrives. My destined youth. He truly resembles an anime character. I'm in awe. Who is he? I declare him my new husband. Zong Sang and Yun Shujiao seem to have a good rapport. He even defended her earlier. Stop dreaming. That was merely his brotherly kindness. Regardless of others' opinions, Yun Shujiao feels a flicker of happiness upon seeing Zhong Sang. Prior to his arrival, his manager had cautioned him repeatedly to maintain distance from Yun Shujiao, yet upon seeing the girl's eyes light up at his presence, he cannot help but speak. Shujiao. Brother Sang. Yun Shujiao's smile becomes genuinely warm. All 5 participants have gathered, and the director announced the rules of the game through the earpiece. The game is structured around opposing factions, one side comprising an unknown entity, while the other consists of ordinary humans. The unknown entity, represented by a single individual, must eliminate 3 or more humans to achieve victory. The human faction, consisting of 4 members, must gather clues, locate the key, and escape the villa. If 2 or more succeed in escaping, they are deemed victorious. However, it is essential to note that the humans are divided into 2 classes, nobility and commoners, each comprising 2 individuals, and they are in competition with one another. The faction with the greater number of escapees will be declared the winner. If necessary, one may resort to certain ahem tactics to eliminate the opposing side. Understood? Understood. Su Xingyan scoffed, remarking that this so-called unknown entity is nothing but a ghost. The director interjected, asking if they understood the rules, insisting it is not a ghost. Guests, please trust in science. Is the unknown entity scientific? The barrage of comments erupted in laughter. Haha, this is hilarious. What ghost? We live in a scientific society, Xing Shun. Can we even mention ghosts? Let us not indulge in superstition. There are no ghosts in this world, only unknown entities. Ha ha ha, director, you better shut up. If the show gets cancelled, it's all your fault. Ahem, the director disregarded Su Xingyan's remark and continued. Now, we shall draw your identity cards. On the table lay 5 cards, and Lin Luo, finding Yun Shuan unappealing, brazenly snatched the card she intended to take. Yun Shuan, unfazed, picked another card, which read Human Commoner. Su Xingyan was taken aback. I'm a ghost. The director gritted his teeth. I've already stated it is an unknown entity. What is all this noise? It's not human anyway. Ha 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 ha. Those sisters above are killing me. The director, ever stubborn. The director proceeded to provide the background introduction when Zhong Sang raised his hand to interrupt. The director inquired, what is it? Zhong Sang earnestly asked, can humans expel the ghost from the villa? Su Xingyan. The director. Ha, a path never before contemplated. Zhong asked serious yet comedic inquiries. That is not possible. Oh, the director continued. The background introduction is as follows. You are ordinary humans who have inadvertently arrived at this villa. Upon entering, the door was locked by the unknown entity, and now you must utilize various tools to escape the villa. Yun Shuan comprehended the situation. Within the villa are several skill cards, which, once acquired, can restrict the ghost. Aside from that, humans cannot use other means to attack the ghost. If the ghost tears off the name tag from a human's back, that individual is considered dead. Here is the layout of the villa. The director indicated the location of the map. Is there anything unclear? No. With that, the variety show officially commenced. Yun Shuan studied the map intently. The villa comprises 3 floors. The first floor features a garden, dining room, living room, and kitchen. The second floor contains bedrooms, a study, a gym, and a tea room, while the third floor is an attic, filled with clutter. As the game commenced, Su Xingyan, embodying an unknown entity, would remain inactive for 10 minutes, while the 4 human participants were randomly separated. This division resulted in a significant disparity in viewer engagement across their respective streams, with Yun Shuqing leading in popularity, followed by Su Xingyan, while Yun Shujiu languished at the bottom with scarcely any viewers. Yun Shujiu found herself in a garden as the timer began. It was now 9 in the evening, with clouds obscuring the moonlight and the villa's lights extinguished, enveloping the surroundings in darkness. You can't deny, it's quite terrifying. What the hell? Is that horror music? Can the production team be more considerate? Is Yun Shujiu scared? I'm just here to watch her embarrass herself. Yun Shujiu listened to the distant sound of dripping water and a faint, sinister chuckle from a man, unfazed by the fear that the audience anticipated. On the contrary, she yearned to be the hunter in the shadows, to take on the role of the specter. In the dimly lit garden, the silhouettes of flowers and plants appeared to be figures lurking in the dark, with Su Xingyan unable to begin her hunt for another 10 minutes. This interval represented the safest moment. Ignoring the ominous background music, Yun Shujiu discovered a duck-shaped pool float in the garden's fountain. She reached in to retrieve it. Drip. Water splashed as droplets fell upon the surface, producing a soft sound. The float bore a solitary bloodstain, with nothing else in sight. Yun Shujio discarded the duck back into the water, inadvertently triggering a mechanism that caused the float to emit a series of sharp, frantic quacks, reminiscent of a creature on the brink of slaughter. "Oh my God, you scared me to death. I almost threw my phone. Help. I've turned the volume to the lowest setting. Is Yun Shujio not afraid?" Chapter 20. The unknown being has awakened. How is she so unresponsive? No wonder she has a twisted mind, haha. After a few quacks, the duck fell silent. Yun Shujio proceeded along the fountain and spotted a water bucket beside the flower bed. She approached it. "I'm feeling a bit anxious." "Same here. Something feels off. I really wish Yun Shujio wouldn't go any further." "Stop. Don't go. I can't bear to watch." The bucket brimmed with clear water, and after a moment's hesitation, Yun Shujio slowly tipped it over. Clear water cascaded out, revealing a damp dog plushie before her. Simultaneously, a thunderous bark erupted in her ears. Yun Shujio turned her gaze to see a massive white dog, baring its gleaming teeth, lunging towards her. "Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! Quick, get out of the way. It's over." Yet, Yun Shujio remained utterly still, watching as the white dog drew nearer. The audience's hearts raced in anticipation. Someone is going to get hurt. As the white dog approached Yun Shujio, it suddenly came to a halt. It was then that the onlookers noticed the collar around its neck, tethered to a leash. With startled exclamations, they observed the scene unfold. The audience was intrigued, questioning whether Yun Shujio was petrified or had already anticipated the encounter. However, she responded with grace, offering a gentle smile and softly saying, "Doggy, it's quite late. Everyone is asleep now, so please do not disturb them." The barrage of comments flooded in. The dog bared its teeth, warning that misbehavior would lead to consequences. Yet, Yun Shujio maintained her cheerful demeanor. Suddenly, the dog sensed an ominous and threatening presence, barked twice, and upon seeing Yun Shujio rise, swiftly turned and fled. Comments erupted, speculating on Yun Shujio's state of mind and her apparent fearlessness. The audience noted how the dog, filled with malice, was met with her warm smile. Some were taken aback by her unexpected gentleness. Yun Shujio then diverted her gaze, her lowered eyelashes concealing the coldness in her eyes. She unwrapped a plush dog toy and discovered a card inside, inscribed with the word shield. This card would protect her from a single attack by a ghost. According to the game's rules, being touched by a ghost would cost her 30 health points. And once her health fell below 50, she would be unable to run, merely able to walk. This rule was designed to prevent female contestants from being caught by male contestants, thereby unable to tear off their name tags. "Wow, is that a skill card?" exclaimed the viewers, amazed at her quick discovery. They began to reconsider their earlier opinions of her, suggesting she might not be the person they had heard about. Yun Shujio pocketed the skill card and proceeded to the end of the garden, where she found a small door. Pushing it open revealed a staircase leading upwards. If I recall correctly, the blueprint provided by the director did not include this staircase, someone remarked in astonishment. Has Yun Shujio uncovered a hidden passage? Her smile illuminated the moment, likened to soft clouds in the sky. "Wake up, you're supposed to be critics," one commenter noted, while others acknowledged her intelligence, bravery, and kindness. At the staircase, Yun Shujio picked up a card that provided a clue about a key, prominently displaying the words dining table. She furrowed her brow slightly, realizing that the dining room was located on the first floor, the most perilous area once the ghost entered the villa. After contemplating her options, she chose not to head to the dining room, but instead ascended to the second floor. "Only 10 minutes left," another comment noted. "This garden is indeed vast. Is Yun Shujio still alive?" In the earlier exchanges, it was advised to pay attention to the conversation, and those uninterested were encouraged to refrain from entering the live stream. Amidst the shifting dynamics of the chat, a viewer named Heisey found himself bewildered by the sudden change in atmosphere, feeling ignored as his subsequent messages were drowned out by others. In Yun Shujio's live stream, some viewers genuinely engaged with the variety show, not aligning themselves with any particular fandom, but rather following whichever stream captivated their interest. These individuals remained indifferent to the intricacies of fan culture. Meanwhile, in reality, upon entering the second-floor tea room, Yun Shujio encountered Zongsang, who was equally a commoner. Upon seeing her, Zongsang's eyes brightened as he approached her, eager to share the clues he had discovered. "Is the sofa in the living room?" he asked. "Are you heading to the first floor? Shall we go together?" Yun Shujio replied, shaking her head. "The star god can act soon." Zongsang contemplated this, realizing that venturing downstairs at this moment would be perilous. The audience shared a mix of amusement and frustration. Many reveled in the unfolding drama, while others lamented their misfortune at being paired with Yin Shuju, fearing she might hinder their progress. Have you completed the inspection of the tea room, Sango? Yin Shuju inquired. Zongsang confirmed. Yes, there is only this one clue. Shall we check the study? In agreement, they stepped out of the tea room, only to encounter Lin Luo. The motion sensor light flickered on, illuminating Lin Luo's watchful gaze. Rules permit the seizing of clues, Zongsang remarked, inquiring about Lin Luo's destination. I'm heading to the attic, Lin Luo replied cautiously, retreating down the corridor in a direction that did not lead upstairs. In the ensuing silence, the light quickly extinguished, plunging the villa into darkness. The group heard a voice through their earpieces. An unknown being has awakened. Su Xingyan may commence the hunt. Yin Shuju and Zongsang exchanged glances. Shall we hide? Follow me, Yin Shuju urged, leading Zongsang towards the staircase they had just ascended. Viewers on Zongsang's side expressed confusion, questioning their choice of hiding in what appeared to be a dead-end bedroom, while those on Yin Shuju's side were filled with excitement, speculating on a potential stealthy route to the first floor. Yin Shuju positioned herself at the doorway of the innermost bedroom, a setting that was part of the game's design. All the guest bedrooms were locked, leaving only this one accessible. Brother Sang, Yin Shuju whispered. There is a door here that leads to both the first and third floors. With that, she pushed open the door, which seamlessly blended with the wall, revealing it to Zongsang. Zongsang exclaimed in astonishment as the audience reacted. No way. Is there really a staircase here? In Chapter 21, Shu, hurry up. Is Yin Shuju's map different from others? Hey, I came here from Yin Shuju's livestream, so I know your minds are filled with such foul ideas. Her map is identical to everyone else's. The hidden passageway is something she discovered on her own. Impossible. It must be rigged. Stop whining. All you do is complain. Whether it's rigged or not, you'll see for yourselves in the replay. Some faces are bound to get swollen. The tension escalated on both sides. Unaware of the commotion, Yin Shuju noticed the quietness around her and suggested softly, we can still search the bedroom. One of us can go in to search while the other keeps watch outside. Just in case. I'll go. The person inside will have less time to escape, Zongsang volunteered. Brother Sang, this is for you. Yin Shuju handed Zongsang the shield, without a fight. Zongsang was taken aback, not expecting her to give him the item. I told you. Yin Shuju is nothing like the rumors say. Be bold. Support who you like. What's wrong with preferring gentle ladies? Zongsang had no time to hesitate. He accepted the shield and entered the bedroom. The production team had cleverly modified all the lights in the villa to be voice-activated. A loud sound would illuminate the lights, practically announcing to any lurking spirits, I'm right here, come find me. Thus, while searching for clues, they had to keep their voices to an absolute minimum. Yin Shuju stood at the door, her body mostly inside, with only her eyes peeking out as she listened intently to the sounds outside. The first floor echoed with faint tapping noises, while the second floor remained eerily silent except for distant background music. The nobility group seemed to have vanished. As the tapping grew louder, Yin Shuju turned back and softly urged, let us go. Zongsang quickly ceased his rummaging and hurried outside. Just as they entered the hidden passage, the lights on the second floor flickered on, and Su Xingyan deliberately intensified his footsteps. Zongsang's shadow cast upon the staircase as Yin Shuju gently closed the door, concealing the light. Only then did Zongsang's anxious heart begin to calm. This is so thrilling. In the dead of night, evading the hunt of ghosts. What an exhilarating experience. I was genuinely afraid that Sang would turn on the lights. Right. He ran so fast, it scared me to death. A friendly reminder, don't forget to breathe. Thanks for the reminder. I indeed forgot to breathe. Haha. I just came from Lin Luo's live stream. She was at the gym, and it was too spacious there, making it hard to hide. Yin Shuju and Zongsang made their way down to the first floor and entered the garden. From the garden, they could see that the lights of the tea room on the second floor had already been illuminated, fearing that the white dog might bark. Yin Shuju took Zongsang and circled around from the other side of the pond. They successfully entered the first floor. Meanwhile, the director's voice echoed in their earpieces. Noble human, Lin Luo is injured, with 70 health remaining. The living room faced the staircase, and the faint light from above filtered down. At that moment, anyone peering down from the upper level would easily spot the two of them, putting them in grave danger. They silently moved towards the sofa with a shared understanding. There were few hiding spots on the sofa, making it easy to search. Yin Shuju discovered a recess beneath the sofa, containing a timer and a key. The timer was linked with the key, displaying a countdown of 3 minutes. A notification sounded in the earpiece. Key fragment detected. You may retrieve it once the countdown concludes. Note: if you leave your current position before the countdown ends, it will reset, requiring you to restart the timer to collect the key again. Damn. Zhong Sang found the director's antics infuriating. Yin Shuju pressed the start button on the timer. 300, 259, 258. Damn. Does that mean we can't leave this spot for 3 minutes? Help. What if a ghost comes? Though we could run, we would have to reset the timer if we return. What a frustrating setup. I'm so nervous. One crap. Lin Luo has used a temporary item to escape the gym. She wouldn't come to the first floor. Would she? Please no. The ghost is chasing her. Oh dear, you sisters broadcasting this. Enough already. 248 Zhong Sang. I have a clue. It's at the dining table. You go ahead. Listening to the urgent footsteps from the second floor, Zhong Sang felt his heart race. But he knew staying there was futile. He silently returned the shield to Yun Shuju and left the living room, heading towards the dining area. Only Yun Shuju remained in the living room, where the surround sound was filled with the man's laughter, eerie as a ghost, echoing close to him. Time ticked away. Second by second. 217, 216. Damn, this is so terrifying. Is there anyone like me, a fan of Zhong Sang, staying with Yin Shuju to see how this unfolds? Yes. Same. There are many. It's really nerve-wracking. If Lin Luo comes to the first floor, Yun Shuju must not hesitate and run immediately, or else Lin Luo's invincibility will not expire, and the ghost will surely shift its target to pursue Yun Shuju. By the way, does anyone remember that it's not a ghost, but Su Xingyan? At the 1 minute and 30 seconds mark, Yun Shuju heard the footsteps from above drawing closer. One person was chasing another, and the sounds of their steps grew louder. Thud, thud. The wooden floor easily echoed with every step. Is it not true? There are still nearly 2 minutes remaining. Where are the sisters broadcasting? I can hear the rhythm of my own heartbeat. Yun Shuju seems surprisingly composed. Is she not petrified? I am just waiting for her to be the first to be eliminated. Here they come. The broadcast, Lin Luo, is running towards the stairs, with the ghost closely pursuing her. What should we do? Shujiu, run quickly. Don't hesitate. Flee swiftly. Why isn't she moving? I feel like rushing in to pull her away. Yun Shujiu, of course, remains oblivious to the concerns of netizens. She remains still. The sounds grow increasingly closer. Someone is descending the stairs. I am utterly frantic. Yun Shujiu, run. If you survive, I promise to support you forever. Me too. I can hardly breathe. At this critical moment, Yun Shujiu finally moves. Her body is light as a weightless piece of paper, silently concealing herself beneath the sofa. What? She is so slender that she can fit in there? I find that amusing. What are you talking about? There is no safety in hiding. What if the ghost discovers her? What kind of female celebrity would think to hide under a sofa? Not only would her clothes get dirty, but it would also tarnish her image. With the ghost approaching, who cares about dirty clothes? Indeed, authentic and unpretentious, I adore this. Lin Luo hurriedly descended the stairs, while Su Xingyan followed her at a leisurely pace. The invincible time must have passed by now, he called out. Chapter 22, Humanity Will Never Surrender. Lin Luo, panting heavily, scanned the living room but saw no one. Her expression turned grim. How could she be the first to be eliminated when Yun Shujiu is still in the game? This is unacceptable. Damn it. Just moments ago, Yun Shujiu and Zhong Sang were also on the second floor. Why have they vanished? Now, she does not have a single person to divert the ghost's attention. In Lin Luo's livestream, her fans were equally anxious. Will Luo be the first to be eliminated? It seems likely. Luo can't outrun Su Xingyan. What should we do now? Oh no, that heartless Su Xingyan. He has no regard for delicate matters. I just visited Zhong Sang's livestream. He is in the dining room. Guess what? Yin Shujiu is hiding beneath the sofa. What? Goodness. Lin Luo, see if you can lure the ghost towards Yin Shujiu. Is the person ahead foolish? Can Luo see your comments from here? We can only hope Yin Shujiu makes some noise. What about Yin Shuqin? Doesn't she know how to assist her teammate? At this moment, in Yin Shujiu's livestream, the audience was equally tense. 1 minute remaining. Lin Luo, please be a little slower in your demise. May the heavens protect me, Shujiu. The living room lights illuminated, and through the gap, Yin Shujiu observed Lin Luo rushing towards her. Su Xingyan swiftly closed the distance between them. Human noble Lin Luo was injured, remaining health at 40. Entering a weakened state, immediate cessation of running behavior is advised. Lin Luo, unable to escape, thought it better to simply let her be done away with. Su Xingyan called out, "Lin Luo, surrender." Lin Luo gritted her teeth, declaring, "Humans never yield." In the next moment, she stumbled over thin air, falling to the ground. Su Xingyan, Lin Luo, ha ha. I apologize, though it is truly pitiable. The entertainment value is off the charts, isn't it? I can't stop laughing, ha ha ha. Humans never yield, but fall, humorous. Humans never yield, but meet their demise, humorous. Ha! Look at Lin Luo's bewildered expression. It's too funny. Was it really unintentional? Human noble Lin Luo was injured, remaining health at 30. The director's voice resonated through the earpiece, audible to all guests. Lin Luo. The audience was nearly in stitches. Ha 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 ha. A fall deducts 10 health points. Impressive. Damn, I could laugh my head off. Poor Lin Luo. I want to hug you, but it's truly hilarious. Lin Luo, I'm sorry. Let me laugh for a moment. However, in Yun Shuzhou's live broadcast, the atmosphere was entirely different. Lin Luo had fallen beside the sofa. With a slight turn of her head, she could see Yun Shuzhou. The audience was on edge. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh. Lin Luo, don't turn your head. Help, there's only 40 seconds left. Ah, I can't bear to watch. So tense. Fortunately. After her moment of confusion, Lin Luo quickly attempted to rise and flee, not glancing beneath the sofa. Su Xingyan found it somewhat amusing. He restrained a smile for 2 seconds, asking with a smirk, "Has the human yielded now?" He made no move to stop Lin Luo from getting up, for she could not possibly escape. It took Lin Luo several seconds to rise gracefully, though her face betrayed her embarrassment. She stepped back, declaring, "Humans never yield." Bang! Her foot collided with the table's edge, and she lost her balance, falling once more. Su Xingyan, Lin Luo. Damn. The audience from a third-party perspective. What enchantment lies in the phrase "humans never yield"? Is Lin Luo doing this intentionally, creating moments of humor? Whether intentional or not, it is undeniably hilarious. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. Lin Luo's fall caused her some pain. She felt utterly wronged, tears welling in her eyes. As she lifted her gaze, she unexpectedly locked eyes with another pair. Lin Luo. Yun Shuzhou. Damn, I've been discovered. In a moment of despair, Lin Luo, a member of the human aristocracy, found herself grievously injured with only 20 health points remaining. Overwhelmed, she cried out, "Star God, Yun Shuzhou has been hiding beneath the sofa. You must eliminate her first." Su Xingyan paused, a flicker of disdain crossing his gaze as he approached and moved the sofa aside. To his astonishment, Yun Shuzhou lay on the ground. Her face dusted with dirt, yet her clear eyes sparkled like an angel who had unwittingly descended to the mortal realm under the pure white light. "How beautiful," some commented. Honestly, I haven't seen anyone criticize Yun Shuzhou's looks. Regardless of her character, her face is undeniably lovely. Indeed, and throughout this live stream, I have yet to witness any misconduct from her. Have any of you seen Yun Shuzhou speak to Su Xingyan until now? Ah, that's because the star god simply doesn't want to acknowledge her. I'm just counting down the seconds. Only 20 remain. I have never experienced time dragging on like this. Stop talking about timing. We are doomed. With a swift motion, Su Xingyan tore off the name tag affixed to Yun Shuzhou's back. According to the rules, this meant her elimination, and there would be no further footage of her. The audience was taken aback by Su Xingyan's complete disregard for the entertainment value, as he promptly eliminated Yun Shuzhou. Ah, as expected of the star god, it's clear he loathes Yun Shuzhou. Ladies, Yun Shuzhou's stream is about to end. A bit reluctant, I find Yun Shuzhou the most intriguing here. Let us head over to Su Xingyan's stream. The ghost's perspective is far more entertaining. The audience soon realized the allure of the ghost's viewpoint. The director's intention to convey an unknown entity had completely escaped the viewer's attention, from guests to fans. Everyone either called out Su Xingyan's name or shouted for the ghost. Just as the audience was preparing to leave, they noticed that Yun Shuzhou's countdown still had 10 seconds remaining. She remained still, gazing at Su Xingyan, her tone gentle as she said, "Star God, you have cheated." Su Xingyan looked down at her with an air of superiority. "What did you say?" Yun Shuzhou revealed the torn pieces of the card in her hand, which, when combined, displayed the word invisibility. She blinked and said, "Star God, I have already become invisible, and you can still see me. I will report you to the director for using cheats." Su Xingyan cursed under his breath. Damn it, these rules. In truth, the existence of an invisibility feature in the game was entirely reasonable. However, the crux of the matter was that they were engaged in a real-life game. If a guest used the invisibility card, others would remain oblivious to their concealed presence. The director had designed the invisibility card to create humor and plot twists, and indeed, he had succeeded. Through the lens of the camera, it became evident that Yun Shuj had shredded and utilized the invisibility card prior to Lin Luo's second fall. Thus, it was impossible for Lin Luo to perceive her presence, let alone inform Su Xingyan of her whereabouts. Consequently, it is implausible for Su Xingyan to eliminate Yun Shuj, who was concealed beneath the sofa. The director's voice echoed in Su Xingyan's earpiece, causing him to scowl as he reattached the name tag onto Yun Shuj's back. The director announced, "Unknown entity resurrects human civilian, Yun Shuj." Su Xingyan. Chapter 23, Sangjiu, Charge. In his live stream, I can only say, impressive. Is this even possible? Although I harbor a strong dislike for Yun Shuj, I must admit, this twist is quite dramatic and engaging. The director knows how to entertain. What must Xingxin be feeling right now? In Yun Shuj's live stream, ha ha ha, unknown entity resurrecting humans, this is hilarious. Thank you, from a human perspective. This is quite satisfying. Shuj is remarkable. When did she find the invisibility card? I was watching closely, but I didn't see it. I didn't see it either. Same. I was focused on the countdown. It seems she discovered it just recently, beneath the sofa. I vaguely saw a bit of white, but thought it was Shuj preparing to use a shield card. Little did I know she had found a new card. What incredible luck. Did the director know all along? Otherwise, why didn't he announce Yun Shuj's elimination the moment her name tag was torn? I suspect so. We were all too engrossed in our anxiety. I kept switching between Lin Luo's and this stream, fearing Lin Luo would spot Shuj. Is this really Shuj? Be bold. Yun Shuj is my wife. Yun Shuj sat up as the countdown concluded, extracting a set of keys and innocently stating, "You cannot see me. So please continue with your tasks." Su Xingyan and Lin Luo's gazes met, and Lin Luo was on the verge of tears. Su Xingyan had no choice but to pursue Lin Luo, who, unable to flee, could only hasten her pace. Beside them, Yun Shuj poured herself a glass of water and slowly remarked, "Humans shall never yield. Come on, Sister Luo." Lin Luo thought, that insufferable Yun Shuj. Why must she mention that? Perhaps it was a psychological effect, but upon hearing those words, she nearly buckled at the knees, almost falling again. Just as Lin Luo was about to be eliminated, Yun Shuqing suddenly dashed out from the nearby kitchen, holding her invisibility card aloft to signal her own invisibility. She then pressed a card into Lin Luo's hand, who instinctively tore it and activated it. Invincible, Su Xingyan nearly cursed aloud. What the hell is going on? He resolved to continue pursuing Lin Luo, planning to eliminate her once her invincibility period elapsed. As Lin Luo could not run, Yun Shuqing effortlessly hoisted her onto her shoulder and dashed upstairs. The sight before Su Xingyan was nothing short of mesmerizing, leaving even Yun Shujiu momentarily stunned. The astonishing scene of a young lady effortlessly carrying another person with a single hand elicited gasps of disbelief and admiration from onlookers. Questions arose. Could a delicate maiden truly handle a piano without damaging it? Laughter erupted at the sheer absurdity of the situation, and thoughts of Lin Luo, likely overwhelmed by the spectacle, flitted through the crowd's minds. Earlier, when the young lady had requested Lin Luo to apologize to Yun Shujiu, there had been concerns that their group dynamics would falter, but those worries dissipated in light of the current display of camaraderie. The young lady's bold act of heroism was undeniably impressive. In a fleeting moment, Su Xingyan found himself devoid of any clear focus. Staring blankly at Yun Shujiu, who was sipping water, he glanced upwards at the brightly lit second floor, murmuring to himself, "Humans shall never yield." Unable to spot Yun Shujiu any longer, he ascended the stairs once more. Meanwhile, Yun Shujiu set down her cup and silently made her way to the dining room. The living room lights, programmed to extinguish after 5 seconds, dimmed into darkness. Zongsang? She had overheard earlier, as Zongsang produced another key with a grin, exclaiming, "Wonderful." Their eyes met with shared smiles. In the stillness of the night, a new online community was born, named Sangjiu, celebrating the moment when Zongsang defended Yun Shujiu during a widespread online assault. Unbeknownst to them, their efforts were already being celebrated. The duo meticulously searched the first floor once more, finding nothing amiss. They then traversed the garden, ascending to the second floor through a hidden passage. The villa was enveloped in darkness, and Yun Shujiu paused at the entrance of the passage leading to the second floor, listening intently but hearing nothing. The silence was profound. Su Xingyan and the other members of the noble group had seemingly vanished. In a hushed tone, Yun Shujiu suggested, "Zongsang, shall we split up? We cannot confront the specters together. Remaining in close proximity serves no purpose and may lead to our downfall. Zhongsang nodded in agreement. You go to the third floor. I will stay here for a moment. Once I ascertain safety, I will proceed to the study. Is that acceptable? They possess 2 keys already, and escaping the villa required 5. Excluding the possibility of the noble group having keys, it was likely that additional keys remained undiscovered within the villa. Very well. Yun Shujio consented without hesitation. You need not provide me with a shield, Zhongsang remarked, for I have discovered other skill cards in the dining room. Following their brief exchange, Zhongsang remained on the 2nd floor, biding his time, while Yun Shujio ventured alone up to the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor was eerily quiet as she pushed open the door to the hidden passage and stepped inside. Meanwhile, the perspective shifted to Su Xingyan. He squatted expressionlessly near the 3rd floor window, shrouded in shadows, his figure obscured by a tall box. Ha ha ha, this man is clearly depressed. He was about to eliminate Lin Luo, but then stumbled upon a hidden teleportation array, forced to crouch here on the 3rd floor. What a twist of fate. It's utterly hilarious. I must say, Lin Luo's luck is truly remarkable. He narrowly escaped death. The funniest part is that this teleportation array requires him to squat. I can't stop laughing. Just look at Xingshen's expression. I bet Xingshen is contemplating how to take down the director. Indeed. Su Xingyan was contemplating just that. What sort of nonsensical setup is this? He stepped on a fallen doll, which emitted a pitiful scream, and just like that, he was caught in some teleportation array. Is this reasonable? Why does every attempt to eliminate a human end in calamity? It's utterly humiliating. Clearly, he should not have participated in this program today. He couldn't fathom why his mother was so keen on him meeting Yin Chuqing. Now, not only has he failed to make that connection, but he has also lost face. A grown man finding himself at a loss against 3 girls across from him. Xingshen, don't panic. I see Yin Shuju has arrived. Wow, now that's something to watch. Hey, does anyone know if Yin Shuju has any skill cards? I would love to see Xingshen tear her apart. Not sure. I just took a glance. Didn't watch her live stream before. Anticipating it eagerly, the 3rd floor was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the faint light from outside. Allowing a vague view of several shelves near the window, Yin Shuju had barely taken a few steps when she tripped over something, nearly losing her balance and falling. Chapter 24. Mr. Unknown Being. Careful, dear. It's too dark here, such a large space with only one window far away. We can see the surroundings through the camera, but Yun Shuju is blind to it all. So many boxes, oh my. Never mind finding anything. She'll probably trip just walking a few steps. Do you think a ghost might be hiding behind one of those boxes? Hee hee. Crawling in darkness, suddenly jumps out, screams, twists, howls, writhes, chews. The upstairs truly is a talent pool. Stop talking, I'm feeling nauseous. Some people were worried about Yin Shuju. Others were observing their surroundings, while a few detractors were striving to assert their presence. Oh dear, be careful. What if you fall face first? Don't ruin our Shuju's beautiful face. Wretched woman, let her fall. Yin Shuju's life is just one misfortune after another. Yin Shuju turned around and opened the box, feeling inside. It contained only a few small boxes filled with dolls, offering no clues. She continued her exploration forward. The window on the 3rd floor was open, letting in a cool breeze. On the 1st and 2nd floors, the air was thick with an eerie melody, while the 3rd floor lay in a chilling silence, devoid of any sound, resembling an otherworldly realm isolated from the living. Shrouded in impenetrable darkness and scattered with boxes of varying heights, Yin Shuju slowly conducted her search. The fans and audience on Su Xingyan's side were buzzing with excitement. I see her. I wonder if Xingshen can see her. If he can't see her, he must have heard the noise. Yin Shuju nearly stumbled just now, having nudged one of the boxes. Nearly? What a pity. Indeed, Su Xingyan had heard the sound. He cast a lazy glance, faintly perceiving something moving. Had someone ventured to the 3rd floor? Were they courting disaster? Surely, nothing untoward would occur again. The figure drew nearer, and Su Xingyan's gaze fixated on her. Meanwhile, in Yun Shuju's live stream, the audience had also noticed Su Xingyan. Oh my, is that a ghost? How is a ghost on the 3rd floor? Yun Biao is doomed. Wife, don't go. Run. Goodness, this is the umpteenth time I felt this tense. Run. Unaware of the audience's anxious tension, Yin Shuju meticulously examined each box until she reached a large one. As she opened it, a figure suddenly leapt out from the shadows. Oh no, it's a girl. We're done for. Eliminate Yin Shuju. The moment I've been anticipating has arrived. The figure reached out toward Yin Shuju while simultaneously shouting, illuminating the third floor with light. Yin Shuju raised her hand to shield herself. Humans cannot touch ghosts. The director reminded her as the shield automatically activated, sparing her from harm. At the moment the lights flickered on, Yin Shuju had just vaulted over a small box, creating distance between herself and Su Xingyan. She landed, looked up, and met Su Xingyan's gaze. Su Xingyan's complexion paled. Who could inform him that the bloodied figure before him, grinning ear to ear, was a guest? Oh my, there really is a ghost. Brother, run. That scared me to death. Is that much blood for Real? A bunch of cowards. That's just the mask Yin Shuju found in the box. Did you see the key to the third floor? The ghostly figure inquired, her voice surprisingly melodious. Su Xingyan thought, his expression stiffening. Why should he respond? Ha ha ha. Is Xingxin petrified? Perhaps. Look at his dazed expression. If I were ambushed by this ghostly visage, I would be frightened too. Realizing something, Yin Shuju removed the mask from her face and courteously said, I apologize, unknown being, for startling you. Su Xingyan. As a human, encountering a ghost, yet not fleeing, instead frightening the specter. How courteous was that? Su Xingyan vaulted over the box, reaching for Yin Shuju's name tag. In a hurry, Yin Shuju retreated. Under ordinary circumstances, Su Xingyan would have captured Yin Shuju in merely a second or two. For being a robust man, his physical strength undoubtedly surpassed hers. However, the clutter surrounding them was overwhelming. It not only obstructed his line of sight but also hindered his movements. Some boxes towered higher than a person. And as Yin Shuju deftly maneuvered around them, Su Xingyan lost sight of her entirely. Strangely, despite her seemingly delicate appearance, there were several instances when he nearly seized her name tag, only for her to slip away at the last moment. Su Xingyan, already lacking in patience, found himself increasingly agitated. He swept aside an empty box, which toppled over, revealing that Yin Shuju was on the verge of rounding another tall box. In a swift motion, he grasped her arm. Human civilian, Yin Shuju, injured, remaining health 70. Any contact with a demon results in damage. With considerable force, he yanked her back, causing her to collide into his embrace, her head striking slightly against him. As Su Xingyan was already in motion, the unexpected impact sent a waft of her fragrance to his nose, and in the next instant, he staggered back 2 steps due to the momentum. In this retreat, his leg collided with a cardboard box, which, though light, toppled over upon impact. The fallen box crashed into another, triggering a domino effect, and with a cacophony, a multitude of boxes tumbled down. Su Xingyan found himself pulled down with Yin Shuju in tow. Yin Shuju's mouth twitched as she attempted to rise. But with Su Xingyan still gripping her, she resigned herself to falling backward alongside him. Several plush dolls rolled out from the boxes, the cardboard crushed, and Su Xingyan's head became engulfed by the toys, while Yin Shuju lay atop him, her head resting against his chest, feeling slightly dazed from the collision. The eerie, childlike laughter of the dolls enveloped them. Su Xingyan and Yin Shuju, along with the audience, were momentarily rendered speechless by the absurdity of the scene. To mitigate the risk of accidents, the boxes on the 3rd floor contained no sharp objects, predominantly filled with plush toys, arranged in a densely packed manner to heighten the challenge. At that moment, with a significant portion of the boxes toppled over and dolls scattered throughout the room, the 2 lay in the center, disregarding the unsettling laughter of the toys. Observing the scene, 2 striking figures amidst a sea of colorful dolls, there was an unexpected romanticism. Provided the handsome man's face wasn't too obscured. Yin Shuju reached out to remove the doll obscuring Su Xingyan's face, tentatively inquiring, Mr. Unknown Entity, are you all right? Su Xingyan, with a blank expression, replied, I won't die. He knew it. It was impossible for him to harm anyone. Every time, something went awry. Are you hurt? No. Su Xingyan attempted to rise. Unknown Entity, human civilian Yin Shuju, please activate the teleportation array and proceed to the designated location in the garden. They exchanged a glance. Chapter 25, the final battle begins. Su Xingyan then realized that he was still grasping Yin Shuju's arm. He released her. It was not the time to harm her. Shall we go? The girl gazed at him with an expression of natural ease, devoid of any resentment for having fallen because of him. Nor did she seize the opportunity from their earlier contact to display any distasteful expressions. Only the tips of her ears were faintly flushed, for reasons unknown to him. Su Xingyan found his dismal mood somewhat alleviated. Let us move on. He took the lead, striding forward. Yin Shuju rubbed her ears, reddened from the impact, and cautiously avoided the dolls, trailing behind him. The duo arrived at the garden, where, Following the director's instructions, they located the bucket that had been toppled by Yun Shuju. Crouching down, one on each side, they faced the bucket and embraced their heads. Thus, a memorable scene from Quick Escape unfolded. The bucket sat between them, Su Xingyan and Yun Shuju facing each other, heads cradled, gazing across the water vessel. Yun Shuju remained composed, while Su Xingyan wore a look of indignation. Anyone could tell he was mentally cursing. The audience finally caught on, and the comments flooded in rapidly. Xing Shun, you director. This pose, two refugees? Please. I'm eating. Why make me laugh like this? I did not expect that. It's evident this variety show has no script. This is utterly absurd. Nevertheless, how did they manage to fall right there with all those boxes? Only that one could knock down so many. I'm laughing so hard I'm in tears. This is brilliant. Ignoring the annoying Yun Shuju. This is quite humorous. Oh, can I ship them just a little? Mr. Unknown Being, are you all right? Why are you so obedient and sweet? This is such a delightful pairing. Especially when Yun Shuju fell into Xing Shun's embrace. Her expression dazed. It was utterly adorable. Wooden bucket, heads cradled. Falling. What name sounds better? Are you being polite? I choose human ghost, humorous. Have you all lost your minds? Who is Yun Shuju? Does she deserve to be with my brother? Xing Shun is my husband. Yun Shuju should perish. She deliberately fell into my brother's arms. How disgusting. My heart aches for my brother, having to be with such a woman. No more mentioning Yun Shuju in Xing Shun's livestream. Xing Shun belongs to everyone. He is not getting married. The two remained crouched for 30 seconds before the directors signaled they could move. Yun Shuju stood up and hurriedly made her way downstairs. Xing Shun, there's water on the floor. Be careful. She no longer called him Mr. Unknown Being. She was concerned for him, warning him about the water. Su Xingyan raised an eyebrow, slowly standing and watching her run off without pursuing her. Was he truly harboring too much prejudice against her? She did not seem as insufferable as the rumors suggested. Yun Shuju swiftly ascended to the third floor, where an abundance of plush dolls adorned the room, each ready to emit a shrill cry upon being stepped on. After considerable effort, she reached the very spot where Su Xingyan had initially been located. As anticipated, she uncovered another key in the vicinity. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the second floor, and Yun Shuju patiently waited for 3 minutes before securing the key. The director announced, "Attention all guests. All 5 key fragments have been collected. Humans, please carry the 5 key fragments to the escape door within 5 minutes to unlock the final key and open the gate to freedom. Unknown entities, please proceed immediately to the escape door to hunt down the humans and prevent their escape. The final battle commences." Just as Yun Shuju stood up, another announcement echoed. An unknown entity has successfully hunted the noble human Yun Chuqing. An unknown entity has successfully hunted the civilian human Zong Sang. 2 individuals had been slain in quick succession. If another human were to fall, their faction would face defeat. Yun Shuju approached the staircase on the 3rd floor, attentively listening to the sounds below. She was not particularly surprised by the current predicament. Previously, Su Xingyan had refrained from eliminating anyone, not solely due to misfortune, but also for the sake of prolonging the show. Moreover, the director would not allow him an easy victory, as it would diminish the entertainment value. As the game progressed, the humans had exhausted nearly all their skill cards, and with sufficient time elapsed, it was to be expected that the ghost faction would continue to claim lives. Confirming that silence reigned on the 2nd floor, Yun Shuju deftly descended through a secret passage and collected 2 keys in the corridor, as well as another in the tea room. These were items dropped by the deceased humans, as the ghosts were unable to interact with them. With the 2 keys she already possessed, she now had a total of 5. However, Lin Luo's whereabouts remained uncertain. Although she had not yet perished, her health was critically low, and she had been rendered unable to run. Should Su Xingyan discover her, it would spell certain doom. Should she fall, 3 humans would be lost, leading to defeat for their side. Thus, the likelihood of human failure had increased. At this juncture, the audience began to feel the tension rise. Brothers, place your bets. Which side will prevail? Ghosts. Same here. Is there any doubt? The ghosts will surely win. Lin Luo can only walk, not run. If Yun Shuju attempts to open the door now, the ghosts will undoubtedly be waiting. The ghosts are certain to win. Humph, with Yun Shuju present. It wouldn't be surprising if the humans lost. Can we refrain from blaming everything on Yun Shuju? What should we do? I can't wait to know the outcome. Woo-woo. What will my beloved do? Yun Shuju silently approached the staircase, casting a glance at the dimly lit living room on the 1st floor. The absence of light left her uncertain if Su Xingyan was lurking by the entrance, lying in wait. Suddenly, a faint sound emanated from behind her. Turning around, she peered into the pitch-black corridor, unable to discern anything within the shadows. Yet that faint sound persisted, and a figure, uncertain whether it was Su Xingyan or Lin Luo, silently entered a room that, from the sound, appeared to be a bedroom. Was it Lin Luo? Su Xingyan should not need to tread so cautiously, and at this moment, he ought to be guarding the doorway. With these thoughts in mind, Yin Shuji refrained from speaking out impulsively. However, the viewers could see everything clearly. What the heck? Why is there a ghost here? Darling, don't be deceived. Quick, go downstairs and open the front door. It's a perfect opportunity. I'm so anxious. Why can't Yin Shujio see the bullet screen? Has it been 5 minutes? It's been 2 already. What are you waiting for? Shujio just obtained a skill card that can immobilize the ghost for 30 seconds. If she goes downstairs to open the door, she could definitely escape. The audience, desperate to replace Yin Shujio, urged her on in various ways. Just as they were pressing her, Yin Shujio moved, but instead of descending, she walked toward the bedroom. It's over. She must think it's Lin Luo. Chapter 26, Sister Luo Luo, be cautious of the steps. Useless teammates. Still can't make a decision at this point. If Yin Shujio had gone to open the door, perhaps humanity could have won. Now it seems like a certain loss. What a waste of the kindness shown to her by Qian Jane. If they lose, Sanggu will surely be disappointed. He has always taken games seriously. Does Yin Shujio even know how to play? Has she ever watched previous escape programs? This is ridiculous. At that moment, Yin Shujio's livestream had more viewers than Su Xingyan's. With the human team members Yun Chuqing and Zhong Sang both eliminated, their streams had closed, forcing people to switch to Yin Shujio's broadcast. As both were part of the human faction, the audience naturally empathized with the human perspective, hoping for their victory, thus gravitating towards the sides of Lin Luo and Yin Shujio. The action on Lin Luo's end was rather dull, leading most to flock to Yin Shujio's stream. With a complex mix of fans from the black factions, Yun Chuqing and Zhong Sang, those who held a favorable view of Yin Shujio quickly became the least noticeable presence. Should they lose due to Yin Shujio's decision, these viewers would not hesitate to place all blame squarely on her shoulders. The current situation could be summarized as follows. If they won, it would be a collective triumph of the human effort. If they lost, it would be solely Yin Shujio's fault. And did Yin Shujio feel any psychological burden? Not at all. One might say she was completely indifferent. Approaching the bedroom door, she peered inside. With just a hint of light filtering through the window, she could discern a figure standing by the bed, bent over, gazing beneath it. At that moment, from Lin Luo's perspective, she was covering her mouth, minimizing her breath, and crouching beneath the bed. She was aware that someone had entered. The person remained still by the bedside, not moving. With her line of sight restricted, Lin Luo could see little, yet her intuition sensed danger. Was that person Su Xingyan? After being rescued by Yun Chuqing, Lin Luo came to the realization that she was a burden and sought a place to hide. Upon hearing the news of Yun Chuqing and Zhong Sang being killed, Lin Luo understood that they had lost. Yet, at that moment, she felt a tinge of reluctance. Don't discover me, she silently prayed, each passing second feeling like an eternity. Was Yin Shujio once in a similar predicament? In her livestream room. Oh my! Does the star god have to be so terrifying? No lights on, peering in like this. Is it meant to scare someone to death? Oh no. My Luo, crying. My treasure Luo, crying. Humanity is doomed. Surrender already. Is that Sister Luo? Just as Lin Luo thought she would be discovered in the next instant, a gentle voice emerged. The sound was soft, as if whispering to someone. Su Xingyan immediately stood up and ran towards Yin Shujio. It was over. That fool Yin Shujio mistook Su Xingyan for her, and even spoke out. Lin Luo felt utterly speechless, but also relieved. With Yin Shujio dead, humanity's defeat was due to her, and it had nothing to do with herself. The tension in her mind eased, and she felt a sense of lightness. Yin Shujio knocked on the door, and the voice-activated lights in the bedroom and hallway illuminated simultaneously, revealing Su Xingyan's face. I can't believe this old 6 Yin Shujio. What will she do now? Probably too scared to react. Laughing to death. Su Xingyan's face has appeared. This guy will probably be dumbfounded. However, Yin Shujio was not startled in the least, nor did she show any surprise. Su Xingyan dashed to her side, and Yin Shujio cast the immobilization skill on him, exclaiming, Sister Luo, I've immobilized him for 30 seconds. Hurry and run. Lin Luo, hidden beneath the bed, was taken aback. Did Yin Shujio know she was here? Was this intentional? Sister Luo? Lin Luo gritted her teeth and crawled out from under the bed. As she raised her eyes, she saw Su Xingyan's face, nonchalant, standing there lazily surveying Yun Shujiu and herself. Lin Luo hurriedly moved toward the exit, but Yun Shujiu approached and grasped her hand, leading her downstairs. Feeling the gentle warmth of her palm, Lin Luo stared at the girl's profile, puzzled. Did she truly not mind her treatment of Yun Shujiu not long ago? Not only did she risk danger to save her, but she also held her hand to run together. Lin Luo understood that if she did not save herself, Yun Shujiu could not win alone. Yet, putting herself in Yun Shujiu's shoes, she felt that if she were in her position, she would never save someone who had treated her so poorly. Ultimately, this was merely a game. If Yun Shujiu chose not to save her, no one would ever know. And she had been aware of her presence in the bedroom. No one would blame her. Still, she chose to save her. Lin Luo's emotions were profoundly complicated in that moment. She recalled the recent moment when she had exposed Yun Shujiu beneath the sofa, and now, the roles had reversed. She found herself hiding under the bed while Yun Shujiu came to her rescue. No one could fathom the tumultuous emotions swirling within Lin Luo upon hearing Yun Shujiu call out, "Sister Luo, run. We are from opposing factions. You need not save me." Lin Luo remarked. "What are you saying?" The girl, in her flight, glanced back at her, her eyes sparkling with warmth and mischief. "Aren't we all part of the human alliance? Sister Luo, how could we possibly triumph without you?" Lin Luo averted her gaze, pondering why such an endearing tone was necessary. Yun Shujiu must be deliberately trying to win her favor. She refused to be deceived. "Even if you save me, I shall not express my gratitude. Do not presume I am unaware of your true nature. Sister Luo, watch your step." Lin Luo felt a twinge of discomfort. At that moment, the comments flew across the screen. "Some people, do you even need to say it?" If Shujiu hadn't saved Lin Luo, her demise would have sealed their fate. "Oh, so you think you can judge Yun Shujiu now that your precious candidate has been eliminated? Huh. So what if she saved Lin Luo? Now she has used the immobilization skill. In a moment, they will still lose. Only 30 seconds remain. Can they really unlock the door? Exactly. Who knows how Yun Shujiu even knew Lin Luo's location? Perhaps the director tipped her off. She has her backers, huh? This segment of individuals stubbornly refused to acknowledge the correctness of Yun Shujiu's actions. In truth, Yun Shujiu had merely guessed Lin Luo was in the bedroom. Why had Lin Luo become incapacitated while Yun Chuqing perished before her? It could only mean Lin Luo was hiding. Given the limited time, Yun Shujiu deduced that Lin Luo was most logically concealed on the second floor, likely in the bedroom. Coupled with Su Xingyan's earlier movements, her hypothesis was further validated. The two arrived at the entrance of the villa on the first floor. 5 key fragments were inserted into a password box, revealing a countdown of 40 seconds. Chapter 27. There are no ghosts, it's all just nonsense again with the countdown. Lin Luo frowned and said, "If we obtain the key and there is also a countdown to open the main door, wouldn't that seal our fate? There is always a way." Yun Shujiu gently reassured her, "Sister Luo, do not fret." With that, she approached the table, took a tissue, and returned to Lin Luo's side, softly saying, "Sister Luo, there is a bit of dust on your forehead. May I assist you in wiping it off?" "No need," Lin Luo replied. "I can manage myself." "You can't see it," Yun Shujiu insisted, handing her the tissue with focused eyes. "Would you like to give it a try?" Lin Luo, feeling a bit overwhelmed, snatched the tissue and muttered, "Please refrain from speaking to me in that tone. Why is this a bit sweet? Why is this a bit delightful?" "Delightful? Can't you see Lin Luo's face is written with resistance? So naive. Huh. Do you think Luo would fall for it? Ah, 2 sweet girls. I'm all in. Do you think I look adorable?" Lin Luo exclaimed, wiping her forehead haphazardly. Time trickled away, and with mere seconds remaining, the sound of footsteps echoed from the second floor. Lin Luo anxiously glanced at the timer. What usually felt like fleeting seconds now stretched infinitely. Su Xingyan was already descending the stairs. 9 seconds. He swiftly reached the first floor. 6 seconds. Lin Luo clenched her fingers in frustration. "Hurry up." Su Xingyan had pinpointed their location. 5 seconds. "Let us hide in the side garden." Lin Luo tugged at Yun Shujiu's sleeve, urging her to flee in that direction. However, Su Xingyan anticipated her intentions, maneuvering around to capture them. They were merely 3 meters apart. 3 seconds. "Sister Luo, you go grab the key and open the door. I'll hold him off." Lin Luo knew that if Su Xingyan touched her again, she would be out of the game without needing to tear off any name tags. With no other option, she agreed. Yun Shujiu stood defiantly in front of Su Xingyan, who was taken aback by her boldness but wasted no time in seizing her arm. Intent on tearing off her name tag. Human civilian, Yin Shuju injured, remaining health 40, movement prohibited. 1 second. Lin Luo held her breath, her heart racing. The audience felt the tension as well. Only 1 second left. She might get the key, but it seems hopeless. What a pity. If only there were 10 more seconds, humanity would have won. Yin Shuju is quite brave, but it's still a loss. The timer hit 0. Lin Luo grabbed the key and dashed towards the main door. Simultaneously, Su Xingyan's hand reached Yin Shuju's name tag, just a gentle tug away from concluding the chaotic night. His fans erupted with excitement. So thrilling. It's over. Tearing apart the wicked woman. Oh, how I long to sing the star's famous song. Let us sing in celebration. The star has turned the tables, haha. Beautiful. Yet, with a familiar giggle, the situation took a turn. Unknown entity has triggered the teleportation array. Please cease all actions and proceed to the designated location in the gym. As the announcement faded, Su Xingyan ripped off Yin Shuju's name tag. He turned around, only to find the girl he had grasped now holding a piece of red cloth, within which lay a small doll. At that moment, the doll, squeezed against him by the girl's force, emitted an eerie laughter. Su Xingyan, witnessing this scene, thought, I did not touch the doll. The girl cheerfully raised the red cloth, indicating that only Su Xingyan was to be teleported. Su Xingyan exclaimed, damn it. This absurd rule. Is it even reasonable? This is utterly toxic. He wore a dark expression as he affixed the name tag to Yin Shuju's back once more. The enigmatic creature, resurrecting the human commoner Yin Shuju, was whimsically remarked upon by the director. What a splendid being indeed. Su Xingyan's fans fell into a mysterious silence, while the few bystanders supporting Yin Shuju erupted in celebration. Meanwhile, Lin Luo opened the great door. The noble human Lin Luo had unlatched the escape route, urging humanity to hasten their flight. The escape route was now accessible. Unknown beings, please prevent their escape. Su Xingyan, ostensibly transported to the gym, seemed to be the subject of the director's playful jest. By the time he reached the gym on the second floor and descended, he mused that not even the shadows of humanity would remain. Lin Luo, resolute in her decision, approached the two without hesitation, forcibly removing Su Xingyan's hand and pulling Yin Shuju towards the exit. As they walked, she cast a sharp glare back at Su Xingyan. Su Xingyan was bewildered. He already felt constrained enough. Why must he endure such disdain? What do you mean, Lin Luo? Unknown being, be silent. You should be in the gym now. The director reminded him. Su Xingyan thought to himself, I swear this absurd show will be the death of me. He watched helplessly as the two exited the door, where a blinding light erupted. The human faction has triumphed. Always believe that hope lies ahead. Unknown beings have failed. Always remember, evil cannot prevail over righteousness. Su Xingyan questioned. But if the ghosts were to win, what then? Would you claim that evil triumphs over good? The director retorted, there are no ghosts in this world. It's all your fanciful fabrication. Su Xingyan chuckled. Ha, this is hilarious. After observing everything, truly, the one to be pitied most is the Star God. Star God has broken defenses. The director is truly entertaining. Humanity has won. Lin Luo just boldly reached out to pull Yin Shuju. What a fierce display of devotion. This is so heartwarming. Wait, what is devotion? There are no ghosts in this world. It's all your fanciful fabrication. Lin Luo and Shuju's relationship seems to have softened. I adore watching beautiful sisters supporting each other. This episode is genuinely delightful, filled with constant high energy, numerous twists, and plenty of humor. Perfect for a meal. I can already see several trending topics. By the way, where are those who criticized Shuju? Humph, claiming he couldn't win? What now, silent are we? Without Shuju, could they have triumphed? Jiu is undoubtedly the beacon of humanity. Does Yin Shuju lack skill? Is he merely a ruse? Humph. My wife is both intelligent and gentle, inciting envy in others. Despite the rumors suggesting otherwise, I truly felt her tenderness when she was about to wipe Lolo's face. I have come to admire her. Realizing that she is not the person the rumors depict, they are merely fabrications spun by marketing accounts. Are you not aware of these accounts? They start with a single image, and the content is entirely concocted. Chapter 28. The Little Princess of the Yun Family. Are you all alright? Even if victory is attributed to Yin Shuju's efforts, does that truly elevate her status? Is this reason enough to idolize her? Why should we credit Yin Shuju? The heiress has also discovered the key fragments. Bah, are you mindlessly fawning over Yin Shuju? As long as her infidelity remains unproven, I shall not become her admirer. The audience engaged in a fervent discussion. Regardless of the topic, it generated considerable traffic for Hurry and Escape. Meanwhile, Yin Shuju secured a portion of fans, while others, despite their reluctance to support her due to her scandals, exhibited diminished animosity compared to before. Of course, fans from other factions have grown increasingly disdainful of her, such as Su Xingyan supporters, who were infuriated by their collision, hurling insults at her ancestry. Overall, the situation holds both positive and negative aspects, yet it is trending in a favorable direction. At least 2 trending topics associated with Hurry and Escape prominently featured her name. Thus far, the show has appeared on 6 trending topics, specifically, the initial Heiress Escape Live, followed by Heiress Yun Shuju's Self-Awareness, Falling Stars Chase, Zong Sang vs. Ghosts, The Unfortunate Unknown Being, Heiress Carries, and Star God Yin Shuju's Doll Pile. The situation continues to evolve, suggesting the potential for further trending topics. The game concluded, and the 5 returned to the living room for the final segment, discussing their impressions of each participant following the game. This segment is a paradise for the fans. Hurry. I'm eager to know Star God's feelings towards the heiress. Will Zong Sang be fond of Lolo, with her adorable appearance and straightforward temperament? I am utterly captivated. What are the heiress's thoughts on the 2 male guests? The heiress is simply the best. What kind of cult is this, to be so devoted? I am different. I cannot wait to see Lolo confront Yin Shuju, claiming their relationship has improved? Nonsense. Lolo despises people like Yin Shuju. Haha, I agree. I am so eager to hear Lolo's comments on Yin Shuju. Will she reduce her to tears? I can't wait. I wish to know Star God's perspective on Yin Shuju. Is there any need to speculate? Star God's disdain for Yin Shuju is written all over his face. Indeed. Among the female guests, Star God's least favorite is unquestionably Yin Shuju. The audience buzzed with excitement, and the Q&A session commenced. Following the hierarchy, it began with Yin Chuqing. How does Qianjin perceive the Star God? The director inquired. The Star God possesses countless fans, his voice is melodious, and his personality is quite distinctive. Many admirers affectionately refer to him as a dog man, yet he remains deeply enamored. One wonders how Qianjin views him. Yin Chuqing cast a fleeting glance at Su Xingyan, a smirk gracing her lips as she remarked, I have never encountered someone so. She elongated her tone, tantalizing the audience, before concluding, so unfortunate. Lin Luo could not suppress a laugh. Yin Shuju also slightly raised her lips. Yin Chuqing's words indeed held merit. Su Xingyan rolled his eyes, resting his hands behind his head, leaning back on the sofa, exuding an air of nonchalance. Is that all? The director, stifling his laughter, dutifully pressed, could you elaborate a bit more? After all, Yin Chuqing and Su Xingyan are the 2 most talked about individuals. Any hint of mutual affection would undoubtedly ignite a fervor. Yin Chuqing continued, the Star God lacks discernment. The director, envisioning trending topics, excitedly asked, I wonder why Qianjin would say such a thing? Heavens, what does Qianjin mean by that? Is it what I think it is? Could it be that Qianjin has feelings for the Star God, and is insinuating that he lacks taste, not appreciating her? Please, don't go dreaming. The fans from both sides were utterly stirred. Yet, Yin Chuqing mercilessly shattered their illusions. Upon hearing the director's question, she did not glance at Su Xingyan but turned her gaze towards Yin Shuju. Because someone as adorable as Shuju has captured the Star God's heart, yet he harbors reservations. This statement caught everyone off guard. Yin Shuju met Yin Chuqing's eyes, only to find the radiant young lady gazing at her with a blend of affection and guilt. Guilt? Why would the protagonist feel guilty? And affection? What a peculiar bunch these fictional characters are. Since the topic has been broached, I shall articulate my thoughts clearly. Yin Chuqing settled between Lin Luo and Yin Shuju, draping her arm over Yin Shuju's shoulder, pulling her into an embrace. A flicker of displeasure crossed Lin Luo's eyes. The others regarded Yin Chuqing, speculating that she was about to defend Yin Shuju. Yin Shuju also lifted her head, her bright eyes fixated on Yin Chuqing. The negative rumors circulating about Shuju are entirely unfounded. Yin Chuqing's tone turned icy. What about Yu Ming? What about Xie Yin? Shuju did not engage in such actions. And I hope everyone refrains from believing the baseless rumors online, because Shuju is my sister, the little princess of the Yun family. She does not need to ride on anyone else's coattails for fame, nor does she covet Yu Ming's meager wealth. Do you understand? The group was taken aback. Yun Shuju belongs to the Yun family? Qianjin's sister? How is that even possible? Although Yin Shuju and Yin Chuqing share the same surname. And Yin Chuqing has always been quite affectionate towards Yin Shuju. If Yin Shuju were truly a member of the Yun family, how could the family allow her to be subjected to such slander for so long? The audience was equally astonished by this revelation. Is this for real? Did I hear that correctly? Yun Shuju is part of the Yun family. If that's the case, she wouldn't even consider someone like Yiming. While the Yu family holds some power, they are incomparable to the Yun family. I can't believe this. I'm shocked for an entire year. Unbelievable. Is this a lie? Yun Shuju is the sister of the heiress? I'm utterly baffled. Yun Chuqing must be trying to clear Yun Shuju's name. Previously, Yun Shuju clearly pretended not to know Yun Chuqing. Exactly, as if she had seen these comments. Yun Chuqing continued, my sister had some disagreements with the family and was unwilling to contact us. She pretended not to recognize me. But I could no longer bear to witness her suffering. From now on, Shuju will return to the Yun family. For those who continue to spread rumors, remember to come up with reasons befitting the identity of a Yun family heiress. What kind of family is the Yun family? Ordinary people may not be fully aware, but they know that since Yun Chuqing entered the industry, no artist has dared to offend her. Now, Yun Chuqing actually claims that Yun Shuju is also part of the Yun family? Chapter 29. The sister is clearly adorably invincible. The comments section fell silent for a few seconds, and at the same time, a trending topic titled Heiress Sister rapidly gained popularity. Isn't the heiress the only daughter in her family? She only has 2 older brothers. Where did the sister come from? Many were curious enough to click on the topic, only to be taken aback by a shocking revelation. What? The widely condemned celebrity Yun Shuju is actually Yun Chuqing's sister, the daughter of the Yun family? Is this true? Could it be a fabrication? Many speculated about what the heiress fans would say about Yun Shuju in the comments, only to find, upon scrolling down, the pinned comment. For specifics, refer to the Runaway livestream, where the heiress herself confirmed it. The livestream is still ongoing. The comments below were filled with disbelief and existential questioning. How could the heiress's fans not control the narrative? Is this real? Instantly, Runaway was flooded with a wave of new viewers, including passers-by, fans from various factions, and a multitude of Yun Shuju's detractors. Meanwhile, at the livestream site, the director paused for a few seconds, realizing that the viewership was now sufficient. This news was simply explosive. He pretended to cough a couple of times, astonished. Yun Shuju had debuted at the age of 18, and now, for years later, it was uncertain if her familial discord was related to her choice to pursue acting. Yun Chuqing swiftly changed the subject. This has nothing to do with this episode, right? I prefer not to discuss our family matters further. Let us move on to the next question. The director's eyelid twitched slightly. The young lady, who just moments ago endeavored to vindicate Yun Shuju through the program, now claims to refrain from discussing matters unrelated to the show. How astute. Nevertheless, it seems she has garnered sufficient attention. She understands when to exercise restraint. Thus, she remarked, very well, let us turn our attention to the next guest. I wonder how you perceive Miss Lin Luo? Poor judgment, unable to discern truth from falsehood. Came the response regarding Lin Luo. And what of Zhongsang? Excellent judgment, composed and steady. Zhongsang couldn't help but smile. The young lady's evaluations were evidently based on her attitude towards Yun Shuju. However, upon learning that Yun Shuju was the daughter of the Yun family, he felt a sense of joy for her, believing that henceforth, the malicious gossip would distance itself from the young girl. He wished for that bright and pure essence to remain forever in her gaze. After inquiring about Yun Chuqing, the next guest was Su Xingyan. Su Xingyan, equally unrestrained, shared a disposition akin to Yun Chuqing's. Fearless of offending others, he spoke his mind freely. Regarding his impression of Yun Chuqing, he stated bluntly, not familiar, but she seems rather domineering. Domineering? Indeed, he glanced at Yun Chuqing, who nearly enveloped Yun Shuju in her embrace. You permit only your sister to be adored, while forbidding others from expressing their affection? Humph. Yun Chuqing scoffed, hopeless. My sister is undeniably adorable. Your judgment is merely flawed. You fail to see your sister's true character. Su Xingyan retorted sharply. The tension between the two was palpable. Even the audience could sense the charged atmosphere through the screen. I weep. I was so invested in this pairing. All blame lies with Yun Shuju. Are you out of your mind? Yun Shuju is the younger sister of the young lady. Is it wrong for her to protect her sister? Su Xingyan was rude first, yet he dares to criticize the young lady's supposed domineering nature. I can only support the young lady from now on. Su Xingyan is so irritating. I even found the young lady displeasing at times. She truly thinks herself remarkable. You two families should cease the bickering. It's unnecessary. Who are you to meddle? I see you are from the Gu family. Your master is equally despicable. What do you mean by that? Exactly what I said. A few fans began to argue heatedly, while others, lurking in the shadows, joined the fray, resulting in a chaotic barrage of comments. Yun Shujiu tugged at Yun Chuqing's sleeve. Sister, it's all right. Not everyone will like me, but having you is enough. Yun Chuqing's expression softened immediately. Yun Shujiu's words brought her both joy and irritation, the joy stemming from being called sister and the assurance of being enough, while the irritation arose from Su Xingyan's audacity to dislike her sister. After spending so many years in this world, she had longed for her sister's arrival, wishing to share countless moments and all the wonderful things with her. How could others dismiss her sister based solely on hearsay? Upon her return to the present home with her younger sister, she introduced her sibling to their parents and brothers, determined to cherish and elevate Shujiu to the heavens. Seeking to remedy past regrets. Reflecting on her own wedding day, the painful news of her sister's demise struck Yun Chuqing like a dagger to the heart, causing her to develop an increasing aversion towards Su Xingyan. Clearing his throat, the director hastily intervened. What about Luo Luo? How does the star god perceive her? Su Xingyan softened his tone slightly. Miss Lin is quite charming and amusing. However, recalling her own missteps, Lin Luo found it difficult to share in the joy of such praise. Su Xingyan then offered his insights on Zhongsang, and when it came to Yun Shujiu, he scoffed, cunning and crafty. That's called being astute. Do you really believe everyone is as foolish as you? Yun Chuqing retorted sharply. Though Su Xingyan's remarks bore no malice, a subtle discomfort lingered in his heart. Yet, upon Yun Chuqing's rebuttal, he quickly amended his statement. Astute? Only you would deceive yourself. As it appeared the two were on the brink of another quarrel, the director swiftly transitioned the focus to Lin Luo. Sister Yun possesses great strength, a broad perspective, and decisive action. Lin Luo, seemingly unfazed by Yun Chuqing's critical remarks, proceeded to enumerate her virtues. The star god is quite the gentleman, and also humorous. Zhongsang is a steadfast young man. When it was time for Yun Shujiu, all eyes turned toward her. The audience was eager to hear the verdict. How would the typically outspoken Luo Luo evaluate Yun Shujiu? I doubt Luo Luo will speak the truth. I agree, as Shujiu is the sister of a wealthy family. Luo Luo must tread carefully. I'm truly astounded. Sister, do not fear. We will always support you from behind. After some contemplation, Lin Luo remarked that Yun Shujiu could be a bit naive. She risked herself to save me and even took the initiative to hold back Su Xingyan at the end. What else could that be but foolishness? She added, naive. Why does she always harbor such immense goodwill towards others? The director interpreted this innocent remark as a form of mockery, secretly admiring Lin Luo's courage to speak against Yun Shujiu in such circumstances. Fans shared similar sentiments. Sister Lin is truly bold. Is she not afraid of being undermined by the resourceful ones? Who are they referring to? Only those involved know. Luo Luo's words never fail to surprise me. Yun Chuqing's gaze has turned somewhat menacing, concerned for her sister. She is from a prominent family yet possesses such a narrow mindset. Chapter 30. She is so gentle as the QA session progressed to Zhongsang. He chose only to highlight the strengths of his predecessors. Finally, it was time for his assessment of Yun Shujiu. With a smile, Zhongsang remarked, though she appears delicate, I believe she possesses an inner strength that is quite formidable. Throughout the game, Zhongsang sensed that Yun Shujiu harbored her own thoughts. She was independent, clear-headed, and well aware of her next steps, rather than relying on the opinions of others. Are you and Yun Shujiu a good friend? Zhongsang glanced at Yun Shujiu, who wore a radiant smile, and he thought to himself, although our acquaintance is brief, I am certain we will become great friends in the future. I declare. Sang Jiu has achieved a resounding victory. Did you not hear Sang Sang express the desire for friendship? When he gazes at Shujiu, there is a distinct light in his eyes. Frankly, I cannot accept their relationship as merely platonic. After all, when Yun Shujiu faced widespread criticism online, nearly reaching the brink of despair, Zhongsang boldly stepped forward to defend her. Tell me, can this be merely friendship? Sang Jiu, brother, could you perhaps distance yourself from dubious women? How vexing. As for Yun Shujiu's assessment of Yun Chuqing, she spoke with a sweet and innocent smile, radiant as the sun. Exuberant and free-spirited, that is the ideal state of life I aspire to achieve. I truly admire your personality, dear sister. Yun Chuqing affectionately ruffled Yun Shujiu's hair, her smile unabashed. Star God, at our first meeting, I was quite taken with your voice, and I adore your hit song Ahead. Throughout this game, I find you humorous, diligent, and immensely strong. If I were to team up with you, I would feel a profound sense of security. Yun Shuju's tone was gentle, her voice soft and mellifluous. Speaking at a comfortable pace, each breath articulated clearly, making her words a pleasure to hear. A sense of security? Wanting to team up with him? Su Xingyan pressed his lips together, glancing at Yun Shuju. His expression was neutral, yet those familiar with him could discern that he was in rather good spirits. Sister Luo, when Yun Shuju evaluates someone, she faces them directly, her gaze focused. You have consistently maintained a serious demeanor, never relinquishing hope even in dire circumstances. I believe I can learn so much from you, and I genuinely wish to befriend you. Lin Luo averted her gaze uncomfortably, thinking to herself that Yun Shuju was quite the deceiver. If she truly desired friendship, why had she not spoken to her during their prolonged silence? Humph. As soon as sister arrived, she obediently nestled into her embrace. Even as a sister, was such public affection truly necessary? Sang-gu, you remain ever composed and attentive. Being with you is truly a breath of fresh air. I am delighted that my future includes you. Zhongsang gazed into the girl's sincere eyes, feeling a subtle tremor within his heart. It is difficult to remain indifferent to such sentiments. Who could possibly feel unhappy in response? Zhongsang could not help but envision a future where he and Yun Shuju shared a closer bond. To be honest, at the outset of their interactions, he harbored some hesitation, concerned about public opinion and wary of his manager's admonitions. Countless thoughts plagued him. However, after a few genuine encounters with Yun Shuju, all such hesitance dissipated. After all, it is indeed quite challenging to refuse the friendship of a gentle and pure-hearted girl. She does not engage in ambiguity or cross boundaries. She knows what should be said and what should remain unspoken. Whenever she sees you, her eyes sparkle with light, and a sincere smile graces her lips. Who could possibly refuse such a friend? Yun Shuju has left a lasting impression on everyone. The barrage of comments fell into a momentary silence. It seems that Yun Shuju is genuinely expressing her thoughts. She is so gentle. Is it permissible to say that? The tide has turned. Her emotional intelligence is remarkable. What a joke. You all believe her facade. That cannot possibly reflect her true feelings. It's all an act. Exactly. Given how Lin Luo treated her, how could she possibly hold a favorable opinion of Lin Luo? That's nonsense. I am the fool who has been deceived. Yun Shuju should exit the entertainment industry. It disgusts me, and she even became friends with Sister Luo. I feel nauseated. What kind of top-tier green tea is this? Pooh. Regardless of the detractors, Yun Shuju still garnered a wave of fans. The segment where the five of them shared their impressions concluded, leading to the final segment of today's recording, the selection of barrage questions. As the name implies, the guests are required to answer questions posed by selected comments. The comments are randomly chosen by the system. The director instructed the staff to bring a computer and place it on the table, ensuring all guests could see the barrage, as they were currently sharing a live streaming room. Dear audience, it is now time for the barrage question and answer segment. Do you have a plethora of inquiries for your elder brothers and sisters? Simply format your questions as named question, and you may be selected, the director informed the audience. Soon, the event commenced, and the barrage began to scroll rapidly. The system selected the first comment. The question posed to Yun Shuju was, what color does the young lady prefer? The director read it aloud, momentarily taken aback. What kind of question is this? Is it intended to test whether Yun Shuju is indeed the young lady? Yun Shuju saw the question and replied gently, my favorite colors are red and shades of purple. This was not difficult for her at all, considering she had spent over a decade in the novel's world with the female lead. She got it right. How could she possibly know something only true fans would know? Seriously, are you also immature? What is the point of such a question? It's a waste of an opportunity. Regardless, it is clear that Yun Shuju pays attention to the young lady. The second question was drawn. As the rolling barrage gradually came to a halt, it again posed a question to Yun Shuju. Yun Shuju, how many times have you been to bed with Yuming? Bang! The table was struck, producing a dull sound, and Yun Shuqing's expression darkened considerably. I will say this once more, my sister would never stoop to that level. The internet is rife with rumors. My sister has long had the most suitable fiancé. As for Yuming, he should keep his distance. Do you understand? Yun Shuqing's gaze was filled with a chilling fury, exuding a terrifying aura. Do not presume that the veil of the internet grants you license to act with impunity. The Yun family harbors no desire to seek trouble, yet, should you provoke us, rest assured that a lawyer's letter will find its way to your doorstep. Do you comprehend? These words, laden with veiled threats, instilled a sense of trepidation not only in the audience beyond the screen, but also caused a palpable shift in the director's demeanor. Cursed programming settings. How could they fail to filter out such unsavory language? What benefit could possibly arise from inciting the ire of a young heiress? Chapter 31. What would satisfy forgiveness for my sister? He hastily moved on to the next question, which thankfully returned to normalcy, posed by a fan of Su Xingyan, inquiring about his new song. The subsequent queries were devoid of further mention of Yun Shujio and were relatively straightforward to answer. Once the QA concluded, the live broadcast ended, yet the atmosphere remained heavy and oppressive. Yun Chuqing's demeanor was dark, while the others hesitated to speak, feeling the weight of the moment. Ultimately, it was Yun Shujio who gently embraced her sister, affectionately saying, "Sister, do not be angry. See, I am unfazed." Despite feeling the softness of the girl's cheek against her, Yun Chuqing remained furious, even more so, her thoughts raging against those scoundrels. How she longed to exact revenge. Had she not been present today, what kind of humiliating scene would Shujio have had to endure? It was infuriating. These individuals believed they could behave as they pleased behind the anonymity of the internet, presuming themselves to be the arbiters of morality, without grasping the truth. They maliciously slandered others. How utterly vile. "Shujio, I believe in you," Rong Sang stated. "Those matters online are surely fabrications." Lin Luo scoffed. "They even say I have 3 wealthy benefactors. It's laughable. If that were true, would I still toil away filming shows? Wouldn't it be more pleasant to be idle?" Su Xingyan, observing Rong Sang's unwavering conviction, felt curious about his faith in Yun Shujio. However, the moment was not appropriate for inquiries. He stood, stretching lazily. Isn't this internet toxicity quite commonplace? If a wealthy heiress calls you Sister Yun, why concern yourself with it? Do we appear to be the type to believe such nonsense? And you, Yun Shujio, if you shed tears tonight, I shall regard you with disdain. Yun Shujio was taken aback. How could Su Xingyan and Lin Luo exhibit such good-natured attitudes at this moment? Were they not opposed to her? "I will not cry," she replied, lifting her gaze. "I do not wish to cause sorrow to those who love me. Besides, there is nothing for me to weep over. You all believe in me, do you not?" Rong Ge Luo Luo Jia, Xingxin. As she addressed each in turn, they exchanged glances. Rong Sang affirmed, "Indeed." Lin Luo added, reluctantly, "Yes." Su Xingyan concluded, "All right then, I stand with you this time, providing you with a semblance of security." Observing the trio, Yun Shujio's eyes sparkled with gratitude. "Thank you all. It is truly an honor to know you." The director, who had yet to depart, felt somewhat superfluous. Moreover, why had the attitudes of Xingxun and Lin Luo shifted post-broadcast? This scene, left unseen, was a tremendous loss. The pain was palpable. As Su Xingyan turned around, she was somewhat taken aback to find the director lingering. "We are all supposed to rest. Why haven't you left?" Once the director departed, the clock had struck late into the night, approaching the early hours. The group ascended the stairs, retreating to their respective rooms to prepare for sleep. Yun Shujio had just finished her evening routine when a knock echoed at her door. It came as no surprise. She walked over to open it. Clad in her night attire, Yun Chuqing stood before her. "Sister Yun, please come in." In private, Yun Shujio reverted to a more distant form of address. Earlier, Yun Chuqing had feigned being her sister to assist her, and Yun Shujio, of course, did not wish to undermine her pretense, thus she played along. Now that the live broadcast had concluded, it felt inappropriate to continue calling her sister. Moreover, Yun Shujio genuinely wished to understand the thoughts of the female lead. Yun Chuqing was not surprised by Yun Shujio's demeanor. She stepped closer into the room and closed the door. "Are you still unwilling to forgive me? Shouldn't you be the one asking that question?" Yun Shujio thought. After all, she was the White Lotus supporting character. The female lead inquiring about forgiveness seemed rather absurd. Noticing Yun Shujio's silence, Yun Chuqing took it as a tacit acknowledgement of her unyielding stance and sighed, speaking earnestly. "Then tell me, what must I do for you to forgive your sister?" "Sister, what are you talking about?" Yun Shujio replied, her eyes wide with confusion. "Have you mistaken me for someone else? You have never wronged me. Shujio, I understand that you have been upset with me for years for not paying you any attention. But haven't I recognized my mistakes now? Can't you grant me this one chance?" Yun Chuqing clasped her hands together, feigning a pitiful expression. "We have finally reunited here. I will make amends for all that has transpired in the past." Yun Shujio was taken aback. What was going on with the female lead? "Sister, I truly do not comprehend what you are saying." Yun Chuqing felt a pang in her heart. to protect her and Su Lin. Her sister had chosen to marry that madman on the day of her wedding, leading to her demise that very night. This was a memory she had never dared to forget, as she always felt immense guilt towards Shujio. Yet now, as they met again, she yearned to make amends, only to find that her sister had seemingly moved on without her. Yun Shujio could never have fathomed that in order to fulfill her mission and prevent the darkened male counterpart from usurping the male lead's throne, she had chosen to wed the antagonist, a decision that led to a series of misunderstandings amongst several individuals. Jiang Yubai believed that her true love was Su Lin and was willing to marry her to protect Su Lin's throne. Both Su Lin and Yin Chuqing assumed that Yun Shujio had acted to safeguard them. Thus, while each was lost in their own thoughts, they all concocted various narratives. That's all right. If you cannot forgive me, I shall strive to do better. One day, you will forgive me, Yin Chuqing resolved in her heart. She took Yin Shujio's hand and sat beside her on the bed, gazing into her sister's clear eyes. A complex and bittersweet emotion began to dissipate, regardless of the circumstances. The fact that her sister had come to the modern world was already a divine blessing. After all these years she had spent here, she had encountered Yin Shujio on numerous occasions, yet never once had she sensed that this was her younger sister. It was only recently, upon viewing that online video featuring Yin Shujio and Wei Xuedan, that her heart began to race uncontrollably. In that single glance, she became utterly convinced this was indeed her sister. Elder sister Yun, though I don't know whom you're referring to, I believe that as long as you are sincere, the person you seek forgiveness from will surely feel the depth of your sincerity, Yin Shujio said softly. She will. Yin Chuqi smiled faintly. From now on, it's my turn to protect you. In the past, you always longed for my attention, yet I met you with the cruelest suspicions. But henceforth, no one shall dare mistreat you. Completely incomprehensible. What does she mean by longing for her attention? Does the female lead truly believe everything she did was just to gain her notice? Elder sister Yun. Yun Shujio's expression was fraught with complexity. Thank you. But you've truly mistaken me for someone else. Yun Chuqi neither confirmed nor denied this, choosing instead to shift the topic with sudden gravity. Have you ever met Jiang Yubai? Jiang Yubai? Why is the female lead asking about him? A flicker of wariness crossed Yin Shujio's mind as she shook her head. I've never heard of him. I don't know who that is. Chapter 32. What is all this about? Yun Chuqi exhaled in quiet relief. That lunatic, she absolutely cannot allow her sister to fall under his notice again. Elder sister Yun, my agent mentioned that someone specifically requested my participation this time. Was that you? I told the director that unless you were also invited, I wouldn't be available. He agreed. They exchanged a few more words. Despite probing several times, Yin Shujio could discern no ulterior motive in the female lead's behavior. She seemed genuinely concerned. Like an elder sister devoted to her younger sibling, no trace of hidden intentions could be found. Knock, knock, knock. A light rapping sounded at the door. Yin Shujio blinked in surprise. Who could be visiting at this hour? She approached and opened the door to find Lin Luo standing there, clad in an adorable bear-patterned sleep set. Sister Luo? The girl tilted her head slightly, her voice laced with soft confusion. Lin Luo lifted her chin. I can't sleep. Keep me company for a while. It's not like she's actually worried about Yin Shujio or anything. Is something troubling you? Yun Shujio stepped aside. Come in, Sister Luo. Pleased that the girl had taken her words at face value, and even sounded concerned, Lin Luo strode in cheerfully. Her stuffed bear clutched in her arms. Then her gaze landed on Yun Chuqi, who was lounging on the bed, arching a brow at her. Instantly, Lin Luo's mood soured. Why is Yun Chuqi everywhere? Yet she forced a polite smile. Elder sister Yun, you're here too. What are you doing here? Yun Chuqi's displeasure was equally evident. Her private sisterly moment had been interrupted. I couldn't sleep and wanted to chat with Yin Shujio, Lin Luo replied with saccharine sweetness. Elder sister Yun, it's quite late. Were you planning to stay the night with your dear sister? Precisely. Yun Chuqi reclined against the headboard, exuding languid elegance. We've been apart for so long. There's much to discuss. Tonight, we'll share this room. Elder sister Yun, Lin Luo countered with feigned concern. Given how long it's been since you last saw Yin Shujio, perhaps it's best to allow her some personal space. And since when is that your concern? Yun Chuqi scoffed coldly. If you're fine, hurry back. Can't sleep? Chat with your teddy bear. How childish to carry it around at your age. Lin Luo was infuriated. If she weren't worried that Yin Shujio might be upset over that comment, would she have come here at all? This Yin Chuqi was absolutely insufferable. For some reason, Lin Luo suddenly felt a pang of grievance. Her eyes flickered as she turned to Yin Shujio, her silent plea for intervention unmistakable. Yun Shujio curved her lips into a smile. Sister Luo Luo, the teddy bear is adorable, just like you. Lin Luo instantly felt soothed. Humph. At least this Yun Shujio knew how to speak properly. Shujio, you're taking her side? Yun Chuki's gaze dimmed slightly. Yun Shujio, sister, I was happy to sleep with you. With the air of a victor, Yun Chuki cast a sidelong glance at Lin Luo. Lin Luo's temper flared, and she blurted out recklessly, Yun Shujio, I want to sleep with you. Would you agree? Yun Shujio? Lin Luo? Have you lost your mind? Yun Chuki snapped. First, you scorned her, then you pestered her endlessly. What? Are you trying to play every role in this drama yourself? People change, Yunjia. I think Yun Shujio is quite lovely now. The two glared at each other. Their argument escalating until Yun Shujio's phone suddenly rang. She answered, brother saying, whoosh. Both fell silent, their attention snapping toward her. What was Zong saying, a grown man? Calling Yun Shujio for at this hour? Shujio, what are you up to now? Zong Sang's voice carried through the speaker. Brother Sang. Yun Shujio surveyed the scene before her, finding it nearly impossible to explain. Before she could speak, however, Lin Luo, still seething, shouted, I'm about to sleep with Yun Shujio. Don't call again. Whatever it is, say it tomorrow. Zong Sang. All right then, don't hang up. Yun Chuki cut in icily. Don't listen to this fool. Did Shujio even agree? How shameless. Yun Shujio, tell me, do you want to? Yun Shujio. This. What was wrong with Lin Luo tonight? Zong Sang. A faint whiff of tension seeped through the call. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of rapping at the door resounded again. Instantly, all three in the room turned toward it. Zong Sang, still on the line, heard it too. At this hour. It couldn't be. Yun Shujio opened the door. Xing Shun. Su Xingyan stood outside, momentarily distracted by the sight of Yun Shujio's freshly washed, fluffy hair. Then, feigning nonchalance, he said, nothing urgent. Just wanted to tell you, ignore that idiot's comment tonight. Don't take it to heart. His words trailed off as his gaze landed on Yun Chuki and Lin Luo inside. Then his eyes dropped to Yun Shujio's phone, where the caller ID, brother Sang, glared back at him. Su Xingyan. What in the world was happening? A four-person conference? If the director had witnessed this, he'd have lamented. What a shame this wasn't broadcast. In the late hours of the night, 5 guests gathered in Yun Shujio's room, a title bursting with excitement. It appears you have no shortage of comfort, Su Xingyan remarked with a smile that was neither fully a smile nor a frown. With bright, sparkling eyes, Yun Shujio cheerfully responded, I am quite happy. This farce ultimately concluded with Yun Shujio sleeping alone. Yun Chuqin found it difficult to counter Yun Shujio's decision, and Lin Luo, upon witnessing the outcome, felt quite satisfied. After all, she was not too familiar with Yun Shujio and did not mind not sharing a bed. Though there was a hint of regret, Yun Chuqin's own unfulfilled wishes brought her joy. The following day, the variety show wrapped up, and the group departed from the filming location. Yun Shujio exchanged contact information with a few individuals before returning home. Currently, she found herself on the fringes of the company. With almost no work to do, not even required to attend the office. The viewership of the live broadcast of Runaway quickly soared online, with the highest trending topic being Yun Shujio's identity as the daughter of the Yun family, a claim made by Yun Chuqin herself. The internet erupted in chaos. No one anticipated that a star with such a tarnished reputation could indeed be the daughter of the Yun family. Was this a joke? How could the Yun family remain indifferent to her scandalous public image, only to reveal that it stemmed from a conflict with her daughter? Netizens were perplexed and skeptical about the situation. Although Yun Shujio shared the same surname, she seemed worlds apart from the young lady of the Yun family. How could they possibly be sisters? However, aside from this revelation, Yun Shujio's performance in the variety show starkly contrasted with public perceptions. Was this truly the same person rumored to be involved with her best friend's boyfriend? This gentle, resolute girl, possessing a broad vision, seemed entirely different from the Yun Shujio portrayed online as someone who verbally abused staff and sought to ascend through male connections. It was as if they were two distinct individuals. Chapter 33. My expression is still grim. A portion of the audience began to sense something amiss, reminiscent of the last incident where it was clearly not Yun Shujio's fault, and she was indeed the victim. Yet the entire internet condemned her while the actual perpetrator masqueraded as the victim. Were the previous scandals surrounding Yun Shujio also fabrications? Was someone orchestrating her downfall? Some individuals started analyzing and raising questions, but before netizens could comment further, the comment section was overwhelmed by supporters of Gucheng. This matter is substantiated. What is there to doubt? Our Qingzi has suffered greatly, and yet you still wish to stab her in the heart. Is that humane? Wash, wash, wash. What little compensation did you receive? Regardless of whether Yun Shujiao is Yun Chuqing's sister, can her past actions be erased? Every time I think of Qingzi, my heart aches. Can't you people possess a shred of conscience? Please stop spreading baseless doubts. Is it possible that this was all orchestrated by Qingzi? We, the orange juice supporters, will forever believe in Qingzi. Yun Shujiao cannot be cleansed of her past. I want to even discuss the Guqing matter. What was she trying to achieve by deliberately falling into Xie Yan's embrace? Even the director was tempted. Exactly. The situation is precisely as you see it. Cast aside your doubts. Anticipate the forthcoming film featuring Qingzi. The original poster hesitated to reveal the address. As the matter escalated, the individual in question swiftly deleted their post, unwilling to draw attention to themselves. Such occurrences have transpired countless times online within mere days. Beneath Yun Shujiao's Weibo, the few kind comments she garnered were swiftly suppressed by fans of Guqing. Nevertheless, Yun Shujiao remained unfazed once she gathered the evidence from that time. It would herald the downfall of Guqing's towering edifice. The number of individuals who believe in her and stand by her will correspond to the multitude of those who will ultimately feel disillusioned and enraged. Not long after returning home, Su Yijiao called her tone markedly more amiable. Shujiao, is it true what Qianjin said? Are you her sister? The daughter of the Yun family? Yun Shujiao, like an innocent child easily deceived, promptly revealed the truth to someone close. Sister Su, that is not the case. Sister Yun intended to assist me. Su sighed in relief, stating, I knew it. With all the chaos back then. How could the Yun family not intervene when you were in tears every day? It was inconceivable that Yun Shujiao could be the daughter of the Yun family. However, Shujiao, do you share a close bond with Qianjin? Not really. Sister Yun is kind-hearted and couldn't bear to see me wronged, which is why she wanted to help. All right. I understand. Take a couple of days to rest. I will reach out if there's work. Okay, Sister Su, please take care. Before Yun Shujiao could finish, Su had already hung up. She set down her phone, a hint of a cold smile gracing her lips. It would be best if Su Yijiao acted even more excessively. Then, she could deliver a decisive blow, resolving this predicament once and for all. Meanwhile, in a high-end residential complex in Suqing City, within a first-floor villa, Yun Chuqing noticed her father seated on the sofa, furrowing his brow, clearly displeased after watching the latest episode of a variety show. Father, she inquired knowingly. What's with that expression? What did you mean by your remarks on the show? Yun Kangyi cut straight to the point. Since when does our Yun family have a daughter outside that I was unaware of? Dad, Yun Chuqing replied, placing her bag down and sitting beside him. I merely found that sister appealing. I like her and wish to assist her. And so you claimed her as the daughter of the Yun family? Yun Kangyi's voice turned stern. How could someone like her be associated with the Yun family? How could you tarnish our reputation in such a manner? Yun Chuqing immediately bristled. What do you mean by someone like her? What is wrong with Shujiao? She is gentle and pure. What fault is there in her? An artist with a tainted past. Does she deserve to be called a daughter of the Yun family? Yun Chuqing, it seems you have lost your senses. Upon hearing her words, Yun Kangyi was consumed by fury, his voice rising. You insisted on entering the entertainment industry, and I acquiesced. Yet now you are becoming increasingly reckless and oblivious to the consequences. This is sheer prejudice. Yun Chuqing could not bear to hear others speak ill of Yun Shujiao. She vividly recalled that year when, at her birthday banquet, she fell victim to a nefarious scheme, unwittingly poisoned by a deadly powder. It was Yun Shujiao who sensed the danger. Bound by the constraints of power and unable to find an escape, she risked her own reputation to plunge Yun Chuqing into the lake, saving her life. At that time, ignorant of the truth, Yun Chuqing seized the opportunity to incite her grandmother to harshly punish Yun Shujiao. However, upon learning the truth later, she was filled with profound regret and guilt whenever she reflected upon it. Yun Shujiao had grown up without care or affection. Even her father merely exploited her beauty and talent. All she ever sought was the attention of her only sister, yet Yun Chuqing had never truly understood her. Now, fate had shown mercy, granting her another chance to protect her sister. How could Yun Chuqing allow anyone to speak ill of her sibling? Prejudice. It seems you are the one becoming increasingly extreme. Reflect on your actions at home for a few days. You are not permitted to go out. Yun Kangyi declared angrily. Rising from his seat, he coldly added, I will have someone keep an eye on you before leaving the house. Yun Chuqing felt her breath quicken with frustration and Closing her eyes, refrained from voicing her anger. Chu-Ching, what is the matter? A man entered from outside, having just seen their father leave with an unsightly expression. Yun Chu-Ching scoffed. His expression is poor. I have my own grievances. What happened? The man, dressed in a tailored suit, exuded a handsome appearance and a refined demeanor, tinged with a hint of aloofness that inspired trust. He was Yun Mo, the eldest son of the Yun family, occupying a confidential position in the political arena. Yun Chu-Ching gazed at Yun Mo, her eyes flickering with intrigue as she ventured, Elder brother, I have met an adorable girl outside. Her parents have passed away, and she is all alone, quite pitiable. I wish to adopt her as my sister. May I? Yun Mo was taken aback. He understood his sister's character well. She was not one to easily approach others. What could this girl possibly possess that would inspire Yun Chu-Ching to want to make her a sister? Chu-Ching, our family does not casually adopt others, Yun Mo said as he approached the sofa. Yun Chu-Ching poured him a glass of water, and as he accepted it, he found himself increasingly intrigued. What kind of charm did this girl possess to make the little imp serve tea? The Yun family had 3 children, Yun Mo, Yun Si, and Yun Chu-Ching. Their relationships were not particularly close. Yun Mo, the oldest at 30, was 5 years senior to his younger siblings, and they had never played together as children. His temperament was stable and opinionated, preferring minimal interaction with others, given his brother's indifference and his sister's precociousness. His relationships with them remained rather bland. At times, Yun Mo envied those who had obedient, affectionate younger sisters, yet when he envisioned such scenarios, the solitary nature he had always embraced made him somewhat uncomfortable, ultimately leading him to accept the situation. Chapter 34. Shu, do be good. I know. But you will come to like her, and I have already publicly declared her as a member of the Yun family, Yun Chu-Ching stated, crossing her legs. Even if you disagree, surely you cannot embarrass me? Yun Mo had anticipated his sister's public declaration without family consent and nodded. I am indifferent. As long as you can persuade our parents. It was merely an extra idle person at home. Couldn't persuade him, could we? Yun Chu-Ching gritted her teeth, clearly furious, looking down on entertainers. Humph, he thinks so highly of himself. The only reason I call him Dad is out of respect for Mom. Ahem. Yun Mo sighed helplessly. Chu-Ching, what good does it do to antagonize Dad? Regardless, Yun Kangi is the head of the household now. Everyone's here? A cold voice sounded from behind. Second brother? You're back too? Yun Chu-Ching turned, her voice bright with surprise. With 3 of them persuading him together, surely Yun Kangi wouldn't dwell on such trivial matters? Yun Si paused, and used to such warmth from her. Eldest brother, Chu-Ching. He nodded at them curtly before moving toward the stairs, distant as ever. Second brother. Come here first. Don't go fiddle with your computer yet. I have something to say. Yun Chu-Ching called after him. Frowning slightly, Yun Si turned back. Speak. I've taken in a sister outside. Help me convince Mom and Dad to accept her. She handed him a glass of water. Yun Si took it but set it down untouched. Fine. He didn't care about such things. A few perfunctory words to their parents would suffice. Satisfied. Yun Chu-Ching didn't mind whether he drank or not. Propping her chin in her hand, she pondered her next move. If only Shujo could live here. I'd see her every day. I want her to be blissfully happy, free from all worries. Meanwhile, Yun Shujo remained unaware that the reason she had pushed the female lead into the water was already known, that in the female lead's heart, she was loathed, even resented. In the novel-esque world, Yun Shujo had many villainous tasks, but the system's condition was clear. The final outcome couldn't change, meaning those missions, taunting the female lead, pushing her into the water, had no time limit. She could choose when to act. She wasn't exactly a saint, but neither could she harm others without cause. Using her knowledge of the plot to help the female lead a few times was harmless. Yun Shujo expected no gratitude, nor did she seek redemption. After all, in the original story, the leads believed the villainess was wicked until the very end. She couldn't alter the plot. She'd leave eventually anyway. While Yun Chu-Ching racked her brains, Yun Shujo was facing someone she'd rather avoid, Jiang Yubai. Don't like the food? The man's features were peerlessly handsome, his gaze under the lamplight brimming with tenderness and possessiveness. Yun Shujo lowered her head, evading his eyes. Every second here was agony. It's fine, she murmured. Fresh off the variety show, Jiang Yubai had shown up at her doorstep, inviting her to dinner. Refusal wasn't an option. She sat in Jiang Yubai's car and arrived at a private dining establishment named Shushi, discreetly located and luxuriously adorned, with not a single patron inside. Upon entering, Jiang Yubai summoned the staff, who promptly prepared an array of dishes favored by Yun Shujiao. Yet, as she beheld the exquisite and aromatic spread, she found herself unable to indulge. Before her immersion into this narrative, her palate did not lean towards such flavors. If Yun Shujiao were to express delight, it would equate to her acknowledgement of being that very Yun Shujiao. How distressing. Why must she dine with the male counterpart? Was it time to contemplate relocating? Otherwise, with Jiang Yubai persistently seeking her out, she feared she might eventually succumb to exhaustion. You need not be so reserved, Jiang Yubai offered. Serving Yun Shujiao with a gentle tone, I shall escort you home once we finish our meal. I am not reserved, Yun Shujiao replied, striving for nonchalance. It is merely that this is my inaugural dining experience with an admirer. It feels rather peculiar. Jiang Yubai chuckled softly. Is it any less peculiar if he is not an admirer? I noted your lack of peculiarity when you were entwined with Su Xingyan. Yun Shujiao retorted. That was merely an accidental tumble. There was no embrace. It was indeed an accident, Jiang Yubai smiled. Yet the glint in his eyes conveyed a hint of danger. But your ears have turned crimson. Shu, he murmured. In his presence, you blush. Yun Shujiao, taken aback. Blush? When had she ever felt bashful? How was it possible she was unaware of her own feelings? Do you now favor someone like Su Xingyan? Jiang Yubai laid down his chopsticks casually. Yet Yun Shujiao sensed that if she acquiesced, it would not only spell disaster for her, but also for Su Xingyan. How could that be? Yun Shujiao protested innocently. I have only just met Su Xingyan. We have yet to truly know one another. How could I possibly harbor affection? Best not to. Jiang Yubai gazed at her, his tone gentle yet firm. Shu, be obedient and do not provoke my ire. Yun Shujiao tightened her grip on her chopsticks. A threat? This encounter had taken on a far more menacing tone than before. Previously, although he had been inexplicably enigmatic, he had maintained a semblance of normalcy. What had prompted such a drastic shift in demeanor this time? Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Yubai's transformation stemmed from his inherent nature. Previously, he had restrained himself for fear of alarming her, but after encountering Su Lin the day before, the one for whom Shu would willingly sacrifice her life, he found his patience waning. In the depths of night, his dreams were haunted by visions of Yun Shujiao perishing in his embrace. She loved Su Lin so deeply that on the very day she feigned marrying him, she chose to end her life. What right did Su Lin possess? Setting aside the princely status, in what regard did he surpass Jiang Yubai, deserving of such profound affection from Shu? Jiang Yubai, consumed by jealousy, felt a surge of rage upon seeing Yun Shujiao so intimately close to Zhong Sang and Su Xingyan on the show, laughing with them. He nearly stormed onto the set to take her away. The dark thoughts within him grew increasingly intense. A voice whispering to Jiang Yubai to clip Shujiao's wings and confine her to his side, ensuring she would never leave him. Yet another voice countered, cautioning him that such actions would only bring her unhappiness, and she would never truly love him. These conflicting voices intertwined in his mind, leaving Jiang Yubai uncertain of how long he could maintain his composure. He yearned for her to smile solely for him, to hear her affectionately call his name, to entwine her essence within his very being. His eyes gradually reddened. Chapter 35. Jiang Yubai, you are quite dominant. Jiang Yubai, you are quite dominant, came the girl's slightly reproachful voice. Jiang Yubai paused, taken aback, as he observed Yun Shujiao savoring the dishes he had selected for her, his previously frantic emotions calming somewhat. A faint sense of joy blossomed within him. He offered her more food, expressing his desire for her eyes to reflect only him, Shujiao, proclaiming that no one could love her more than he did. Yun Shujiao chuckled inwardly, maintaining her composure outwardly, as she served him some food in return. How can you be so certain? Moreover, can you guarantee that your love will remain unchanged? One day, you might grow weary of me. Impossible, Jiang Yubai asserted resolutely. There is nothing impossible, Yun Shuji replied. My brother once adored me, idolized me, yet now, I am the person he dislikes the most. Jiang Yubai was momentarily taken aback, at a loss for words. He understood his own heart. It would never waver in this life or the next. But how could he make Shuji believe him? I do not question your sincerity, Yun Shujiao smiled gently. I merely wish to point out that people can change, and the future is unpredictable. This time, Jiang Yubai fell silent for a moment, yet his gaze remained fervent as he continued. Then you, too, will not always harbor feelings for Su Ling, correct? Su Ling, the male lead? Yun Shuji was perplexed as to why Jiang Yubai believed she had feelings for the male lead. However, it was evident that she and the male lead did not get along, and she felt compelled to clarify. I do not have feelings for Su Ling. He is a prominent actor, and we have no connection whatsoever. Jiang Yubai, however, was unconvinced by her words. While they might not have a connection in the present, what about the past? There had been far too many intersections. He fixed his gaze on her. If you truly do not like him, then you would not mind if I took action against him, would you? In the past, everything had held no significance in Shujiao's absence, which was why he had refrained from confronting Su Ling. Now that Xu Jiao had returned, he intended to make Su Ling experience the harshest realities of life. Yin Shujiao, why speak such dark words? Her eyes reflected a complex mix of emotions. Jiang Yubai, what are you planning? The man's expression turned icy. You indeed still care. I merely wish to say, do not engage in unlawful acts. Yin Shujiao replied earnestly. Moreover, I do not wish to involve others because of me. Jiang Yubai, please do not act this way. Jiang Yubai's eyes were icy cold, masking the madness and gloom within as he spoke indifferently. Shu, if you want me to spare him, shouldn't you agree to my terms as well? Yin Shujiao frowned. Reasoning with Jiang Yubai was utterly futile. From the past to the present, Jiang Yubai had always been the most unpredictable factor in her life. Shu, I can see it. You refused my help earlier and pretended otherwise, all to distance yourself from me, to avoid further entanglement. His gaze darkened. But Shu, you can never escape me. Never. Starting today, if you interact with any man besides me, don't blame me for being merciless towards Su Ling. The dinner had begun unpleasantly and ended no better. Yin Shujiao found it impossible to communicate with Jiang Yubai. The man operated on his own logic, impervious to her words. Even the flawless facade she wielded effortlessly with others crumbled before him. As they stepped out of Shu's, the night breeze brushed past her ears. The man opened the car door for her, and Yin Shujiao sank into the seat, exhausted. Jiang Yubai lowered his long lashes, irritation flickering at her despondency. He shut the door and circled to the other side, sliding into the driver's seat. Neither noticed the figure lurking in the shadows, capturing the moment with a phone camera. Watching the luxurious car disappear into the distance, the casually dressed paparazzo glanced at the photo. The man had bent slightly, one hand shielding the car roof, his profile sculpted like a masterpiece, his commanding presence palpable even through the screen. A glimpse of soft yellow fabric peeked from the door, and through the gap, the woman's silken hair was just visible. The paparazzo's eyes gleamed with greed. A scandal involving Jiang Yubai, the untouchable titan of the business world. Heaven, it felt like a dream. Jiang Yubai dining late at night with a mysterious woman, even deigning to open her car door. What an explosive scoop. The paparazzo could already envision the frenzy this revelation would ignite. The only regret? The woman's face remained unseen. But perhaps that ambiguity would only fuel the public's obsession. Tonight's haul was monumental, with Ding Wei reassigned to another artist by Su Yi. Yin Shujiao found herself idle, spending days alone at home. Meanwhile, leaked stills from the Grand Era set took the internet by storm. One image, in particular, stood out. A woman walking down a long corridor, her back to the camera, facing lush greenery. Her posture exuded grace and poise. Her slender waist accentuated by a deep blue gown, her hair elegantly pinned up, radiating classical refinement. She was the spitting image of Xiaoho when from the original novel. Fans erupted. This is perfection. This is the noble daughter burdened by her family. She stepped right out of the pages. Why can't they release episodes as they film? The anticipation is killing me. Even casual viewers were stunned. Wait, this is really Wei Xuedan's performance. To speak candidly, while Wei Xuedan may not be the most admirable person, her recent performance has indeed been commendable, and I eagerly anticipate the airing of the drama. It vexes me, however, as I harbor a dislike for Wei Xuedan, yet I am quite fond of the original work, Shengshi. Should I watch this adaptation or not? Wei Xuedan's team, seizing the favorable circumstances, has once again engaged an army of online supporters, leading to this image being widely lauded across the internet. The die-hard fans of Wei Xuedan have finally found an opportunity to counter. You can always trust Sister Xuedan's acting. The past is behind us. Xuedan is improving. And I hope you can recognize her transformation. She has genuinely dedicated herself to her craft on set. Perhaps her character Yin Shujiao is simply exasperating her. An actor must let their work speak for itself. Sister Xuedan's talent will silence all critics. Upon reading these comments, Yin Shujiao scoffed. While they can use her photo to mask the situation now, what will happen when the drama airs? What will they say then? Will they concoct new excuses? Did they not learn from the previous incident? Are they still bold enough to make reckless admissions? Wei Xuedan's team is truly amusing. In truth, Yin Shujio could easily expose the truth through a video right now, but she has no intention of doing so. It is a lie that cannot be sustained. And when the drama airs, she is keen to see how Wei Shuidan will respond. On the third day of staying at home, Yin Shujio received a call from Zongsang. Shujio, there's an exhibition of master painter Wu Shi tomorrow. Would you like to join me? Chapter 36. Be cool, eh? Sang, don't you have work scheduled in the next few days? I have a new drama coming up, but these days are quite free. Yun Shujio replied with a smile, great. The exhibition of Master Wu Shi isn't something one can just attend at will. Do you have tickets? Yes, I have too. I'll pick you up tomorrow. Sounds good. Yin Shujio chose to disregard Jiang Yubai's comments and agreed. She cherishes her independence and doesn't wish to be constrained by others. Moreover, Zongsang is unlike anyone else. Since the moment he willingly jeopardized his own future to assist her, things have changed. As an actress, how could she avoid interacting with other men? Would she stop acting altogether? That is simply impossible. Jiang Yubai is completely oblivious to reality. Yin Shujio silently cursed Jiang Yubai a few times when a new message popped up on her phone. Director Chun, Shujio. I have an old friend whose new drama is in need of a female supporting role. Would you like to audition? Yun Shujio replied. Is that possible? Director Chen. Of course. The person I recommend won't refuse you. Just pass the audition. Yun Shujio. Great. I will give it my all. Thank you, Director Chen. It's been a while since I've had a formal job. Director Chen, good luck. Ever since the last incident, Director Chen has felt a sense of guilt towards Yun Shujio. After much contemplation, he decided to take action. Otherwise, he knew he would struggle to find peace of mind for quite some time. Opportunities have been presented to Yun Shujio for quite some time. Whether she can seize them depends entirely on her abilities. Moreover, Yun Shujio possesses a remarkable talent for portraying characters from antiquity, and she certainly does not intend to let down her old friend. Ultimately, whether to cast Yun Shujio will rest upon a word from that same friend. Director Chen sent the script to Yun Shujio, who skimmed through it. This production is a historical drama, with all the narrative highlights centered around the protagonist's journey of growth. While the supporting female character has a minimal role, and the plot lacks originality, the leading lady is a timid and kind-hearted royal princess, whose mother holds a lowly status, rendering her almost invisible within the palace until the emperor recalls her during a royal marriage alliance. Conversely, the supporting character serves as the princess's confidant, harboring ambitious schemes and unwilling to resign herself to a life as merely a maid. Consequently, after the princess encounters an ambush and tumbles down a cliff, she conspires with the reluctant escort team to impersonate the princess for the marriage alliance. The emperor of the neighboring kingdom is young and handsome, and the maid instantly falls in love with him. Unfortunately, as she is but a maid, no matter how adeptly she masquerades as a princess, she possesses little more than a facade, being illiterate and utterly unable to win the emperor's favor amidst a harem filled with stunning beauties. Upon the real princess's return, she faces execution for her deception. The narrative concerning the supporting character within the palace is only briefly sketched, as the author predominantly focuses on the protagonist's evolution from a timid, tearful girl in the depths of the palace to a competent princess imbued with noble ideals. Yun Shujio selectively examined the supporting character's script and felt that she could certainly portray this role. Furthermore, with approximately 10 days remaining until the audition, there was no urgency. She could take her time to contemplate her performance. The following day, Zongsang indeed arrived at Yun Shujio's doorstep to escort her. Today, Zongsang came alone, driving himself, as this was his personal time outside of work, and he wished to avoid any disturbances. Good morning, Sanggu, Yin Shujio greeted. Clad in a set of loose-fitting gray leisure wear that discreetly concealed her exquisite figure. Although still attractive, her attire was understated. Her long hair was tied back in a low ponytail, and she wore a black baseball cap, with a mask tucked in her bag, prepared for her disguise. Zongsang was similarly attired in a plain black ensemble, devoid of any embellishments. Yet, once one notices his striking visage, even the most ordinary outfit transforms into something sophisticated and fashionable. He resembled a dashing youth sprung from the pages of a comic book. Shujio, good morning, Zongsang remarked, his lips curving into a smile upon seeing Yun Shujio's radiant grin. Being in her company evokes a remarkable sense of comfort and joy. Do you enjoy painting, Sanggu? She inquired. Yes, but merely as a hobby. I lack any innate talent. I once aspired to learn, but I couldn't stick with it. I used to want to learn skateboarding to appear cool, but after falling and crying, I never touched a skateboard again. Zongsang chuckled. I never imagined you would be interested in skateboarding. Yun Shujo blinked playfully. In her youth, she often heard remarks about her timidity, which spurred her desire to engage in more challenging pursuits. Thus, the clothes were torn apart, and Yun Xiaomu seized the opportunity to mock him mercilessly. Zhongsang's car arrived at the city center. The renowned master of traditional Chinese painting, Wu Shi, stands as one of the most illustrious artists in the nation. He is the founder of the Yu Bei painting school, excelling in freehand brushwork, yet also proficient in meticulous techniques, possessing a distinctive style. Each of his creations commands exorbitant prices from eager collectors, yet demand often exceeds supply. Wu Shi seldom auctions his works. Most of his paintings are gifted or commissioned by those who offer substantial sums, rendering them inaccessible to the average person. This time, he hosted an exhibition, with news having spread like wildfire online months in advance. The event opened a mere 100 slots to the public, akin to winning a lottery in terms of the odds. The remaining spots were predetermined, some reserved for favors while others were purchased at high prices by well-connected individuals. In summary, access to this event required either power and influence or extraordinary luck. Zhongsang belonged to the latter category, having not only secured tickets but also managed to acquire an achievement that would incite envy among others. However, rather than selling the coveted tickets or leveraging them for favors in the entertainment industry, he chose to share them with Yun Shuju. Such is the nature of some individuals in the world, who, despite having limited acquaintance with you, regard you as an immensely important friend and generously share without reservation. The two donned masks as they entered the exhibition hall. Yun Shuju wore a hat and mask, while Zhongsang also masked up, even deliberately bending slightly as he walked. Brother Sang, at this rate, even I wouldn't recognize you if we crossed paths, Yun Shuju joked, a hint of helplessness glimmering in her eyes. Zhongsang replied, "There's no choice. I have quite a few obsessive fans, and I'm rather wary." They proceeded forward, engaging in conversation while admiring the artwork. The exhibition was bustling with people, and they blended in seamlessly. Yun Shuju had initially lacked knowledge of art, but in the fictional world, she had diligently studied to embody the role of a talented and accomplished young woman, excelling in all arts. Now, she could appreciate some aspects of it. Chapter 37. Her disappointment had accumulated. Wu Shi truly lived up to his masterful reputation. The disparity in skill between his works and those of his disciples was evident. As Yun Shuju perused the exhibition, it became clear that whether depicting landscapes, flowers, insects, or figures, Wu Shi's paintings were not only lifelike but also imbued with an ethereal quality. His style was distinctive, emphasizing three-dimensionality with audacious color choices. It was rumored that Master Wu Shi had recently taken on a new disciple. Zhongsang stood before a painting, admiration evident in his eyes, conversing with Yun Shuju. "He is an 18-year-old lad." "Indeed," Yun Shuju acknowledged. "Look," Zhongsang pointed to the signature on the painting. "Master Wu Shi's 3 disciples are all renowned. And this Yun Jiamu must be his latest apprentice." Yun Shuju chuckled softly, "Perhaps. The painting appears to possess a youthful charm. However, given the tender age of 18, it is indeed commendable. What are your thoughts?" Yun Shuju glanced over the landscape painting, noting its vibrant colors and meticulous brushwork, which were quite impressive. Regrettably, the few branches of peach blossoms diminished the overall value of the artwork. Yun Jimu's painting depicted a tower amidst the spring mountains, ravaged by the scars of war. Now in a state of disrepair, he had painted several branches of peach blossoms on the tower, symbolizing rebirth and the dawn of a new era, a commendable intention, albeit poorly executed, rendering the entire piece somewhat discordant. Zhongsang initially found the painting slightly odd, but after Yun Shuju's remarks, he increasingly concurred with her assessment. To his surprise, Shuju possessed such insight into art. Just as Zhongsang was about to voice his thoughts, a boisterous male voice erupted from behind. "What do you know? Can you even paint? Blabbering nonsense here." Zhongsang turned around to find a youthful and handsome boy standing behind them, his expression one of anger. Yun Shuju paused and turned to face him. The boy, not recognizing her, brusquely declared, "If you can't appreciate the art, then leave. My teacher hasn't pointed out any flaws. Who do you think you are?" Over the years, he had often been hailed as a prodigious talent, but it was the first time someone had belittled him in such a manner. The teacher should not have allocated a spot to an ordinary person. Just look at who has come in. Upon hearing this, Zhongsang was momentarily taken aback. "Are you Yun Jimu?" Yun Jimu scoffed, lifted his chin, and replied proudly, "Indeed." Observing that the girl with black hair remained silent, Yun Jimu assumed she realized her fault and pressed on, You claim my peach blossoms are inferior. Then I must ask, who are you? What works have you produced in the industry? Are you more accomplished than my master? Once, Yin Shujiu had been shy and reticent, often keeping her gaze lowered when out in public. In contrast, her current demeanor radiated an elegance that was worlds apart from her former self. Moreover, Yun Jimu had not seen her for quite some time, and now, standing before him, he remained blissfully unaware that the person in front of him was his elder sister. With a slight flutter of her eyelashes, Yin Shujiu had no desire to engage with Yin Jimu, while she was willing to feign amiability in front of others. She felt no inclination to maintain even a fade with him. She had accumulated enough disappointment. It matters little. I am merely an unremarkable individual, she replied, her tone devoid of emotion. Yun Jimu furrowed his brow, scanning the girl before him several times. Surely, she could not be. My apologies, it was just a casual remark. Zhong Sang, wishing to prevent Yin Shujiu from offending Master Wushu's disciple, offered an apology on her behalf and grasped her wrist to leave. However, just as they took a step away, the boy's deep voice resonated. Yin Shujiu? Stopping in his tracks, Zhong Sang looked at Yin Shujiu in astonishment. Yin Jimu actually recognized Shujiu? Wait a moment. Yin Jimu. Yin Shujiu. Could it be that this person has a connection to Shujiu? Zhong Sang halted his steps, yet Yin Shujiu continued onward, seemingly oblivious to Yin Jiamu's words. After Zhong Sang paused, she glanced back at him, her voice soft. Sang-gu, let us go. Hey, Yin Shujiu. What do you mean by this? The disregard exhibited by Yin Shujiu left Yin Jiamu feeling quite uncomfortable, although he no longer acknowledged Yin Shujiu as his sister. Such an attitude was unwarranted. Yin Jiamu strode forward, positioning himself between the two, his voice laced with anger. Didn't I say that we have no relations from now on? What are you doing here? Are you pretending to understand? Critiquing my art and now ignoring me? Can you not remain calm for a moment? His raised voice attracted the attention of several onlookers, who turned their gazes toward the commotion. Yun Jimu's words displeased Zhong Sang. Regardless of their relationship, Yun Jimu's comments were incredibly irritating. Zhong Sang restrained himself from speaking, directing his gaze toward Yin Shujiu. He was still uncertain about the situation and chose not to speak impulsively, with her pale fingers lowering the brim of her hat. Yin Shujiu averted her gaze. I apologize. I want to appear before you again. In truth, she was capable of reasoning with Yin Jiamu or clarifying matters. Yet she simply did not wish to. Why engage with someone who did not believe her? Let him think whatever he liked, as long as he did not disturb her. Yin Shujiu's words were intended to dissuade Yin Jiamu from continuing his relentless pursuit of attention. The revelation of her identity could potentially bring trouble to Sang-gu. As she uttered those few sentences, Yin Shujiu felt no sorrow. Rather, her heart was remarkably tranquil, as if reciting lines from a script. However, Zhong Sang remained unaware of her inner state. He tightened his grip on her wrist slightly, offering her silent comfort. Yin Jiamu, taken aback, processed the apology from Yin Shujiu. In the past, she would only cry and plead, saying, I didn't do it. It was Gu Cheng who framed me. You must believe me. She had never offered an apology, only claimed her innocence and urged him to trust her. When he demanded proof, she would insist she had none and continue to weep. Yet now, she was apologizing and declaring she would not appear before him again. Strangely, despite this being the very outcome Yin Jiamu desired. Witnessing her lowered head and the gentle utterance of her words, imbued with a sense of grievance and sorrow, stirred a torrent of complex emotions within him. Yin Shujiu grasped Zhong Sang's hand, ready to depart, when a slightly hoarse voice called out from behind. You shouldn't entangle yourself with these men any longer. What can they truly offer you? Must your ambitions be so grand? Have some self-respect. If necessary, I will support you. What did Yin Jiamu mean by that? Zhong Sang was nearly provoked to expletives. Did he truly believe that he and Shujiu shared such a relationship? Did he trust all the disparaging rumors circulating about her online? Ridiculous. How absurd. The suggestion of self-respect made Zhong Sang want to confront him with a punch. Chapter 38. Yin Jimu, am I correct? He endured, and upon seeing that Yin Shujiu had no reaction, not even anger, he turned back to glare at Yin Jimu. Do not speak recklessly. Those rumors are mere fabrications. Humph. Yin Jimu gazed at him coldly, his eyes brimming with disdain and contempt. Those men who indulge in the company of starlets are hardly virtuous. Zhong Sang was about to say something further when Yin Shujiu grasped his arm gently yet firmly, signaling him to refrain from continuing. As the two drifted away, Yin Jiamu's gaze fell upon the intertwined arms of the pair, and a wave of disgust washed over him. Yun Shuju had truly caused him to be disfavored by the teacher, yet showed no sign of remorse, flitting from man to man. What of propriety and integrity? Had she consumed them all? He turned on his heel and departed. Yun Shuju led Zongsang to another exhibition hall before releasing his arm. Zongsang's expression bore a hint of concern. It's all right, Sangji, my relationship with him is not good. His words do not anger me. Zongsang could not detect the slightest trace of anger in Yun Shuju, which only deepened his empathy. How could a normal person not feel anger when misunderstood in such a manner? The only explanation for Yun Shuju's calmness was that she had grown accustomed to such treatment. Is there no way to clarify those past incidents? Zongsang inquired, referring to the online slanders regarding Yun Shuju. Yun Shuju shook her head. Without concrete evidence, people will only believe what they wish to believe, much like Yun Jiamo. Zongsang understood that had there been proof, she would have revealed it long ago. Yet, he remained hopeful and asked once more. The answer, predictably, was disheartening. I'm sorry, Shuju. Today may not be a favorable day, Zongsang sighed. Perhaps I should not have invited you. Why do you say that? I would be quite bored at home. I'm happy to be called by you, Sangji, Yun Shuju replied, her smile brightening her clear, luminous eyes. Zongsang felt a pang of discomfort. He endeavored to adopt a light-hearted tone. We've seen enough art. How about we go to the amusement park? What do you say? Sure, she replied. Sister Chung, do not overthink it. No, there's no need to worry about my relationship with her. It's quite good, my master and brothers treat me well. All right, you go ahead and attend to your matters. I'll take you out for a meal when you have the time. After hanging up on Gu Chung, Yun Jiamu's gaze landed on the painting previously discussed by Yun Shuju. The more he looked, the more agitated he became. He resolved to stand, carefully lift the painting, and head towards Wu Shi's room. Knock, knock. Come in. Yun Jiamu entered the room, closing the door behind him, and respectfully addressed, Master. The elderly man, deeply engrossed in his painting, lifted his head. Beneath his graying hair, a pair of bright, piercing eyes met Yun Jiamu's. Jiamu, what brings you here? As Yun Jiamu presented his painting, he bit his lip, addressing his master. Master, you previously praised my work highly, but today, a viewer remarked that the few branches of peach blossoms ruin the entire piece. Initially lost in thought about his painting, Wu Shi suddenly returned to focus. Gazing at the artwork for a few moments, a subtle smile gracing his lips. What do you think, Jiamu? Yun Jiamu was taken aback. What are your thoughts on this painting? Does the viewer's comment hold any merit? An unsettling feeling washed over him. What did his master's words imply? Hadn't he previously lauded his efforts? Wu Shi continued. Jiamu, you are an exceptionally talented child, surpassing several of your senior brothers in innate ability. At times, your bold use of color astonishes even me. However, his tone shifted, revealing a hint of seriousness that tightened Yun Jiamu's chest. Yet, your shortcomings are as glaring as your strengths. The brilliance surrounding you is excessive. Your talent has imbued you with unwarranted confidence, and the myriad praises have elevated you to a pedestal. You must acknowledge that you have developed a somewhat inflated sense of self, brimming with arrogance. You are unable to accept even the slightest criticism. Yun Jiamu's face flushed with embarrassment. Master, the viewer was indeed correct. Those peach blossoms are poorly rendered. You have overly emphasized visual effects while neglecting the realistic characteristics of the piece. But he hastily added, Master, you previously gave me a high evaluation and did not indicate any faults. Wu Shi regarded him silently before retorting, if I had said otherwise, would you accept my words as truth? How could Master S' words not be true? No, Wu Shi countered, you would not perceive me as guiding you. You would only see me as nitpicking, a senior taking issue with your work. Am I correct, Yun Jiamu? Suddenly addressed by his full name, Yun Jiamu's heart raced, his face reddening as he stood speechless, for he recognized the truth in his master's words. Throughout his life, he had been enveloped in a stream of praise. His talent had allowed him to easily outpace his peers, fostering a sense of pride and entitlement. He had always believed he would one day become a remarkable figure, dismissing any criticism as the ignorance or jealousy of others. Master, Yun Jiamu inhaled deeply, bowing in apology, I understand my mistake. I will humbly seek guidance and strive diligently from now on. Wu Shi reflected, I have often wondered when you would realize the issues with your mindset. Unexpectedly, today's art exhibition has yielded such an insight. He felt pleased with Yun Jiamu's attitude. His distance from this young disciple stemmed from a dislike of youthful arrogance. And now that Yun Jiamu was willing to change, it was indeed a positive development. You should express gratitude to the one who pointed out your error. In my view, he cannot be an outsider. Perhaps he is a master who remains inconspicuous. Yun Jiamu fell silent. Thank the elusive Yun Shujiao? Is he truly a master? How can that be possible? At this moment, Yun Jiamu's emotions were inextricably tangled. On one hand, he felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, while on the other, he was utterly astonished. How could Yun Shujiao possibly understand art? She had never studied it. She had astutely identified his shortcomings, and yet he had misjudged her, treating her with disdain. No, it was inconceivable. It must be a mere coincidence. After years of diligent practice, he had only just reached his current level. How could Yun Shujiao discern the issues he himself was oblivious to? It was purely serendipitous. Yes, master, Yun Jiamu acquiesced to Wu Shi's words. However, regardless of his disbelief, he found himself unable to sleep that night. Every moment spent with Yun Shujiao surged forth from the deepest recesses of his mind, enveloping him entirely. The recent incident and the videos that had circulated incessantly haunted his thoughts. Was Yun Shujiao, known for her propensity to weep, perhaps crying at this very moment? He opened WeChat and sent a message. How did you perceive the issues within the painting? He envisioned several potential responses from Yun Shujiao, only to be met with a red exclamation mark. The other party has enabled friend verification. You are not yet friends with them. Chapter 39. Could the director be Xie Yan? On the day of the audition, Ding Wei accompanied Yun Shujiao to the venue. Yun Shujiao appeared unfazed, while Ding Wei was filled with trepidation. Yet, she did not wish to transmit her anxiety to Yun Shujiao, so she bore it silently, feigning nonchalance. Unbeknownst to her, the tension in her eyes was palpable. Yun Shujiao received her number card and, like other performers, waited outside. Many gazes were directed towards her. In the entertainment industry, Yun Shujiao had garnered a measure of fame. In her debut year, she became well known for her role as the first beauty in a fantasy drama, with netizens unanimously agreeing that she truly embodied the title of the first beauty. Finally, a genuine goddess was portraying the role. Prior to the scandal involving her affair with her best friend's boyfriend, she was a rising star, with several projects under her belt. Although her acting skills could not be deemed exceptional, her striking visage commanded attention, and her eyes were once dubbed the most beautiful in the industry. A few selfies devoid of filters could propel her to trending status, with fans fervently declaring their adoration. Industry insiders labeled her as the most commercially viable vase. However, following the revelation of her scandal, Yun Shujiao found herself ostracized by the entertainment world. The ratings of her past dramas plummeted due to malicious intent, and the products she endorsed fell into obscurity. For months, she had no new projects and vanished from public view. Nearly everyone believed her star had dimmed irrevocably. Who could have anticipated that today, she was revealed to be the youngest daughter of the Yun family, the sister of heiress? While the authenticity of this news remained to be verified, the heiress herself had confirmed it, rendering it nearly impossible to be false. The youngest daughter of the Yun family? This is more than sufficient to bring Yun Shujiao back into the public eye. Moreover, she has recently made frequent appearances on trending searches, with an incessant flow of news, and has taken the opportunity to redeem herself, garnering a considerable fan base. Today, she is actually here auditioning? Is she aiming to reclaim her former glory? Strangely, there seems to be a significant transformation in Yun Shujiao compared to her past. To suit today's role, she has simply styled her hair up with a pin and donned a slightly vintage, azure long dress, with light makeup accentuating her features. Standing there quietly, a fleeting glance reveals her resembling an elegant figure from antiquity. Yun Shujiao has long since developed immunity to the various gazes directed her way. She smiled warmly and gently at the crowd, greeting them with a soft good morning. The others were momentarily taken aback. However, Yun Shujiao paid them no mind. She turned to the furrowed brow of Ding Wei and pinched her cheek, reassuringly saying, Wei, there is no need to worry. I am quite confident. Yet, Ding Wei's heart raced as if she were the one about to take the stage. Indeed, but you haven't acted in so long, she remarked with a flutter of apprehension. Yes, but I have been diligently preparing, so relax and trust me. Ding Wei responded, yet her heart remained unsettled. The assistants of the other actors observed this scene with a twinge of envy. The rapport between Yun Shujiao and her assistant appeared exceptionally close, as if they were the best of friends, devoid of any pretentiousness. Regardless of the rumors circulating about her, being her assistant must be a delightful experience, for she truly exudes warmth and kindness. The other actresses, witnessing this interaction, felt a mixture of complex emotions. Yet their primary concern lay in whether Yun Shujia would usurp their roles. One ventured forward to inquire, "Hello, which character are you auditioning for?" If she is auditioning for the lead, with her demeanor alone, they might as well concede defeat. Sung Han, Yun Shujiao replied with a soft voice. Did she actually respond? Sung Han. The individual was momentarily taken aback, hastily encouraging, "Oh, good luck." This alleviated some concerns among the group. Yun Shujiao possesses an exquisite presence. Yet it is precisely this quality that seems ill-suited for the role of Sung Han. It is essential to remember that Sung Han is merely a maid. She does not require any air of sophistication or noble elegance, merely a girl masquerading as a princess, and an overly refined demeanor would contradict her character. As time passed, many individuals entered and exited the audition room. Ding Wei leaned in closer to Yun Shujiao, curiously asking, "Shujiao, have you noticed the peculiar expressions on the faces of those who have come out after their auditions?" Indeed, Yun Shujiao had observed this phenomenon, as it was glaringly apparent. Regardless of the roles they auditioned for, the young women emerged with dazed expressions, flushed cheeks, and eyes either drifting, brimming with excitement, or filled with ambition, none of which seemed quite normal. Who knows? Let us wait and see. Just then, an assistant, familiar with the actors, inquired, "Sister Zhao, what is happening? Is everything all right?" "It is nothing significant. I have encountered someone I have long wished to meet." The actress wore a radiant smile, her eyes sparkling, embodying the essence of a devoted fan whose aspirations have come to fruition. Ding Wei murmured, "Could it be that the director of this play is Xie Yan?" Xie Yan, one of the most esteemed directors in the industry, despite his youth, has already amassed a plethora of renowned works. Coupled with a visage that rivals that of a star, he boasts an enormous following. In fact, many young actors have ventured into the entertainment world merely to catch a glimpse of Xie Yan. Besides him, Ding Wei could hardly fathom anyone else capable of stirring such excitement among these individuals. Could it be that the male lead of this production is the illustrious actor Su Lin? Unlikely. This hardly qualifies as a grand production, and the auditioning ensemble comprises few prominent actors. As Ding Wei continued to drift into her thoughts, she suddenly locked eyes with Yun Shujiao, only to realize that there was indeed a connection between her artist and Xie Yan. Startled, she quickly corrected herself. "Haha, I don't really know. I was just speculating." "Who knows?" Yun Shujiao maintained an indifferent demeanor. Number 57, Yun Shujiao, finally echoed through the room. "Wei Wei, I will head in first. Do not worry about me. I shall see you shortly." Yun Shujiao stepped into the audition room, where several tables were arranged. At the center sat a portly middle-aged man, casually dressed with a kindly gaze, a blank sheet of paper and a pen resting before him. Two others flanked him, their attitudes markedly less cordial, their eyes betraying open disdain, clearly perceiving Yun Shujiao as a waste of their time. Meanwhile, the staff busied themselves adjusting the camera equipment. However, Yun Shujiao barely glanced at them. Her attention was drawn to a man seated at the back, seemingly detached from the unfolding scene. Clad in black, he exuded an air of distinction and was gazing at her. His features were exquisite, with a sharply defined facial structure, yet he did not appear intimidating. Rather, he radiated a cool, aloof demeanor. His black eyes held no emotion, his expression decidedly indifferent. Chapter 40. Xie Yan, what do you think? Had it not been for Yun Shujiao's recognition of him as the very man who had supported her that day, she would never have surmised that they had previously met, nor that he had once advised her to take care of her health. To her astonishment, Ding Wei was indeed correct. Xie Yan was present in the room. However, given his seated position, it seemed that he was merely a spectator, while the individual at the forefront held the reins of authority. As anticipated, Xie Yan showed no inclination to speak. He merely inclined his head slightly before redirecting his gaze downward, engrossed in his phone. Had Yun Shujiao not been attentively observing him, she might not have even noticed his nod. A flicker of confusion washed over her. Aside from that one misunderstanding, she had never had any interaction with Xie Yan. He had always maintained a reputation for propriety. Given her recent scandal, his demeanor seemed rather incongruous. Had she misjudged the situation? Yun Shujiao sat before the director, who offered little time for contemplation. With a smile, he inquired, "The audition is for Sung Han, correct? I presume this is the old friend Director Chen spoke of." Judging by his demeanor, it seemed he held no prejudices against her due to the rumors circulating outside. Yun Shujiao nodded. "Yes, hello." Despite his youth, could you please portray the scene where the emperor orders the execution of Sung Han upon hearing news about the princess? Very well. Yun Shujiao recalled the scene, and After a brief moment of reflection, her expression transformed. The emperor had long harbored suspicions about Songhan's identity and had sent loyal subjects to investigate. Upon discovering that the princess had fallen from a cliff and that the person beside him was merely a maid, he was filled with fury and confronted Songhan in her Phoenix Palace. "Songhan, you dare impersonate the princess, audaciously deceiving me. Such a crime deserves death. What more is there to say?" A staff member, with a flat tone, remarked. Lacking the finesse of a professional actor, his delivery faltered, emphasizing the challenge for the auditioning actress. Yun Shujio, initially bearing a shy countenance, instantly paled. "Your Majesty," she stammered, her voice trembling with fear, "you have discovered the truth?" Though adorned in finery, her gaze habitually fell, betraying her sense of inferiority. Even in this moment of profound emotional turmoil, she only dared to glance at the emperor's face briefly before lowering her head, her eyes fixated on the hem of his garments. Her expression was a tapestry of turmoil, panic, fear, resentment, and a strange sense of relief. The complexity of Kanghan's feelings was far from simple fear. Perhaps from the very beginning, she had anticipated such an outcome. Yet, as she became increasingly entangled in this web of opulence, she found herself enamored with the very person before her. Each night, she was gripped by dread, waking from nightmares, unable to find solace in sleep. Thus, when she finally heard the emperor unveil the truth, her instinctive fear was intertwined with a profound sense of release at the long-awaited moment. "Your Majesty, I am named Songhan." She knelt, a name bestowed by the princess. "You often lament my ignorance of poetry and manners, deeming me unworthy of the title. Yet, behold, I am indeed not the princess. The true princess is well-versed in literature and embodies kindness and purity, even granting someone like me such an elegant name." The emperor scoffed. "I care not whether you are called Chunhan or Donghan. For your heinous acts of treachery, I shall not grant you a swift death. You will slowly endure the most excruciating torments." Songhan trembled but did not plead for mercy. Slowly, she raised her gaze, her face as pale as snow, and for the first time, she held the young emperor's gaze for an extended moment. "Your Majesty, I know I cannot escape death, but may I ask you one thing?" Her eyes, humble yet fervent, sought his. "Have you never loved Songhan, even a little?" The emperor's voice was frigid. "Do you truly believe I would fall for a lowly servant?" The once bright gaze of Songhan dimmed to a gray, devoid of any sparkle. As the guards dragged her away, she lowered her head, silently shedding 2 streams of tears, not out of regret, but sorrow. Everyone familiar with the script knew that Songhan was not a virtuous person. Yet, in that moment, the room was enveloped in silence, and those present, witnessing the mute weeping of the young girl, felt an inexplicable sense of empathy. It seemed that Songhan's life truly began only upon her arrival at the palace of the neighboring kingdom. Here lay everything she desired, yet alas, all of it was stolen. How poignant! The assistant director glanced down at the audition number, 57. It was Yun Shujio. Indeed, the individual before them was undeniably Yun Shujio. But how could it be? How could Yun Shujio possess such remarkable acting skills? Before the scandal, she had been infamous for her lack of talent. Merely a pretty face attracting attention. After being dragged through the mud, she had seemingly vanished from the acting scene. How could her skills have improved so dramatically? Moreover, what was this overwhelming sense of ancient authenticity? If Yun Shujio merely donned the attire of a historical maid, she might as well have been a time traveler. How could she attend to such intricate details? Had she truly encountered maids in her life? This was indeed a breathtaking performance. Yun Shujio wiped her tears away and stood up, only to find everyone staring at her in a daze. Even Xie Yin had raised his head at some point. Upon meeting her gaze, he nodded again. "Songhan, you are indeed Songhan." The portly director exuberantly slammed his hand on the table, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "When Chun Jian recommended you to me, I was skeptical, recalling your past performances, which were not particularly impressive. Yet, you have truly astonished me." Yin Shujio bowed, her smile radiant and sincere. "Thank you for your kind words, Director." The 2 men at the table exchanged glances. In contrast to the director's enthusiasm, they appeared somewhat troubled. Although Yun Shujio's performance was undeniably exceptional, her notorious reputation might ultimately tarnish the production's reputation. "Director Fei, perhaps you should reconsider. There are still several auditions for Songhan." "Let us not rush into a decision," one suggested. "Consider what? Do I need to think about it?" Director Fei snorted disdainfully. "If you can find a better candidate for Songhan, I will change my surname." The 2 men exchanged glances. It seemed they truly could not find anyone else. Yin Shujiu, just wait for now. You are Song Han. No one can replace you. Director Fei assured her. Yin Shujiu couldn't help but feel a sense of gratitude towards him. Thank you, Director Fei. I will work even harder. She bowed once more and, without casting another glance at Xie Yin, exited the room. Chosen as Song Han by fate. Director Fei marveled, turning to his nephew. Xie Yin, what do you think? Chapter 41. Sister, come back and live with us. Xie Yin nodded, offering rare affirmation. It suits her well. After finishing his words, he lowered his head and sent a message to a contact named Jiamu. Jiamu, your sister auditioned today and performed exceptionally well, showing tremendous improvement. The reply came almost instantaneously. Damn it, Xie Yin. If you get entangled in some unclear relationship with her, don't blame me for turning my back on you. This indicated a belief that he had developed a relationship with Yin Shujiu, thus defending her. Xie Yin felt no anger. His gaze remained cold as his fingers typed swiftly. I merely stated the facts. All right, I believe you. But in the future, you needn't mention such matters to me. Came the response. Xie Yin replied, okay. He put away his phone and observed the director and assistant director in a heated debate. Yet his mind lingered on the tear-filled eyes of Yin Shujiu. His fingers fidgeted, inexplicably filled with a sense of restlessness. Meanwhile, Yin Shujiu had just exited the audition room, and all eyes converged upon her. Today's auditions were solely for female roles, hence the crowd outside consisted entirely of actresses. They had not yet entered. But upon witnessing the peculiar reactions of their competitors as they emerged, curiosity piqued within them about the circumstances inside. From the outset, no one believed that Yin Shujiu could secure the role of Han. And now seeing her exit with slightly reddened eyes and devoid of joy or excitement only reinforced their conviction that she had been rejected. Perhaps she had even faced the director's scolding. Shujiu, don't cry. Ding Wei embraced Yin Shujiu. It's just a role. It doesn't matter. As she spoke, she found herself in tears. How long had it been since Shujiu had landed any roles? Su Yi had long ceased to regard Shujiu with any significance. Once a brilliant actress of Qinxing, she now had to seek roles herself. How utterly despicable. Yin Shujiu gently tousled her hair and whispered, don't cry, Wei Wei. I'll quietly tell you that the director said this role is mine. Ding Wei's eyes widened in astonishment. About to inquire further when she heard the girl softly shush her. She immediately understood. Proclaiming such matters in public was indeed inappropriate. Therefore, Ding Wei took Yin Shujiu's hand and said, let us go home. Don't be disheartened. It's entirely normal to be eliminated. In the crowd, someone's derisive laughter echoed. Ding Wei turned to see a group of people huddled together, unsure who had spoken. Yet, Yin Shujiu remained unfazed. The two hailed a taxi and returned home. Ding Wei gazed at the small room rented by Yin Shujiu, her earlier excitement somewhat diminished. What a Qinxing star. How could her friend, once a rising flower of popularity, be living under such constraints? Had Shujiu been deceived, perhaps trapped in some oppressive contract? However, in that moment, Ding Wei chose not to utter anything that might dampen Yin Shujiu's spirits. Shujiu, did you really get the role? Yes, the director said so himself. Oh. Ding Wei enveloped Yin Shujiu in her arms, playfully pushing her onto the sofa. Shujiu, you are simply amazing. Yin Shujiu's head sank into the soft embrace of the sofa, her fair cheeks adorned with a gentle smile. Wei Wei, the future will undoubtedly be brighter. Hooray! Ding Wei exclaimed, the president's wife, the heiress of the Yun family. Shujiao, following you, I shall surely prosper. I am not the president's wife. That is merely a misunderstanding, nor am I the Yun family's heiress. Before Yin Shujiao could finish her words, the doorbell rang, causing her brow to twitch slightly. Could it be Zhang Yubai? She pondered, feeling an inexplicable annoyance at the sound of the bell. Or perhaps Sui. Ding Wei had ceased to address her as sister since Su Yi had reassigned her to another group, which left her feeling quite resentful. Yin Shujiao approached the door, glancing through the peephole to discover it was Yin Chuqing. The striking beauty donned a wine-red dress, held an exquisite handbag, and shielded her eyes with sunglasses. Shujiao, Sister Yin? Yin Shujiao queried, perplexed. What brings you here? Of course, I am here to take you home. Yin Chuqing replied, having been confined for several days and eager to find Yin Shujiao the moment she was released. Home. Yin Chuqing nodded and entered the room. Upon closing the door, Yin Shujiao turned around, still trying to comprehend Yin Chuqing's intentions, when she was met with Ding Wei's wide-eyed expression. Ding Wei gestured with her eyes. Did you not just say you weren't the Yun family's heiress? And now, here comes the heiress to contradict you. Yin Shujiao blinked in resignation. indicating that she too had not anticipated Yun Chuqing's arrival. Shujiao, what kind of environment are you living in? Is this a place for anyone to reside? Yun Chuqing disdainfully surveyed her surroundings before reluctantly taking a seat on the sofa, seemingly prepared for a lengthy discussion, as if she would not leave until Yun Shujiao agreed. Sister Yun, I am truly grateful for your assistance last time, but I am not your sister. Staying with the Yun family would be rather presumptuous. Presumptuous? Yun Chuqing raised a finger and shook it in front of Yun Shujiao. How can one speak of sisterhood as presumptuous? As she spoke, she retrieved her phone, opened a video, and held it up for Yun Shujiao to see. Yun Shujiao lowered her gaze, and Ding Wei curiously peered at the screen. The video backdrop revealed an opulent villa, far more luxurious than the one featured in Hurry and Escape. In the center, on a vast, comfortable sofa, sat two handsome men, one with a subtle expression and the other exuding an air of cold indifference. Begin, Yun Chuqing's voice emanated from the phone. Elder brother. The elegantly poised man on the left nodded, a slight smile gracing his lips. Sister, welcome back. Second brother. The man on the right fell silent for a moment, his tone frigid and curt. Come back to live. The tone was off. Yun Chuqing interjected. The man furrowed his brow, suppressing his irritation. Come back to live. With the addition of the word ba, it felt no different from reciting a text, devoid of any emotion. Yun Chuqing remained dissatisfied. You did not call me sister. The man replied. Sister, come back to live. The video concluded, leaving Yun Shujiao at a loss for words. Ding Wei shared her bewilderment. Unexpectedly, the two elder brothers of Shujiao are remarkably handsome. How about that? Yun Chuqing raised her brows with pride, asking, Am I being too forward? My brother is eager to meet you soon. Yun Shujiao, however, remained silent, clearly disinterested in attending. Frustrated, Yun Chuqing set aside her phone, exclaiming, There's no helping it. We've recorded it several times, yet these two fools can't seem to get it right. I'm tired of lecturing them. Sister Yun, I understand your good intentions. All right. I won't pressure you anymore. Yun Chuqing adjusted her approach. If you don't wish to stay at my house, that's fine. But surely it wouldn't be too much to invite you over to play? The female protagonist was determined to persist. Yun Shujiao lowered her gaze. Thus, it would not be a problem for her to go after all. She was curious about her true intentions, hoping to resolve the matter in one fell swoop. Chapter 42. Chung Chung, don't worry about so much. Inside a luxurious hotel, Chung Chung, please don't be like this. Yu Ming leaned against the door with one hand, pleading, I only wish to speak with you for a moment, nothing more. Before him stood a striking woman with golden hair and doll-like features, forcefully attempting to shut the door. I don't want to hear you speak, Yu Ming. Get away. If you don't stop, I'll call the police. Chung Chung, please don't be so agitated. I truly just want to say a couple of things. You have no idea how much I've missed you. Yu Ming's face displayed earnestness. Let me in, will you? No. Chung Chung retorted. You're nothing but a scoundrel. Despite her anger, her expression remained charming. You treated Yun Shujiao like that, and still expect me to be kind to you? If you fancy Yun Shujiao, then I shall withdraw. You both are together now. Why do you keep clinging to me? It was better not to mention Yun Shujiao, yet upon her name, Yu Ming's anger flared. Cheng Qing, do not speak of that despicable woman. I was manipulated by her. I had no idea what was happening when I ended up in bed with her. I am innocent. Who would ever fancy such a shameless woman? At this juncture, do you still wish to deceive me? You two have never cared for me, treating me like a fool from the beginning. A hint of sorrow flickered in Gu Cheng's eyes, her expression momentarily revealing her grievance, yet she quickly concealed it. However, Yu Ming stood before her, clearly discerning the truth. Seeing the woman he adored suppress her sadness almost shattered his heart. Ching Ching, trust me just this once. How could I possibly have feelings for Yun Shujiao? Think about it. She has so much dirt on her and entanglements with other men. If I were with her, I wouldn't know how many times I would be cheated on. My feelings for you are as clear as day. Yu Ming was on the verge of swearing an oath. Yet Gu Cheng remained unconvinced. You shall not deceive me again. If you truly do not like her, how is it that she remains enscathed in the circle until now? Yu Ming, I do not intend for you to confront Yun Shujiao. Rather, I am well aware of your character. At this point, Gu Cheng's tone softened, tinged with bitterness. You have always been clear-cut in your grievances and favors, seeking retribution for any enmity. If the truth were truly as you claim, it would be inconceivable for you to remain idle. The mere fact that Yun Shujiao is still in this circle speaks volumes. Yu Ming, do not deceive me any longer. Gu Cheng's smile was hauntingly beautiful. I cannot compete with you. A sharp pain seized Yuming's heart as he reached out to wipe Gu Cheng's tears. But a stern female voice suddenly pierced through the air. Security, apprehend that individual. Turning around, Yuming saw Gu Cheng's manager accompanied by a group of burly security personnel rushing towards him. Without hesitation, several guards restrained him. Yuming struggled, exclaiming, "Do you not recognize who I am? I am Yuming." Yuming? The manager adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses. "Let him go." Gu Cheng peeked from behind the door, her eyes glistening with moisture. "Do not seek me out again. I will not believe you." The security personnel released him, and after exchanging hushed words with Gu Cheng, her manager abruptly closed the door, her high heels clicking away into the distance. In the empty corridor, only Yuming remained. He clenched his fists and struck the ground with a forceful blow. How infuriating. What must he do to earn Ching Cheng's trust? He inhaled sharply, feeling a tumult of anger and frustration brewing within him, on the verge of madness. Yun Shujio, all this is her fault. If you truly did not care for her, how could she still be safe and sound in the circle? Gu Cheng's words echoed in his mind, and the cold gaze of Jiang Yubai flashed before him. Finally, he gritted his teeth and laughed bitterly. If he could not confront Yin Shuzhou directly, then he would resort to other means to drive her to despair. In the end, if Yin Shuzhou faltered under the pressure, what would that have to do with him? Yuming? His eyes darkened as he pulled out his phone, dialing a number while striding into the adjacent room, swiping his key card to unlock the door. "Hello. It's me, Yuming. I want to see Yin Shuzhou trending for her revelries in a bar immediately. You know what to do." The Yin family? Yuming closed the door with one hand, scoffing. If she were truly a member of the Yun family, then I, Yuming, am certainly a scion of the Jiang family. No need to concern ourselves with the Yun family. She is absolutely not one of them. Though Yuming's lineage may not compare to the Yun family, it is nonetheless a lofty pinnacle unattainable by ordinary individuals. His connections were formidable, and throughout the years, he had never heard of a younger daughter from the Yun family. How could one trust the words of that madwoman, Yin Shuqin, even if she wished to protect her? It is likely the head of the Yun family would not want to tarnish their reputation with such a stain. What authority could a mere woman like Yin Shuqin wield within her household? Her words hold no weight. Does she truly believe everyone is as deranged as Jiang Yubai? Born into such a cruel and vast family, with the previous generation still alive and a strong desire for control, he managed to establish a vast business empire that left no one in his family daring to utter a word of dissent. Very well. Yuming spoke with great emphasis. "I want to see results today." Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, though it was broad daylight, the curtains were tightly drawn. Gu Cheng sat nestled in the embrace of a man. He was clad in a bespoke suit, the silver cufflinks glinting under the light. His face, though unremarkable, held an intensity in his gaze that was difficult to meet, exuding an air of dominance. The man lifted Gu Cheng's innocent face, teasingly asking, "What is this? Are you crying? Has your heart not yet moved on from the past?" Gu Cheng shot him a glance, one that was both alluring and charming. "Brother one, you know better than anyone how I feel about him, don't you?" "Humph." The man let out a soft snort and leaned down to kiss her. After a while, he released Gu Cheng, narrowing his eyes slightly as he rasped, "Are you certain that Yuming will take action against Yin Shuzhou?" "Brother one," Gu Cheng murmured softly as she snuggled closer, her small hands unbuttoning his shirt. "I know him well. If I say he will act, he certainly will." "That is good," he replied. "However, brother one, why do you want Yuming to deal with Yin Shuzhou? Wouldn't it be simpler for you to take action yourself if you wish for her to suffer?" Although Yin Shuzhou may find joy in her struggles, Gu Cheng still felt a tinge of confusion. The man's hand slipped beneath Gu Cheng's garment, his tone affectionate. "Orange, it's not your concern, so don't worry about it too much." With that, he gently pressed her onto the bed, her golden hair cascading across the pristine sheets. Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue as she obediently replied, "All right." Unbeknownst to Yuming, the Gu Cheng he believed to be incapable of loving anyone was, at this very moment, just a wall away, entangled with another man. Chapter 43. Let us see how she remedies this. Yin Shuzhou removed her makeup and changed out of her audition attire before departing with Yin Shuqing. However, she did not anticipate that shortly after getting into Yin Shuqing's car, she would receive a message from Ding Wei. "Shuzhou, check the trending topics." Trending topics? Yin Shuzhou opened the app and saw several unrelated items, but as she scrolled down, a familiar name caught her eye. Tan Han injures a fan. Tan Han is one of the most promising artists under Qingqing Entertainment. Although he is yet to reach first-tier status, he is quite well known among second-tier celebrities. The company often allocates valuable resources in his direction. Yun Shuju clicked to see the details of the incident. The trending topic came with a video as proof. In the footage, Tan Han emerged from an event, greeted by an enthusiastic crowd of fans who called out his name, perhaps overwhelmed by the throng. His bodyguards were unable to protect him, and a fan surged forward, raising her hand for an autograph. Tan Han's expression turned sour. And when a female fan in the front accidentally spilled her milk tea on his clothes due to the jostling behind her, he angrily pushed her away. "I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to, Han." The fan quickly apologized, her eyes filled with guilt as they glistened with unshed tears. The other fans, upon witnessing the scene, were momentarily frozen, and a profound silence enveloped the area for 2 seconds. Suddenly, Tan Han surged forward and struck the female fan squarely in the face. His strength was immense, and her visage instantly bore the marks of his assault. Yet, this act was insufficient for him. He continued to pummel her with several more blows, hurling insults as he did so. "Are you out of your mind? You can't even hold on to a bubble tea. Get lost. Stay away from me. How dare you pursue stardom when you look like that?" The crowd fell utterly silent. The fans could scarcely fathom that this was the idol they had fervently admired. After a significant pause, some individuals finally reacted, rushing to protect the injured girl. By this time, her face was a canvas of bruises, and blood trickled from beneath her nose. The video captured the bewildered expression in the female fan's eyes. Tan Han's Weibo account was swiftly inundated with vitriol from netizens. Although an immediate apology and explanation were issued, claiming he had been intoxicated, a substantial number of fans turned against him, with many asserting that they had been present and detected no scent of alcohol on him. Shortly thereafter, anonymous sources revealed that Tan Han had long exhibited erratic behavior, prone to violence, and had even injured several assistants. His outward demeanor of gentility was merely a facade. This revelation ignited further outrage among netizens. How could such a violent individual be marketed as an artist, attracting so many admirers? It was utterly revolting. Yun Shujo observed the entire incident unfold with an impassive expression. After a moment, she remarked that Su Yi would likely be overwhelmed with work now. Ding Wei commented with a hint of schadenfreude, noting that Tan Han was one of Su Yi's artists. Indeed, Yun Shujo replied succinctly, "Let her handle this. Her most prized talent has encountered a scandal. Let us see how she intends to remedy it." Remedy? That will be challenging unless she concocts a story about a mental illness to excuse his behavior, but how many fans would be willing to believe that remains uncertain. Yun Shujo knew Tan Han from a time when he was a rising star under Chen Xing, prior to his association with Su Yi. Back then, he had been modest and courteous to everyone within the company. However, since his ascent to fame last year, his true nature began to surface. Strutting through the company with an air of arrogance, speaking in a condescending tone, often provoking lesser-known actors, and even making inappropriate advances towards her. Now, it seemed he could no longer maintain the facade in public, leading to this debacle. Su Yi must be utterly exhausted from this ordeal. As Yun Shujo put away her phone, she felt a slight lift in her spirits, knowing Su Yi was distressed. What would Su Yi do to resolve this situation? At that moment, within Chen Xing's company, Tan Han sat in a chair, his brow furrowed with deep frustration. Su Yi felt an overwhelming urge to knock on Tan Han's head to discern the peculiar workings within. "Tan Han, can't you just exercise a little restraint? The organizer treats you with respect, and you respond by mistreating your fans? If only you had held back, none of this would have transpired. Now look, your public assault has made headlines. Everyone is aware of it. Are you satisfied?" Tan Han replied in a low voice, "Sister Su, it wasn't intentional. You know my temperament. I find it utterly infuriating. Why should he cast such disdain upon me?" That woman, too, amidst the throng, boldly surged to the front with her bubble tea, drenching my attire. She truly deserves a reprimand. Tan Han forcefully struck the table several times, nearly shouting, "Whether she deserves it or not is irrelevant. What truly matters is that you assaulted someone in plain view of the public and sent them to the hospital." Tan Han remained steadfast in her belief of her innocence, yet refrained from voicing her true feelings, instead softening her tone. "Sister Su, discussing this now serves no purpose. What should we do next?" Su Yi felt a throbbing headache and sighed deeply. Why was she so unfortunate? Years ago, she had the fortune to nurture Yun Shujo, a talent who skyrocketed to fame at a young age, with a future brimming with promise. Then, she recognized Tan Han's latent potential and successfully cultivated another star, overshadowing her peers within the company and solidifying her position as the leading figure. Now, with Yun Shujio gone, was she to lose Tan Han as well? No. Su Yi absolutely could not stand idly by as such calamity unfolded. Within the company, that wretched woman was perpetually watching her like a hawk. She could not afford to be ousted. Su Yi paced back and forth, and Tan Han understood the gravity of the situation, choosing to remain silent while awaiting Su Yi's guidance. After a lengthy contemplation, Su Yi found herself at a loss. Suddenly, Tan Han spoke up, "Sister Su, news has broken about Yun Shujio mingling with a group of men at a bar." "What?" Su Yi was taken aback. She had plenty of scandals to spare. "Are you seriously concerned about her?" "Sister Su," Tan Han proposed, "why not let Yun Shujio attract some attention away from us? Public memory is fleeting. I can lay low for a while, and once the heat subsides, we can smooth things over." Attract attention? Su Yi narrowed her eyes, an idea forming in her mind. After all, Yun Shujio had already been cast aside. If she could preserve Tan Han, it would still hold value. Yun Shujio, lacking initiative, would easily comply with her wishes to draw public focus. Su Yi had already devised a plan for Yun Shujio's statement. The primary topic of discussion surrounding her was no longer her past scandals, but rather her identity as the daughter of the Yun family. As long as Yun Shujio hosted a live stream to assert that she was not the daughter of the Yun family, while casually divulging some dirt on others, wouldn't the netizens' attention swiftly shift to her? "Sister Su, have you found a solution?" Tan Han, observing Su Yi's expression, sensed her resolve. She smiled confidently. "Sister Su, do not fret. I shall undoubtedly become an esteemed actor, and you will become a renowned agent in the industry. As for that Yun Shujio, how pretentious she is, engaging with others, yet she cannot with him? If that is the case, then let her perish." Chapter 44. Good day, gentlemen. As the luxury car entered the upscale community, Yun Shujio silently gazed out the window, acutely aware of her own impoverishment. Nevertheless, she was not overly astonished. After all, in her past life, she was a lady of the Prime Minister's household. The Chancellor, indulgent and extravagant, was captivated by her beauty and talent, never depriving her of material comforts. Eventually, she decided to leave, assuring that her brother and the others would be waiting at home for her. There was no need for discomfort. After all, they were all young, and her parents were away. Yun Shujio nodded, her arm linked with Yun Chuqing's as they entered a villa. They traversed the exquisitely adorned garden before stepping through the grand entrance. The servants of the Yun household were permitted to appear only at designated times. Otherwise, they refrained from intruding upon their masters' lives. Thus, upon reaching the main door, Yun Shujio noticed the absence of others. Her attention immediately drawn to the two individuals seated on the sofa. She recognized the two men from Yun Chuqing's video. One exuded an air of elegance, his gaze profound and unfathomable. The other had an icy glint in his eyes, his face vaguely familiar, prompting Yun Shujio to believe she had encountered him before, though the recollection eluded her momentarily. In fact, she had sensed his familiarity during her previous viewing of the video. Yun Mo and Yun Si rarely returned home. Compelled by their sister's insistence to stay, Yun Mo remained relatively unbothered while Yun Si harbored some dissatisfaction. However, his perpetually stoic expression concealed any signs of discontent. At that moment, upon seeing Yun Chuqing escorting a young lady into the room, Yun Si's cold gaze immediately fixated on her, redirecting his annoyance towards this newcomer. Yet, upon closer inspection, he was momentarily taken aback. The girl was strikingly beautiful, her features exquisitely flawless, and her eyes resembled the sky and lakes, pure and untainted, their shape innocent. Her complexion was as fair as snow, and she wore a white dress that evoked thoughts of soft clouds, utterly detached from the darkness of the outside world. This girl appeared to inhabit an entirely different realm than Yun Chuqing. How had they come to know one another? What astonished Yun Si further was that, when their gazes met, despite her evident trepidation, the girl did not avert her eyes. Instead, she spoke with gentleness and courtesy. "I apologize for the intrusion." Her sincerity was palpable, devoid of superficiality, and her tone was clear and articulate. Yun Si was momentarily stunned, then disregarded the odd sensation within him, lowering his head to respond to a message on his phone. Apologizing for what? Yun Chuqing, leading Yun Shujio to the two men, introduced them. "This is Shujio. Shujio. This is my elder brother, Yun Mo, and this is my second brother, Yun Si. Greetings, gentlemen." Yun Shujio's demeanor and poise left Yun Mo and Yun Si astonished. Even within the entertainment industry, most artists' comportment paled in comparison to that of a genuine scion of a noble family. Such disparities could not be bridged by mere short-term training, as their upbringings were entirely disparate. Yet, the young lady before them possessed an elegance in her movements reminiscent of a refined aristocrat from a scholarly lineage. Were it not for Yin Chuqing's prior revelation of their ordinary backgrounds, they might have presumed she was a pampered daughter of some affluent family. Hello. Yun Mo's expression remained unchanged as he courteously responded to Yun Shujio's words, yet he did not even bother to stand in greeting the guests. Yun Si displayed an even greater indifference, not uttering a single word. Yun Chuqi felt a sense of dissatisfaction. They had clearly agreed to be more cordial, yet their demeanor remained unchanged. Shujio, please take a seat. Yun Chuqi shot a sharp glance at the two men, her eyes conveying a clear message: show some enthusiasm. However, the trio's relationship had always been somewhat lukewarm. Their willingness to remain together was merely out of familial obligation. Now that each was a prominent figure in their own right, they acted according to their whims. Yun Shujio complied and seated herself at a considerable distance from the two men. She had heard Yun Chuqi frequently mention Miss Shujio, and today, she finally had the opportunity to meet her. Yun Mo, with a gentle smile, inquired, I wonder how Miss Shujio came to know Chuqi? Before Yun Shujio could respond, Yun Chuqi interjected, we've known each other for a long time, brother. Please refrain from adopting an interrogative tone. Yun Mo maintained his smile, yet a glimmer of intrigue flickered in his eyes. An interrogative tone? Was this truly an interrogation? If he were to genuinely adopt such a mindset, one could only imagine how pale and trembling Yun Shujio would appear before him. He had already been quite courteous to her. It seemed that Chuqi held a genuine affection for Miss Shujio, as Yun Mo regarded her intently. Miss Shujio, there have been numerous unfounded rumors circulating about you online recently. Have you encountered some difficulties? I possess certain connections. Should there be any way I could assist you, please do not hesitate to mention it. Under the intense gaze of those profound eyes, Yun Shujio's eyelashes fluttered slightly, resembling a frightened creature, and she instinctively softened her head shake. Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Yun, but I prefer to resolve this on my own, so you need not trouble yourself. She certainly did not believe that Yun Mo genuinely wished to assist her. Rather, he was merely poking at her vulnerabilities. Meanwhile, Yun Si kept his head down, not casting a glance in Yun Shujio's direction. Yun Chuqi tilted her head, observing her elder brother's affable demeanor juxtaposed with her indifferent second brother. Her brow furrowed deeper. This situation was not aligning with her expectations. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. At that moment, Yun Shujio's phone rang, and a hint of embarrassment crossed her face as she apologized. Excuse me. What's the issue? It's merely work. You may take it here, Yun Chuqi remarked, unable to comprehend why Yun Shujio felt the need to apologize for such a trivial matter. Yun Shujio offered Yun Chuqi a smile before answering the call. Sister Su, is there something you need? What is it? Yun Shujio, are you not online? Where are you? Why are you not at home? Su Yi's voice, filled with anger, came through the phone, audible to everyone present. Sister Su, I have matters to attend to today and am not at home. Is there something you need? What could you possibly have to do? Out socializing with someone, I presume? Hurry back. I am waiting at your doorstep. No, never mind. It's too late. You should check the news online first. At 5 o'clock, you need to hold a live stream. Adopt a softer tone, apologize, and also clarify that you are not a member of the Yun family. Do you understand? A live stream? Yun Shujio's mind raced back to the earlier conversation with Su Yi, and she immediately grasped Su Yi's intentions. The plan was for her to take the brunt of the situation, drawing all the heat onto herself to protect Tin Han. Indeed. I've already informed the company about your live broadcast at 5 o'clock. Prepare yourself. When the time comes, simply apologize without any superfluous words. No one will believe that. Su Yi asserted, leaving no room for Yun Shujio to refuse. Understand? Su Jie is doing this for your own good. Trust me, I would never lead you astray. Chapter 45. Yun Shujio's new prey. All right. Su Jie, I have always believed in you. Yun Shujio's voice was gentle. Though she was still oblivious to the full extent of the situation, she unconditionally trusted Su Yi. Don't worry. I estimate I won't be able to return for a while. It's quite hot outside. You should leave without waiting for me. Just send me a message once you get home. Su Yi felt a strange mix of guilt and unease creeping in. She was plotting against Yun Shujio. Yet Yun Shujio didn't immediately inquire about what was happening online. Instead, she reminded Su Yi of the heat and urged her to return home quickly. Understood. You should check the trending topics first. I will advise you on what to say later. Su Yi concluded the call. Although events were unfolding in a manner that suited her desires, a sense of irritation gnawed at her. How could Yin Shujio be so naive? It was exasperating. Could she not be more discerning? Meanwhile, as soon as Yun Shujio ended the call, she went online to check the news, and her expression darkened significantly. Yun family heiress spotted entering a bar late at night. Yun Shujio's rendezvous with a mysterious boyfriend. Yun Shujio's new prey. Yun Shujio, the true and false heiress. These trending topics pointed in different directions. Among them, the first was the earliest released and bore the label of the Yun family heiress, thus attracting the most attention. The article included a panoramic image and rendered a moral judgment on Yun Shujio, presenting the information in a calm tone, as if merely recounting facts, which lent it a compelling credibility. Fans of Yin Shuqing, upon seeing this trending topic, initially believed it referred to her. They thought it was a marketing ploy to tarnish Yun Shuqing's reputation and had prepared a plethora of counterarguments. However, upon delving deeper, they were taken aback to discover that it was actually about Yin Shujio. Yun Shujio, clad in a short skirt, entered a bar late at night. The fans were momentarily bewildered, but as realization dawned, their perception of Yun Shujio plummeted. Although she was the younger sister of a wealthy heiress, her actions could tarnish the family's reputation. The marketing account had directly used the Yun family heiress label. Those unaware of the truth would undoubtedly assume it referred to the heiress herself. Moreover, any negative impressions of Yin Shujio would inevitably reflect poorly on her sister, the heiress. That detestable Yin Shujio. Just when I had begun to change my opinion about her, she pulls this stunt. Seriously, can't she be a little more cautious? And to be caught on camera. The reputation of the young lady is at risk of being tarnished, and I have never felt so speechless. You may criticize her, but as devoted fans, we will certainly not defend Yin Shujio. Perhaps she is the most disliked sister in the world. Why would the young lady show such kindness to her? It pains me. If I had a sister like that, I would surely be driven to despair. I used to enjoy watching Runaway, finding her gentle and intriguing, but now I have turned against her. This is merely a distant candid shot of her silhouette. How can you be certain it is Yin Shujio? Even if it truly is her entering a bar, that cannot be deemed scandalous. Do not be swayed by the provocations of this editor. What does entering a bar signify? Is it truly indulgent? We are all adults. Such harsh judgment is unwarranted. Allow me to clarify what this implies. It suggests that Yin Shujio is seeking male companionship. Did you not notice the two men at the bar's entrance? They were clearly watching her. How desperate of her to wear such a dress. Forgive me, but if others frequent bars, I may not think much of it. However, in Yin Shujio's case, I have no doubt about her integrity. With countless stars in the limelight, why does Yin Shujio attract so much controversy? Does that not indicate something amiss? Last time, she overshadowed Cece, leaving her disheartened for several days. Enough with the insults. Have you seen the news from the Qingqing official website? Yin Shujio is indeed a big name, and her live broadcast required an official announcement. Yet, I can't shake the feeling that Qingqing is somewhat pressuring her to go live. As netizens continue to digest this gossip, the trending topics regarding Yin Shujio keep flooding in. The latest reveals her mysterious rendezvous with a male companion, accompanied by two unclear images. In one, a tall man stands at the bar's entrance, appearing to have just exited, though captured from the side and shrouded in night, with lights reflecting off him. His aura and the watch on his wrist have left netizens in awe. I would wager that this man is undoubtedly handsome. His charisma is exceptional, even through the video. He does not glance my way, yet I feel a twinge of fear, as if he might turn and deliver a piercing gaze. He is certainly not an ordinary individual. I just searched the price of that watch online, and you won't believe it, it could sustain me for 3 lifetimes. 3 lifetimes? It seems our friend above is quite affluent. I could never earn that much in 10 lifetimes. The second image captures the man as he turns a corner, glancing back, while a woman, presumably Yin Shujio, approaches the bar's entrance. Her face remains obscured by backlighting, but her figure unmistakably resembles hers. She tilts her head slightly, as if observing the man, or perhaps merely gazing at the distant sky. They gazed at each other, clearly separated by a considerable distance, making it difficult to discern one another. Yet, through the deft editing of the editor, it appeared as though they stood merely a stone's throw apart. The atmosphere thick with ambiguity. Really? No face revealed? And this is the title? That individual is undoubtedly Yun Shuj. Could it be? A mysterious boyfriend at a bar? What an intriguing setting. Isn't this a bit far-fetched? Possibly just a haphazard edit. Perhaps they don't even know each other. Don't know each other? Are you blind? Did you not notice the outer garment wrapped around Yin Shuj's waist? It's still being washed. Oh my, I hadn't noticed until you pointed it out. That color scheme, I would bet, is undoubtedly from that man we just saw. Is there something wrong with Yin Shudge? Isn't she supposed to be in true love with Yu Ming? Yet, here she is at a bar with another man? True love? That's laughable. You consider stealing someone else's boyfriend as true love? Did Orange provoke you in some way? Promiscuous. So, has Yin Shudge latched onto a new affluent partner? I told you. She doesn't believe she belongs to the Yun family. Disgusting vomit. Next time there's a scoop, will it be a picture of Yin Shudge? TSK. I'm looking forward to it. The dirtiest female artist in the entertainment industry, trophy. Yin Shudge's new quarry. She has set her sights on the mysterious man. Yin Shudge, true or false daughter? Insider sources reveal that Yin Shudge cannot possibly be the daughter of the Yun family. A series of trending topics arose one after another, with mere minutes separating them. Anyone with discernible vision could see that someone was orchestrating a campaign against Yin Shudge. Chapter 46. Tomorrow, you shall be bankrupt. However, Yin Shudge's reputation has always been tarnished, compounded by various incitements and eye-catching headlines, leading to her name appearing with alarming frequency. Before long, the campaign against Yin Shudge became a hot topic once more, with nearly everyone hurling accusations. The few loyal fans she had dared not speak, torn between silently supporting her and wavering in their belief. Could it be true? Let us watch the live stream. Let us see what Shudge has to say. The matter concerning Tan Han had already been suppressed in the trending topics, leaving Yin Shudge as the primary target. This group of media had enraged Yin Chuck, who slammed her hand on the table, exclaiming, "Was my last statement not clear enough? Do they still dare to spread rumors? Do they not regard the Yun family with any respect? Well done. And a live apology? To hell with that apology. What kind of manager are you?" Yun Chuck was taken aback by Su Yi's usual demeanor towards Shudge. Is this the reaction expected from a manager? Upon seeing the news, instead of clarifying, they opt to apologize? Is there something seriously wrong? Speaking of apologies, Yin Chuck recalled the last incident with Hukuin, where Yin Shudge also chose to apologize online without a word of explanation amidst the storm. Well, it seems this manager might be the one pulling the strings. Doesn't he it? Jia, don't be angry. On Yin Shujiao's exquisitely delicate face, a hint of grievance and vulnerability emerged as she lowered her long lashes and softly murmured, "It's my fault for allowing others to capture my photograph." The gentle tranquility she had exhibited during her conversation with her manager was now absent, clearly indicating her desire to conceal her worries from him. Yet, how could she not feel anxious in the face of such circumstances? Seeing the pitiable expression on the young girl's face, Yun Chuqing felt a surge of compassion and embraced her, exclaiming, "What is there to be ashamed of? Your manager is utterly incompetent." Nearby, Yun Si inadvertently lifted his head and cast a glance at the girl, momentarily taken aback. The soft, cloud-like girl was now cradled in his sister's arms. Her small face slightly reddened, with tears glistening on her lashes, her eyes misty but holding back tears, as if she bore an immense grievance yet refused to shed tears to spare those who cared about her from worry. She appeared both pitiful and helpless, evoking an overwhelming desire to wipe her tears away and present her with the finest jewels, in exchange for her bright, cheerful smile. Realizing the nature of his thoughts, Yun Si quickly diverted his gaze, his usually cold and sharp eyes betraying a rare moment of confusion and bewilderment. What was he thinking? Why did he want to wipe her tears? Had he so swiftly embraced this suddenly emerged new sister? Yun Mo, oblivious to his brother's peculiar reaction, looked at Yun Shujiao and suddenly inquired, "So, Miss Shujiao, is it true that you have indeed been to a bar with those people?" Yun Shujiao bit her lip, her expression tinged with embarrassment, yet she nodded, her voice quivering slightly as she replied, "Why, yes." Why? Yun Mo seemed oblivious to Yun Shujiao's reluctance to elaborate, pressing on directly. His behavior, which would typically be deemed impolite, was rendered compassionate by his spring-like smile, making it difficult to connect him with any semblance of aggression. Yun Chuqing released Yun Shujiao and regarded her intently. "Shujiao, have you encountered some trouble?" Yun Shujiao bit her lip and cast her gaze downward. I don't know how to explain." "That's all right," Yun Mo said, gazing earnestly at her. "You can take your time." This time, Yun Chuqing did not interject. She too wished to comprehend the specifics of what had transpired, knowing that only then could she assist her sister more effectively. Even Yun Si turned his attention toward her. Under the collective gaze of the three, Yun Shujiao clenched her fists, her expression revealing a flicker of internal conflict. After a prolonged silence, she finally uttered softly, Yuming threatened my brother to coerce me into drinking with them. Though she spoke of drinking, the others present comprehended the underlying implications. They understood why the girl was reluctant to share. Such scars are not easily revealed before others. Yunxi's gaze abruptly turned icy. A wave of violent emotion surged from the depths of his heart to his mind, nearly overwhelming his composure as he felt an urge to confront and eliminate the man named Yuming. Simultaneously, a complex mix of compassion, pity, and confusion enveloped him, weighing heavily on his very being. At that moment, Yun-mo, seemingly oblivious to the girl's discomfort, smiled and inquired, "Miss Yun-shujio, what is your connection to that enigmatic man mentioned online?" From the very first second he viewed the video, he instinctively associated it with a certain individual. However, he was reluctant to believe that this person could possibly be present in such a setting, let alone be linked to Yun-shujio. Undoubtedly, the media had concocted rumors regarding their relationship, yet his appearance there seemed too coincidental to dismiss. In Yun-mo's eyes, the gravest issue Yun-shujio faced was not merely her late-night presence at a bar, but rather the scandal involving that individual. Although the man remained faceless, the magnitude of this incident hinged entirely on his disposition. Should he harbor any discontent towards Yun-shujio as a result, her fate would be dire. Thus, the Yun family must absolutely sever any ties with her. Regardless of Yun-mo's previous stance on Yun-shujio joining the family, he was now unequivocally opposed to the idea. However, the precise circumstances still required clarification. Yun-shujio pondered briefly before softly asserting, "He saved me. He is a good person." "Saved you?" Yun-mo was taken aback. "Is he the type to save others? Surely, this must be a jest?" "Yes, it is because of him that I was able to escape," she replied. Yun-mo fell silent, finding the notion utterly absurd and hard to believe. Yet, he recalled the image from earlier, where the man had turned back for a fleeting glance despite having walked away. Was it possible he was truly observing Yun-shujio? No, it couldn't be. Yun-mo dismissed this chilling thought, beginning to doubt his own perception, convincing himself that the man could not possibly be the devil from the Jiang family. Yun-chuqing, unaware that the figure in the video was the very person she wished her sister to avoid, felt a wave of relief wash over her. Thank goodness. Good deeds are rewarded. But that Yuming, the one from the Yu family, right? Just wait. Anyone who dares to bully my sister will find themselves bankrupt by tomorrow. Yun-shujio's words exuded a fierce confidence. However, dear protagonist, are you aware that the good person you speak of is Jiang Yubai, the very one who has turned dark, seeking power, and nearly stormed the imperial city to eliminate you and the male lead? Meanwhile, Yun-si, upon hearing that Yun-shujio had been rescued, felt a sense of calm return, yet his thoughts mirrored those of Yun-chuqing. The Yu family? Tomorrow, they shall face ruin. Chapter 47. Coincidentally named Yubai? Do you believe it? Only Yun-mo remained fixated on the mysterious man, reopening his phone to scrutinize the video once more, convinced he had not erred. Who else possessed such a breathtaking aura? Yet, to have saved Yun-shujio? That was simply inconceivable. The second young master of the Jiang family had never treated any woman with kindness over the years. It would be remarkable if he didn't endanger her, let alone save her. Was it possible he had fallen in love at first sight? Absolutely not. So, was it that Yun-shujio was fabricating her tale? Yun-mo's scrutinizing gaze settled upon Yun-shujio, yet his peripheral vision unexpectedly caught sight of his typically indifferent younger brother. Although he appeared to lower his head slightly, his attention was intensely focused on the hands of the young lady across from him. That gaze, in any light, could hardly be deemed innocent. Yun-mo mused. It was uncertain whether Jiang Ershao had experienced love at first sight, but his brother had certainly succumbed to it. Could it be? Perhaps it was merely a case of a hand fetish, Yun-mo reassured himself. Observing Yun-shujio only intensified his annoyance. What was that man's name? Do you know? His tone remained gentle, yet it carried an undeniable weight of pressure. Yun-shujio shrank back slightly, seemingly perplexed by his sudden solemnity. Her complexion paled, and her voice grew even softer. "I apologize, Mr. Yun, but it would be exceedingly impolite to disclose information about him without consent." Yun-shujio was reluctant to reveal to others that she had encountered Jiang Yubai, particularly with the female lead sitting nearby. The reason she had chosen to speak of that night was due to the formidable influence of the Yun family, rather than allowing a few individuals to uncover the truth. It was preferable for her to disclose it herself. In truth, having been thrust into the unexpected live broadcast, Yun-shujio had already begun formulating a strategy in her mind. The principal architect behind this incident was undoubtedly Yuming. Perhaps out of caution from Jiang Yubai's warning, he had failed to acquire the internal surveillance footage from the bar and was forced to resort to external photographs. The few candid shots that fortuitously emerged, devoid of identifiable faces, presented Yun Shujio with an opportunity. She could not afford to expose the true origins of the incident online, for it had been recently declared by Yun Chuqi that she was a member of the Yun family. If she were to claim that she had been threatened by Yu Ming, would it not contradict her earlier assertion? Would she not lose the trust of the online community? For if Yun Shujio were truly a member of the Yun family, even the most naive individual would know to seek assistance from her family, and thus would not be susceptible to Yu Ming's threats. It was not that Yun Shujio was concerned about the halo of the Yun family's princess. Rather, the female lead had already made such a declaration. Should she contradict it, not only would she slap the female lead in the face, but she would also jeopardize the credibility of both herself and the lead. Even if she were to clear her name this time, people would still perceive her as ungrateful. Therefore, for the time being, Yun Shujio could not proactively assert that she was not a member of the Yun family. However, therein lay the contradiction. Without explicitly naming this fact, she could not articulate the truth of her being threatened, nor could she clarify her actions. Thus, upon witnessing those trending topics, Yun Shujio promptly determined that her solution lay in steadfastly denying that the person in the photographs was herself. This carried its own risks. If Yu Ming possessed undisclosed photographs revealing her identity, he would be poised to catch her in a denial, subsequently exposing her, leading to her ruin. Yet, Yun Shujio had no choice but to take the gamble. That night, upon returning to reality, she had not acquired the necessary skills, her mind had been somewhat muddled, and she had failed to implement the best precautions. Today, she paid the price for her oversight, in a place unseen by others. A flicker of coldness passed through Yun Shujio's gaze. For the time being, she was unable to exact her desired revenge on Yu Ming, which was why she had remained dormant. However, once today passes, she will undoubtedly make Yu Ming pay a price. At present, Yun Shujio believes she can gamble and emerge victorious. The individuals exposed on that side clearly lack intelligence, as they foolishly included Jiang Yubai. It is evident that this was not orchestrated by Yu Ming himself. Otherwise, he would never have dared to release Jiang Yubai's photograph. This can be inferred from his fearful demeanor towards Jiang Yubai that fateful night. Therefore, the person assisting Yu Ming in this matter does not know Jiang Yubai and, without consulting Yu Ming, recklessly exposed the information, displaying a lack of discernment. Does he truly possess the cunning to hold back? The likelihood is minimal. Such a person would likely wish to reveal a photo immediately, aiming to eliminate her in one fell swoop. Miss Shujio, if you do not clarify the identity of that person, how can we assist you? On the other side, Yun Mo remained oblivious to the turmoil within Yun Shujio's heart. He smiled warmly, as if he genuinely wished to help her. Rest assured, this matter will remain known only to us. It will not be divulged. Yun Chuqing furrowed her brow, finding her brother's words somewhat peculiar. How does the identity of that man relate to helping Shujio? However, due to the authority Yun Mo had established over time, she chose to remain silent and trust her brother. I truly cannot say. Yun Shujio remained resolute. Is it that you cannot speak, or that you dare not? Yun Mo's dark eyes were profound, his tone gentle. Since Miss Shujio is unwilling to disclose, allow me to speak on your behalf. That person is Jiang Yubai. Is it not? He scrutinized Yun Shujio intently, not missing a single nuance of her expression. However, Yun Shujio merely appeared momentarily startled, her eyes devoid of guilt or shock. Yun Mo frowned. Had he miscalculated? What? Yun Chuqing suddenly stood. Jiang Yubai? Her eyes widened as she fixed her gaze on Yun Shujio. Shujio, is that person truly Jiang Yubai? Have you met him before? Yun Shujio shook her head. I do not know anyone named Jiang Yubai. Before she could finish her sentence, her phone, which she had set aside after glancing at trending topics, lit up with a call, the screen displaying two glaring characters, Yubai. Yun Shujio, Yun Chuqing, Yun Mo. Yun Si remained expressionless. Yun Shujio was utterly exasperated. Why was fate so cruelly coincidental? Why did this Jiang Yubai choose to call her at this very moment? Moreover, after Jiang Yubai changed her contact name, why had she not altered it back? It was too late for regrets now. And Yun Shujio wore an expression that suggested she might burst into tears. I swear this is just a friend of mine, who happens to share the same name. Do you believe me? Yun Mo smiled. Yun Chuqing's expression froze. Yun Si appeared somewhat displeased. What constitutes a significant social embarrassment? This is it. Yun Shujio wished to smash her phone, Yet she did not wish to irritate that peculiar Jiang Yubai too much, so she reluctantly answered. However, she absolutely refused to take the call here. I apologize. I must step out to take a call. Normally, Yunchuki would never counter her opinions. But this time she held her back. Take the call here. Yin Shuju, wherever you go, I shall follow. Yunchuki fixed her gaze intensely on Yin Shuju's phone. Chapter 48. Could it truly be Jiang Yubai? With no other option, Yin Shuju reluctantly pressed the answer button. Frustrated, her finger inadvertently brushed against the speakerphone. Shuju, where are you right now? A low, melodious voice emanated from the other end, gentle yet clearly cautious not to disturb the listener. In an instant, Yuan recognized the voice's owner, his smile nearly splitting his face. Jiang Yubai? It truly was Jiang Yubai. It is often said that the business world resembles a battlefield. How could the decisive and ruthless second young master Jiang, who sends everyone fleeing in his wake, ever employ such a tone? He actually knows Yin Shuju? Furthermore, the nature of this conversation implies something significant, which most would find hard to believe. Beside her, Yin Shuju exclaimed, "But I thought we weren't acquainted? You've saved him as Yubai? It's over. That lunatic really has found Shuju." Her complexion paled. Her eyes fixated on the phone in Yin Shuju's hand, as if it contained some monstrous creature. "I'm not at home," Yin Shuju replied feebly, attempting to cancel the speakerphone. But upon raising her gaze, she met 3 pairs of eyes staring back at her. It seemed that canceling now would only draw more attention. On the other end, the man's voice paused momentarily before he spoke lowly. "I know you don't want my assistance, but this matter involves me as well." Is it too much to send a statement? What could Yin Shuju possibly say? Could she argue it was excessive? It's not excessive. "You have the right to do so," she said, "but please do not implicate me." She genuinely feared he might say something like, "The woman in that image is my girlfriend." "Shuju, you really are quite indifferent." The man on the other end seemed to have anticipated her response, letting out an ambiguous chuckle. "Moreover, you didn't remember what I told you last time." His previous words were nothing more than a warning against her associating with other men. "Shuju, you truly are quite disobedient." Yin Shuju's eyelashes fluttered. Jiang Yubai's tone was flat, yet a sense of crisis began to swell within her. However, she was not surprised by this predicament. She chose to remain silent. Suddenly, the line went quiet. Jiang Yubai's gaze darkened slightly as he spoke. "What is the matter? Are you afraid?" A subtle sound emerged from the phone, causing Jiang Yubai's heart to quicken. "Jiang Yubai, your indifference makes me feel so forsaken," came a soft, tearful voice, sweeping through his heart like a feather. The feeling of panic surged throughout him, and Jiang Yubai instinctively straightened his posture. "Please, don't cry. Jiang Yubai, you are truly insufferable." Here was the second young master Jiang, undefeated in the ruthless arena of business, rendered speechless in this moment. He was aware that Yin Shuju might be feigning tears. Yet he could not quell the tumult of anxiety and regret within him. Why had he hastily chosen to cast blame upon her? Despite his knowledge of the circumstances surrounding the incident, could they not postpone their discourse until a more opportune moment? The image of the young girl's tear-streaked lashes haunted his mind, and Jiang Yubai longed to soar to her side, to apologize, to envelop her in his embrace, and to grant her every desire. "I am sorry, Shushu. I apologize to you." Ultimately, he murmured, "I failed to consider your feelings. Please, cease your tears. Whatever you wish me to do, I shall comply. Do not harbor disdain for me, Shushu." His voice dwindled, almost a whisper. Meanwhile, Yun Mo and Yin Chu Chi stared at their phones, utterly dumbfounded. The gentle and refined demeanor of Yun Mo was on the verge of crumbling. Jiang Yubai? Could this be real? Who could enlighten him as to the identity of this visibly flustered and disoriented man before them? Jiang Yubai? How could the illustrious Jiang Yubai be so perturbed by a woman's tears to the point of immediate contrition? Was he still ensnared in a dream? Yun Chu Chi's astonishment eclipsed his own. She understood that the man on the other end of the line was not merely the powerful second young master Jiang, but also the young master of the general's residence, who harbored ambitions of usurpation. A man who appeared to be idle and unambitious, yet secretly wielded formidable power. One who was but a step away from successfully seizing the throne. The extent of Jiang Yubai's menace undoubtedly surpassed the imagination of the world, evidenced by his ability to conceal his influence within the palace. Yet, could such a man truly exhibit such tenderness towards his sister? As Yun Chu Chi reflected upon the events of her previous life, a chilling thought struck her. Could it be that Jiang Yubai harbored affection for his sister? Not merely desiring her due to Su Lin's special regard for Shu Jiu, but genuinely loving her. Contemplating this notion rendered everything comprehensible. Jiang Yu-bai had maintained his facade of a useless young master for so many years, only to be stirred to action upon the emperor's decree to wed Su Lin and Shu Jiao. At the spring banquet, when Shu Jiao praised the crown prince as a paragon of both literary and martial prowess, asserting that no other youth could rival him, it led to Su Lin being accidentally injured by a young noble. Subsequently, when Shu Jiao consented to marry Jiang Yu-bai, his meticulously devised coup d'etat was abruptly halted. Yun Chuchi's pupils constricted as she grappled with the hidden truths beneath the surface. She could scarcely believe it. Yet every tremor of Jiang Yu-bai's voice during his conversation with Yun Shujiu revealed a profound reality. Both she and Su Lin had been mistaken. Observing the protagonist's expression, Yun Shujiu sensed that the other was privy to knowledge she herself lacked. Simultaneously, Jiang Yu-bai's demeanor only deepened her confusion. This Jiang Yu-bai was far too adept at wearing a mask, wasn't he? Even if it is due to the male protagonist. There is no need to feign to such an extent. A subtle sense of incongruity surged from the depths of her heart, which Yun Shujiu had long endeavored to ignore. Jiang Yu-bai, don't you feel that although you profess to like me, you consistently engage in actions that I detest? Yun Mo's eyes widened slightly. Like? Jiang Yu-bai stated he liked her. He silently envisioned that scene, struggling to conjure an image. In the recorded segment on his phone, the man's breath quickened as he explained. Shushu, I simply do not know how to earn your affection. If he did not make it explicit, she would pretend not to recognize him. If he did not assert himself, she would continue to favor Su Lin. If he did not draw near, how could he ever reach her heart? Jiang Yu-bai had never loved anyone else. He merely yearned for Yun Shujiu's heart. Yun Shujiu was momentarily taken aback. I simply do not know how to earn your affection. Aware that he was attempting to deceive her emotions, she still found herself somewhat stirred by such words. The two remained silent for quite some time. Chapter 49. Welcome, Jujio. To the Yun family. Shushu? Yes, I am listening. Yun Shujiu suddenly laughed. Then promise me you won't do things I dislike in the future, all right? Jiang Yu-bai. I am no longer angry with you. On the other end, Jiang Yu-bai's eyes momentarily glimmered with surprise, but then, as if recalling something, his expression darkened again. Though his voice betrayed none of this. All right. Then you must also refrain from threatening me. All right. I have a live stream to attend, so I must hang up. If you want to make a statement, go ahead, and later I will treat you to dinner. Jiang Yu-bai's previously somber gaze suddenly brightened upon hearing the last sentence. And he couldn't help but curve his lips into a smile. All right. The call ended. The male secretary, who had been standing by with his head retracted, had internally exclaimed countless times before, now regretting his very presence in this moment. Help! What merit did he possess to witness this? In a matter of mere minutes, he had glimpsed his CEO's tender, flustered, and obedient demeanor. He might as well be dead. That Miss Yun was truly formidable. Yet he still could not decipher the nature of the relationship between Miss Yun and his CEO. Were they married or not? Hadn't Miss Yun referred to Jiang as husband last time? Why did it sound as if she did not favor the CEO? Perhaps they were wed due to family ties yet lacked affection. Wait. Was there truly someone who did not like Jiang? What? Jiang was pursuing her? Goodness, how scandalous. Unbeknownst to Jiang Yu-bai, in the secretary's mind, he had already taken on the image of someone desperately in love. However, even if he were aware, he would remain indifferent. His sole concern was her perception of him. Others, merely fleeting shadows. Retrieve all the information on the Yu family. After hanging up, Jiang Yu-bai transformed back into that figure who instilled an infinite chill in others with just a glance, the second young master Jiang. Yes, the secretary nodded vigorously. As Jiang Yu-bai slowly approached the window of the tall building, his gaze was profound. The previously captured photograph by the paparazzi no longer required interception. When he desired to expose it, they would assist in amplifying its popularity. Indeed, the image of the CEO opening the car door for an unknown woman lingered in the mind of his male secretary, who silently pondered whether it could be Miss Yun. Was she creating rumors for herself? Such audacity was indeed typical of Jiang. After the secretary departed with a serious demeanor, the tall and handsome man stared into the distant sky, remaining silent for a moment, before a chilling smile gradually appeared at the corners of his lips. Yun Shujiu put down her phone, and Yun Shuqing immediately inquired, Shujiu, did you not claim to be unfamiliar with Jiang Yu-bai? Yun Shujiu blinked twice, an expression of awkwardness flickering across her face. Sister Yun. Yun Shuqing interrupted, since you know Jiang Yu-bai, you must also recognize me, right? Will you still address me as Sister Yun? A hint of confusion emerged in Yun Shujio's clear eyes as she queried, rubbing her temples in mild frustration. Yun Chuqing sat down and remarked, Shujio, never mind, I want to force you. However, why do you conceal your acquaintance with Jiang Yubai from me? Yun Shujio pressed her lips together, stating, we met in that particular place. It's hard for me to explain. This reason was plausible. Yet Yun Chuqing found it hard to believe. The reason for Shujio's silence undoubtedly related to their previous lives. But Shujio refused to admit that she was the third miss of the Prime Minister's residence from that era. She was at a loss for how to coax Shujio into speaking. Oh well, it seemed that not only did that madman have a strong affection for Shujio, but he was also unlikely to harm her. Yun Chuqing intended to gradually open her sister's heart before broaching the matter again. Suddenly, Yun Si, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. Yun Shujio, would you truly be willing to become our sister? Yun Shujio gazed over with crystal-clear eyes, surprised that Yun Si, who had previously ignored her, would bring up such a topic. Under the scrutiny of those mirror-like eyes, Yun Si felt inexplicably nervous. He feigned indifference and maintained a stoic expression, saying, what are you staring at? Are you unwilling? Miss Shujio, Yun Mo smiled, his demeanor as gentle as the March breeze. We all hold you in great affection. Chuqing says you are a daughter of the Yun family. Thus, why not truly join our family? The woman favored by Jiang Yubai, becoming his sister. How delightful it was to contemplate. Yun Shujio stared at the two in astonishment. Had their attitude shifted too rapidly? They had only just expressed their disinterest in her. Could it be due to Jiang Yubai? She shook her head. Thank you for your kindness, gentlemen. But Shujio is merely an ordinary person, unworthy of such elevation. Refused? Yun Mo was taken aback. Naturally, he had investigated Yun Shujio's background. Logically, someone with her background would never decline an invitation to join the Yun family. Even if Jiang Yubai favored her, who could guarantee the longevity of that affection? Moreover, with the gilding of the Yun family's status, would she not be more likely to marry into the Jiang family? How could she refuse? Yun Si frowned. Ordinary? In what way are you ordinary? Yun Shujio remained silent. She contemplated for a moment. My family background is ordinary, and the Yun family resides in an entirely different realm. Yet, upon entering the Yun family, do you not become extraordinary? Yun Shujio. Yun Si's tone was frigid. It is settled then, regardless of what Jiang Yubai may say. You must become a member of the Yun family. Yun Chuqing gazed at her two brothers, her curiosity about their shifting attitudes unexamined, and she expressed her satisfaction. Indeed, Shujio. If you find anything about the Yun family unworthy of you, tell your sister, and I shall ensure it is rectified. Yun Shujio. Yun Mo had already adopted the demeanor of a gentle older brother. Little sister, do you prefer to be called Jojo or Shushu? Not Shushu. Yun Si was the first to voice his opinion, recalling how that man had addressed Yun Shujio as Shushu. Yun Chuqing clapped her hands. Very well. Then we shall call you Jojo. Little sister is also acceptable. It is settled. Welcome, Jojo, to the Yun family. Welcome, little sister. Yun Mo chuckled. Jojo. Yun Si appeared slightly awkward. Yun Shujio. Did she possess no say in this matter? Had she consented? In this day and age, was it customary to forcibly claim someone as a sister? She found herself both amused and exasperated, a charming blush rising to her cheeks. Please do not do this. I am genuinely pleased that you like me, but such a hasty decision cannot be made. At the very least, it must be sanctioned by the elders of the Yun family. And naturally, the elders of the Yun family would not consent. Yun Shujio was well aware of the regulations governing such a large clan. Thus, it would be best to cease this frivolity. However, Yun Shujio did not anticipate that the others completely misinterpreted her intentions. Perhaps it was not a matter of misunderstanding, but rather a willful disregard for her words. Yun Chuqing nodded. Indeed, it should be more ceremonious. Yun Mo smiled slyly. Let us host a banquet in due time to introduce our little sister to them. Yun Si pondered. Jujio, come to my company. I shall provide you with the finest resources. Yun Shujio. That was not her intention at all. Chapter 50. Jujio. Come to Quiet. She attempted to clarify once more, yet the three, each with their own motives, were intent on bringing her into the Yun family, completely ignoring her protests. What? The elders disapprove? Shall I starve because the elders disapprove of my dining? What? Our reputation is poor? No matter. Our good reputation is merely a product of purchasing favorable public opinion. What? This is all too sudden, and I am unprepared? Nonsense. Were we not all born into the Yun family without any preparation? After listening to an earful of absurdities, Yun Shujio felt utterly speechless. What on earth are you all talking about? She was not filled with joy over being accepted, for it was evident that their desire to have her as a sister stemmed from anything but genuine affection. Perhaps the female lead held a modicum of sincerity towards her. Yoon Shuju found herself unable to communicate with them, and time did not afford her the opportunity, for at 4:50, Sui called Yoon Shuju once more, revealing just how much she valued this matter. Had it not been for Yoon Shujo's prior knowledge that she was being used as a shield in relation to Tan Han's affairs, one might have thought that Sui genuinely cared for her. Once the call connected, Sui wasted no time and directly stated, "You must have seen the trending topic. I had mentioned how we would handle this, and I shall reiterate. Remember this clearly. Do you understand?" The voice on the other end responded obediently. "All right, Sister Sue. Go ahead." Struggling to suppress the peculiar feelings within, Sui quickly continued, "An apology is indeed necessary. However, that is not the primary concern. What you most urgently need to do is clarify that you are not a member of the Yoon family. Emphasize this point so that the netizens comprehend it clearly. Do you understand?" Had Sui been on a video call, she would have noticed that 3 legitimate members of the Yoon family were intently focused on the phone. Just moments earlier, the 3 had been racking their brains to persuade Yoon Shujio to visit the Yoon household. Understood. But may I ask why? Sister Sue. 1T This put the young lady in an awkward position. Yoon Shujio furrowed her brows slightly, inquiring softly, displaying no impatience, as if she truly placed her trust in her agent. Observing this, Yin Chuqing raised an eyebrow, while Yun Si's gaze turned increasingly frosty. "You must not let her claim to be a member of the Yun family. Do not concern yourself with such matters. The live broadcast is approaching. Just follow my instructions." "Would Sister Sue harm you?" "All right. Just remember to be mindful of the internet," Sue said, casting a glance at Tan Han beside her, before continuing. "Regarding the bar incident, although you did not show your face, everyone knows it was you. Just admit it and apologize graciously. It is not a significant matter." "Not a significant matter?" Yun Shujio scoffed internally, yet replied softly, "Sister Sue, I understand. Do not worry about me. Where are you now? Have you returned home?" Sue abruptly hung up the phone. Tan Han chuckled, "Sister Sue, this little artist seems quite concerned for you. Without value, what use is concern for me?" Sui responded expressionlessly, unsure if her words were directed at Tan Han or meant for herself. Meanwhile, on Yun Shujio's end, Yun Chuqing bluntly remarked, "Has your agent's brain been kicked by a donkey? Or is she a spy sent by another agency? Just admit it. Apologize. If she ranks first in this profession, who dares to claim second?" Yun Si's handsome face was marred with discontent. "Jiao, in the future, terminate your contract with your agency and join Kuin." "Kuin?" Yun Shujio paused, gazing at Yun Si's features, suddenly recalling that the reason his face seemed familiar was that he was the president of Kuin, one of the largest entertainment companies in the industry. She must have seen him on her phone before, though she had simply not remembered. "Yes," Yun Si affirmed, "my company." Yun Mo cast a glance at his younger brother, then teasingly remarked, "You calling her Jiao sounds quite natural." Yun Si frowned. Yun Mo then shifted the topic, "Little sister, do not trust your agent. This matter cannot be denied. I have perused those sensational articles, yet not a single image captured your visage. Simply refrain from acknowledgement. When the time comes, we shall testify on your behalf. The situation can be resolved with ease." I find my elder brother's approach quite plausible, and Yun Chuqing concurs. Her porcelain-like fingers curled slightly into a fist, while Yun Shuju's gaze appeared somewhat bewildered, as if uncertain of how to proceed. "Sister Sue has always treated me kindly," she said softly. "However, she seems rather strange lately, persistently urging me to apologize." A flicker of conflict crossed her features, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. And she finally resolved, "I trust you all. I shall heed your counsel. Sister Yun would never deceive me." As she spoke, her starry eyes sought affirmation from Yun Chuqing, yearning for the reassurance of a close companion. Yun Chuqing's heart softened profoundly, and she nodded vigorously. Thus, a preliminary solution was established. Prior to the live broadcast, Yun Shuju received several messages from Zhong Sang, Su Xingyan, and Ding Wei. "Zhong Sang, Shuju, are you all right?" "Su Xingyan, you truly are the most unfortunate actress I have ever encountered." "Ding Wei, Shuju, what should we do? Can the heiress assist you?" "I am utterly exasperated with this dreadful company. I am considering resigning." A smile involuntarily graced Yun Shuju's face. She had not anticipated receiving such an outpouring of concern. Responding to each message, she remained vigilant, monitoring the online discourse until the moment of the broadcast approached. Yet, she had not seen Jiang Yubai release a statement. nor had anyone unveiled the identity of that mysterious man. It seemed Jiang Yubai had relinquished his stance. Quite well. At last, the time for the live broadcast arrived. Yun Shuju cast a sidelong glance at the trio seated beside her, feeling a peculiar mix of emotions. She initiated the broadcast, watching in astonishment as the viewer count surged to a staggering figure in mere moments. 100,000, 1 million, 2 million. After surpassing 5 million, the number began to rise more slowly, yet it continued to grow. The barrage of comments flowed like a flurry of snowflakes, too numerous to discern any individual message. Yin Shuju was genuinely unprepared for such a vast audience. However, she could comprehend the reason. Among those present were not only her fans and detractors, but also supporters of other stars such as Gu Cheng, Wei Xuedan, Cheng Shi, Zhong Sang, Lin Luo, and numerous onlookers eager for entertainment. The influx of viewers caused some lag in the stream. Before she could utter a word, the screen flickered and went black. Reluctantly, she exited and restarted the stream. Once more, people flooded in. This time, the picture was clear and unobstructed. Chapter 51. I yearned to embrace her in tears. On the other end of the phone, the young girl donned a simple yet elegant white dress. Her smooth hair elegantly styled, with a few playful strands cascading down. Despite the simplicity of her attire, it exuded an air of noble grace. Her beauty is truly exquisite. Positioned close to her phone, her curled eyelashes are distinctly defined, and her skin is fair and dewy. Her pair of eyes, as pure and clear as crystal water, compels one to yearn for her gaze. Yet, it seems the young girl has recently shed tears. Her eyes are slightly reddened, adding a hint of rosy hue to her otherwise unadorned face, making her look both pitiful and astonishingly beautiful. This evokes a sense of tenderness, while simultaneously sparking a desire to witness her tears anew. Unbeknownst to her, they can see her clearly. She remains engrossed in her phone, her soft lips merely 10 centimeters away from the screen. The barrage of comments slowed for a moment, and aside from the dedicated user engrossed in typing, the others began to express their thoughts in increasingly peculiar ways. Yin Shuju? I think I just saw a fairy. Isn't she too beautiful? I want to see her portray a weeping beauty. Ladies, I wish she would kiss me. Am I being unreasonable? 1. Pick her up and kiss her. Kiss her in the corner, eyes sparkling. Did you all forget why you're here? I too wish for her kiss. She looks so kissable. I want to kiss her until she cries. I'm a male fan. Can I sneak her home? Please, even through the screen. I can smell the perversion. Why are you stealing my wife? I thought she looked stunning in the last variety show. Although the camera angles were a bit distant, they don't compare to the impact of a live broadcast. I declare myself a fan of her beauty. You may criticize Yin Shuju for her morals. You may despise her, and I will not defend her. But no one is allowed to say she is ugly. It must be because of this incident that she cried. I'm not her fan. But I feel inexplicably heartbroken, sobbing. The awakened detractors immediately began to mock and feign indifference. Is this it? Beautiful? Are you blind? Laughing to death. It's merely beauty filters. Is it really that serious? I admit that Yin Shuju is indeed very beautiful. But are there not many beauties in the entertainment industry? You must be hired trolls. Has she undergone plastic surgery? I never found Yin Shuju this stunning before. I've seen her dramas, and frankly, they were mediocre, her acting quite wooden. A bunch of sycophants. Knowing who Yin Shuju is and still saying this. I see you must enjoy wearing green hats. This remark irked many, prompting them to retaliate. Who's a troll? Only you know in your heart. I'm not playing your Circle S games. If Yin Shuju is innocent, I will support her from now on. The more you insult her, the more my admiration grows. Beauty filters? Let us not discuss that. I bet Yin Shuju definitely isn't using any filters. Yin Shuju hadn't uttered a word, merely revealing her face, and the comments escalated. Yet, she remained oblivious to it all, still gazing at her phone, unsure if the broadcast had commenced, until a chilling voice beside her interrupted. Stop looking. It has already begun. Yin Shuju looked into the distance, raising the live broadcast screen from his phone, signaling to the netizens that they could see him now. His gaze subtly swept over Yin Shuju's lips, his expression darkening slightly. This group, emboldened by the anonymity of the internet, brazenly called her wife and uttered phrases like "Dear bring her home." Suddenly, for reasons unknown, Yin Si's ears flushed crimson, though no one took notice. Yin Shuju nodded, redirecting her gaze, and softly greeted, "Hello everyone, I am Yin Shuju." The young girl's voice was gentle and melodious. However, the netizens were captivated by the earlier cold and indifferent voice. Did a man just speak? Wow, Yun Shuju is so daring. Allowing her partner to speak during the live stream? I admire that. She truly is a Yun dog. It was at this moment that people began to notice the opulent and resplendent background of the live stream. Yun Shuju was evidently in a place lavishly adorned with wealth. That ornament must cost at least hundreds of thousands. Oh my, is Yun Shuju at the home of her benefactor? Is it possible this is the Yun family? Laughing to death, didn't you see Chen Xing's statement? Their company has declared that Yun Shuju will clarify in the live stream that she is not a daughter of the Yun family. The heiress perhaps just wants to help Yun Shuju. I also think she cannot possibly be a member of the Yun family. Just ask directly and see how she wriggles out of it. Yun Shuju, where are you now? Who is the man beside you? However, at that moment, the barrage of comments was overwhelming. Yun Shuju's detractors dominated the chat, and she could scarcely discern the few comments that were directed at her, all filled with insults. Entirely missing those inquiries. Is it easy to climb onto the benefactor's bed? Yun Shuju, you're quite the player. When you mean isn't enough. You went to a bar to find another, and now there's yet another. You're impressive. Wretched creature, go die. Disgusting thing. If I were to reward you, could I sleep with you too? Looking down at the live stream, Yun Shuqing's face twisted with rage. Damn it. A bunch of imbeciles. Had it not been for Yun Shuju's silent gesture to restrain her, she would have charged in to scold them on the spot. This is unbearable. Yun Shuqing typed furiously, beginning to retaliate against the trolls. Are you blind? Someone like Shuju could have any man she desired. Why would she like Yu Ming? Benefactor? Benefactor, do you have any evidence, you foolish creature? So what if she went to a bar? We're all adults. Who hasn't he been to a bar? Sleep with your grandpa. You think you're worthy? Don't scare yourself to death when you look in the mirror at night. You all just talk big. Thinking you're on a moral high ground? Yun Mo caught sight of his sister's comments and smiled slightly without saying a word. Yin Si appeared quite composed as well. Yet, his phone screen had already switched to the chat interface. Help me by some online trolls to go to Yun Shuju's live stream and insult the detractors. Buy as many as possible. Yes, Mr. Yun. Yun Shujo remained oblivious to the subtle exchanges between the two individuals. As she gazed upon the vile words, her lips pressed together slightly, and her once clear eyes became veiled with a mist of tears. Her voice, soft yet resolute, conveyed her sincerity. I am aware that many harbor misunderstandings about me, but I assure you, I did not engage in such actions. She appeared utterly aggrieved, tears streaming down her cheeks, her voice faltering and tinged with a sob. I truly have not done any of those things. Whether in the past with Yu Ming or the recent accusations online regarding frequenting bars, none of it is true. I have never been to a bar. Chapter 52. That day, I was with Jujio. The slander that Yun Shujo bore, regardless of its nature, was exceptionally cruel for a young woman. If the allegations were true, it would be one matter. However, if they were false, one can only imagine the profound injustice and anguish suffered by the protagonist, who faced an onslaught of criticism and abuse, leading to utter despair. Society has persistently treated women with the harshest of judgments, rarely considering the extent of their victimization. Often, both parties share fault in various situations, yet the narrative invariably skews in favor of men. The disparaging rumors surrounding Yun Shujo have never ceased. When her name is mentioned, it is often accompanied by disdain and contempt, with few considering the possibility that she might be innocent or a victim. At that time, Yun Shujo was merely a rising star in the entertainment industry, lacking a distinguished family background or formidable connections, while Yu Ming was a wealthy and handsome second-generation heir. To associate with Yu Ming implied that Yun Shujo could access better opportunities and resources, perhaps even marry into a prestigious family. Thus, it was subjectively assumed that any wrongdoing was solely attributable to Yun Shujo, detached from Yu Ming or anyone else, with no hint of doubt. Recently, following the revelation of Yun Shujo being the daughter of the Yun family, the rumors of her involvement with Yu Ming sparked suspicion among some. It seemed that once she possessed a prominent lineage, the sordid allegations would dissipate, as if the pursuit of power were a natural inclination for ordinary individuals. Where's the evidence? All is mere hearsay. Produce the proof. What good is crying? Honestly, I find myself somewhat inclined to believe her, for she does appear genuinely innocent. Indeed, I felt the same during the last variety show. I wondered if Yun Shujo could truly be the person people spoke of. Stop the denial. Without evidence, it must be attributed to Yun Shujo. Is this explanation even valid? Can't you all be a bit more composed? Must you rush to attack her? Take a moment to listen to what she has to say. Exactly, the bias is overwhelming. Grasping at shadows, you hurl insults at the slightest rumor. Do you truly know the full story? Who cares about the whole story? Even if she is innocent, I still detest Yun Shujio. Go away. First impressions hold significant weight. From the moment I witnessed her flirting with my friend's boyfriend, I developed an aversion towards her that I doubt will ever fade, even if she attempts to redeem herself. The truth invariably comes to light, and I hope you all do not find yourselves embarrassed. Embarrassed? Perhaps it is Yunsuju who should feel that way. I have already discovered her residence, and tonight, her fate is sealed. The majority of the comments are filled with skepticism and contempt, tears glistening in her eyes. Yunsuju spoke with a soft, yet somewhat aggrieved tone. Regarding the incident with Yuming, I am at a loss. On Gu Cheng's birthday, I had a bit to drink, though the alcohol was quite mild, just fruit wine. After consuming it, I lost consciousness, and when I awoke, I found myself in the same bed as Yuming, with the media bursting in. However, she continued urgently, I assure you, nothing transpired between Yuming and me. He does not harbor feelings for me, and I merely regard him as Gu Cheng's boyfriend, devoid of any inappropriate thoughts. A flurry of comments flooded in. What does Junsuju mean by that? Is she implying the wine was tainted? Ah. Gu Cheng's birthday party. This is just an excuse to shift blame onto our dear Cheng. Cheng will be heartbroken upon hearing this. Yunsuju is betraying her. Be quiet. Who would believe you? I don't believe a word of it. Where's the evidence? Are you all out of your minds? Can't comprehend simple words? Yunsuju was incapacitated. How could she possibly provide evidence? Exactly. If there were proof, she would have revealed it long ago. Why would she allow herself to be cornered like this? I find myself believing Yunsuju. Her tears have captivated me, and I want to say, I believe you, please stop crying. Moreover, the earlier events were already suspicious, weren't they? With an overwhelming number of comments, Yunsuju struggled to discern the prevailing sentiment, though she could gather the general attitude of the viewers. She remained unfazed, knowing she lacked evidence to clear her name. This was merely a prelude for when she would eventually provide a true explanation. She continued, as for the incident at the bar. Yunsuju gently bit her lip, her beautiful white teeth barely concealing her distress, her eyes brimming with tears. Vulnerability evident in her demeanor. That person was not me. I do not understand why everyone believes it to be so. Su-yi, who had sensed something amiss, furrowed her brow deeply upon hearing this. How dare Yunsuju deceive her? She was not adhering to the narrative provided, for reasons unknown. Despite the fact that Yunsuju's mere words could not alter the tides of public opinion, Su-yi felt an unsettling premonition, as if something unexpected was poised to occur. Meanwhile, Tan Han, who was also watching the live stream, was entirely absorbed by the enchanting visage on his phone, scarcely paying attention to Yunsuju's words. He merely pondered how Yunsuju had never appeared so radiant before. Even at the outset, when she had stood far above him, she had been timid. Lacking the gentle grace she now exuded. How did she become like this? Had I known earlier, I should have taken her under my wing sooner. Anxiously, Su-yi thought that if she knew the artist she had been so devoted to was still preoccupied with such trivial matters, she would surely be infuriated. Unfortunately, at that moment, she was solely focused on the live broadcast, oblivious to Tan Han's presence. The girl on her phone had misty eyes, her gaze seemingly drifting for a fleeting moment, leaving Su-yi uncertain whether she was lost in thought or observing someone. Then, she softly uttered, "The person inside is not me. Everyone should take a closer look at me that day at home." At home, Su-yi distinctly recognized that the picture featured Yun Shujio. What on earth was she up to? Wasn't she the most obedient before? Now she dared to go against the grain. A sudden thought struck Su-yi. Could it be that the man beside Yun Shujio, Nyo-go, was prompting her to say such things? Before Su-yi could ponder further, the screen suddenly jolted, revealing a somewhat familiar face. The man was handsome, yet his gaze was icy, as if he were coldly scrutinizing the person on the other side of the lens, sending a chill down one's spine. That day, I was with Jiojio. Su-yi was taken aback. Haha, Sujie, this man is truly clever. He directly exposed his relationship with Yun Shujio? Is he confirming her frivolous nature? Well done. Yun Shujio must be furious. Tan Han's laughter echoed. Do you know who that person is? And you're still laughing. Chapter 53, the second young master of the Yun family. Her heart raced. The ominous feeling peaked, and Tan Han gleefully remarked, Sujie, now the discussions surrounding Yun Shujio will surely reach greater heights. We need not worry anymore. Su-yi felt an urge to slap him twice. If this man were a wealthy second-generation heir, the discussions would escalate even more. Sujie, you are well informed. Do you know who he is? Sui turned back, expressionless, and replied, "The CEO of Quiet Entertainment, the second young master of the Yun family, Yun Si." Tenhan's smile froze. A similar situation unfolded on Yuming's end. Initially mocking Yun Shuju for her denial, he was caught off guard when Yun Si's face appeared next. The second young master of the Yun family? His pupils trembled violently. How could Yun Si possibly assist Yun Shuju in fabricating lies? Was she truly the youngest daughter of the Yun family? How could that be? Yet, despite Yuming's disbelief, Yun Si's appearance made him realize that matters were far from simple. If only Yun Shuqin had claimed Yun Shuju was a member of the Yun family, one might dismiss it, but the circles knew that the second young master of the Yun family was cold and indifferent, rarely returning home, let alone harboring feelings for family members. Such a person would not likely defend a stranger tarnished by scandal merely for Yun Shuqin's sake. Aren't those of their stature the most concerned about their reputation? How could this be? Yuming stared intently at the phone screen. The terrifying conjectures within his heart began to instill fear in him. If Yun Shuju truly belonged to the Yun family, then his fate was surely sealed. No. The acknowledgement from the second young master of the Yun family meant little, as long as the most authoritative figure, the eldest young master, remained silent. There was still hope. At this moment, Yuming had yet to glance at the photographs circulating online. Otherwise, upon seeing Jiang Yubai's figure, he would likely descend into a deeper despair. The instant Yun Si appeared, the viewers in the live stream were left dumbfounded. Who was this man? Isn't the one who just reminded Yun Shuju to go live? Wow, he is incredibly handsome. Is this man the benefactor of Yun Shuju? He doesn't resemble the man in those photographs. Goodness, so this makes 3? Yun Shuju is impressive. First Yuming, then this mysterious man. And there's still someone hidden at home. This must be the benefactor's residence, right? The person in the picture is undoubtedly Yun Shuju. No amount of editing will mask that. Even without visiting a bar, isn't it quite honorable to be with the benefactor? Bah, how could Chengzi have such a disgraceful friend? Oh dear, don't say that. It's obvious he is a rebound. Yun Shuju must have slept with Yuming and was subsequently discarded. I'll be sick just thinking about it. Are these men blind? They find someone like Yun Shuju appealing? It must be Yun Shuju who seduced him. At this moment, the viewers who recognized Yun Si's identity began to question their own lives, exiting the live stream to verify Yun Si's identity, thus allowing the chat to be overtaken by detractors who reveled in their mockery, entirely oblivious to the absurdity of the situation. Meanwhile, Yun Si paid no heed to the viewers' comments. After uttering a few words into the camera, he turned his gaze to Yun Shuju, who had tears glistening at the corners of her eyes, her expression one of confusion, as if she hadn't anticipated his sudden seizure of the phone. Yun Si tightened his grip on the device and spoke in a low voice, "Stop crying." Yun Shuju stared at him blankly for 2 seconds before regaining her composure. She wiped away her tears, resembling a small, fluffy, obedient creature, sitting there and blinking at Yun Si. A peculiar sensation stirred within Yun Si. At that very moment, some online users began to uncover Yun Si's identity, and the tide of public opinion shifted dramatically. Everyone, can we stop flaunting our ignorance? This is Yun Si from the Yun family. He is the second brother of the heiress, Yun Si. Do you understand what that signifies? I thought he looked familiar, so I searched online, and upon returning to see your comments, I nearly died laughing. Here it is. No need for thanks. Yun Si, the second son of the Yun family, age 25, CEO of Quiet Entertainment. Just a whisper, this is merely what can be found online. In reality, Yun Si likely owns multiple companies. And as for Quiet Entertainment, do I really need to elaborate? The heiress is the exclusive signed artist of Quiet. What? I'm dumbfounded. Does this mean he is Yun Shuju's brother? Why are certain individuals silent now? Are they going to continue their insults? It is amusing, isn't it? What is wrong with someone being together with their own brother? I never anticipated that, indeed. Yun Shuju is truly the youngest daughter of the Yun family. The detractors were taken aback. Yet they were not about to concede defeat easily. So what if he is Yun Si? Does that prove anything? Does it affirm that Yun Shuju is a member of the Yun family? Come on, are you all dim-witted? If he were Yun Shuju's brother, wouldn't he be more inclined to assist her in deception? Huh, you believe everything you hear. I beg your pardon, but I do not believe it. Stop trying to deceive us. The person in the picture is undoubtedly Yun Shuju. At this moment, the hired online supporters for Yun Si arrived, and they began to counter the detractors vehemently. Yun Si is already defending Yun Shuju. Does that not indicate she is part of the Yun family? What? You have no brother? Your brother does not stand up for you. How ridiculous. A group of individuals with fan credentials, utterly lacking in discretion, have revealed their own main character. And you say Yun Si is helping Yin Shuju deceive? Please, engage your brain for a moment. Why would she need to pursue a wealthy benefactor with a brother as affluent as Yin Si? Some people must not have received an education. They spew nonsense without a shred of thought. Are you a hired supporter? How much were you paid? I will join in the disparagement if you share some of the spoils. The failures of quality education are evident. Bystander fans chimed in. Indeed, it is clear that Chun Xing is targeting Shuju to protect Tan Han. Can you not comprehend this? Have you read Chun Xing's statement? It clearly states that Shuju is not a member of the Yun family, and each word is aimed at discrediting her, and Qianjin is sitting beside her. This is the Yun family. The insults are rather harsh. Can we not extend a bit of kindness towards women? It has moved me to tears. If you observe closely, in those few images, the woman appears to be hunched over, contrasting entirely with Yun Shuju's bearing. Yes, I have wanted to mention this, at first glance. This young lady resembles Shuju, but upon closer inspection, comparing her to Shuju's appearance in the variety show, there is still a notable difference. She cries like a young beast, and I feel both heartbroken and compelled to see her continue. You understand, right? Is something amiss again? The atmosphere began to shift peculiarly. Chapter 54. I cannot wait a single second to see you. Indeed, among the detractors, there were numerous hired supporters. Upon witnessing the sudden influx of supportive comments, they were bewildered, yet they vaguely recognized several familiar accounts. Upon inquiry, they discovered these individuals were indeed their colleagues from the same company. How awkward. Further questioning revealed that the remuneration was 3 times what they were being paid. They promptly shifted their position. Thus, the entire tone of the live stream began to deviate increasingly from the norm. Detractors intensified their criticisms, the hired supporters retaliated, fans extolled beauty in myriad ways. Bystanders analyzed the situation, and fans from other factions stirred the pot. In the end, the detractors could not even maintain dominance over the screen. Is Yun Shoujo truly a member of the Yun family? What is the deal with Qianjin and Shoujo standing together, surrounded by pink bubbles? Yun Shoujo. What a contemptible person. Am I the only one who notices? Second brother is so handsome. A cold, domineering CEO who cares for his sister. I'm in love. Shoujo, I wish to be your sister-in-law, blushing. I'm a fan now. I adore you, Shoujo. Chun Xing must have kicked a hard rock this time. They probably don't realize that Shoujo is a member of the Yun family and dare to speak like that. I had suspected that Shoujo's account was controlled by the company, and now it seems the company has shown no mercy in abandoning her. I raised the banner for Sanjio. She is innocent. Occasional vulgarities were swiftly swept away, and the haters raged in their curses. Yet they could not alter the reality. Moreover, some haters without any other fan affiliations began to waver. To be frank, Yun Shoujo is indeed beautiful and exceedingly gentle. A celestial being in tears. Stop. I cannot dwell on this any longer. She still has the scandal with Xie Yin and some other dirt, right? Maintain composure. Continue the critique. Outside the screen, Yin Chuqing took the phone, looking down at the camera. I already stated that Shoujo is my Yun family's little princess. Can you not hear? In the past, when Shoujo threw a tantrum and left home, it was tolerable that you subjected her to online bullying. From now on, she will return, with me and my brothers to protect her. To those with ulterior motives, company, think carefully. Additionally, Yun Chuqing smirked coldly. I have long said that my sister has no interest in Yu Ming. She already possesses the best fiancé in the world. I do not believe he can compare to those mismatched suitors outside. Henceforth, please refrain from spreading rumors regarding this matter. Fiancé? Yun Chuqing certainly knows how to spin a tale. Yun Shoujo mused silently. At this moment, she was unaware that Yun Chuqing intended to discuss matters with Jiang Yubai, and that this fiancé naturally referred to Jiang Yubai. Although Yun Chuqing was not particularly fond of Jiang Yubai, she had to concede that the man's lineage, appearance, and capabilities were unparalleled. If it were revealed that Jiang Yubai had feelings for her sister, and netizens thought her sister would engage in frivolous affairs, then they were truly blind. Well then, this concludes tonight's live broadcast. I have said all that needs to be said. Ignoring the rapidly scrolling comments, Yun Chuqing directly ended the stream. As for the future developments online, she was unconcerned. With the assistance of her 2 brothers, she no longer feared that Shoujo would be subject to the same malicious assumptions as before. Time to stop delaying her moments with Shoujo. Yun Shoujo took her phone. Surprised that the live broadcast ended so swiftly, she had scarcely spoken a few words. Just as Yun Chuqing was about to say something, Yun Shoujiu's phone rang. It was Su Yi. She declined the call. Today, she had not followed Su Yi's instructions, and surely there would be a fallout. Hence, there was no need to waste words on her. Just as Yun Shujiao had ended her call with Su Yi, a flurry of messages popped up on her phone, one after another. Before she could discern the sender, another call came in. "You Bai." How did she seem to anticipate that this man was calling? She answered, "Shu Shu. Have you looked at the restaurants I sent you? Which one do you wish to go to?" Indeed, could he really not endure the wait for an entire evening? She had mentioned dining later, but she never specified that it had to be that very night. Was it necessary for him to call immediately after the live stream ended? Nearby, the expressions of the three others became subtly intriguing. Meanwhile, Zhang Yubai, seemingly concerned that Yun Shujiao might misunderstand, quickly added, "Shu Shu. It's not that I don't care about your live stream. I simply prefer a face-to-face conversation. If you're not in the mood to eat out, I can come to your place and cook for you." Yun Shujiao sighed. "No need for that. I was the one who offered to treat you. How could I let you cook for me? Just a moment. Let me check the restaurants you suggested, and I'll get back to you." "All right," the man replied. "I'll be waiting for you at the Yun family gate." Yun Shuju felt a headache coming on. Yun Chuqing twitched her lips. Although Jiang Yubai had interrupted her laughter with her sister, and it displeased her, she was now curious to validate her suspicions. "Is young Master Jiang here?" Yun Mo paused, realizing she shouldn't keep him waiting. They should leave. Thus, the group prepared to head out, with Yun Shuju being the most reluctant. However, she had little choice but to follow. Outside, the sun had lowered, its intensity softened. The orange rays illuminated a luxurious black sedan beyond imagination. As they exited the villa, the car door swung open. The man was formally attired, his hair meticulously styled, and his handsome, chiseled features bore a gaze as profound as the night, imbuing a sense of innate danger, as though something lethal lurked within. He no longer exuded the same gloom as before. Instead, he radiated the noble and oppressive aura of someone in power. As he strode forward, he resembled a noble deity from ancient Greek statues, awakening under the reverent and fearful gazes of onlookers. Yet, when his eyes fell upon a certain individual, they softened instantly. He approached her, his gaze fixated solely on her. "Shu Shu." Yun Shujiao blinked, a smile suddenly gracing her features. "Zhang Yubai, I promised to treat you to a meal. There is no need for you to rush." The young girl looked up at him, her eyes bright and her smile radiant. In that moment, all of Zhang Yubai's darker thoughts seemed to retreat to the deepest recesses of his mind. He gazed at her, a smile playing upon his lips. "Because I want to see you, I can't wait even a second longer." Yun Shujiao. Yun Mo stepped forward. "Young Master Jiang, it's been a while." Yun Si nodded in acknowledgement. "Young Master Jiang." Only Yun Chuqing fixed her gaze on Zhang Yubai, her expression inscrutable, lost in her own thoughts. Zhang Yubai casually acknowledged with a sound, his gaze unwavering from Yun Shujiao. "Have you selected a restaurant? Shall we go?" This meal was inevitable. So Yun Shujiao simply replied, "Yes, I have chosen. Let us go." After saying this, she took the initiative to grasp Zhang Yubai's hand and walk towards the car. Zhang Yubai was taken aback. Chapter 55. You truly like me. Behind them, Yunxi frowned immediately. Upon reaching the car, Yun Shujiao turned back to bid farewell to the others. Eldest brother, second brother, sister, goodbye. She was not one to be overly sentimental. Since they had publicly supported her during the live stream, it would be rather ungrateful not to reciprocate. Her words left the others momentarily stunned. It was Yun Chuqing who reacted first. "Jiang, take good care of Shujiao." With that simple hand-holding and the flush on his ears, how could he not like Shujiao? How unexpected. Yun Shujiao noted that whenever Zhang Yubai sought her out, he preferred not to take a driver, opting instead to drive himself. Tilting her head, she gazed out at the scenery and asked, "Zhang Yubai, are you angry?" "Angry? Yes, I did not heed your advice and went out with a male friend." Zhang Yubai was taken aback by Yun Shujiao's proactive mention of this matter. He looked at the red traffic light ahead, halted the vehicle, and with an ambiguous tone said, "You know this would upset me, yet you still chose to go?" Yun Shujiao pressed her lips together. "I apologize. I dislike being constrained by others, and as an actress, I must interact with different people." "Shujiao," Zhang Yubai turned to look at her. "Do you dislike me?" You dislike being restrained. Therefore, he gently inquired, "Since I am the one who imposes restrictions on you, do you indeed dislike me?" Yun Shujiao tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. "It's tolerable." As the red light turned green, the car began to move forward. After a moment of silence, Jiang Yubai spoke. Initially, when I learned you were going out with Zhong Sang, I contemplated making him vanish from your life entirely. His voice was deep and resonant, exceedingly pleasant to the ear, yet Yin Shujiao felt a chill as she clenched her fists. However, Jiang Yubai chuckled softly, almost self-mockingly. I have waited so many years for you. Even if I were to eliminate Zhong Sang, Su Lin, and all those others, and confine you to my side, what would it matter? If you were unhappy, you would never love me, and all I would possess is your physical form. As he spoke, it seemed as if he had reached a profound understanding, yet the gaze hidden from Yin Shujiao was filled with a cold, obsessive darkness, concealing all negative emotions. Jiang Yubai? Yin Shujiao pondered, her eyelashes fluttering gently. I could attempt to genuinely like you, not merely put on a facade. The air fell silent for a few seconds. Why? His voice revealed no discernible emotion. Because I believe, Yin Shujiao stated, you truly like me. Yet, last time, you mentioned that feelings are not immutable. Even your brother's feelings towards you can change. I have acknowledged that, and I still harbor a fear of you. Yin Shujiu's tone was slow, each word articulated with clarity. But if you do not let me go, what can I do? You always appear in my life. I cannot evade you. And I fear provoking your ire, yet I also have my own obligations to fulfill. Jiang Yubai's eyes flickered slightly. She was adept at masquerading, having once donned an innocuous facade while possessing the cunning of a little fox. Now, she rarely allowed herself such honesty. Jiang Yubai understood that Yin Shujiu spoke from her heart. She could not escape him, could not change her circumstances, and was afraid of him. Her options were indeed limited. It seemed that their relationship had always been characterized by his relentless pursuit of her. Perhaps from her perspective, she viewed herself as a figure of oppression, unable to bestow even a modicum of joy upon her, only endless tribulations. Nonetheless, despite this reality, he could never relinquish her. If you like me, he found himself uttering, my desire for control may only intensify. Yet, you will feel secure, will you not? Her voice carried a hint of laughter. Then, might you also extend a bit more trust towards me? I have never liked anyone before, Jiang Yubai, but in the future, I will strive to like you. During this dinner, Jiang Yubai found himself unusually silent. He admitted to himself that Yin Shujiu's words stirred something within him. Because, indeed, she was making an effort. She would observe his preferred flavors, attempt to hold his hand, gently call his name. Jiang Yubai, do you like this dish? Jiang Yubai, stop daydreaming. Jiang Yubai. I have a new family member. Jiang Yubai, see you tomorrow. Even after her figure ascended the stairs, Jiang Yubai remained in a daze. He gazed at the hand she had held, feeling uncharacteristically bewildered. To be treated this way by Shujiu was an experience unprecedented in both his past and present lives. Did she genuinely wish to reciprocate his affection? Was it possible? Was it real? The man raised his head, glancing at the starry night sky, his gaze inscrutable. Yet the corners of his mouth betrayed a subtle smile. Meanwhile, as they dined, the online world erupted. The name Yin Shujiu monopolized 9 out of 10 trending topics. Yun Shujiu is indeed a member of the Yun family. Kulin Yunxi comforts his sister. Yun Shujiu could never be interested in Yiming. Cheng Xing has solid evidence against Yun Shujiu. Yun Shujiu has a powerful fiancé. One after another, these revelations left the onlookers thoroughly entertained. Furthermore, at the bottom of the trending list appeared a peculiar title, Crying for Yin Shujiu. Before clicking in, many netizens assumed it was about some shameful act involving Yin Shujiu. However, upon entering, they were met with a series of screenshots of livestream comments, leaving them utterly dumbfounded. Have today's netizens become so open-minded? Just look at what these comments say. It's so exaggerated. As they scrolled down, they discovered a pinned comment featuring a clip from the live stream. They entered with a sense of disdain, questioning how even the most captivating Yin Shujiu could evoke such affection. What kind of absurd trending topic was this? Then, on the screen, appeared the girl's fair and exquisite visage, a single tear cascading down her cheek. The netizens began to type, I want to bully her. Fiercely. How infuriating. Why are there so many who wish to kiss my wife? I apologize, everyone. It's all my fault for making my sister's eyes so red with my constant affection. That tear has flowed into my heart. Arriving in a Porsche? Dazzlingly. Exiting the vehicle, flipping her bangs, holding a rose stuck in her mouth, struggling to maintain composure. Pushing up her sunglasses, leaning against the wall with a thud, for a long time, kissing. Is this video exclusively for my viewing? Or do all younger sisters receive such treatment? Feeling envious. Newcomers were absolutely amused by the comments. They had never encountered such a novel trend. No one questioned the authenticity of the trending topic. Instead, they expressed their affection in various creative ways. Curiosity piqued. Newcomers clicked on the video, joining the throng. Chapter 56. What kind of love is this? And this was merely the trending topic's conclusion. The preceding ones were even more explosive. Someone had leaked a video of a woman in red, inadvertently captured entering a bar, followed by a prominent blogger who conducted a comparative analysis. The comparison was made between the unknown woman in the video and Yoon Shujio from Runaway Quickly. From her demeanor to her subtle gestures, the blogger provided logical and substantiated insights. It was evident that the woman in the video exuded a profound lack of confidence. She walked with her head bowed and her shoulders slightly hunched, traits absent in Yoon Shujio. Furthermore, the clothing bore wrinkles, its material evidently subpar, while Yoon Shujio, belonging to the Yoon family, would never be in such a dire state. Moreover, if one could disguise their actions and attire, then temperament could not be feigned. The young lady in the video appeared self-deprecating and melancholic, perhaps even timid and fearful, whereas Yoon Shujio radiated a stark contrast. She was gentle, composed, and resilient. Even when targeted by Lin Luo and Su Xingyan in variety shows, she displayed no fear or trepidation. In conclusion, the blogger stated, Yoon Shujio is the daughter of the Yoon family. Her demeanor cannot possibly resemble that of the woman in the video. If the detractors insist she is merely pretending, then I must ask, if she possessed such exceptional acting skills, how could she be labeled a mere decorative figure? This article left readers speechless. It seemed irrefutable, didn't it? Could it be argued that Yoon Shujio had deliberately feigned her lack of acting ability in the past? Such a theory was untenable. Thus, the bar incident effectively cleared her name. Setting aside the affiliations of the prominent blogger, it was undeniable that the woman in red was indeed Yoon Shujio, albeit the version of her that had yet to enter the world of the novel. By the time she emerged from the bar, the two Yoon Shujios had already diverged fundamentally, although Yoon Shujio attempted to disguise herself slightly when exiting the bar. The release of that particular video would hardly suffice to convince the public. The footage prior to her entrance, however, presents a stark contrast to the current Yoon Shujio. Beyond the bar incident, the mention of her fiancé by Qianjin has also captured public interest. A fiancé? From Qianjin's words, it appears he is a person of considerable appearance and background, at the very least, someone of comparable standing to the Yoon family. Otherwise, why would she assert that Yoon Shujio looks down upon others? Netizens began to investigate his identity. Who do you think it could be? Isn't the Yoon family considered a top-tier aristocracy? There can't be many families on par with them. Is there anyone from the industry here? Enlighten us about which families are comparable to the Yoon family. I'm just here to observe. Please don't pry into my identity. There are only 4 prominent families that are similar to the Yoon family. One has only daughters in this generation, and another has male heirs already engaged, which rules out the Yoon family. The remaining 2 are the CF family and the Su family, both of which have plausible candidates. Though I cannot divulge specifics. Wow, I guess the person above comes from a wealthy family too, if they know all this. I've gained new insight. Is this what they call the legendary 5 great families? No, I'm just a mere scion of a small family, living off my family's fortune. This is common knowledge within the circles. It's normal for you not to know. Understood, a gentleman biding his time for inheritance. Returning to the topic at hand. The CF family and the Su family? Regarding the Su family, I immediately think of the handsome Su Lin. My idol, Su Lin. Could it be? I remember my idol's lineage is quite prestigious, yet no one knows the exact extent. Could he be from the Su family? It might just be a coincidence. Yoon Shujio and Su Lin seem to have no connection. If it were truly Su Lin, they would certainly acknowledge each other. Could it be that Xie Yin is whom I'm overthinking? Well, this is genuinely plausible. Xie Yin, much more reliable than Su Lin. Can we refrain from baseless speculation? Yoon Shujio belongs to the Yoon family, and isn't worthy of Xie Yin. Thank you. Please don't belittle the diligent young director Xie Yin. We won't be reaching for Yoon Shujio's lofty branches. Don't fixate solely on Su Lin and Xie Yin. There are more surnames in this world. True. This self-proclaimed insider might be engaging in deliberate promotional strategies. In the super topic of Sangjio, a group of fans is also discussing this matter. Sang seems to come from a rather ordinary background. I'm crying, it's over for me. Please, could that fiancé possibly match our Sang-Sang's handsomeness? Sangjio never admits defeat. Sisters, this is a bit challenging. Shujio is currently in her ascendant stage, focusing on her career, and so is Sang-ge. Both of their careers are just beginning, and there's a long road ahead. Moreover, would Yun Shujiao accept marrying Sang-ge? Oh, my Sang-ge. To confront the entire world in the dark, yet still protect you. What a profound love this is. Sobbing, do not be disheartened. Isn't he still merely her fiancé? Shujiao has never publicly acknowledged this matter. Perhaps it is merely an arrangement made by her family? Everyone knows that such feudal families delight in orchestrating arranged marriages. Indeed, yes. Go, Sang-ge. We still have a chance. The rejuvenated fans began to work harder, producing content, writing short essays, editing videos, and posting in trending topics to enhance their rankings, which indeed attracted a small portion of new followers. Yet, while the online festivities thrived, the sky gradually darkened. A figure stealthily entered the community where Yun Shujiao resided. This was an ordinary, low-end neighborhood, where the security guards were lethargic most of the time. They did not even bother to check the comings and goings of individuals. Only when they felt inclined would they inspect the passing vehicles. Their wages were meager. Thus it was hardly to be expected that they would perform their duties with diligence. As a masked stranger with a low-brimmed hat entered the community, the guards merely called out a token warning. Seeing the man walk away without a glance back, they were too apathetic to pursue him. People often harbor a sense of unwarranted optimism, and the guards were no exception. They thought this individual might just be a resident dressed oddly today, or perhaps a relative of one of the homeowners. Little did they know, the man did not belong there at all. He avoided the streetlights, moving through the shadows, occasionally checking his phone for direction. Soon, the man arrived at the building where Yun Shujiao lived, accurately locating her home. After fiddling with the door for a while, he managed to unlock it. The man stepped inside, as natural as if returning to his own home, shutting the door behind him and turning on the light. Pale fingers removed the hat, and the man surveyed the interior decor before making his way into the kitchen. He paused at the knife storage, slowly picking up a fruit knife. TSK. He seemed to sneer disdainfully, placing the knife back and instead selecting a sharp cleaver for meat. As he weighed it in his hand, pondering something, a faint sound suddenly emanated from outside. The man's expression sharpened as he gripped the knife and silently approached the door, extinguishing the light. Chapter 57 Die? In the darkness, as the door swung open, a terrifying excitement and murderous intent gleamed in the man's eyes. The woman, oblivious to the danger, entered the room, and he swiftly covered her mouth and nose, kicking the door shut behind them. The woman, caught off guard, struggled desperately, but alas, her strength was no match for the man's. Die. With a hoarse voice filled with exhilaration, he plunged the knife into her abdomen, blood soaking her clothes. Momentarily distracted, he thought to himself, what a pity to not witness it. After a moment of struggle, the woman in his grasp began to writhe more violently, tears streaming down her cheeks and dripping onto his hand. Although her mouth was forcibly covered, the despair and panic in her muffled cries were unmistakably clear to the man. This only served to heighten his excitement. With the knife raised high, he struck down several times, blood splattering across his face as he laughed malevolently. Yun Shujiao, what face do you have left to cleanse yourself? You've caused Sister Qingzi such sorrow. You deserve to die? The fragmented sobs grew fainter until, ultimately, the woman ceased to breathe. With a satisfied huff, he discarded her body onto the ground, retrieving his phone from his pocket, intending to snap a few photos to share online. He turned on the light and raised his phone, but the next moment, his expression froze. The woman lying on the floor was not Yun Shujiao at all, but rather a stranger. Enraged, he kicked the corpse twice and checked his phone again, confirming that this was indeed Yun Shujiao's residence. His gaze shifted as he dragged the woman's body into the kitchen, washed the knife, poured himself a glass of water, and settled onto the sofa to await Yun Shujiao's return. Not long ago. In stark contrast to the spectators who were eagerly discussing the unfolding drama, the initiators of this incident were in a state of panic. Sui was summoned by the higher-ups of the company and harshly reprimanded just minutes after Yun Si appeared in the livestream. Didn't you say Yun Shujiao wasn't he from the Yun family? How could you, as her manager, be so unaware? Sui found herself at a loss for words. Equally bewildered, who could have anticipated that Yun Shujiao was indeed a member of the Yun family? The last time she inquired, the response had been a clear denial. Facing the greatest crisis of her career, Sui realized that they, as a mediocre company, could not afford to offend someone of Yun Si's stature. The middle-aged man at the desk glared at her coldly. You need not come in tomorrow. Sui gasped, Supervisor, please do not look at me like that. Do you really believe there will be a second chance from above? Do you understand who Yun Si is? Do you comprehend the standing of Ku Yin in the entertainment industry? Offending the Yun family means that not only Chunxing, but potentially every company will shy away from you. Yet Su Yi, in her panic, protested, I have dedicated so many years to this company. Enough with the excuses. The man scoffed. Do you still think this is solely your issue? Sui, let me make it clear. Because of you, the entire Chunxing will suffer. Dismissing you is merely a light punishment. Now leave. As Sui exited the supervisor's office, her face was ashen. She spotted her rival standing nearby, smirking mockingly. A tidal wave of fury and overwhelming helplessness engulfed her. It was over, she thought. She wanted to retort, but an abyss of despair rendered her speechless. Yun Shuji was indeed a member of the Yun family, and Yun Si had personally spoken on her behalf, having taken so many missteps. A surge of regret welled up within Su Yi, accompanied by a growing resentment towards Yun Shujio. Why did she not acknowledge her identity as a member of the Yun family? Had she done so, Su Yi would have never given up on her, and would have endeavored to secure the best resources for her. Yet, she had the audacity to deceive her, always appearing subservient and acquiescent in her presence. She promised to publicly apologize, only to turn around and deny any involvement in those matters. She was deliberately sabotaging her. And what of Chunxing? Was it she who compelled them to issue a statement? The company had clearly wished to protect Tan Han, yet in the end, all blame fell squarely on Su Yi's shoulders. A glimmer of unwillingness and hatred flickered in Su Yi's eyes. Su Jia, what a pity, remarked a female agent of equal standing, chuckling softly. If all goes as expected, your career as a manager is nearing its end. Su Yi gritted her teeth, retorting, don't celebrate too soon. Until the final moment, who says I will be dismissed? The female agent feigned surprise. Is that so? I truly look forward to a twist of fate. After all, if you were to leave, I'd be left without a worthy competitor in the company. How lonely that would be. Sui nearly burst with rage. This wretched woman was piercing her heart with every word. Humph. The female agent, strutting away in her high heels, let her voice drift back lazily. From now on, I shall be the queen of Chunxing. In your dreams, Sui shouted, breathless. Her gaze locked onto her rival's retreating figure, her nails digging into her flesh. No, there must be a way, for reasons unknown. In this moment of isolation and despair, Sui suddenly recalled the girl who had looked at her with unwavering trust. Su Jia. The girl's gentle voice echoed in her mind. I have always believed in you. Su Jia, you were so kind to me. Su Jia. Remember to message me when you get home. The girl's words reverberated in her ears, filling her with a flicker of doubt and hope. Perhaps Yun Shujio had only said those things under duress from Yun Si. The Yun family would never allow her to apologize. She had not intentionally betrayed herself. She merely had no choice. She had always believed in Sui. Yes, as long as she sought out Yun Shujio, she would surely assist her, ensuring Yun Si would not cast blame. Resolving this, Sui conveniently overlooked her previous ill treatment of Yun Shujio and quickly dashed out of the company. Once she laid eyes on Yun Shujio, everything would change. Even if Yun Shujio was reluctant to help, with her timid nature, Su Yi was certain she could manipulate her into assisting. Su Yi ran faster and faster. When the heel of her shoe broke, she discarded them and continued barefoot, her hair coming undone and disregarded. Passers-by were startled, their expressions a mix of bewilderment. But Su Yi could not afford to concern herself with their stares. In her disheveled state, filled with hope, she took a taxi to Yun Shujio's home. Little did she anticipate that this journey would be one from which she would never return. Chapter 58. Brother the Murderer, are you afraid? Meanwhile, Yu Ming was engulfed in a similar state of panic. He sat slumped on the hotel bed, his father's furious voice reverberating through the phone. Yu Ming, what have you done? Your reckless behavior was already unacceptable, but now you dare to offend young Master Jiang? Are you seeking death? His voice was laden with fear, demanding that he return immediately. Young Master Jiang called me. Now, I swear I will break your legs. The fortune we have built over the years will all collapse because of you. Unfilial son. Unfilial son. Hurry up. The call abruptly ended. Yu Ming's eyes were filled with confusion and anxiety. How could this be? The Yun family had not come to cause trouble. Yet it was Jiang Yubai who sought him out first. Had he discovered his involvement? Why was young Master Jiang so concerned about Yun Shujio? A sudden thought struck Yu Ming, prompting him to open Weibo and check the trending topics. The image of the tall man in the photograph drained the color from his face. This was disastrous. How could Jiang Yubai's photo have been exposed? His trembling hand tightened around the phone as he inhaled sharply, grabbing his coat and rushing back to the Yu family without even bidding farewell to Gu Qing next door. His legs felt weak, for he understood that what awaited him was likely the wrath of those in power. And this was merely the mildest of outcomes. Yin Shujio exited the elevator, making her way home. As she walked, she responded to several messages. Lin Luo was busy filming during the day, and Yin Shujio was unaware of the internet frenzy while live streaming. After work, upon seeing the messages flooding the web, she immediately sent a few replies to Yin Shujio, displaying both pride and concern. There were countless messages from Zhong Sang and others, each offering their own support. Yin Shujio replied, feeling no annoyance. However, she chose to ignore the 7 missed calls from Sui. Sui's actions were tantamount to forcing her towards a dead end. Had it been the former Yin Shujio, she might have succumbed to the external pressures and chosen to end her life. Yin Shujio could roughly guess what Sui wanted to discuss with her, yet she had no desire to engage. Arriving at her doorstep, she rubbed her eyes, feeling a hint of drowsiness. She opened the door and stepped inside, casually shutting it behind her. In the next instant, a pair of hands emerged from the darkness, covering her mouth and nose. Yin Shujio's heart raced. The lights in the room remained off, rendering everything invisible. Yin Shujio? The man held her tightly, whispering in her ear. She struggled against the unfamiliar man's grip, but her strength paled in comparison to his, leaving her helplessly wide-eyed. This time, there was no mistake. The man's laughter was as chilling as that of a demon. He flicked on the light, illuminating the room in an instant. The brightness was somewhat blinding, and Yin Shujio squinted slightly. Once her vision adjusted, she was taken aback by the sight before her. The crimson trail of blood stretched from the threshold to the kitchen, a heavy scent of iron saturating the air, transforming the space into a veritable crime scene. Are you afraid? The man lowered his voice, excitement bubbling within him, a manic grin twisting his features, his chest trembling with exhilaration. Beneath the towering presence of the man, Yin Shujio appeared diminutive, akin to an innocuous little rabbit. With a mere flick of his wrist, he could extinguish her life effortlessly. In his eyes, her every attempt at resistance was feeble and laughable. A damp sensation graced his palm. He was not surprised to see Yin Shujio weeping. He raised the blade, declaring, Yin Shujio, go to hell and repent. Under the stark light, a chilling glint flashed as the man's eyes widened in anticipation of his masterpiece. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The girl, who had been reduced to tears, suddenly struck him fiercely in the abdomen with her elbow. The man winced, instinctively loosening his grip. The petite figure, barely reaching his shoulder, deftly slipped from his grasp and retaliated with a swift kick. Thud. The impact sent him crashing against the door, producing a resounding thud. The knife clattered to the floor. Dazed from the blow to his head, he struggled to regain his senses, only to witness a delicate hand retrieving the fallen kitchen knife. The hand, with its elegant knuckles and porcelain-like skin, exuded an ethereal beauty as it grasped the silver blade. Afraid? The girl wiped away her tears, which had been shed to disarm her foe, a gentle smile gracing her exquisite features. Do you think I am afraid? With a sudden stomp on his wrist, a glimmer of icy determination flickered in her eyes. The man was bewildered. How could such a seemingly fragile woman possess such strength? A surge of pain coursed through him, veins bulging on his forehead. Another kick landed squarely on his chest, sending him sprawling sideways. The man swung a fist at Yin Shujio, yet her smile remained unchanged. Her gaze chillingly fierce as she brandished the knife, its blade aimed directly at him. His punch met the knife with a sickening crunch, blood spraying as a fingertip fell to the ground. Ah! The man shrieked, his expression a mix of terror and rage as he stared at Yin Shujio. She was merely a celebrity with little combat prowess. How could she remain so composed? What kind of spine-chilling gaze was this? Beneath those eyes filled with murderous intent, the man questioned if Yin Shujio would dare to kill him. But how could that be possible? Dear brother, Yin Shujio's beautiful eyes curved into a smile, her tone gentle yet soft. It is my turn to ask you, calling him brother in a voice sweet as a lover's whisper. The girl in the white dress approached him, unfazed by the blood staining her attire. She crouched down, roughly tearing off his mask, and pressed the cold blade against his face. Are you afraid? The man's pupils contracted as he spoke. Speak, she commanded, her gaze sharp. I'm afraid. I'm afraid. The man nearly shouted. Come on, tell me, why do you want to kill me? In contrast to him, the girl, with her clean and sweet appearance, resembled a demon far more. Sweat trickled down the man's forehead, overwhelming him with dread. The murderous blade hovered before his face, as if poised to strike his head in the next instant. Rationality whispered to him that this was a society governed by law, that the woman before him could never dare to kill. Yet, emotionally, his heart raced, and his body trembled involuntarily. Not speaking? Her voice was as gentle as a lullaby, yet the girl in the white dress lifted the weapon, her eyes fierce, and swung down with force. I'll talk. I'll talk. Please don't kill me. The man's screams echoed, nearly causing him to faint from fear. Chapter 59. I am terrified. The blade lingered perilously close to his eyes, just a hair's breadth away from cleaving his head in two. The man's screams abruptly ceased. He froze, paralyzed with terror, for he could feel his eyeball pressing against the blade. Any slight movement would result in injury. Blood from the blade dripped onto the man's neck, warm and sticky. It would have been better if it had been like this from the start, Yinshujio said with a smile as she retracted the knife. Falling silent and simply staring at the man. At that moment, he perceived her as a malevolent spirit from hell. No, something even more terrifying than a demon. Trembling, he stammered. Aye. Initially inclined to lie, he was ensnared by her gaze and, under pressure, inadvertently uttered the truth. I'm a fan of Gu Chang. She was deeply hurt by you, and now you wish to redeem yourself? More and more people admire you. How can this be allowed? Yinshujio's expression shifted to one of understanding. So, this man was a fan of Gu Chang. He seemed to be an obsessive one, willing to resort to murder. I was wrong. I beg you spare me. I truly understand my mistake. Don't kill me. I'll confess. The man quaked in fear, appearing as if Yinshujio were the true murderer. Yinshujio narrowed her eyes. How do you know I live here? It's quite simple. I've been tracking your movements for a long time, and with today's technology, it's easy to find your residence from your Weibo address. You're rather clever. Yinshujio replied, her tone flat. It seemed he was also a hacker. Rising, she seized a nearby vase, and, in the face of the man's terrified eyes, swiftly struck him unconscious. The vase shattered on the ground, stained with blood. Yinshujio's smile vanished, her expression becoming impassive as she regarded the man. So much had transpired today. Before entering, she had indeed felt fatigued and lethargic. However, the moment she opened the door, the sharp scent of blood had alerted her, and she became vigilant. As her gaze shifted to the bloodstains leading to the kitchen, Yinshujio took a deep breath, clutching a kitchen knife, and made her way forward. The lights flickered on, revealing a lifeless body before her. Suyi's face was still streaked with tears, her body marred by multiple stab wounds. A sight both harrowing and tragic. After lingering on the corpse for a brief moment, Yinshujio turned and exited the kitchen, with her pale fingertips. She illuminated her phone and slowly dialed 110. It was 10 o'clock at night. This marked the second time the Suqing City Police Department had received a report concerning Yinshujio. On the other end of the line, a terrified and fragile voice emerged from the girl. I have witnessed a murder. The operator's expression hardened as she swiftly signaled to her colleagues the gravity of the situation, gently reassuring the girl, do not be afraid. Speak slowly. Where are you right now? Who committed the murder? Are you safe? Perhaps her soothing words had a calming effect. As the girl managed to articulate her address and the sequence of events, officer, someone killed my agent in my home. I managed to knock him unconscious, but I do not know when he will awaken. I am so frightened. Can you come quickly? The female officer replied, all right, remain calm. Look around your home for any ropes or similar items to bind the assailant. If you are too scared, leave the house immediately and do not stay with him. Ensure your safety. Also, remember not to disturb the crime scene. Okay, the girl responded, I won't hang up. I will inform you of any developments. The police department promptly dispatched officers to the scene. Upon their arrival at Yinshujio's residence, they encountered a tall, slender man securely tied to a chair. The girl in the white dress who opened the door had beautiful eyes filled with terror. The corners of her eyes were red, and her once pristine dress was now stained crimson, a sight both shocking and distressing. She appeared helpless and afraid, evoking a profound sense of protectiveness. A female officer embraced the girl, offering her comfort. It's all right now, do not be afraid. Overwhelmed by the reassurance, the fragile girl began to weep, her slender wrists instinctively wrapping tightly around the officer. It was so terrifying. The officer tenderly stroked her hair. Everything is all right. You are very brave. And you have done well. Do not fear. We are here. Meanwhile, other officers entered the house, with a few heading straight to the kitchen while others cuffed the assailant. Shujio, please stop crying. Can you provide us with a detailed account of what transpired? This will aid our investigation. Rest assured, now that we are here, you're safe. The female officer encouraged. Okay, Shuju grasped her hand tightly, as if clinging to a final lifeline. This gesture stirred the officer's compassion even further. Around 9:30, I returned home from outside. Just as I entered, a man suddenly covered my mouth and nose from behind. In a moment of confusion, I could only discern that he was a man who seemed unhurried to kill me. Instead, he engaged me in conversation, causing me to lower my guard. Seizing the opportunity, I struck him unexpectedly. The knife fell to the ground, and as I picked it up, he retaliated, resulting in his own hand grazing against the blade. My face turned pale, and I trembled, pointing at the severed pinky on the floor. An officer, gloved, placed the severed finger into a sealed bag. Eventually, he was so pained that he neglected me, allowing me to strike him unconscious with a vase. Indeed, there were shards of the vase on the ground, stained with blood. It appeared that the situation largely aligned with Miss Yun's account. However, there was one point of confusion, as an officer inquired. He came specifically to kill you. It is improbable he would show leniency. Given your strength, it seems unlikely you could have disarmed him. Miss Yun bit her lip and softly replied, I possess considerable strength. Yet, the significance of her strength was secondary. She had trained in martial arts in ancient times. In the modern context, while her combat abilities might not be exceptional, she could easily contend with an adult man. However, these truths were not something she could disclose, for she was acutely aware that in her modern past, she had not practiced martial arts and could not reveal her knowledge of certain acupoints in the human body. Well, we have a general understanding of the situation, but we will need to trouble Miss Yun to visit the police station for a more thorough investigation. All right, she replied obediently. Throughout the inquiry, she exhibited initial signs of panic, but subsequently answered the officer's questions with remarkable composure. Her demeanor was far more composed than that of most survivors at crime scenes. The group of officers could not help but regard her with newfound respect. Chapter 60. Why was there so much blood? They had all heard of Yin Shuju, previously indifferent. They now held her in a more favorable light, feeling a sense of compassion. Surviving an encounter with an adult man showcased her intelligence and bravery. Even though she spoke only a few sentences, the officers could envision the peril she had faced. Had it been someone else, they might have already succumbed. By nearly 11 o'clock, Yin Shuju boarded a police vehicle en route to the station. Local residents had sensed something amiss when the police car arrived. And upon witnessing the bloodstained girl in a white dress getting into the vehicle, speculation ran rampant. Some had already recognized her as Yin Shuju. The news of the incident quickly spread online. By 5 in the afternoon, after Yin Shuju concluded her live stream, several matters began trending. By 10 o'clock that night, the occurrence had attracted significant attention. I can't sleep. What on earth happened? It seems this incident is quite serious. Some say they saw Yin Shuju covered in blood. What? What is going on? A sense of trepidation enveloped me. This incident felt distinctly different from those of the past. Indeed, previously, it was merely a matter of her moral failings, but now, there was bloodshed involved, and the police were called? Who was that man apprehended? I've heard whispers of a corpse. The implications are chilling upon further reflection. Was it a case of illicit lovers caught in the act, leading to murder to silence them? It seems some individuals are fixated on such sordid matters. Oh my, how terrifying. Rather than dismissing the individual upstairs, I find merit in their assertions. Otherwise, why would Yun Jushi venture here at such an hour? Was she not at the Yun residence earlier in the day? What prompted her to arrive here at night? I cannot fathom it. I have only just become an admirer of Jujio. Should she genuinely have transgressed some fundamental principle, the law would show no mercy, and I would surely cease to hold her in esteem. This matter has even stirred the police. It will be intriguing to see how certain individuals attempt to extricate themselves from this situation. The internet is rife with malicious commentary, yet the majority remain uninformed and refrain from judgment. This is the consequence of Yun Jushi's identity as a member of the Yun family being unveiled. In the past, marketing accounts would have inundated us with sensationalized reports, and it's likely that Yun Jushi suspected of murder would have trended on social media, as everyone would wish to capitalize on the publicity. Yet now, with the Yun family providing protection, who would dare? Especially in a case that has even implicated law enforcement. The marketing accounts have become unusually taciturn, seemingly ignoring this explosive revelation, refraining from even analyzing the situation. This prompted ridicule from netizens. As for the online sentiments, let us turn our attention to the Yun family. The first to learn of the news was Yun Si. He had been vigilantly monitoring the unfolding events online since the afternoon. Upon hearing the news of Yun Jushi bloodied and taken away by the police, a wave of unrecognized panic surged through him. What had happened to her? Was she injured? Why was there so much blood? His heart raced with anxiety, caught in a tumult of uncertainty. In such matters, it is Yun Mo who is most adept at handling crises. He possesses the most connections. Unfortunately, Yun Mo had left in the afternoon and was not at home. Yun Si attempted to reach him repeatedly, but to no avail. He was too preoccupied to answer his calls. He then tried contacting Yan Jushi, but she also did not pick up, unable to endure even a minute longer. He grabbed his car keys and, without informing his sister, sped towards the police station in Suqing City. Meanwhile, Yan Jushi entered the police precinct, feigning unease while maintaining an intercom. The death of Su Yi was indeed unexpected for her. However, to feel sympathy? Not in the slightest. Responding to the officer's inquiries, she had anticipated a lengthy interrogation, yet to her surprise, after only a few questions, they permitted her to leave. She felt a twinge of confusion. But as she entered the hall and saw a man standing beneath the soft glow of the lights, his deep-set eyes fixed intently upon her, clarity washed over her. It was Jiang Yubai. Yin Shujiu, I have called for you for so long, she said. The man approached, every movement reminiscent of a model-esque grace. Yet his voice harbored a tempest, heavy and subdued. Are you injured? He gazed at her blood-stained white dress. And even though he was aware that the blood was not hers, a surge of fury and panic welled up within him. I'm fine, don't worry about me. Yun Shuju replied, shaking her head. He cautiously took her hand, guiding her outside. I should escort you upstairs. Don't blame yourself, I'm unharmed. And no one will know this has happened, Yin Shuju reassured him, tightening her grip on his hand. He responded by clasping her hand with greater intensity. Shuju, he said, his voice chillingly somber in the night air. I will make that person pay. Yin Shuju remained silent. Jiang Yubai brought her to his home. She displayed no signs of resistance, obediently following him. Jiang Yubai made a call for someone to bring her clothes, and she retreated to the bathroom for a shower. When she emerged in her pajamas, Jiang Yubai seamlessly took her hand and began to dry her hair. Compared to their previous encounter, he was far more adept this time. Yun Shuju allowed him to style her hair, an unusual obedience radiating from her. Jiang Yubai noticed that the girl had endured too much that day, her energy depleted. Her expression somewhat dazed. After finishing her hair, he prepared a room for her. You will sleep here tonight. Yin Shuju blinked. All right. As she moved inside, her arm was suddenly seized, and the man behind her spoke in a husky voice, seemingly suppressing a torrent of emotions. Shuju, may I hold you for a moment? A flicker of something crossed her eyes, and Yun Shuju turned back, willingly embracing the man. He enveloped her small frame with a fierce grip, as if striving to merge her into his very being. His warm breath surrounded her, and she buried her head against his chest, listening to the irregular rhythm of his heartbeat. It resonated with a mixture of anxiety, fear, and relief, an array of emotions that seemed incongruous for such a formidable man. Now laid bare with each heartbeat. You seem to be even more afraid than I am, Yin Shuju murmured slowly. Jiang Yubai closed his eyes momentarily and replied in a hoarse voice, Shuju, you cannot fathom how important you are to me. Yun Shuju lowered her gaze, a hint of confusion flickering in her eyes. The room was enveloped in silence, save for their gentle breaths. After a prolonged moment, Jiang Yubai released her, tenderly tousling her hair. Sleep now. Good night. Yin Shuju tilted her head slightly. Good night. The door closed slowly behind her. However, Jiang Yubai did not return to his room. Instead, he lingered outside the door, shadows clouding his eyes as he dialed a number with his long fingers. Young Master Jiang? I need Wei Ru, caught between life and death. Each word was articulated with deliberate gravity. Chapter 61. A bright future, unobstructed by mountains. 1. The following morning. As Yun Shuji awakened, she found herself in an unfamiliar environment, momentarily disoriented. Where am I? After a prolonged period of bewilderment, she recollected the series of events from the previous day. Reaching for her phone, which had been charging, she powered it on. It had shut down automatically due to a depleted battery. As the screen illuminated, a multitude of missed calls flooded her view. Instead of returning the calls, she opted to send messages to each individual, reassuring Ding Wei before updating Yun Si on her situation. Almost instantly, the chat window displayed the message. The other party is typing. However, after waiting a moment, she received no response. Was he at a loss for words? Temporarily exiting WeChat, she browsed the internet to gauge the prevailing circumstances. Once she had perused the information, she returned to WeChat. I understand. Yun Si replied tersely. Yin Shujo typed back. Thank you for your concern, second brother. Yet, for reasons unknown, His demeanor grew even more aloof. Oh. A few question marks danced in her mind as she rose and exited her room. To her surprise, upon opening the door, she encountered a man leaning against the wall with his head bowed. "Surely, you haven't spent the entire night awake?" Yoon Shujio exclaimed in astonishment. The man lifted his gaze, his expression weary, bloodshot eyes revealing an unsettling chill. His look was as fierce as a predator lurking in the shadows, ready to rend its prey to shreds. Yoon Shujio froze momentarily. Jiang Yubai, realizing her presence, softened his demeanor. "Shu, good morning." His voice was hoarse from disuse, yet it bore an alluring depth that tantalized her ears. Observing his fatigued countenance, Yoon Shujio gently inquired, "What troubles you?" "I am fine." Jiang Yubai chuckled softly, downplaying his worries and fears. Little did anyone know the sheer terror that had gripped him upon seeing her bloodied image being escorted into a police car the previous day. It was not the fear of her wrongdoing that haunted him, but rather the dread of her suffering, of pain. He wished for her exquisite visage to remain perpetually unblemished, untouched by the world's grime. If one were to encapsulate that sensation, it would be akin to the moment before an apocalypse and ingrained horror and suffocation. A fervent desire that everything unfolding before him was merely a figment of his imagination. It was a feeling far more terrifying than her indifference towards herself. After a moment of contemplation, Yoon Shujio stepped forward and embraced the man. "Do not worry. I am here." "Yes, you are." He reciprocated her embrace gently. "Are you hungry?" "I'm fine." They released each other. "Freshen up, and I shall take you out for a meal." "All right." After completing her morning routine and donning the clothes Jiang Yubai had prepared for her, the two set out to enjoy a meal together. Regarding the meal yesterday, it was ultimately paid for by Jiang Yubai, who confidently asserted that it was her turn to treat next time. Yoon Shujio had no doubt that Jiang Yubai intended to use this as an excuse to invite her again. Setting aside thoughts of the future after their meal, Jiang Yubai inquired about Yoon Shujio's plans, especially since she could no longer stay in her previous residence. Observing the subtle glimmer of anticipation in the man's eyes, which he tried to conceal, Yoon Shujio chuckled softly and replied, "I will find a new place to live. This short-term search would likely be challenging and cumbersome." Jiang Yubai fixed his gaze on her and suggested, "Why not stay at my place for the time being?" Yoon Shujio pondered this and nodded. "Then I shall reside at the Yoon family home. Considering my second brother has already mentioned it, I cannot refuse." Jiang Yubai responded, "But remember, you are not truly a member of the Yoon family, and their commitment to you may not be unwavering." He wore an expression of concern for her well-being. Yoon Shujio, with an innocent demeanor, replied, "How could that be? My brothers and sisters have treated me well." Jiang Yubai let out a cold laugh. "Can they compare to my kindness?" Yoon Shujio pondered for a moment, perhaps. The man immediately appeared displeased, his face turning cold as he took Yoon Shujio to the city's most luxurious shopping mall, where they purchased a multitude of items. Meanwhile, during their shopping spree, the police, with assistance from various factions, effortlessly resolved the case at hand. The perpetrator, Wei Ru, aged 29, was a devoted fan of Gu Cheng, well known within fan circles, employed at a modest firm. He was unmarried and had his home plastered with photographs of Gu Cheng, possessing every item she endorsed, alongside an array of clandestine videos of her, showcasing an alarming obsession. Given that Yoon Shujio was a public figure, the incident's repercussions were significant. Upon confirming the truth, the police promptly issued a statement on the official account of the Suqing City Police Department, which garnered widespread admiration from netizens for its swift investigation. On the evening of July 16th, around 9:10 p.m., a heinous murder occurred near Huawei Plaza in the Nafeng district of Suqing City, leading to the arrest of the suspect, Wei. The police elaborated on the sequence of events, leaving viewers astounded. They had never anticipated the truth to unfold in such a manner. A fan of Gu Cheng? Was it due to the enmity between Gu Cheng and Yoon Shujio, leading to a desire to eliminate her? Yoon Shujio survived, but her manager fell victim while searching for her? Furthermore, did Yoon Shujio manage to subdue and restrain the assailant? This truly leaves me speechless. So frightening. Can we not be rational about fandom? Indeed, this person is excessively deranged. This is the reality. Every star has a few irrational fans. However, it must be said that Gu Cheng's reputation will likely plummet. Please remember, pursue stardom with reason. Pursue stardom with reason. Celebrities are human too. They experience love, hate, and complex emotions, harboring their own grievances. One should refrain from projecting oneself onto them. It is imperative that one does not harm others in the pursuit of fandom. Speaking of which, Yun Shuju is truly courageous. If I were in her position, I would likely faint on the spot, let alone manage to subdue the perpetrator and deliver them to the authorities. Indeed, my admiration for her knows no bounds. Shuju is gentle yet resolute. She can weep, but even in tears, she possesses the strength to strike down the assailant. I must confess, I am utterly captivated. Due to this incident, the concept of rational fandom has surged to the top of trending topics, and Yun Shuju has garnered a wave of discerning admirers. Those who have become fans through this event maintain their composure. They do not blindly accept disparaging rumors about Yun Shuju, nor do they engage in disputes with fans of other celebrities when faced with slander. These rational and clear-headed supporters not only have the potential to bolster the fan community, but also enhance the general public's fondness for Yun Shuju. Although the past controversies surrounding her have yet to be entirely absolved, her fanbase has begun to take shape. Chapter 62. A Bright Future. Unimpeded by obstacles, too, people have started to recognize her merits, eagerly anticipating her works, and kindly encouraging her to tread the path of success. These affirmations are the fruits of her perseverance amidst relentless defamation and scorn. Beneath the insults and vitriol on Yun Shuju's latest Weibo post, a new comment has quietly emerged. Buoyed by likes, Shuju, your dark past is but a bygone chapter. The luminous future awaits you, unobstructed by any barriers. I believe that a steadfast and powerful individual like you will never be vanquished. The world owes you kindness, and it shall surely come. Ultimately, that evening, Yun Shuju did not find herself at the Yun residence or any other lodging. She had never genuinely intended to stay at the Yun home. Her earlier statement was merely a jest. In truth, the Yun family remains a foreign entity to her. While the 3 members of the Yun family have acknowledged her as a sister, Yun Shuju is acutely aware that their feelings may lack sincerity. Had it not been for Jiang Yubai, she might have returned to her own home, as she did not believe such a violent incident could occur twice. Surely, the security personnel in her community would have been replaced by now. Moreover, if such a situation did arise, she believed she could handle it herself. However, Jiang Yubai did not afford her that opportunity. Whatever route she took during the day, Jiang Yubai ensured her return by night. He does not reside with his family, preferring to maintain a distance from them, as he possesses multiple properties outside. Thus, although Yun Shuju felt a twinge of resistance upon arriving here, she did not experience overwhelming discomfort. Days passed, and during this time, with Yun Si's assistance, Yun Shuju formally terminated her contract with Qinxing and joined Quian. If circumstances permitted, she would rather not trouble Yun Si, but the penalty for breaking her contract was beyond her means. Accepting Yun Si's goodwill, she allowed him to assist her. As soon as Yun Si made his appearance, the CEO of Qinxing not only refrained from discussing any breach of contract penalties but nearly offered monetary compensation just to ensure Yun Si would not hold his small company accountable. Ultimately, Yun Shuju arrived at Quian with remarkable ease, confident in her ability to contribute significant value. Yun Si entrusted Yun Shuju to the manager of Yun Chuqing, a prominent figure at Quian, known for exceptional business acumen and having already become a gold standard agent at a young age, successfully nurturing several award-winning actors. Ding Wei accompanied Yun Shuju to Quian, exhibiting even greater enthusiasm than Yun Shuju herself. Meanwhile, at Qinxing, the situation surrounding Tan Han reignited public interest, with numerous videos of her abusing her assistant surfacing, leading to a rapid downfall overnight, with fans largely abandoning ship. Qinxing faced repercussions due to this scandal, compounded by its previous treatment of Yun Shuju. As a second-rate company, it now found itself advising numerous potential new recruits to look elsewhere, and Yun Si was relentless in his pursuit. Within a matter of days, Qinxing announced it had been acquired, with a change in ownership and a complete overhaul of its internal structure. Consequently, the immense pressure that had loomed over Yun Shuju dissipated. On the other hand, Gu Qing also faced her own trials. Wei Rushi, one of her most devoted fans, had committed a heinous act, making it impossible for Gu Qing to remain unscathed. In recent days, her public image plummeted, with many passers-by becoming aware of her fans' crime. A portion of her fans transitioned into indifferent onlookers, while others even turned into detractors, believing the fault of the fan reflected upon the star herself. Her Weibo account saw a staggering loss of 3 million followers within just a few days. In response, Gu Qing issued apologies via Weibo, conducted live streams to express her distress, and highlighted her charitable contributions and efforts to rescue animals, which somewhat alleviated the backlash. Nevertheless, the majority of her loyal fans remained sympathetic, with many pledging unwavering support. vowing to protect their beloved Orange from the harsh judgments of an unforgiving world. Can we truly blame our Orange for this? Would she desire such an occurrence? Oh, look, are Yin Shujo's fans stepping in now? Our Orange is so kind. Do you think she is like you? No one wishes to have such deranged fans. I hope everyone approaches this rationally. Orange Juice has always been a united and friendly community, though it is inevitable that some ill-intentioned individuals infiltrate. My heart aches for Sister Orange. What does this have to do with her? Please do not unjustly tarnish her reputation. Sister, do not cry. We, Orange Juice, will always stand by you, believe in you, and love you. Previously, I merely had a slight fondness for Gu Cheng, but after this incident, why are you not criticizing that murderer instead of blaming Gu Cheng? Is there something wrong with you? If this continues, I will become a devoted fan of Gu Cheng alone. What are you boasting about? Surviving by mere luck does not erase Yin Shujo's past deeds. Do not come here to criticize Orange. She possesses a heart full of compassion, having dedicated herself to supporting children in impoverished regions, patiently caring for stray animals, and even feeding stray cats during her school days. I hope everyone can refrain from harboring disdain for her. Fans should not escalate matters involving the main subject. Some defend, while others mock. Yet overall, the incident concerning Wei Ru has dealt a blow to Gu Cheng's career. Fans have committed heinous acts over the grievances of their idols. Once such a label is affixed, it is exceedingly difficult to remove. However, attempting to topple her based on this incident is far from sufficient. Yet, Yin Shujiao is not in a hurry. She possesses an abundance of patience. What Yin Shujiao did not anticipate was the current situation. Miss Yin, I apologize to you. The man bent forward, his voice laced with a barely concealed animosity. Yin Shujiao ignored him, directing her gaze towards Jiang Yubai, who stood nearby. What are you looking at me for? Jiang Yubai replied indifferently. Mr. Yu is sincerely apologizing to you, is he not? Mr. Yu? Please. Young Master Jiang can simply call me Yu Ming. Yu Ming felt a tremor of anxiety. Indeed, I am here genuinely to apologize to Miss Yin. I hope you can forgive me. I promise to amend my ways in the future. Yin Shujiao inquired with a hint of confusion. Why do you wish to apologize to me? Is it due to past events? Have you come to believe me? Yu Ming lowered his head, unable to let Jiang Yubai see the grimace on his face. Miss Yin, I apologize for this incident. I should not have posted your photo online. I am truly sorry. Furthermore, for all my previous misdeeds, I extend my apologies to you. So it was you who uploaded those photos? Yin Shujiao asked. Yu Ming, do you truly despise me so much that you would force me into a corner? Even at this moment, she was devoid of anger, her tone devoid of accusation. As calm as a simple statement, tinged with a faint sorrow. Brother Yu, did you never consider that what I said was the truth? Yu Ming was momentarily taken aback, a surge of inexplicable emotions rising within him. Chapter 63. Yu Ming, I forgive you. Brother Yu, this was a title that now felt foreign and distant. At that time, when he was dating Gu Cheng, Yin Shujiao and Gu Cheng shared a close bond, and she would shyly address him as Brother Yu in a polite manner. She had his contact information but had never reached out to him privately, always making a point to maintain her distance. It can be said that prior to that incident, Yin Shujiao had been a commendable best friend, never crossing boundaries with her friend's boyfriend. However, since then, he had lost trust in her, even developing a deep-seated aversion. And she had not addressed him as Brother Yu since. Now, unexpectedly hearing the title again, Yu Ming raised his head slightly and saw the young girl sitting on the sofa, her eyes bright and clear, as pure as the stars in the night sky, untouched by any shadow, as if the world's darkness should never reach her. She gazed at him earnestly, her eyes holding a trace of gentle sadness. Her hair cascading over her chest, accentuating her delicate and fair visage, reminiscent of a finely crafted and beautiful sprite from a painting. Yu Ming's previously unwavering convictions suddenly wavered. A thought flickered through his mind. Would someone truly ascend to his bed for the sake of wealth, status, or other ephemeral pursuits? Moreover, did she genuinely hold any regard for him? Yu Ming felt as though he were losing his sanity. Otherwise, why would he belittle himself while elevating Yin Shujiao? However, once this notion took root, it proliferated within his heart. The man behind him exuded a chilling aura, and Yu Ming's initial reaction was not to consider that Jiang Shao might be angered, but rather to ponder whether Yin Shujiao's affections were directed towards Jiang Yubai. Noticing Yu Ming's prolonged silence, Yin Shujiao was about to press him further when Jiang Yubai interjected. Do you deserve to call him brother? The man's voice was sharp and frigid. Yu Ming, demonstrate your remorse. A shiver coursed through Yu Ming's body, rendering him rigid. How else could he express his contrition? The apology gift lay discarded, and he had already humbly uttered his apologies to Yun Shujiao. What more could be expected of him? Yet, Yuming dared not voice these thoughts. He recalled his father's grim visage and the family's predicaments, a wave of humiliation washing over him. Suddenly, he knelt, exclaiming, "Miss Yun, I am truly sorry. Please forgive me. I have come to understand. Your words resonate with wisdom, and I believe you. It is I who failed to discern right from wrong. I beg for your forgiveness." Believe? A cold smile flickered across Yin Shujiao's heart. Yuming, in his desperation to appease Jiang Yubai, was willing to utter anything. She held no belief in his sincerity. However, that mattered little. What she desired was for him to experience remorse, guilt, and all the emotions that could cause him distress upon discovering the truth. The more innocent and naive she appeared as the victim, the deeper Yuming's internal condemnation would cut. Therefore, Yin Shuji would not chastise him. Instead, she exclaimed, "What are you doing? Please, rise. I accept your apology, but I will not forgive you. From now on, we shall remain strangers. I hope you cease to target me, and I shall refrain from appearing before you to annoy you." Yuming furrowed his brow. Rise? His apology had only just begun. Jiang Yubai lowered his gaze, coolly remarking, "How can you demonstrate sincerity with your head bowed? Lift your head. Repeat it." Embarrassment washed over him as Yuming clenched his fists, lifting his gaze to kneel before Yin Shujiao. "I am sorry, Miss Yun. I beg for your forgiveness." Louder. "I am sorry, Miss Yun," Yuming shouted, his voice strained, humiliation reddening his eyes. "Continue." Yuming cried, "I am sorry. I am sorry, Miss Yun." His throat grew hoarse, feeling as if every shred of his meager dignity had been obliterated, wishing he could perish on the spot. Jiang Yubai finally allowed him to cease. Yuming gasped for breath. Yet his ordeal was far from over. "It has been recorded." Jiang Yubai casually strolled to Yun Shujiao's side, tossing his phone to her, indicating that she could handle the video as she wished. Yuming's breath hitched. He stared at Jiang Yubai in horror. A devil. This man was indeed a devil. He, a pampered young master, has set aside his pride, kneeling and apologizing to Yun Shuju for an extended time. Why does Jiang Yubai still refuse to let him go? Why must he record a video? If this video were to be posted online, would he not be utterly humiliated? How could he face the world afterwards? A torrent of emotions surged within Yun Ming, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Yun Shuju's eyes. Subsequently, she took Jiang Yubai's phone, rose from the sofa, and, meeting Yu Ming's gaze, approached him. With her fair fingers, she pressed delete. Before his very eyes, she erased the video. Yu Ming was taken aback. "Yu Ming, I forgive you." Her voice was gentle and soft, akin to a divine melody that transcended all earthly troubles. At least, in that moment, this was how Yu Ming felt. He gazed up in a daze, encountering the tender light in the ethereal girl's eyes as she extended her hand to assist him. "Do not worry, no one will know of today's events. You can still be the most illustrious young master you." She released him and took a step back, as if bidding farewell to a past friend. "Goodbye." Yu Ming instinctively reached out, yearning to grasp something. Yet, Jiang Yubai pulled Yin Shuju into his embrace, and he grasped nothing. Yu Ming's hand hung limply in the air, his gaze fixed on Yin Shuju, feeling as if he were on the verge of losing something profoundly precious. "Get out." Jiang Yubai's eyes brimmed with fury, dark and menacing. Yu Ming dared not utter another word, leaving in a state of disarray and confusion. As he looked back at his retreating figure, Yin Shuju's expression remained unchanged. Yet a barely perceptible smile graced her lips. "Yu Ming, feel guilt. Feel remorse. Repent. These are what you deserve. I eagerly anticipate the day the truth is unveiled." Jiang Yubai scrutinized her expression, his eyes cold. "Do you have feelings for him?" Yun Shuju chuckled softly. "Not at all. Shuju, you are not acting like yourself." Jiang Yubai seized every nuance of her countenance. "He treated you that way, yet you deleted the video. How could you not like him? What do you think I should be like?" Yun Shuju's black and white eyes blinked. "Should I be someone who falls for those who have bullied me?" Jiang Yubai fell silent. Yun Shuju examined him. "Jiang Yubai, are you feeling jealous?" Jiang Yubai scoffed. "Jealous? I merely believe my good intentions have been squandered. You, the victim, bear no blame toward others. I seek vengeance for you, yet I am painted as the villain." Chapter 64. Such trust she would rather do without. He lowered his gaze. "I kindly filmed the video for you, and yet you deleted it before his eyes, making me appear meddlesome. Perhaps it was an illusion." But Yun Shuju seemed to detect a hint of grievance in his cold tone. "Do not be angry," she said. "What I did was for my own purpose. but I am sincerely grateful for everything you have done for me. Jiang Yubai cast a sidelong glance at her. After a brief moment, he had regained his composure. However, he still responded with a certain chill. How can you prove that you do not harbor feelings for him? I want to embrace him, hold his hand. Nor will I stay in his home, Yin Shuju replied. A faint smirk graced Jiang Yubai's thin lips. So, if you were to act that way towards a man, does that mean you indeed like him? A smile flickered across Yin Shuju's fair and delicate face as she exchanged glances with Jiang Yubai. You may think so. After she spoke, she noticed Jiang Yubai merely staring at her in silence. Is something the matter? She tilted her head slightly. Jiang Yubai swallowed, his gaze taking on a hint of boldness. May I kiss you? Yun Shuju. She raised her phone, stating, My agent has asked me to head to the company. I must leave now. Her seemingly hasty retreat lifted Jiang Yubai's spirits. He raised an eyebrow slightly and followed Yin Shuju out. Jiang Yubai escorted Yin Shuju to Ku-in but had other matters to attend to and did not accompany her inside. Yin Shuju had become somewhat of a celebrity within the company. Everyone was aware that this newly arrived actress was the sister of Yun, and no one dared to show her any disrespect. Therefore, Jiang Yubai felt no concern. After he departed, Yin Shuju ventured toward the company alone. Just as she was about to enter, a voice suddenly called out from behind. Yin Shuju. The voice was subdued, clearly trying not to attract attention. Yin Shuju paused for a moment, turning around to find Yun Jiamu, his face concealed by a mask. He approached her, grasping her arm. His breath slightly hurried. Are you all right? Yin Shuju stared directly into his eyes, which indeed reflected concern. She shook her head. I am fine. Yun Jiamu let out a sigh of relief. That is good to hear. I was terrified when I saw the news. I told you not to live in such a place. It's too chaotic. You are a star. Your safety cannot be guaranteed. Yun Shuju did not pull away from his grasp. She allowed him to lead her, her eyes devoid of emotion, gazing at him apathetically. Are you worried about me? I thought you despised me. I certainly do. Yun Jiamu's eyes widened. But what can I do? We share blood relations. If you were to perish, Mother would surely haunt my dreams at night. Then do you believe me now? Do you trust that those rumors are false, that I have done nothing wrong? Nor have I betrayed Guqing? Upon hearing Yin Shuju's words, Yun Jiamu immediately released her, furrowing his brows. All right, I merely came to check if you were unharmed. Spare me your ramblings. This time, your family faced a murderer, and Sister Cheng has been viciously attacked by rumors. This cannot be blamed on Sister Cheng. Do not harbor hatred towards her. A chill flickered in Yun Shuju's eyes, yet she refrained from engaging in an argument with him, merely observing him with a stoic expression. Unaware of her gaze, Yun Jiamu retrieved his phone, showing her the red exclamation mark on the screen. Why did you delete me? You even blocked my number? If you dislike me, why keep my contact information? Is it not different? Yun Jiamu, feeling agitated, raked his fingers through his hair and exclaimed, Add me back. Yin Shuju could have employed the same tactics she used with outsiders to persuade Yun Jiamu, convincing him that she was not the person depicted in rumors, evoking feelings of regret, anguish, and profound remorse within him. However, in the presence of this individual, she found herself devoid of any inclination to feign even a modicum of gentleness. All she desired was to turn and depart. If even those closest to her required pretense for mutual belief, it would be an utter tragedy. Such trust was something she would rather forego. Observing that Yun Shuju remained unmoved, Yun Jiamu pressed his lips together and apologized. I admit, I was wrong the other day. I misjudged you. Is that enough? Now, please add me back. And for what purpose? She retorted. You stated that we are no longer connected. What need do we have for contact details? Why have you become so obstinate? Whether we are connected or not, what harm is there in keeping a line of communication? He countered. What? Now that you have ascended the Yun family ranks, do you look down upon me? Let me tell you, once my new work gains fame in the art world, even if you desire my contact information, there may no longer be a place for you. Yin Shuju fell silent for a few moments before finally retrieving her phone. Fine. Add me back then. She was curious to see what he truly intended. With him watching, she added him back and then turned to leave. Hey! Yun Jiamu called out loudly. Don't act recklessly like before. Do your best. Yin Shuju paid him no heed and walked straight inside. Meanwhile, Yun Jiamu stood beneath the imposing structure of Qian, gazing upward at the building that shimmered in the sunlight, lost in thought for a few seconds before murmuring, Yun family? Quite affluent, I presume. Suddenly, a smile broke across his face, and his striking demeanor caught the attention of several individuals entering Qian, who wondered when a new artist had emerged from the company. Unperturbed by their stares, Yun Jiamu turned and left, seemingly in good spirits. A passerby caught a snippet of his muttering, "Perhaps I could borrow money from her." As Yun Shujio entered the company, everyone she encountered respectfully greeted her as Miss Yun. She knocked on the door of her new manager's office. "Come in," a clear voice of a woman responded from within. Yun Shujio entered, saying, "Sisterly, I'm here." Li Yin turned her head, momentarily surprised. "What is the matter? Are you feeling down?" "Just a little," Yun Shujio smiled. "Sisterly, you noticed?" Li Yin nodded. The faint redness at the corners of her eyes, delicate and fragile, was likely evident to anyone. "I've adjusted myself. Did you call me here regarding work?" "Yes." "Please have a seat." Unlike Qin Sheng, Qian was different, and Li Yin was unlike Sui. Within just a few days of taking over Yun Shujio's affairs, Li Yin had already gleaned a general understanding of her situation. Setting aside her identity as the president's sister, she recognized Yun Shujio as a person of undeniable talent. Li Yin arranged a series of performance classes for Yun Shujio. Moreover, given that Qi is a large corporation, she effortlessly secured some advantageous resources for Yun Shujio. Today, she invited Yun Shujio to familiarize herself with a variety show and a television drama, as work would commence shortly. Chapter 65, Qixi Special, Past Life, unrelated to the main text. Another tedious evening ensued, as Jiang Yubai mused. The imposing palace loomed in the night. Resembling a monstrous creature that devours the unwary, its bright lights luring prey into its snare. He followed closely behind his father and elder brother into the grand banquet hall. A multitude of smiling faces and praises enveloped them. General Jiang, the eldest son, increasingly embodies the heroism of a general. Please, take a seat. Jiang Yubai stood listlessly behind his father, overshadowed entirely by his elder brother, rendering him an inconspicuous figure, merely a prodigal son indulging in revelry. His gaze swept across the insincere visages surrounding him, and through the gaps of their densely clustered garments, he caught sight of the blushing daughters of officials nearby. Each of these women aspired to become his sister-in-law. Occasionally, when a lady's eyes met Jiang Yubai's, a fleeting glimmer of admiration would ignite within them. But they would quickly avert their gaze, unwilling to be noticed by a debauched scion whose vices were as numerous as his charming features. The power of the general's residence was formidable, and should Jiang Ergongzi take an interest, they would be compelled to marry him, regardless of their desires. Jiang Yubai was acutely aware of this, yet he remained indifferent, simply pondering how much longer the evening would stretch before he could return home. The general was respectfully ushered to his seat, and Jiang Yubai settled beside him. His elder brother gently inquired, "Are you finding it uncomfortable?" He lazily replied, "Not particularly. Food is available anywhere." His brother smiled but remained silent. Jiang Yubai idly toyed with the wine cup in hand, exuding an air of languidness. He was the second son of the general's household. The Jiang family had long been renowned for their illustrious achievements, enjoying hereditary honors that would not diminish with time. Each generation fiercely competed for this legacy. In this generation, the illegitimate elder brother had been born 6 years prior to Jiang Yubai, ensuring that his elder brother would outpace him in maturation. From the moment of Jiang Yubai's birth, his father had shown him little warmth, as his affections were already devoted to another son, one more capable and cherished, whom he had chosen to inherit the title. Additionally, Jiang Yubai's mother had passed away shortly after his birth, leaving him a neglected existence in this world. Jiang Yubai was remarkably perceptive, even as a child. He grasped the essence of his situation. With his elder brother 6 years his senior, he could not compete with him, nor win their father's favor, leaving him without any support. Thus, he adopted an idle demeanor, candidly expressing to his father and elder brother that he had no interest in power, only a desire to indulge in the pleasures of life. Only then did he find a semblance of peace. As the years passed, Jiang Yubai began to acquire some measure of strength, yet he found no desire to contend, deeming it meaningless. The presence or absence of power, the quality of one's existence, none of it held significance. In this world, there were no longer those who anticipated a better life for him, nor were there individuals he cared for or joys that touched his heart. It mattered not how things unfolded. While all of nature thrived, he remained a solitary prisoner, having perished on the day of his mother's passing. Until that evening of the grand banquet, Jiang Yubai believed he would spend his life in such a manner. However, he was unprepared for the arrival of an individual that night, which shattered his previous existence and introduced vibrant hues to his otherwise drab world. In the opulent palace, a youth of merely a few years past adolescence swayed his goblet, his gaze cast downward, lost in the reflection of the liquid, his heart untouched by the surrounding revelry. Amidst the flickering lights, the enchanting strains of the zither filled the air, beautiful maidens danced gracefully, ministers engaged in lively discourse, women whispered secrets, and delectable dishes were served. All of it felt utterly irrelevant to him. He felt a profound sense of estrangement, hostility, and utter disinterest. Perhaps his elder brother was once again tampering with the wine? Jiang Yubai mused absently as the banquet commenced. He casually lifted his gaze, only to be struck motionless. At the center of the grand hall stood a girl dancing with elegance. Clad in a gown of pale yellow, her slender waist and snow-white skin radiated an ethereal beauty. Her movements were as captivating as a swan in flight, exuding a spirit that starkly contrasted with the stifled souls within those high walls. She resembled a sprite amidst the snow, her eyes pure and devoid of ambition or desire, akin to a lake adorned with twinkling stars. Butterflies flitted around her, kissing her fingertips. While others were ensnared in the whirlpool of power, their smiles marred by the grimace of lurking demons, oppressed and rigid, she stood apart. She seemed untouched by this tainted world. For several seconds, Jiang Yubai's mind went blank, his heart pounding increasingly faster and more erratically. A sudden thought struck him. He wished to take her home. Upon completing her dance, the girl appeared to notice his gaze. Her eyes sparkling as she offered him a smile, vivacious, tender, and playfully charming. It was not a smile meant for his elder brother, but a singular smile directed solely at him. An explosive wave of emotion surged within him, leaving him dizzy and overwhelmed, as thoughts he had long suppressed surged forth uncontrollably. His fingers tightened abruptly, cracking the goblet in his grip. All surrounding sounds faded into silence. He could only hear the girl responding to the emperor. I am Yun Shujio, the third daughter of the prime minister's household. After returning from the banquet, Jiang Yubai spent the night in restless contemplation. He could not fathom why she had smiled at him, nor could he anticipate the consequences of that singular smile on his future. He only knew that the butterflies had landed upon her fingertips, and she had indelibly etched herself into his heart. Yun Shujio. Chapter 66. Crossing over to the Zhou dynasty. From the drama Crossing Over to the Zhou dynasty. I have come to understand your capabilities, and I believe that with your talent, performing well will be effortless. Crossing Over to the Zhou dynasty has become a favorite variety show among the youth in recent years. It is backed by a formidable production team, ensuring ample funding, and the planners are quite innovative. The viewership ratings for the recent episodes have been remarkably high. The theme of ancient times should suit you perfectly. Lian elaborated to Yun Shujio. As for the upcoming Hualing, the original work carries an element of fantasy within its ancient narrative. The author, the renowned online novelist 12, boasts of vast readership. However, this adaptation has faced resistance from devoted fans, which is unfortunate yet advantageous. If you perform excellently, you are bound to attract a multitude of admirers. Yun Shujio chuckled. Does Sister Li believe I am particularly suited to portray characters from ancient times? The variety show features time travel to ancient eras, and the drama is also rooted in ancient storytelling. It's more than just suitability. Although we have not known each other long, I often feel as though you have traversed time from the ancient past. Lian spoke from her heart. The girl before her possessed an exquisite aura, coupled with an ancient charm that other actors find difficult to emulate. This quality she had only occasionally sensed in the daughters of prominent families, with a while before the filming of Han. You might as well start with Crossing Over to the Zhou dynasty. The schedule for Hualing will be arranged last, as the production team is still casting roles. I have heard that they are keen on having the esteemed actor Su Lin as the male lead. However, given his stature, he is unlikely to consider this project. Yun Shujio nodded thoughtfully. Sisterly, when is the audition for Hualing? Audition? Li Yin chuckled. Are we really expecting our little princess to audition? Shujio. The leading female role in this drama is already yours. No audition necessary. Yun Shujio was momentarily taken aback. Is it hard to believe? President Yun has already made arrangements. Although this project is significant, in terms of the script, it is not worth offending President Yun. Yun Shujio pressed her lips together and softly replied, I understand. I will diligently hone my acting skills and study the script to portray Xiao Hualing beautifully. You can do it. Li Yin encouraged. In truth, this role is incredibly fitting for you. You need not act. Simply standing there embodies the essence of Xiao Hualing. Her gaze reflected the pristine beauty of the girl before her. Yun Shujio already possessed the appearance and the pure eyes that Xiao Hualing should have. The remainder was merely a matter of grasping the character. Li Yin felt there would be no issues. Yun Shujio is the embodiment of Hualing herself. In the domestic entertainment industry, it is unlikely to find anyone more suited for this role. President Yun, although her elder brother is also a businessman. His investments will undoubtedly yield greater returns. News of Yoon Shuju's participation in crossing over to the Zhou dynasty has surfaced. Online, a significant number of detractors continue to attack her. However, this time, the criticism is notably more genuine, as these individuals truly dislike Yoon Shuju rather than being mere hired voices. After all, those with a discerning eye would not dare to stir trouble under the Yoon family's name. Only the netizens who feel emboldened to voice their negativity would dare to speak ill. Once Yoon Shuju's Weibo post was released, the comment section was swiftly overrun by detractors. The little princess is off to another variety show. You're the reason Qingzi is heartbroken. Some actors, with mediocre skills, appear on variety shows daily, perhaps forgetting their true vocation. Without evidence proving you didn't seduce Yu Ming, I can't help but dislike you. I don't understand why I feel annoyed every time I see Yoon Shuju. Dear family, be cautious. Have you seen the news about the Yu family's bankruptcy? Do you still dare to criticize passionately? We might be next. Why not? My meager assets are nothing for Yoon to meddle with. The Yoon family, the local emperors. Little Princess Yoon Shuju, smile. However, many rallied in defense of Yoon Shuju. The Yu family's downfall stems from their own decision-making errors. The business world is a battleground. And even if you report it, it's legal. Stop calling the Yoon family local emperors. It shows your ignorance after so many false accusations and slaps in the face. Can't you see? There are just those who wish to trouble Shuju. It would be wise to wake up. I don't wish to argue with some people. Let's practice restraint. Sister Qingzi is wonderful in every way. Has Shuju never done good deeds? Didn't you see her previous donation post? Looking forward to it. Juju. See you in the new variety show, Kisses. I can finally see Jojo on variety shows again. Who understands? I'm genuinely thrilled. Beautiful sister. Could you participate in more shows? Yoon Shuju welcomed a long-awaited busyness, dedicating her days to attending classes, watching films, and honing her acting skills with great commitment. Perhaps the opening of the task world has invigorated her. Yoon Shuju has developed a unique understanding of acting that allows her to immerse herself easily, showcasing remarkable talent. Her instructors often express their astonishment. Shuju, were those previous performances truly your own? You seem like a different person now. Yoon Shuju smiled gently, remaining silent. The previous Yoon Shuju was both her and yet not her. She possessed all of the other's memories and emotions, yet at times felt an insurmountable distance. Gucheng performed poorly in front of her, pretending to portray deep sisterly affection. Why had she never perceived it? Occasionally, Yoon Shuju felt as if she were two individuals. Both the third young lady of the Chancellor's residence and the modern star Yoon Shuju. Amidst her busy schedule, there were fleeting moments when she recalled the system known as Wu-Wu. Yoon Shuju was grateful for Wu-Wu. Without it, her life would likely have veered towards oblivion. Along with that, she expressed gratitude towards Wu-Wu's previous host, a person she had never encountered, existing in a distant realm beyond her reach. According to Wu-Wu, the previous host was prone to tears. Surely, she must have faced numerous adversities. How she wished for her happiness. Yoon Shuju harbors an unwavering affection for a girl she has never met, a sentiment distinct from the friendships she currently cherishes, more ethereal and elusive, difficult to articulate. Were she not an atheist, she might beseech the divine, imploring the omnipotent God to bestow upon that girl the finest blessings of this world. Yoon Shuju also finds herself reminiscing about Wu-Wu, pondering the host she is currently accompanying and the tasks they are undertaking, as well as the nature of their relationship. However, Yoon Shuju is a pragmatic individual, seldom melancholic about the past. While she may harbor nostalgia, she will never cease her forward momentum. Her aspirations are resolute, and nothing can deter her. Time swiftly passes, and soon it is the day of the recording for Crossing the Week. This show is a live-streaming variety program renowned for its innovative and entertaining plots, as well as its unpredictable comedic effects, making it exceedingly popular in the present era. Occasionally, the guests traverse into the realms of popular dramas, sometimes venturing into the future, other times into games, or even tribal settings. The planning team consistently devises captivating ways to engage the audience. In this episode, Crossing the Week has chosen the backdrop of an ancient royal palace, where 6 guests must embody their respective roles and complete various tasks. The variety show features 2 permanent guests, the seasoned actor Song Hao, celebrated for his numerous representative works and affectionately dubbed the most charming uncle by netizens, and the singing and dancing Prince Luo Rue, a former trainee whose acting skills are lacking, yet possesses remarkable singing and dancing abilities alongside a handsome visage. Following his transition to a variety show-focused career, he has garnered a substantial fan base. Additionally, today's other guests include Cheng Shi, Su Xingyan, and Yun Chuqing. The latter two require no introduction, while Cheng Shi, a rising star, has only 2 leading roles to her name, but has already ascended to the 3rd tier, epitomizing the current era of celebrity culture. Together with Yun Shujio, this constitutes the complete roster of today's 6 guests. Chapter 67. Do you know what eternal life is? As the live broadcast commenced, each guest took their turn to enter. When it was Yun Shujio's turn, the 2 permanent guests did not extend their previous warm welcome. Yet, Yun Shujio appeared oblivious, greeting everyone with a radiant smile. Cheng Shi responded coldly with a simple, hello, and left it at that. Her fans were well aware that Yun Shujio had usurped the role intended for her sister and run away, resulting in a wave of disgruntled comments flooding the screen. At this juncture, the guests had yet to separate for their individual segments, sharing a single screen, and thus, after Cheng Shi's fans had collectively expressed their grievances, the supporters of other guests could witness the outpouring. Is this scandal still circulating? How absurd. Poor Shi, having to share a show with Yun Shujio. Oh my stars. She must be silently displeased right now. How can she participate in a variety show after snatching a role? Wait, are you all right? Cheng Shi was slated for Runaway, but only she has mentioned it from the beginning. The official site has not released any announcements. What grounds do you have to claim that Shujio took her role? Exactly. It's utterly unreasonable. Rue, keep your distance from that woman. Could Yun Shujio really be seeking to ride on Song's popularity? Consider removing the question mark. Reflect on Xie Yan. The way Qianjin gazes at her sister is so affectionate. Qianjin, sister, please look at me with puppy eyes. You should check your sanity. Shujiao is Qianjin's sister. Does she really need to leech off anyone's fame? Absurd. Indeed. If anyone were to hitch a ride, wouldn't it be Shujiao on Qianjin's fame? Who here possesses greater renown than Qianjin? Thank you, sister, for Qianjin's 2nd variety show. I truly appreciate it. So, without my sister, I would not participate in the show, correct? Qianjin's sister is our sister. You look stunning today. Let us refrain from inciting conflict or resorting to insults. Let us pursue our admiration for stars rationally, sisters. Amidst the barrage of controversy in the comments, the official program commenced. The guests entered the filming location, blindfolded, and were subsequently separated. Once the staff guiding Yun Shujio ceased, her blindfold was removed. She blinked, realizing she was situated in an expansive palace. The filming crew stood behind her, and the director's voice resonated through her earpiece. It is time to unveil your game identity. Your role is that of a deceitful muck. Yun Shujio tilted her head slowly. Huh? The current emperor seeks immortality. Upon hearing this news, you deceive the emperor by claiming to possess knowledge of the path to eternal life and the ability to concoct a potion for everlasting youth. The emperor, believing you to be genuine, has retained you within the palace, granting you boundless wealth and power. However, at your core, you are nothing but a fraud. And should the emperor unearth your true nature, death will await you. Please take care to maintain the persona of a revered monk. Objective: escape the palace within 3 days. Rules: 1. If any character perceives you as a fraud, you may face death at any moment. 2. Do not harm the actors. 3. You may eliminate other competitors through logical reasoning. 4. All actions must align with your character. 5. If another guest escapes the palace before you, you will be deemed unsuccessful. Only one victor shall emerge in the end. Good luck. Yun Shujio remained silent for a moment, then opened the palace door and stepped outside. The production team knows how to play. This character is intriguing. Did Shujio appear dazed for a moment? Absolutely. Haha, this is hilarious. My dear, you look stunning today. Be cautious, Jujio. This production team is ruthless. Though Yun Shujio could not see the comments, she quickly grasped the team's lack of compassion. Upon exiting the palace, she intended to explore her surroundings and assess the situation. Since the production team had allotted 3 days, it would be unwise to head directly outside the palace. She needed to seek clues and exchange information with the other guests. However, before she could take more than a few steps, she encountered a young palace maid. The maid gazed at Yun Shujio, her face filled with terror. Master, your hair. Yun Shujio paused. Hair? The maid screamed. Who are you? You are not the master. The master has no hair. Yun Shujio. Laughter echoed as the monk, devoid of hair, presented a logic that was undeniably sound. Commence with the killing. Open the door to slaughter. Oh, poor maiden, flee at once. The actress portraying a palace maid displayed a terror in her eyes that seemed genuine. What transpired? The voice of the maid attracted the attention of two nearby guards. "Seize her!" exclaimed the maid. "This individual is masquerading as a master. Eliminate her." Is it truly so simple as to kill? Does this make sense? As the guards advanced to apprehend her, Yin Shujio widened her eyes, lacking any formidable presence, which only served to endear her to those before her. Unbridled audacity. She rebuked. "Are you villains infiltrating the palace? Do you no longer recognize me?" "You are the villain," retorted the maid. "We are long-serving members of the palace. The master was without hair yesterday, yet today you appear here bearing the master's visage. You must be a scoundrel. Face your demise." The guards shouted, yet their thoughts betrayed their urgency. Why had she not fled? If she delayed further, they would truly capture her. Should the guests perish at the onset, they would have no explanation to offer the director. "I am tasked by His Majesty to explore the path to eternal life," Yun Shuju declared with utmost seriousness. "Do you understand what eternal life entails? It is, of course, to remain perpetually youthful. As His Majesty ages, his hair will inevitably turn gray and thin. As a loyal subject, it is my duty to alleviate His Majesty's concerns by researching methods for hair restoration." The maid and the guards interchanged glances, seemingly swayed by her reasoning. "Ah, this does appear somewhat plausible. As a humble monk, I have made such a sacrifice. Yet you accuse me without understanding the full context. This is a dereliction of duty. I shall report the truth to His Majesty and seek your expulsion from the palace." The maid and the guards were bewildered. Such a scenario was not accounted for in the script. How had the blame shifted to them? Those watching Yun Shujio's live performance erupted in laughter. What a bewildering turn of events. I never anticipated such amusement. What she says holds merit. Eternal life must indeed come with a glorious mane. The maid, with a blank expression, muttered, "What is she saying?" The guard, equally perplexed, responded, "I am unsure." This was not written in the script, was it? The maid and guard deliberated. "She is turning the tables on us. What should we do?" "Ha! Your sense of humor is quite lacking. Yin Shujio merely employs clever tricks," they scoffed. "Nonsense. Would the emperor truly involve these maids and guards in matters of eternal life? Come now. This is merely a variety show. The character of Shujio is crafted as such. Surely they must be aware. Ignore the naysayers. I find Shujio utterly charming." The atmosphere froze for a few seconds. Receiving orders, the maid and guards hastily knelt and apologized. "Master, spare us. We did not intend to offend." Yun Shujio, recalling her mission to escape the palace, fixed her gaze upon the three of them. "No, you must be punished." The three pondered. Shouldn't we simply forgive them? How will this unfold? Chapter 68. The poor heiress. Upon witnessing this scene, the director exclaimed, "Run. Do not grant her another opportunity to speak." The three exchanged glances, and one of the maidens declared, "We shall face the consequences ourselves." With that, the trio rose and fled with remarkable speed, quickly vanishing from sight. The guest's task was to escape the imperial palace. Thus, they could not be so easily dismissed, for that would merely illuminate the path for them. Yun Shuju stood alone, blinking in contemplation. "Haha, I almost revealed the shortcut to victory. Doesn't it feel like Shuju is somewhat rendering her speechless, desperately pleading for mercy? Is that even acceptable? I am beginning to anticipate the ensuing plot, the sensation of watching a drama. What will Jiu do next?" Yun Shuju resolved to seek out the emperor. She discerned the direction and proceeded forthwith. The cameraman behind her paused momentarily. Was it mere coincidence? How could Yun Shuju have chosen a route leading directly to the palace's heart? Most individuals would lose their way here, bewildered and uncertain, unless one were familiar with the palace's intricacies. The camera shook slightly as the cameraman hastily followed Yun Shuju. The palace, resplendent and grand, glimmered with golden opulence. The lens tracked her movements, and in harmony with the day's theme, she donned a traditional costume. The blue gown billowed gracefully in the breeze. Her demeanor refined and composed, entirely at ease as if she belonged to this realm, blissfully unaware of the cameras capturing her elegance. The audience observed, enraptured, as if witnessing an ancient maiden strolling through the palace. This backdrop is undeniably that of a historical beauty. It is utterly impossible to perceive any trace of a modern individual. Her grace and poise are unparalleled. Help! I am glued to the screen. When will she star in a period drama? I cannot wait. If she were the protagonist of a historical romance, all men would be enamored with her. And I would not object. Laughs. That would be entirely plausible, wouldn't it? Take me along. I shall care for the children. And we shall live happily together, laughs with a rose. Kisses, my dear. By the way, do you all remember that this stunning beauty before us is, in fact, a bald monk? Smirks. Yin Shuju traversed a short distance before encountering a cadre of eunuchs, each bearing a wooden tray covered with crimson cloth, concealing its contents. Her gaze fell upon the rear of the procession, where a striking beauty clad in a red gown followed solemnly. Yin Shuju's eyes flickered, glancing between the eunuchs and Yin Shuqing. I believe I understand what Shuju is contemplating. So do I. Could it truly be as we suspect? At that moment, Yin Shuqing spotted Yin Shujiu, her eyes lighting up as she waved a hand in greeting. The chief eunuch, as if equipped with radar, immediately turned around and scolded her. What are you doing? Acting all carefree and foolish. Do you have even a shred of the demeanor expected of a eunuch? Do you wish to jeopardize your life? Yin Shuqing retracted her hand and held the wooden tray with a serious expression. My hand is sore. I merely shook it out of fear of dropping the esteemed items. The eunuch, infuriated, retorted, You, a mere novice in the palace, dare to refer to yourself in such a manner before me? Yin Shuqing replied, You must have misheard. I said servant. The eunuch coldly commanded, Seize her at once. Take her to the Ministry of Justice for punishment. Yin Shuqing protested, Is this reasonable? In her live stream, her fans were in hysterics. Haha. The young lady has yet to realize the gravity of the situation. This is hilarious. The young lady is so accustomed to her speech that she inadvertently blurted it out. Did you hear? When did I say I? I meant servant. Haha. Every line she utters triggers a landmine. Sister is here. What is her status? Surely she isn't a eunuch as well? Haha. Sister, hurry and rescue the young lady. You see, this variety show is a solo competition. Everyone is an opponent. You won't believe it, but the sister's identity is even more outrageous. Several eunuchs set down their wooden trays, rolled up their sleeves, and prepared to seize Yin Shuqing. Her eyelids fluttered as she exclaimed, Don't move. If you damage the gifts the emperor bestowed upon the empress, you shall all face dire consequences. The eunuchs were taken aback. How dare you utter such ominous words within the palace? The emperor has strictly forbidden it. Yin Shuqing sighed, Fine. I will silence myself. Every word I utter seems to be a trigger. This is absurd. What is wrong with saying death in the palace? In the past, she even dared to speak of death in the presence of the crown prince. Would Sua Lin truly punish her? Yin Shuqing was uncertain, but Yin Shujiu had some understanding. Since the emperor was researching immortality, it was natural for him to hold a strong obsession with life, making death a taboo word. As several eunuchs attempted to seize Yin Shuqing, she pretended to loosen her grip on the wooden tray, but they were too focused on capturing her. After all, if the gifts were damaged, their fates were uncertain. But Yin Shuqing would surely meet her end. Acknowledging the obvious death trigger, Yin Shuqing placed the wooden tray down and prepared to flee. Just then, a gentle voice inquired, What are you doing? The eunuchs turned and quickly bowed. Master, what is happening? Master, this little eunuch lacks manners and speaks recklessly, committing a grave offense. We were just about to apprehend her and send her to the Ministry of Justice. And how has she spoken recklessly? Yin Shujiu asked. She dares to refer to herself as I and uttered the emperor's taboo word, death. Yin Shujiu was taken aback. I have been entrusted by the emperor to study the path to immortality, and you dare to mention death in my presence? The chief eunuch stood shocked. Master. The eclectic merely recounted the words of this young eunuch, with absolutely no intention of disrespect. Yin Shujiu, regardless of your respect, seize him swiftly and deliver him to the Justice Department. The Grand Eunuch and the others. Huh? Unable to contain her laughter was Yin Shuqing. The path to immortality? Is Shuju the national master? What an air of grandeur. Master, you cannot be so unreasonable. The Grand Eunuch struggled. Yin Shuju believed that, given her position within the palace, being unreasonable posed no issue. Thus, she declared, I shall be unreasonable. If you disagree, go and report to His Majesty. The Grand Eunuch felt he could no longer continue the act. Can we not adhere to the usual script? Ha ha ha. Eunuch, I thank you. Blatant favoritism. I'm in love, starry-eyed. Qianjin and Shuju exchanged smiles. May I join you, beautiful? A newfound understanding of Shuju emerged, though she appeared soft and delicate. She approached games with utmost seriousness. I shall be unreasonable. Ah, that sweet, childish voice is utterly adorable. Longing to traverse realms. I wish for my darling to call me sister, shyly. I see now, she is unyieldingly unreasonable. Chapter 69. There exists a high monk who understands sorcery. It's merely a game. After all, It's to rescue Qianjin, and the eunuchs will not truly face punishment. Let us distinguish between game and reality, shall we? Furthermore, Shujiu's tone was quite calm, not sharp. Each word was delivered as if reading from a script, which was rather endearing. If this is considered unreasonable, then let her be unreasonable with me, smiling. Am I the only one who thinks Shujiu's directive to the eunuchs to seek the emperor was purposeful? She surely doesn't intend to seize the opportunity to find the emperor, does she? The director shared this sentiment, feeling no other party had exhausted him quite like this. Listen to her. To the Justice Department. He instructed through the earpiece. Hurry up. The extras heard. And several eunuchs seized the Grand Eunuch. Master, we shall promptly escort him to the Justice Department. Wait. Yun Shujiu, observing their demeanor, realized they intended to flee. The eunuchs disregarded her, already turning to escape. Be cautious. Do not drop him. A gentle voice came from behind. The eunuchs halted in surprise. Was Yun Shujiu's request to wait for this reason? How genuinely tender. They involuntarily softened their actions and then fled swiftly, disappearing in a flash. Haha. That silhouette is so familiar. This is the second time, comically. Wherever she goes, there shall be a flight. Crying out, she even reminded them to be careful. She clearly remembers this as a game, yet you still criticize her. So gentle, I can't. Yun Shuqing stepped forward, smiling. Shujiu, impressive. What is your status? The National Master? With you here, are we not free to wreak havoc across the field? Silently observing her for 2 seconds, Yun Shujiu declared, I am a Haimuk. Yun Chuki instinctively glanced at Yun Shujiu's hair. Upon noticing her gaze, Yun Shujiu, aware of her own absurdity, cleared her throat. This was merely a reflexive action, not her fault. A monk? I assumed you were some grand national master, so imposing. Yun Shujiu chuckled softly. Sister, where shall we go now? The term sister masked the smile at the corner of Yun Chuki's lips. She felt that the sun was no longer oppressive, and the light was no longer glaring, as the world around them was filled with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of flowers. Do you have a place in mind? If not, shall we steal a token? For a mere commoner would certainly not be allowed to leave the palace freely. Possessing a token from the emperor or another prominent figure would justify their departure. However, Yun Chuki regarded Yun Shujiu and mused, with your status, perhaps you could leave without a token? It surely could not be that simple. Otherwise, she would have won right from the start. Yun Shujiu remarked. I wish to seek out the emperor. Do you wish to join me? Let us go, Yun Chuki replied without hesitation. The two discerned their direction and set forth towards the emperor's residence. They felt it was perfectly normal. The architecture of the palace was largely similar, and a mere glance was sufficient to ascertain the way. However, the audience and camera crew were bewildered. 2 cameramen exchanged glances, their expressions filled with confusion. How did they know that the emperor's chambers were in that direction? The viewers shared the same bewilderment. The palace is enormous and magnificent. It has me dizzy, yet these sisters seem utterly unfazed. Indeed, it is quite extraordinary. At first, Shujiu took one look and knew to go this way. And now Qianjin has, too. Hearing they were to find the emperor, she instantly identified the direction. Aren't they dizzy at all? Surely the officials must be cheating. Providing them with a map, it must be so. When I first visited university, I got lost on campus, and that was in modern architecture. How could they possibly know their way in the palace? Meanwhile, next door, Luo Rui has been dazed for ages. No, Qianjin and Shujiu are actresses. They have starred in palace dramas, so isn't it normal for them to know the way? Qianjin had a cameo in one. But are you certain about Yun Shujiu? The critics clamored for an explanation from the director, yet Yun Shujiu and her companions remained oblivious. As the two arrived at the imperial garden, a masked figure suddenly leaped from the flower thicket, brandishing a sword aimed at them. Yun Chuki squinted, preparing to kick the man away as he approached. Yun Shujiu remained unperturbed, her gentle gaze fixed on the advancing masked man. He gripped the hilt of his sword, which gleamed coldly, his expression fierce as he lunged first at Yun Shujiu. Just as the man reached her, a sudden thud resounded. The sword clattered to the ground, producing a sound akin to plastic. The man gripped the hilt of his sword, halted abruptly, and slowly bowed his head, gazing at his shattered weapon with disbelief in his eyes. Finally, he exhaled 2 words, poor review. The laughter echoed. Ha! This is utterly hilarious. The props from the production team are subpar, indeed. Teacher Song's performance was commendable. He suddenly emerged with such a cold gaze, truly resembling a killer. You startled me. To be honest, had his sword not fallen, I would not have realized this was a variety show. I was genuinely frightened. No wonder he is a formidable actor. But it seemed that Qianjin and Shuju did not appear frightened at all. Perhaps they were too stunned to react. Yin Chuqing mocked, "Teacher Song, the quality of your weapon leaves much to be desired." Song Hao looked up, astonished. "How did you know it was me?" Yin Shuju cast a perplexed glance at his attire. Although he wore a black cloth over his face, his distinctly recognizable clothing could use a change. It was as if he were shouting, "I am Song Hao. I am Song Hao. Since you have discovered me, you must perish," Song Hao said with a somber tone. He bent down, defiantly picked up the blade from the ground, discarded the hilt, and charged forward with a shout. Yun Chuqing raised an eyebrow. Indeed, as a regular guest. Song Hao was quite amusing. "Haha, Teacher Song never fails to impress me, balancing humor while eliminating opponents. Is Teacher Song a killer?" It seems Song does not favor Shuju. He could have targeted Qianjin, yet he chose to eliminate Shuju first. Eliminate Yin Shuju. Hurry. The guests were permitted to use any means to eliminate one another. So Song Hao's actions were entirely justifiable. "Teacher Song," Yin Shuju calmly proposed, "may I exchange a clue for a chance at survival?" Song Hao brandished his sword. "Speak." "There exists a high monk within the palace. He possesses magical abilities. If you can locate him and meet his demands, he can assist you in escaping the palace." A comment floated through the barrage ? Chapter 70. Are Yun Shuju's fans excessively fervent? A high monk? Song Hao pondered, in this ancient setting. How could there be magic? Are you deceiving me? There are indeed monsters in ancient times. They do not discriminate against the hour for becoming sentient. High monks are known for subduing monsters. Is it so unusual for them to possess magical abilities? After a moment's reflection, Song Hao conceded that there was some merit to this argument. However, he smirked slyly. A killer would never uphold a promise. With that declaration, he charged forward. Yin Shuju retreated a couple of steps. "I have another clue." Song Hao narrowed his eyes. "If Teacher Song allows me and my sister to approach, I shall share it with you," Yin Shuju said earnestly. Song Hao felt that he stood to gain regardless of the outcome, so he stepped back, granting them passage. Yun Shuju took the hand of the chuckling Yun Chuqing and walked a short distance forward. "Speak." A menacing voice echoed behind them. Yin Shuju's gaze fell upon a group of palace maids approaching from a distance, before she turned back and smiled, saying, "Thank you, Teacher Song, for letting me off the hook. There is another clue, which lies in that direction. The esteemed monk resides in that vicinity." Her fair fingers pointed towards her initial starting point. Song Hao's eyes flickered with surprise. He had not anticipated that she would divulge this second clue. Was it true or merely a fabrication? Song Hao felt inclined to believe her, for the sincerity reflected in the girl's clear eyes was undeniable, as if fearing his disbelief. She elaborated further, "It's approximately 300 meters away. You may inquire with the palace staff. My sister and I are constrained by our status from seeking his assistance. But you, Teacher Song, are not bound by such limitations." Although Song Hao was unaware of the nature of this constraint, he chose to trust her, after all. It wouldn't hurt to investigate. Moreover, someone was already approaching from a distance, leaving him with no choice but to cease further actions. "Then I shall express my gratitude," he mused, finding the girl amusingly naïve, as she unwittingly provided him with 2 valuable leads while still feeling the need to thank him. The viewers in his live stream shared a similar sentiment. Teacher Song is making a fortune. Regarding the monk, she must be truthful. A simple inquiry with any palace maid will reveal his existence and whereabouts. Haha, the old are indeed wily. Teacher Song is truly clever. To obtain clues and still go on a hunt is laughable. Watching Yin Shuju being targeted brings me immense joy. I genuinely dislike her. Well done, Teacher Song. Is Qianjin infuriated by her foolish sister? She should have made demands at the first clue instead of realizing after the fact. She foolishly handed over a second clue. They don't realize how much effort went into obtaining those 2 clues. My heart aches a little. Did you see Yin Chuqing's expression? Quite displeased. She likely refrained from cursing due to their blood ties. At that moment, Yin Chuqing's expression was indeed not favorable, but it was not out of anger. Rather, she was stifling laughter. "Ha ha ha, what a remarkable monk, a master of sorcery. Who would have thought my sister could weave such a tale?" She raised her thumb in approval, her eyes sparkling with mirth, thoroughly impressed. Yin Shuju, feeling bashful, bit her lip and said, "I hope Teacher Song isn't upset, since I cannot defeat him. I had to devise an alternative approach." The audience in both their live streams was doubled over with laughter. "I'm utterly bewildered. Ha! Dear monk, come find me. I have sorcery skills. Ha ha, Teacher Song never expected the monk to be right here." Hurry and seek my assistance. What a remarkably authentic clue. I can hardly contain my excitement at the thought of Teacher Song's reaction upon discovering the truth. I just came from Song Hao's live stream, where the audience was relentlessly mocking Shujio. For a fleeting moment, I felt sympathy for them. After all, both Teacher Song and they were deceived. However, I can only spare them a moment of pity. After all, Song Hao has been targeting Shujio, and it serves him right to be misled. Let us refrain from making such remarks. They only invite negativity. Today, we have the enthusiastic Jojo. It seems deceptive tendencies run deep. Wasn't it in a similar manner that they tricked Cheng Zi? She was so innocent, completely unprepared for such deceit. Indeed, if one speaks ill of Yun Shujio, it's deemed a personal bias. Only you can perceive her true goodness and beauty. Are you all foolish? It's merely a game, yet you still choose to criticize. Perhaps you should refrain from gaming altogether. Your indignation is rather unseemly. The fervor of Yun Shujio's fans is quite overwhelming, is it not? Let us maintain our composure and avoid quarrels with detractors. It may taint the perception of casual viewers. Purely casual viewers? What a farce. A group of fans, initially enjoying the variety show, finds themselves disheartened by the toxic comments flooding in. Whether they shout or remain silent, the atmosphere is unbearable, filled with vile remarks that could infuriate anyone. Some fans have chosen to disable the comments altogether, preferring to focus solely on the program. Yet, this diminishes their collective strength, emboldening the trolls in the comments. The barrage of foul language becomes increasingly distressing for onlookers, leading some to abandon the stream entirely for other live broadcasts. Meanwhile, Yun Shujio remains oblivious to the chaos, continuing her journey alongside Yun Chuki, while Song Hao follows the path she has indicated. With a swift motion, Song Hao removed his mask and secured the broken sword at his waist. Noticing a palace maid approaching, he promptly intercepted her. Do you know there is a revered monk in the palace? The palace maid hesitated, scrutinizing his attire and the sword at his side. Fear evident in her voice as she inquired, Who are you? I am a guard of the palace. My scabbard has fallen. Song Hao spoke truthfully. Indeed, he was a guard, though a killer masquerading as one. This was his true identity. His versatility was unmatched. He could eliminate guests using his assassin persona, while maintaining the facade of a guard to navigate through the palace. This dual identity provided him with an advantage. An assassin could directly eliminate adversaries, whereas other guests could not resort to violence against him, as the narrative dictated that they could never overpower him. However, this duplicity bore significant risks. Should his true nature as an assassin be revealed, he would surely meet his demise. The palace maid harbored little suspicion, as Song Hao indeed resembled a guard. Yet, her gaze shifted, growing peculiar. Everyone in the palace knows that His Majesty has invited a revered monk back. Are you not aware? Song Hao's expression remained unchanged. I am well aware. I merely wish to inquire about his residence. The palace maid hesitated momentarily, refraining from questioning the reason, and gestured in a direction, over there. Across that lake, Song Hao gazed in the direction she indicated, a sense of astonishment brewing within him. Was Yun Shujio's account truly accurate? Was she perhaps a tad naive? Can a venerable monk wield magic? He ultimately queried. The palace maid was momentarily taken aback. Magic? Is there such a premise in the script? Chapter 71. The Honest and Reliable Young Gentleman. What on earth? However, upon further reflection, she comprehended. The art of immortality must be the magic Song Hao referred to, right? According to the established narrative, the palace maid's demeanor shifted to one of palpable tension. Lowering her voice, such inquiries must not be made lightly. The master undoubtedly possesses magical prowess. If His Majesty were to overhear you questioning the monk's capabilities. She mimicked a throat-cutting gesture. Song Hao paid little mind to her mention of the emperor. He was solely focused on her assertion that the master surely possessed magic. Yun Shujio had been entirely truthful with him. Reflecting on the young woman's apparent fear and her retreating steps moments ago, an unusual sense of guilt washed over him. He harbored no fondness for her at all. Since the commencement of the program, he had not displayed any goodwill towards her, even employing a cunning ruse to extract 2 clues. Yet, her sincerity was undeniable. Had he perhaps been a tad excessive? As Song Hao made his way toward the monk's abode, his mind wandered, nearly colliding with someone at the corner. He immediately adopted a cautious demeanor. However, the next moment, upon recognizing the individual, he exhaled in relief. Xiaorui? The person looked up in surprise. Brother Song? Indeed. The individual before him was another regular guest and Song Hao's old partner, Luo Rui. What brings you here? Song Hao chuckled. Surely this is no mere coincidence? Brother Song. Luo Rue, upon seeing a familiar face, relaxed his guard slightly, yet he still retorted, "Unlike you, I am not one for cunning schemes. I am quite earnest." He intended it as a jest, as had been their customary banter, but to his surprise, upon delivering the quip, he noticed Song Hao's somewhat unnatural expression. Luo Rue was taken aback. "Brother Song, you haven't ensnared someone again, have you?" "No, that can't be. You wouldn't be feeling guilty with such a thick skin." Song Hao merely twitched the corner of his mouth, not at all angered, but instead replied, "Can't you ever think of my good side? I would never deceive anyone. The honest and reliable young gentleman is none other than me." Luo Rue retorted, "Honest, reliable, young gentleman. Of these traits, which do you truly embody? Your son is nearly 20. And you still refer to yourself as a young gentleman." Laughter echoed through the air as the charming and reliable young man, Song, effortlessly drew attention with his witty demeanor. Indeed, whenever these two met, it was a veritable comedy show. Song Hao's audacity was undeniable. His humorous nature was merely a device to captivate the audience. After all, one must ponder why these two gentlemen, as regular guests, garnered such immense popularity. Their playful banter continued, and the viewership of their live stream surged rapidly. Once the jesting subsided, Luo Rue inquired, "Song, what is your true identity? Why wield such a shabby sword?" "What shabby sword? Can't you tell I'm a guard?" "And you?" "I'm a palace maid." Song Hao glanced at Luo Rue, noting his masculine and handsome features, along with his tall stature. Years of dancing had endowed him with a wiry physique brimming with latent strength. A palace maid? A muscular Barbie? Song Hao couldn't help but chuckle. Luo Rue stood by, seemingly expecting this reaction, his eyes wide with intrigue. When the laughter died down, he asked, "And where might you be heading?" "I should be asking you first. What brings you here?" he retorted, refusing to be caught off guard. "I'm lost," Luo Rue candidly admitted. "I can't find my way, and I'm just wandering around." Unfortunately, Song Hao was not convinced. Lost, and fortuitously wandering near the residence of that esteemed monk? What a coincidence. "Is it? I too am lost, searching for clues," Song Hao replied with a smile. Luo Rue was all too familiar with that smile. He was certain that Song Hao was not lost, but rather had a specific objective in mind. A thought sparked within him, prompting him to probe, "Song, let us drop the pretense between us. You're here for that too, aren't you?" "Which one?" Song Hao feigned ignorance. "Of course, the clues for escaping the palace," Luo Rue declared boldly. Song Hao narrowed his eyes. "Little Rue, are you testing me?" "Song, you've misunderstood me. If you were unaware of those clues, I wouldn't divulge them. After all, only one victor can emerge in the end." Luo Rue shrugged. "But let me hint at it. To see if you're also pursuing this." He decided to take a gamble. However, throughout his journey, Luo Rue had encountered very few individuals, and unbeknownst to Song Hao, he was actually a blind palace maid. He could not see, while he feigned normalcy before the guests. He had to maintain the facade of blindness in front of others. This predicament rendered him unable to proactively stop passers-by to inquire about their circumstances. Moreover, he had only encountered a single palace maid and 2 guards. The trio had fled hastily, as if pursued by something sinister. He had overheard them exclaim, "We have angered the esteemed monk and must face the consequences." This was the sole clue Luo Rue had gathered. Therefore, he took a risk. "Esteemed monk, Song, is this also your purpose?" Song Hao responded with surprise. "You know about this too?" It appears that Yun Shujio had not deceived him for a long time. The eminent monk truly held significant importance. Luo Rue did not anticipate that he had indeed made the right gamble. A sly smile crept into his heart, though it did not manifest on his face. The two were led astray by this clue, and they set off together in search of the monk. Meanwhile, the venerable monk Yun Shujio had already arrived at the entrance of the emperor's chambers with Yun Chuki. They had first visited the imperial study, but learned that the emperor was still in his quarters, prompting them to seek him out here. The eunuch beside the emperor cast a cold glance at the two. "His Majesty is resting. Please return, master." As a eunuch, Yun Chuki dared not speak. Although she felt an urge to retort, "It is broad daylight. Resting? Are you worthy of being an emperor?" Yun Shujio, composed and unruffled, replied, "Esteemed eunuch, I have an important matter to report to His Majesty. Please inform him that I possess sufficient confidence that this matter will not only justify the interruption of his rest, but will also not provoke his ire." With such a declaration, it was evident she referred to the matter of immortality. This reasoning should, in theory, have been enough to persuade the eunuch. However, he remained unmoved, Master, whatever it is, you must wait until His Majesty awakens. His Majesty has been increasingly restless and difficult to rouse. Now that he has finally fallen asleep, who would dare disturb him? Yin Shujio slightly furrowed her brow, but chose not to say more. It was not that she lacked arguments, but the situation was evidently orchestrated by the production team, and the eunuch would not allow them entry regardless. If His Majesty awakens, please have the eunuch inform me. Naturally, the eunuch finally smiled, though his eyes held no warmth, rendering the smile somewhat insincere. Just as Yun Shujio and Yun Chuki were about to take their leave, the eunuch suddenly inquired, which palace does this young eunuch belong to? What is he doing beside the master? If there are no matters in his own palace, he should assist in preparing for the banquet in a few days. A banquet? A clue. The two exchanged glances. His Majesty has yet to awaken, and I have nothing else to do. I shall assist as well, Yin Shujio stated. The eunuch, with a mirthless smile, replied, How could I dare to impose such tasks upon you? Master, please return to rest. No matter how Yin Shujio pleaded, the eunuch would not relent. In exasperation, the two parted ways. Yin Shujio genuinely wished to uncover the nature of this banquet. But such matters were surely known throughout the palace. To inquire would be foolish and might trigger dire consequences. Leaving the Qianqing palace, she pondered her next move. Meanwhile, the comments were abuzz with discussions. This palace banquet sounds like an important clue. 3 days to escape the palace, but the banquet is on the 3rd day? This feels ominous. It's best to escape before the 3rd day. Has no one noticed this eunuch? He does not seem trustworthy. Indeed, the prohibition against entering to see the emperor raises questions. Is the emperor truly asleep, or has something untoward occurred? I can't shake the feeling that I might uncover the truth. It is uncertain, but perhaps this marks the true beginning of the narrative. The preceding events were merely appetizers provided by the production team. Alas, the young lady has parted ways with her sister. I long for us to watch together. Yet now I must make a choice. I shall go to the young lady's room. Farewell. Yin Shujio decided to seek out other pivotal characters. She made her way towards the Empress's Kuan-Ning Palace, opting for less frequented paths rather than the main thoroughfare. At this hour, 11 in the morning. The sun blazed fiercely, and walking beneath its rays was exceedingly uncomfortable. After traversing a distance, Yin Shujio would pause in the shade to rest for a while. The barrage of comments flooded with melodrama. Fans staunchly defended their views, while the audience exhibited signs of impatience. They had come to watch the program. Yet the guests were constantly resting. What were they to behold? I've logged out and headed to the young lady's live stream. The cameraman, burdened with such heavy equipment, never complains of fatigue, yet she is perpetually resting. How amusing. What's wrong with taking a break in this heat? Such pretentiousness. If you love watching, great. If not, then leave. Wait, so aside from you fans, no one else is allowed to watch. Stay rational. Stay rational. On behalf of those whose tone has been inappropriate, I apologize. Please do not direct your ire towards Shujio. Some of Yin Shujio's fans disregarded the comments about loving to watch or leaving, questioning whether those making such remarks were true fans or disguised detractors. They promptly offered a sincere apology, stating, Today, the outdoor temperature is 39 degrees. It is indeed sweltering. So please be understanding. We apologize. Our tone was inappropriate. Of course, they would not merely offer apologies without justification. Some began to analyze the situation. Shujio seems to be consistently gazing at the camera. Is something amiss? Indeed, I suspect she is not resting due to fatigue or heat. Her focus seems misplaced. Is she watching the cameraman? Yin Shujio was indeed observing the cameraman, who was struggling under the weight of his equipment. Sweat streamed down his face like a flowing river, his shirt thoroughly drenched, and his complexion appeared sunburned. Yin Shujio harbored no doubts that if he continued on this path, he might succumb to heat stroke. Each time she paused, the cameraman could set down his gear and take a brief respite. The man, understanding her intent, expressed gratitude with his eyes, signaling that she need not concern herself with him and should proceed. They were seasoned professionals in this field, accustomed to enduring such conditions. Yin Shujio did not need to be overly concerned. However, she noticed the slight tremor in the man's arm as he bore the equipment. Was he injured? Just as she prepared to inquire, he hastily shook his head, prompting her to refrain from further questioning. Silence enveloped them as they continued onward. Upon reaching Kuan-Ning Palace, Yin Shujio indicated her desire for an audience, yet the palace maid hesitated, unable to enter and announce her presence. Yin Shujio's gaze drifted past her, resting upon the interior of Kuan-Ning Palace. The distant sounds of a quarrel between women could be faintly heard. Your Highness, The Empress is not present. Please step aside. Your Highness, you have already attained unparalleled honor. I implore you, do not monopolize the Emperor. What are you saying, Lady Yu? You, a mere maid, understand nothing. Do you know the anguish of never having your beloved step into your palace? Your Highness, if you do not come out to meet me, I shall remain here on my knees. Lady Yu. Listening to the voices from within, Yin Shujio inquired of the maid before her, is Lady Yu troubling the Empress? The maid lowered her head, knowing that Yin Shujio had heard the commotion, and reluctantly replied, yes. Go and inform Lady Yu that His Majesty has entrusted me with a message for her. The maid was taken aback, but complied, and entered the chamber. Before long, a woman adorned in splendid garments, her face resembling a lotus yet her eyes filled with sorrow, emerged. Master? She looked at Yin Shujio. What message does His Majesty have for me? This is not a suitable place for conversation. Would you care to accompany me for a walk? Yin Shujio, adapting swiftly, began to refer to himself as a monk. Lady Yu nodded. She instructed the maids to keep their distance while she and Yin Shujio found a pavilion to sit and converse. Are you aware of what troubles His Majesty? Yin Shujio observed Lady Yu's expression closely. She hesitated, taken aback by the sudden inquiry, a flicker of anxiety crossing her eyes as she retorted, do you know something, Master? Has Eunuch Chong done something to His Majesty? Yin Shujio speculated that Eunuch Chong was indeed the eunuch who had obstructed him in Qianqing Palace. It seemed that Lady Yu was already aware of the situation. His Majesty is currently in peril, Yin Shujio stated gravely. He has entrusted me to convey to you that you must take good care of yourself and not worry about him. His serious demeanor left the audience in a state of disbelief. Did the Emperor say so? You ought to ask if the lady has ever met the Emperor. What nonsense. How adorably earnest. Capture the wife and embrace her. If I recall correctly, you have already been overly affectionate countless times today. How peculiar. Upon hearing this, Lady Yu slightly pursed her lips, her expression becoming somewhat intricate. There is no need for you to comfort me, Master. I am aware that His Majesty has never cared for me. Now, in his time of crisis, he is likely only thinking of the Empress. How could he possibly concern himself with me? Yin Shujio regarded her intently. Under his gaze, Lady Yu gradually clenched her fingers and softly asked, Master, do you have something you wish to inquire of me? If so, please feel free to ask. Suddenly, Lady Yu knelt. Master, I beseech you, save His Majesty. Eunuch Chang wields considerable power within the palace, and if His Majesty truly faces peril, I fear that without prompt intervention, his life may be in jeopardy. To solicit her assistance in return? Was this a turning point in the narrative? Yin Shujio's mind raced, yet he immediately assisted Lady Yu to her feet. There is no need for your Highness to be so concerned. Should His Majesty find himself in peril, I, a humble monk, shall feel it my duty to intervene. Yin Shujio, having gleaned a wealth of information from the lips of the concubine of Yu, briefly distilled the critical points in her mind. Firstly, Eunuch Chong wields immense power, commanding the palace's imperial guards at his whim. If the Emperor is indeed imprisoned, then the royal palace is, without a doubt, under his dominion. Secondly, the forthcoming palace banquet is to celebrate the Empress Dowager's 60th birthday, during which various esteemed officials will grace the palace with their presence. Thirdly, the Emperor harbors deep affection for the Empress, their bond being profoundly strong, which bestows upon her considerable influence within the harem. Yin Shujio pondered the situation. The Emperor's presence was evidently absent, and it was indeed plausible that he had fallen into the clutches of Eunuch Chang. Hence, the palace's closure was likely due to Chang's machinations, possibly in collusion with a certain minister plotting a coup. The appointed time for such treachery loomed on the day of the banquet, when the palace gates would swing wide, potentially heralding not a new dawn, but rather the ominous toll of death. The concubine of Yu implored Yin Shujio to devise a means to rescue the Emperor, to which she acquiesced. After bidding farewell to the concubine, she resolved to seek an audience with the Empress to verify the veracity of this intelligence. Unbeknownst to her, the camera operator, seemingly well prepared, turned the lens towards the concubine of Yu as soon as Yin Shujio turned her back, observing the departing figure of the monk. The concubine's lips curled into a faint smirk, her expression a stark contrast to the earlier display of concern for the Emperor's well-being. The audience was taken aback. What a surprise! I was just about to say how deeply the concubine feels for the Emperor. Her smile is rather unsettling. Hurry back, Shujio. That person behind you is far from the tragic figure you believe. How deceitful, how despicable. But what exactly did she deceive Shujio about? Eunuch Chong does seem to hold considerable power, and the Emperor does appear to be imprisoned. Could it be that the concubine and that eunuch are in cahoots? What then is her purpose in visiting the empress? Did she request the empress to hand over the emperor to her? If she truly holds such authority, she could easily eliminate the empress. It's perplexing. I sense a conspiracy at play. For those from the adjacent livestream, let me clarify. The emperor is a star deity. But I won't spoil the rest. What? The emperor is a star deity? Incredible. I must see for myself. Curiosity piqued. Remarkable. With such a status, the star deity surpasses all. If not for eunuch Chong, could he not simply command the palace gates to be opened? Thus, even the lowest of ranks can possess hope. While the highest are bound by limitations, the production team maintains a semblance of fairness. Unaware of all this, Yun Shuju encountered Song Hao and Luo Rui on her return to Kuan Ning Palace. Luo Rui harbored no fondness for Yun Shuju, even feeling a twinge of aversion. And he knew that Song Hao shared this sentiment. Miss Yun, what a coincidence, he remarked casually, intending to disregard her presence, assuming that Song Hao would do the same. However, unexpectedly, Song Hao smiled and exclaimed, Shujio. Luo Rui turned his head in bewilderment, noticing a hint of unease in Song Hao's eyes. What are you anxious about? Brother Song? Even if you deceived Yin Shujio or committed some other misdeed, it shouldn't warrant such trepidation. You've previously played tricks on other female guests without showing such cunning treachery. Luo Rui felt utterly perplexed. Meanwhile, Yin Shujio took a step closer, yet maintained a respectful distance from the two. She greeted them with a smile, addressing them as Teacher Song and Mr. Luo, which were polite yet distant appellations. Before Luo Rui could respond, Song Hao interjected, Shujio, we are here to enjoy ourselves together. There is no need for such formality. Just call me Brother Song. And him Xiao Rui. Luo Rui was taken aback. Yun Shujio obediently replied, Brother Song. Then, her bright and clear gaze turned towards Luo Rui, her tone gentle, Mr. Luo, may I call you Xiao Rui? Though Luo Rui was still in a state of confusion, he instinctively straightened his posture under her enchanting gaze. Ah, yes, of course. Xiao Rui? He suddenly realized that this was the term Brother Song had used for him, while it was acceptable for an elder to refer to him as Xiao Rui. Yun Shujio was of a similar age. Why had shouted the title? It felt rather unmanly. What's wrong? Are you unwilling? The girl misunderstood his sentiment. Her lashes lowering slightly, a trace of disappointment evident in her eyes at his apparent rejection. However, she quickly lifted her gaze again, her expression still gentle. I apologize for my presumptuousness, Mr. Luo. That is not it. Luo Rui hastily exclaimed. As a regular cast member, couldn't he possibly cause embarrassment to another guest on the show? He quickly added, I didn't mean it that way. You can just call me Rui Rui. Wait. He intended to say his name. How did it turn into Rui Rui? Luo Rui stiffened momentarily, cursing himself silently, yet he could not retract his words. How infuriating. It was all those female fans' fault. Their incessant calls of Rui Rui had influenced him. So embarrassing. Rui Rui? Yun Shujio paused for a moment before smiling and saying, Then you can call me Shujio. Luo Rui smiled quietly in response. Song Hao, oblivious to his partner's slip of the tongue, inquired, Shujio, where are you headed? I wish to seek out the Empress. She must be a pivotal figure, she replied. Indeed, among the royalty, the prominent figures were none other than the Emperor, the Empress, and the Empress Dowager. Song Hao nodded, then asked, May we accompany you? They feared that their status alone would make it difficult to meet the Empress. Yin Shujio's gaze fell upon his sword, hesitating momentarily before shaking her head gently. Brother Song, I am afraid of you. I do not dare to walk alongside you. Song Hao understood the underlying reason for her apprehension. Feeling a bit awkward, he cleared his throat. Shujio, rest assured, you have provided me with such crucial information. I have no intention of eliminating you. Suddenly, he recalled something. For a long time, the eminent monk was not present in the room, and we could not locate him. Perhaps we could seek assistance from a powerful figure, like the Emperor, suggested Luo Rui. No, Yin Shuju replied, revealing the matter of the Emperor to them. She refrained from disclosing her identity as the monk, considering there were two individuals present. What if they were incensed and sought to eliminate her? After discussing the Emperor, Yin Shuju noticed Song Hao gazing at her with a somber expression, leaving her somewhat puzzled. Unbeknownst to her, Song Hao was engulfed in a whirlwind of emotions. Yun Shuju provided him with another clue. This girl is utterly naive. After a moment of hesitation, he confided his suspicions to Yun Shuju. Shuju, I believe that the issue may not solely lie with that eunuch. The monk's predicament appears even more severe. Chapter 74. the true mastermind. Within the monk's quarters, we discovered peculiar talismanic papers and a stash of substantial currency hidden away. If these were indeed imperial rewards, they would certainly be of genuine gold and silver, not mere paper notes. Hence, it is likely that he has been bribed by someone, harboring ulterior motives against the emperor. Yin Shuju was taken aback. Surely not. Those banknotes may have been offered as gratitude for his benevolent deeds. Shuju, you remain too innocent, Song Hao sighed. Our investigations suggest that this monk may possess genuine skills. Yet he is undeniably avaricious. He cannot simply be an inconspicuous passerby. He is undoubtedly a significant figure. I suspect he may be involved in this incident. Perhaps even the hidden mastermind. Yin Shuju was taken aback. Meanwhile, Luo Rue frowned, casting a discreet glance at Song Hao. The meaning behind that gaze was unmistakable. Such crucial information should not be divulged to Yin Shuju. Thank you. She had no desire to know. Ha. So the mastermind behind the emperor's captivity is Jiao? This has shocked me for a whole year. Chill. Keep it down. What if someone is eavesdropping? Darling. Eliminate them all. Spread the word. Jiao is the true mastermind. Spread the word. Jiao is a werewolf. Spread the word. Jiao is a spy sent by aliens. Ha, it's hilarious. One must repay their debts in this world. Shuju is currently feeling the following 6 emotions. Jiao, thank you for sharing the clue, but trust me, the monk is truly a good person. Having inexplicably become the center of attention, Yin Shuju realized it was impossible to collaborate with the other two. Otherwise, if she were called master, her fate would be sealed. She declined Song Hao's invitation to form a team, distancing herself from the two, and opted not to visit the empress's palace. By now, it was lunchtime, and she skillfully navigated her way to the kitchen, quickly finishing her meal amidst the bewildered glances of the surveillance personnel and others. Why is she so intimately familiar with the terrain? Goodness, I can only exclaim in astonishment. While the other guests are either trying to procure food or worrying about the safety of their meals, she has resolved her needs independently. The lunch provided by the director should be here, but how did she manage to locate it? It has been mentioned that Yin Shuju possesses a map. The truth is evidently apparent. She is unabashedly flaunting her advantage, given that she has the backing of the Yun family. Honestly, this is quite vexing. Without evidence, it would be prudent for you to remain silent. Trust in Jiao. The popularity of Crossing the Week is already considerable, and Yin Shuju's fame has been on the rise, which has led to her alleged cheating trending on social media. Recently, there has been an overwhelming amount of buzz surrounding her, to the point where netizens have grown somewhat desensitized. In the entertainment industry, nothing is more daunting than the notion of being utterly unknown, overshadowed by countless talented and attractive individuals. If one does not possess formidable skills or some fortuitous opportunity, achieving fame is nearly impossible. Many have traversed this path, yet the audience remains oblivious to their existence. Whether embraced or reviled, it is only through gaining attention that one can be recognized. And actors who generate traffic will inevitably attract the interest of capital, propelling them further. Yin Shuju finds herself in a paradoxical situation, despite facing considerable backlash and a tarnished reputation. Most, whether fans or not, have heard her name. When one mentions Yin Shuju, it is unlikely they are met with blank stares. Although she lacks standout works, she ranks among the upper echelon of second-tier celebrities. The excess of trending topics has incited disdain in some quarters, yet it has also broadened her recognition. Overall, this situation presents both advantages and disadvantages. Unbeknownst to her, news regarding her can easily garner significant attention. The moment the latest trending topic emerged, it captured the attention of countless netizens, and the director of Crossing the Week was promptly informed. After a moment of hesitation, he contemplated whether to refrain from explanation, allowing speculation to run rampant, which would undoubtedly escalate the program's visibility. However, doing so might alienate the Yun family. After much deliberation, he sighed and opted to issue an explanation via the official Weibo account. This explanation was not merely a text guarantee, but rather a video segment featuring the usual pre-program interviews conducted by the production team. So, Shuju, what do you believe your advantages are in this competition? The interviewer inquired. The beautiful young woman replied softly, I believe my advantage lies in my profound familiarity with the structure of ancient palaces, the distance between the emperor's residence and the queen's palace, the types of buildings constructed in each direction to thwart potential assassins. Typically, the water in the ponds here is not very deep, she elaborated, her words floating lightly in the air. The interviewer was left speechless. After watching the video, viewers pondered, what is she saying? How does she know this? It seems as if she has conducted an on-site investigation. The interviewer chuckled, remarking, Yun Shujiao appears to possess a profound understanding of the palace. Could it be that she has traversed back to ancient times? Yun Shujiao smiled faintly, remaining silent. As the video concluded, the audience commenced their discussions. Her sense of direction is truly remarkable. Goodness, not only has she seemingly visited the site, but it also appears someone has offered her explanations. Otherwise, how could she possess such clarity? Have you noticed? Her reasoning is exceptionally coherent, akin to someone who has memorized their lines. Of course, I am not suggesting she has. Rather, it sounds as though she has a mental map. Exactly. It feels just like having a map. For instance, if you asked me about the terrain near my home, I could articulate it clearly, as I am quite familiar with it. That's the point. It doesn't seem like rote memorization. She genuinely comprehends everything. I fail to grasp the significance of this video. Does it not further imply that Yun Shujiao has indeed visited the site beforehand? No. Do you not understand? Even if you memorize a map before visiting a place, you cannot express it as fluidly as she does. That would be sheer memorization. Let me explain a complex and lengthy math problem. After you have seen it once, you might retain a general idea, but you certainly cannot recount every detail with precision. That is indeed accurate. I am not a fan, but I believe she is not merely reciting. The analogy regarding the math problem is incredibly apt, unless one is intimately familiar. Who could recall the exact number of words in each sentence? So the question arises, why is she so well acquainted? The answer is evident. She has traveled through time. Ah, now it makes sense. After much deliberation, the viewers concluded that Yun Shujiao must have indeed traveled through time. Chapter 75, Slaying on the Spot. Of course, this was merely a jest. However, when combined with various edited videos showcasing Yun Shujiao in ancient attire, it began to appear quite plausible. Viewers began to tease Yun Shujiao, suggesting she had come from the past. The situation began to unfold in a manner the detractors had not anticipated. Rather than tarnishing Yun Shujiao's reputation, this wave of attention garnered her numerous fans who appreciated ancient attire. The prospect of Yun Shujiao appearing in another historical drama became a trending topic. The director of her previous drama, noticing the buzz, felt satisfied and seized the opportunity to announce Yun Shujiao's upcoming role in a new production. Consequently, Yun Shujiao's popularity soared, albeit attracting considerable protest. It goes without saying that her detractors were vocal, but there was also a significant number of skeptics regarding her acting abilities, as well as fans of rival stars harboring animosity towards her. Under the influence of the naysayers, clips of Yun Shujiao's past performances rapidly circulated online, with viewers expressing their doubts. However, From Han is ultimately a minor character with limited screen time, and their protests failed to capture public attention. The haters, seeing this, were not enraged. They were well aware of the nature of Han's character and knew that the true misfortune would befall Yun Shujiao once the drama aired. Setting aside these matters, after finishing her meal, Yun Shujiao took a brief rest, gauged that the time was nearly right, and then set off towards the Cixi Palace, where the Empress Dowager resided. Utilizing her status, she fabricated an excuse to meet with the Empress Dowager. The Emperor had recently been deeply troubled by the Southern flood issues, likely having stayed up late last night dealing with political affairs, which explained his daytime rest today. There was no need for the master to worry. As for eunuch Chang, Chang Ji was exceedingly loyal, and with him by the Emperor's side, the Empress Dowager felt quite reassured. The master wishes to leave the palace? That might prove difficult. In recent days, the Emperor issued an edict stating that no one could exit without his command. The Empress Dowager had long ceased to manage affairs. The reasons for her confinement were known only to the Emperor himself. After conversing with the Empress Dowager for a while, Yun Shujiao gleaned more information and exited the Cixi Palace, planning to visit the Fengyi Palace once more. As she walked, deep in thought, she pondered. The concubine's words portrayed eunuch Chang as ambitious, while the Empress Dowager described him as faithful. This was rather contradictory. If eunuch Chang was indeed adept at masquerading, appearing loyal to his master, how could the concubine discern his true nature? Conversely, if he had ceased to feign loyalty, why did the Empress Dowager still trust him so implicitly? At least one of these individuals was lying or concealing some truth. The provisional plan for exiting the palace hinged on uncovering the truth. If the Emperor was genuinely in danger, rescuing him would surely grant Yun Shujiao the means to leave the palace easily. If that were not the case, focus would need to shift to the banquet 3 days hence, devising a strategy for escape on that day. As for the decision-making process, the current clues were insufficient for a resolution. Proceeding towards the Fengyi Palace, Yin Shuzhou felt compelled to meet this pivotal figure once more. To her surprise, halfway there, she encountered a long queue. At the forefront sat a woman in a palanquin, and upon closer inspection, Yin Shuzhou realized it was Qing Shi. Qing Shi, the Empress? Qing Shi spotted Yin Shuzhou and immediately commanded, "Seize her." The palace maids and eunuchs paused, momentarily taken aback, until Qing Shi's icy voice rang out again. "Did you not hear my command?" "Yes, Your Highness," they responded hastily, though they hesitated when faced with Yin Shuzhou. After all, she was a person whom the emperor had summoned back to the palace. "I know what you're thinking," Qing Shi smirked coldly. "I have thoroughly investigated her identity." "What master?" "Merely a greedy fraud. She cannot possibly understand the method of immortality. Quickly, seize her. I will take responsibility for any consequences." With such words spoken, the palace maids and eunuchs no longer hesitated and surged forward en masse. This was a blatant attack. Qing Shi did not conceal her disdain for her. Yin Shuzhou bit her lips slightly and turned to flee. The cameraman hurriedly followed. Once he caught up with her, he would execute her on the spot. Qing Shi's voice echoed from behind. "What is Qing Shi doing? Doesn't everyone know that Qing Shi's family has a feud with Yin Shuzhou?" "I know. But there is no need to target her like this. It's a personal battle. There is nothing wrong with that. I'm a bit worried about Jiao. Why must it be like this? I'm a fan of both Shi and Jiao. My heart aches. Qing Shi is doing great. I admire her unfiltered attitude. I'm now her fan. Humph, Yin Shuzhou can't escape. With the emperor absent, Qing Shi holds the greatest power." Yin Shuzhou indeed found it difficult to flee. As each time she was spotted, the crowd would call for help to surround her. Among them, besides palace maids and eunuchs, a group of guards had also been summoned. These were robust men, and if this continued, it would surely be disadvantageous for Yin Shuzhou. Of course, if she were alone, she wouldn't be afraid. However, she was recording a show with thousands of eyes upon her. Thus, she could only escape in the most ordinary manner. Yin Shuzhou moved along the lakeside, entering the Imperial Garden, with her pursuers close behind, mere 10 meters away. At that moment, another group of guards appeared ahead. They were the palace's Imperial Guards, each adorned with a sword at their waist. The chief maid beside Qing Shi's eyes lit up. "I'm one of the queen's attendants. Quickly, capture her. Execute her on the spot." The cold eyes of the Imperial Guards all locked onto Yin Shuzhou as they drew their swords and charged forward. With foes in front and behind, Yin Shuzhou halted her advance, standing still. The sun illuminated her face, casting a divine golden glow upon her fair visage. "No, it's over." My wife, crying. "This is so tense. Damn, it's just a game, yet I inexplicably want to cry. With no escape in sight. Isn't this just like when Jiao was once vilified online? Damn, you've made me want to cry too." Indeed. Only Jiao's fans can understand this feeling. What to do? What to do? Sengu, hurry and save 99. Finally, we reached this scene. It's satisfying to witness. Still crying? You're all killing me with laughter. The cameraman couldn't help but reveal a hint of concern in his gaze. Yin Shuzhou quickly scanned her surroundings. At that moment, she was beside an artificial hill, with dense greenery ahead and flower beds behind, while people surrounded her on all sides. The only place she could hide was this artificial hill. But what good would hiding do? Once these people approached to search, it was only a matter of time before they found her. Yet, the approaching footsteps left her no time to ponder. Under the watchful eyes of the audience, the frail and helpless girl concealed herself within the artificial hill. Chapter 76. The Emperor's escape. The cameraman also wished to enter, yet the artificial hill was rather small. If he ventured inside and was spotted, it would inevitably reveal Yin Shuzhou's location. Recalling the gaze she had cast before entering, the cameraman hesitated and ultimately refrained from going in, choosing instead to stand before the hill and capture the scene. Should Yin Shuzhou be apprehended, the surrounding extras would certainly be aware and would bring her out, even if it meant executing her before the camera. The leading palace maid and the Imperial Guards arrived at the hill's edge almost simultaneously. The palace maid commanded, "Go in and seize her." The guards entered the hill to search, leaving the others waiting outside. The audience, deprived of any visual confirmation, found themselves in a state of torment, tension. Can the lady escape? It's unbearable not seeing anything. Sigh, the wait is excruciating. Though I know Jiao will surely be caught. I still hope for a miracle. 1. Bold thief. What do you intend to do with my wife? Sobbing, quickly, capture Yin Shuzhou. I'm dying of anxiety. I can't wait to see her eliminated. Damn, these haters are truly annoying. I'm already anxious, and they keep talking. Calm down. Brothers and sisters, don't argue with them. Time seemed to stretch, and although not much had passed, the audience felt as if an eternity had elapsed. A guard emerged from the artificial hill, causing the hearts of the viewers to leap into their throats. He shook his head, declaring, "We found no one." Palace maid. Cameraman. Audience. Am I seeing things? No, it's so tightly surrounded. How could they not find anyone? Goodness. Where could Jojo be hiding? Impressive. Ha ha. I knew my wife wouldn't be eliminated so quickly, hooray. Though I'm delighted. I'm also bewildered. I'm on the verge of tears, and you tell me there is no one found. This must be cheating. As a wave of confusion swept through the comments, the audience became aware of another crucial matter. Where did Jojo go? What do we watch now? Oh, right, cameraman. Hurry and find Jojo. I'm so curious about my wife's perspective. Cameraman. Director, let me explain, it's like this. That Yun Shujio, like a rabbit, burrowed away, and I lost track of her. Bitterly, the cameraman was indeed perplexed, as indicated by his constantly shifting camera angles. The individual had vanished. He was filming in vain. Yun Shujio was indeed within a cavern. Of course, this tunnel was not of her making. In truth, secret passages within the palace were quite commonplace. Having taken only a few steps into the artificial hill, Yun Shujio had already noticed an unusual spot. At that moment, she realized she had made the right bet. There was indeed a hidden passage. Consequently, when the royal guards pursued her, her companions had already vanished. The passage was shrouded in darkness, devoid of cameras, allowing Yun Shujio to feel considerably more at ease as she meandered forward, unhurried in her exit. She felt indifferent towards Chengxi's targeting. She neither harbored anger nor wished to ascertain whether Chengxi was indeed among the originally designated participants of Escape Quickly. After all, they were merely inconsequential figures. Furthermore, any targeting within the game posed no real threat to her. Yun Shujio even found Chengxi somewhat juvenile. As she continued along the passage, she suddenly heard footsteps echoing in the stillness. Pausing in place, she strained to listen. The sound emanated from ahead, and someone was approaching her direction. Who could it be? Yun Shujio was uncertain. Surely, the production team would not be so deranged as to send a troupe of actors through the passage just to capture her? She contemplated for a moment, remaining still, neither turning back nor advancing forward. Before long, the footsteps grew louder, indicating that the person was drawing nearer, and it sounded as if there were multiple individuals. An urgent gasp broke the silence, accompanied by low mutterings that were indistinct but seemed to express some form of cursing. Yun Shujio stood quietly in the darkness, making no sound, as if she had melded into the shadows. As the figure approached, she finally discerned the words being spoken. If I participate in another variety show, I might as well be a dog. This utterance, brimming with grievances, made it evident to her who it was, even if she couldn't recognize Su Xingyan's voice outright. The content of his words allowed her to surmise his identity. It must be said that Su Xingyan certainly possessed a knack for attracting the misfortune of variety shows. His previous experience on Escape Quickly had been fraught with calamity, and judging by his words now, it seemed he was once again the target of the production team. Is there any guest more unfortunate than me? I feel like I've been lying down for an entire day. I can hardly breathe. By the time that Eunuch releases me, the game will be over. Su Xingyan continued his tirade. In his live stream, his fans were both amused and exasperated. Xingshen's luck is simply extraordinary. This is hilarious. Lying flat all day with nowhere to go. If I were Xingshen, I would lose my mind too. An emperor. What a prestigious title. Oh, but a mute emperor who can't go outside? That's fine. Then, ha ha. I checked out a few other streams, not to comment on their situations. At least they can move around freely. Meanwhile, Yun Shujio has led Song Hao and Luo Rui astray. And those two are still foolishly searching for the whereabouts of the monk. Sounds intriguing. I'll go take a look. Why is this passage so long? When will it end? I just arrived. Is Xingshen an emperor? Where is this? Why is it so dark? The star god is indeed an emperor. A mute emperor, a puppet emperor, confined to lying on his own bed. Welcome to the Emperor's Escape Chronicles. Su Xingyan, while cursing, suddenly sensed something amiss. He took 2 steps back, his gaze fixed on the surrounding darkness, an unsettling feeling creeping over him as if something lurked within. Raising his arm, Su Xingyan intended to reach out, perhaps to uncover some vital clue. To his surprise, upon movement, the obscure entity in the darkness retreated a couple of steps. Is it a living creature? Goodness! In this pitch blackness, could it be a bat? A spider? A rat? No, that doesn't seem right. It feels rather tall. Su Xingyan quickly stepped back, his expression wary, ready to flee. Just then, a familiar soft female voice broke the silence. Star God. Su Xingyan froze. Yin Shuju? It is I. He widened his eyes. What are you doing here? The scene fell silent for 2 seconds before he heard her sigh. Her tone gentle. It's a long story. The audience was left in stunned silence. How could Yin Shuju be here? Su Xingyan's bewilderment was palpable. Could it be that she was aware of the star god traversing the secret passage and had intentionally sought to encounter him? Stay away from my brother, you wicked woman. Did I just witness a serendipitous meeting? How delightful. I remember. The water bucket. Haha. I eagerly anticipate their collaboration. Worried about the star god. Why is Yin Shuju everywhere? After Yin Shuju's segment lost its protagonist, the viewers dispersed to other live streams. At this moment, those arriving from Yin Shuju's side were even more astonished than those on Su Xingyan's side. What? Is Jojo here? My eyes are about to pop out. Wow, where is this? Did Jojo take a secret passage? For the viewers in this live stream, let me explain that Jojo did not intend to stumble upon your brother. She was fleeing from pursuers and ended up here. I knew my wife wouldn't perish. We haven't even kissed yet, shyly. For the time being, Su Xingyan refrained from inquiring what the long story entailed. After his initial shock, he regained his composure. Where are you headed? Shall we go together? I don't know. I escaped from that direction, she replied. If the star god is worried about being caught, we shouldn't proceed forward. Su Xingyan furrowed his brow. Are there any forks in the path you took? Yin Shuju asked. There are several. I was wandering aimlessly. Then let us retrace our steps. My sense of direction is decent. We can choose a safer path. Yin Shuju suggested. Su Xingyan had no objections. Having just escaped, he was unfamiliar with the outside situation. Accompanying Yin Shuju would also allow him to learn more about it. Although the guests were competing against one another, a brief collaboration was indeed necessary. Moreover, at present, it is Yin Shuju who should be concerned about her own safety while walking together. Thus, Su Xingyan felt no psychological burden. The two strolled and conversed. How did the star god end up here? She inquired. I came from the direction of the rockery. The Imperial guards were trying to capture me. And with nowhere to hide, I entered the rockery and unexpectedly discovered this secret passage. Yin Shuju briefly elucidated her reason for being in this location. Su Xingyan, surprised, asked, What misdeed have you committed? None. Then why do they want to apprehend you? Because the Empress wishes to capture me. Yin Shuju refrained from specifying that Changxi intended to seize her, instead attributing it to the Empress, thus clearly delineating the grievances between the game and reality. Oh. Su Xingyan nodded, sensing that she had not fully clarified the situation, yet grasping the essence of it in his heart. He refrained from further inquiries and shifted the conversation to himself. I escaped through a secret passage from my own quarters. It is like a labyrinth within. And I wandered for quite some time without finding an exit. Your own quarters? A secret passage? Yin Shuju subtly began to form a hypothesis. However, she refrained from directly addressing Su Xingyan's identity and instead asked, Star God, where are you headed? Su Xingyan was uncertain. He believed there could be no emperor more unfortunate than himself. The mission prompt merely stated that he was embroiled in a conspiracy that posed a threat to his life and advised discretion, leaving him bewildered. Initially, he was informed by a eunuch that his voice would recover in a couple of days, and there was no need for concern. He should simply rest in bed during this time. He had thought the eunuch was well-intentioned, but the next moment, the eunuch turned and loudly declared, His Majesty is unwell. No one is permitted to visit. You shall remain here at the entrance, not allowing even a single mosquito to enter, and those inside are also forbidden from leaving. Do you understand? Good heavens, upon hearing this, Su Xingyan felt something was amiss. How could he, as an emperor, be confined? Was this eunuch truly benevolent? Unfortunately, Su Xingyan's attempts to make sense of the situation were futile, as he was indeed unable to leave. For the better part of the day, he was compelled to stay within his chamber. When the eunuch entered, he could only lie in bed, feeling utterly frustrated. After much effort, Su Xingyan managed to reach the secret passage beneath the bed. The dignified ruler of a nation could only resort to crawling through the passage beneath the bed to venture outside. In his heart, he cursed the production team profusely. Where are you going? Anywhere, he replied to Yin Shuju. Uncertain of where the secret passage would lead, she decided to first explore it. The passage branched in numerous directions, and after discerning the cardinal points, Yin Shuju made several turns, with Su Xingyan trailing behind her. During this time, she informed him of the circumstances outside. Eunuch Chang barred anyone from entering to see the emperor, claiming that his majesty was resting. It seemed that Consort Yu sensed the emperor was in peril. She remarked that Eunuch Chang had become the de facto authority within the palace, with the imperial guards obeying his every command. The Empress Dowager asserted that Eunuch Chang was most loyal and trustworthy. Upon hearing this, Su Xingyan raised his eyebrows several times. Yun Shuju, you are quite remarkable. In such a brief span, you have uncovered so many clues. It was merely coincidence, came the reply. No need to be modest. I have long recognized your talent for games. After expressing his admiration, Su Xingyan analyzed the information. The Empress Dowager appears unaware of everything. She may be on the periphery. So we need not concern ourselves with her. As for Consort Yu, she seems to hold a deep affection for the Emperor and may possess channels for obtaining information. The Empress, she is a guest, is she not? Did you infer that? Star God? Came a soft, amused voice that was quite pleasing to hear. Indeed. The Empress is Miss Chengxi. Miss Chengxi? She is not well liked, yet she remains so courteous. Su Xingyan actually wished Yun Shuju would be less polite, however. He had begun to understand her nature, somewhat naive, always considering others, seemingly never harboring malice towards anyone. In the edited version of Hurry and Escape, Su Xingyan later watched it with his mother. Throughout the entirety, what struck him the most was the scene in the stairwell, where Lin Luo made a biting remark. And yet the girl gently responded, Sister Luo, be careful of the steps. His mother sighed beside him, saying, this girl is far too gentle. She appears easily bullied. Su Xingyan seldom found himself in agreement with his mother, yet in that moment, he felt she was utterly correct. Wasn't Yin Shuju too gentle? Naively treating the world with utmost kindness, oblivious to the fact that others would not reciprocate with truth, but would instead take advantage of her softness. Moreover, there was a phrase from Hurry and Escape that lingered in Su Xingyan's mind for quite some time. The way Yin Shuju addressed Zhong Sang as Brother Zhong. At that moment, Su Xingyan felt a hint of displeasure. Chapter 78. I like you. Observing Yun Shuju's bright and joyous eyes upon seeing Zhong Sang, he instantly comprehended why Zhong Sang dared to support Yin Shuju and speak up for her in such circumstances. Being friends with her would indeed evoke jealousy in others. At the very least, whether Su Xingyan admitted it or not, he felt a twinge of envy. His mother, with a curious expression, leaned in. Little Su, I've noticed some people shipping you too. What do you think? Su Xingyan glanced at her, not much. Yet, deep down, he too wished to be someone others envied. Su Xingyan had always lived freely, doing as he pleased. Thus, when Crossing the Week invited him, he readily accepted. He intended to get closer to Yin Shuju and discover whether being her friend was truly as delightful as it seemed. It appears Chengxi is not particularly fond of you, he suddenly remarked, as the girl stood nearby. Yun Shuju was momentarily taken aback, never anticipating that Su Xingyan would utter such words in her presence. However, placing herself in Su Xingyan's shoes, such a polite remark seemed somewhat justified. Her voice softened as she spoke, shrouded in darkness, where her expression remained obscured. Miss Chengxi does not seem to hold me in high regard. Does that sadden you? Su Xingyan inquired. She finds you unlikable, is irritated by you, and seeks to make things difficult for you. Does that trouble you? A bit, she replied. Whatever you do, she will never appreciate you, he stated. The barrage of comments flooded in. What does Xingxin mean? Can't you tell? He dislikes Yin Shujo and is intentionally trying to humiliate her. Goodness, his words are quite rude. What does Xing Shinsei have to do with you? I'm dying of laughter. Specially came to encounter Xing Shun, only for him to hit her where it hurts. Ha ha ha. Whatever you do, she will never like you. As expected from Xing Shin, he speaks the truth. A blind guess for Xing Shin's next line. Actually, I find you rather unpleasant too. The haters and Su Xingyan's devoted fans began to vociferate. Yun Shujo's supporters felt a surge of anger, yet knowing this was Su Xingyan's live stream, they remained silent. Fearing backlash, their hearts simmered with indignation. What was up with Su Xingyan? Was he intentionally trying to provoke Jiao? Chengxi's dislike was her own business. Who cared if she liked her or not? Despite the spectators' thoughts, the dialogue persisted. Yin Shujo found herself at a loss for words, falling silent. After a brief pause, she heard the man beside her clear his throat, adopting a nonchalant tone. She cannot see your merits. She has long held a prejudice against you. Whatever you do, she will never truly appreciate you, so do not let it trouble you. I actually think you are quite wonderful. I like you. A series of question marks slowly floated above Yun Shujo's head. What was Su Xingyan up to? The comments erupted, question mark. What the heck? Is Xing Shun confessing? No, please. He can't like this vile woman. Damn you, Yin Shujio. White Lotus. Green tea. Vixen. Haha, this is too amusing. Didn't he just say how much he disliked Jojo? Where did that go? I can almost hear the sound of slaps to the face. Is this the twist we were waiting for? Need I say more? Laughing so hard. Xingxin must truly detest Shujio to confess directly. Does your face hurt? How satisfying. Why did Xingxin suddenly confess? It's a bit strange. Unaware of the tempest he had stirred online, Su Xingyan continued. You see, while some may dislike you, there are those who do appreciate you. You need not be disheartened by the opinions of those who do not. So, it was meant as a consolation. Yin Shujio smiled faintly. Thank you, Xingxin, for your comforting words. The audience collectively exhaled in relief. It was not a confession, which was somewhat terrifying. Unexpectedly, Su Xingyan's next words stirred their hearts once more. I am not here to comfort you, Su Xingyan declared, elongating his tone deliberately, yet refraining from revealing his thoughts. Yin Shujio, though unhurried, sensed the audience's growing impatience. Please, can you not hasten to express your thoughts? Is it truly so difficult to convey a complete thought? Could it be that the star god wishes to confess his affection for Yin Shujio? Clearing his throat, he finally uttered, I like you. We consider ourselves friends, do we not? Yin Shujio, taken aback by his roundabout approach, found humor in his words. Of course. The star god had long been her friend. Initially, Su Xingyan felt a twinge of awkwardness, but upon hearing the girl's gentle voice, his heart blossomed with joy. Had she indeed regarded their bond as friendship? Did she admire him in such a way? Surely, he did not possess such remarkable qualities. Wait, something felt amiss. Su Xingyan furrowed his brow. Your demeanor towards Zhong Sang differs vastly from your treatment of me. And while you address him as Sangu, you consistently refer to me as Star God. Is the notion of friendship truly contingent upon titles? She probed. What would you prefer I call you? Star God. Su Xingyan remained silent. The barrage of comments answered for him. Su Gu. Without a doubt, Su Gu. Goodness, it feels like witnessing elementary school friendships in action. Why is the star god so awkward? After all that, he simply wishes to befriend her. As long as it's not affection, I'm relieved. I can now accept their friendship without trepidation. I, too, agree that friendship is preferable to affection for Yin Shujio. No, why should my brother be friends with her? Does she truly deserve it? I object. However, the audience's dissent bore little significance. It was Su Xingyan who proposed friendship, not Yin Shujio. Thus most of his fans felt unable to contest. Moreover, with a confession preceding the friendship, this outcome was already quite favorable. Su Xingyan remained silent. And as Yin Shujio prepared to inquire again, a sudden exchange of voices echoed from above. It seemed they had reached the lower part of a certain chamber. Is it confirmed that the emperor has been injured? A strange male voice inquired. It should be. Changji does not permit anyone to see him. The female voice was unmistakably that of the concubine Yu. Humph. A eunuch dares to disrupt the court. I shall undoubtedly see to his execution. General, how do you plan to exit the palace? I have my methods. Your Highness need not worry about His Majesty. On the day of the palace banquet, I shall lead the army to flatten the palace. That is reassuring. I hope His Majesty can endure until then. Their voices diminished and then faded away, as if they had departed. The ceiling of this secret passage was not high, and Yin Shujio attempted to rise on her tiptoes to push against it, but still fell short. Chapter 79. Am I considered reliable? Star God, could you perhaps attempt to push the top? There may be a way out, Yin Shujio inquired softly. I am uncertain. I do not know what I want you to shout, Su Xingyan replied. Feel free, just refrain from calling me Star God. That self-proclaimed general mentioned he had a means to exit the palace. Why are you not pursuing him and instead preoccupied with what to shout? Yin Shujio's lips twitched slightly. Very well, shall we attempt to leave now? The general claimed he possesses a way out, Yin Shujio reminded. Indeed. Su Xingyan rose, attempting to push the top, which, as expected, was loose. Light streamed into the dark passage, and Su Xingyan was the first to climb up. Above was a room, empty of occupants. In good spirits, he extended his hand into the passage. Grab hold of me. I shall bring you up. Yin Shujio looked up at him. She should have been resolute. Yet at that moment, for reasons unbeknownst to her, the visage of a man surfaced in her mind, his expression dark as he regarded Su Xingyan's outstretched hand. Before turning away, his face devoid of emotion as he looked at her. After a brief pause, Yin Shujio reached her hand up. Su Xingyan pulled her up. How is it? With a face that has been fervently praised by fans, do I not appear reliable, instilling a sense of security? A hint of pride flickered across Su Xingyan's handsome features. Yun Shujio nodded, a smile gracing her lips. Yes, thank you, Suga. She recalled his earlier words. Altering her form of address, Su Xingyan raised an eyebrow. The same term of endearment as Zhongsang? How rather displeasing. However, this was not the moment for such matters. He turned to retrieve his filming crew from the hole, and after completing this task, a sheen of sweat formed on his forehead. This accursed weather is unbearable. Just as the lead cameraman stood upright, footsteps echoed from outside the door. Yun Shujio surveyed the surroundings. She doubted there was sufficient space for 3 individuals to hide within the room. Out the window. Su Xingyan pushed open the window and leaped out. Yun Shujio followed suit. Upon landing, they were met with the astonished gazes of several palace maids. Yun Shujio. This window was hardly worth the jump. Was Su Xingyan not even going to check if anyone was outside? How reckless. The palace maids exchanged glances and admonished. Who are you? What are you doing in the residence of Consort Yu? Yun Shujio stepped back, revealing Su Xingyan's face. Yet, instead of fear, the maids reacted even more strongly. Who are you to impersonate His Majesty? He is indeed the Emperor. But impersonation? Yun Shujio felt a sense of familiarity with that phrase. Initially, she had been questioned about impersonating a high monk due to her hair. His Majesty cannot speak. Everyone knows you are the villain who just beckoned your accomplice to jump from the window. One of the palace maids cried. Summon help. There is an assassin. Yun Shujio turned to Su Xingyan. The mute emperor? Su Xingyan's countenance remained serene, as if he had already devised a strategy. His demeanor exuded confidence, and he bellowed, silence. The palace maid fell momentarily silent. Now run. Su Xingyan grasped Yun Shujio's sleeve and swiftly turned to flee. The maid, feeling humiliated, raised her voice even louder, seized them. Once again plunged into a frantic escape, Yun Shujio maintained a remarkable calm. As they rounded a corner, the cameraman, having received notification from the director, breathed a sigh of relief upon finally locating the protagonists. He then joined the trio in their hasty retreat. Upon exiting the palace of the consort, they discovered that the grounds were teeming with patrolling guards, seemingly engaged in a search. Split up. There's no way they can capture us all. All right. Yun Shujio and Su Xingyan parted ways. 3 minutes later, they found themselves apprehended, meeting again at the next intersection. Their gazes locked, Yun Shujio and Su Xingyan. The barrage of comments erupted. Is it 999, 999, 9999? Wife, you have returned. So hilarious. The cameraman has been running for so long. Finally spotted Shujio. I bet he is on the verge of tears of joy. Jojo and Shingad together? What have I missed? I've been in Shingad's live stream. Let me tell you what you missed. A secret passage confession, a dilemma over titles, hand-holding escape, a desperate flight, life and death together, dog emoji. Wait, is this for real? Help. Did my ship actually sail? Is it that explosive? The smile on my lips is sharp like scissors. Hee hee. Hey, can we not be so morbid here? Fake. Don't believe him. Shingad just wants to be friends with Yun Shujio. Question mark. Still want to watch, damn it. Ha ha ha. There's no way they could all be caught. I'm dying of laughter. Indeed, Shingad is not cut out for variety shows, laughs and cries. 1 second. Impossible to be captured. The next second. Reunited. Hi. Stop laughing. Ha ha ha. What should we do about this? Sugu. Yun Shujio sighed. Next time. Don't set me up. Su Xingyan felt equally helpless, recalling how he had recently asserted that teaming up with him was a source of safety. His face burned with embarrassment. Damn the production team. They're targeting me. The two were surrounded by a formidable cadre of Imperial guards, being escorted forward. Along the way, they encountered Song Hao and Luo Rue, who stood aside, their expressions a mix of surprise and confusion, utterly baffled as they witnessed the duo captured by so many guards. As Yun Shujio and Su Xingyan were led away, Song Hao murmured, "Are they attempting to assassinate the emperor?" The entire palace's guards were on the move, apprehending individuals. Luo Rue nodded in agreement, very likely. By the way, where is the high monk? Uncertain. Let us continue our search. Their elimination is, in fact, a fortuitous occurrence for us. Song Hao patted Luo Rue on the shoulder. Luo Rue gazed skyward, perplexed. He could not fathom why he felt that this eminent monk should not be so elusive. Yet, why were they unable to locate him? The two ambled in opposite directions, initiating a new plan to find the monk. In their live stream, the audience clamored vociferously, pleading not to be diverted from seeking the illustrious Yun Shujio. Alas, the duo remained oblivious. Meanwhile, Yun Shujio and Su Xingyan were escorted before the Grand Eunuch Chong. Su Xingyan, remembering his predicament, chose silence, adopting the role of a mute. Aware that being mistaken for the emperor might not lead to a swift demise, but rather an imminent execution. Grand Eunuch Chong loomed from an elevated position in the hall, coldly observing the two. His gaze first settled on Su Xingyan, then shifted to Yin Shujiao. After a prolonged moment, Chong commanded, "Close the doors." Chapter 80. Warning. Su Xingyan's eyelids fluttered. Closing the doors? Surely this did not presage murder? As the doors to the hall shut, the others exited, leaving Su Xingyan and Yin Shujiao bound and standing below. Compared to the outside, the vast hall felt considerably more chilling. Grand Eunuch Chang produced a dagger from his sleeve and approached them. "Your Majesty, how did you escape?" His tone was ambiguous. And why was he still in the company of this monk? A perilous atmosphere suddenly enveloped them. Su Xingyan's eyelids twitched. Had he been able to speak? He could have fabricated some excuse, yet now bound by his inability to articulate, he felt utterly helpless. How infuriating. "It seems I can perceive the resentment of the Star God towards the production team in his gaze. Ha ha ha, the Star God faces a tough situation. What shall we do now? It appears grim." Grand Eunuch Chong, wielding his knife, first approached Su Xingyan. Yin Shujiao tilted his head to observe him. In a flash, the ropes binding Su Xingyan were severed, the blade shattering into two pieces and clattering to the ground. Grand Eunuch Chang glanced down, remaining silent for a moment before feigning ignorance and turning his attention to Yin Shujiao. "Your Majesty, regardless of the circumstances, she cannot be allowed to remain by your side." Su Xingyan shook his head. "As long as the emperor agrees," Grand Eunuch Chang revealed a sinister smile. Which of his eyes discerned agreement? Su Xingyan boldly positioned himself directly in front of Yin Shujiao. "Does your Majesty intend to take matters into your own hands?" Grand Eunuch Chong retrieved another dagger from his sleeve and offered it to Su Xingyan. "Your Majesty, please." Su Xingyan thought, "Your reading comprehension must be exemplary." He turned and used the dagger to free Yin Shujiao from her bonds. "Your Majesty, swiftly eliminate her, and then I shall escort you back to your chambers." The eunuch, unaware of Su Xingyan's actions, maintained a beaming smile. Chang Ji was indeed perplexed. It was challenging to discern from his demeanor whether he harbored any ulterior motives. He captured Su Xingyan everywhere, yet instead of executing him, he merely returned him to his chamber. However, if one were to assert his loyalty, returning to the chamber was nothing short of a veiled imprisonment of Su Xingyan. The audience remained oblivious to the underlying nuances. Su Xingyan exchanged glances with Yin Shujiao. "You run, and I shall devise a plan to assist you. Do you intend to return with him?" There seems to be no alternative." "Do not fret. It is quite safe to return with him." Their dialogue was constrained, and the meaning conveyed through their eyes was limited. The eunuch Chong had approached. Su Xingyan assumed Yin Shujiao was simply offering him solace. With a firm resolve, he turned, pointing at Yin Shujiao, and then at the door, his expression resolute. Chong froze momentarily. "I know nothing." Yin Shujiao blinked. "I merely encountered His Majesty by chance. All your plans are unrelated to me, and my loyalty to the emperor is as evident as the sun and moon." Chong furrowed his brow, and the hall fell into silence. Will he agree? Uncertain. It feels like both of them are doomed. Chong is undoubtedly the quintessential villain in this drama. Haha, speaking of villains, I am reminded of Gao Jujiao. Haha, how amusing. A bit tense. Hee. Is Yin Shujiao preparing to abandon the Star God? Has his true nature been revealed? Haters were ubiquitous, and the audience had grown accustomed to ignoring them. After a while, Chang's gaze grew increasingly malevolent. Just when Yin Shujiao thought he might be executed, he relented. "Very well. Since His Majesty wishes to spare you, I, as a humble servant, shall not voice any dissent. Master, please proceed." Su Xingyan squinted, signaling Yin Shujiao to depart quickly. Disregarding him, "Your Majesty, we shall meet at the banquet in 2 days." Yin Shujiao smiled without a hint of distress. As she approached the threshold, a chilling voice echoed from behind. "Master, it is wise to tread carefully in speech and action. Refrain from uttering words that ought not be spoken or committing deeds that could lead to your demise." A warning, unreservedly explicit. The audience presumed this to be a caution against transgressing the rules. Yet, Yin Shujiao understood that this was a warning to keep Su Xingyan's circumstances undisclosed. She lowered her gaze and softly replied, "Rest assured, eunuch." With that, she opened the door and stepped outside. She contemplated that she had gleaned a substantial understanding of the shadows of this game. Just one more confirmation was needed before she could devise a solution. Are they parting so soon? The emperor gazed at the master's retreating figure. As she raised her hand to close the door, their eyes met in that fleeting moment. marking their final encounter. Haha, the atmosphere is so poignant. It cannot be the last meeting. They shall surely meet again. Neither will be eliminated. I wept. The time we spent together was shorter than the duration I spent in the restroom. Please, can we cease this conversation? All my intricate emotions dissipated with your words. After Yun Shujio safely departed, without hesitation, she immediately took a small path towards her destination. Moments later, in the palace of the Yu Empress, she exclaimed, "Master, have you seen His Majesty? How is he faring?" Yun Shujio replied calmly, "His Majesty is unable to speak at present and is in a weakened state, even coughing up blood as he moves." The Yu Empress's expression changed dramatically. "How can this be so severe? Did that eunuch do something? What shall we do?" "Your Highness," Yun Shujio said, "my abilities are limited. I fear I cannot save His Majesty. I regret disappointing you." "Master, is there truly no way?" The Yu Empress's demeanor darkened. "I have heard from the palace maids that you possess magical abilities. I implore you to save His Majesty." Yin Shujio pondered, recalling the maid beside her. Undoubtedly, it was Luo Rue. How amusing it was to think of him as a maid. Yin Shujio indeed possesses magical skills, she thought. But regarding magical abilities, it is all a misunderstanding. I am not a master. Yun Shujio recalled Luo Rue and fell silent, her tone sorrowful. "Your Highness, the magic I know is of a very lowly and rudimentary nature. His Majesty is the true dragon son of heaven, and matters concerning him cannot be approached with magic. It would disturb the destiny of the dynasty, which is a grave taboo." She spoke with such conviction, her countenance serious, that the Yu Empress had no reason to doubt her. How could this happen? The Yu Empress was devastated, staggering further inside, seemingly lost in her own world. Yun Shujio silently exited, having gleaned the answers she sought. The fact that the Yu Empress did not mention the general's affairs spoke volumes. Given the current situation, Eunuch Chong did not appear to be a villain. Su Xingyan was temporarily safe with him. In contrast, the greatest danger lay with the Yu Empress, who persistently probed the emperor's condition. Chapter 81. That fellow does not seem to be a good person. Hefty clouds obscured the gradually descending sunlight, and with the absence of the sun's rays, the air grew a few degrees cooler. The day's filming was nearing its conclusion. The program spanned 3 days, with filming to continue tomorrow. The guests could not reside here, and after 5 o'clock, they would need to depart. At this moment, it was 4:50. Watching the familiar figure leave the palace, Luo Rue's eyes widened. Yun Shujio? What is she doing in the Yu Empress's palace? What are you daydreaming about? A nearby maid scolded. Luo Rue, her eyes darting, inquired, "Sister, I believe I heard someone leave. Was it the Empress?" The palace maid was addressed as sister by him, and she couldn't help but momentarily lift the corners of her mouth, only to quickly suppress it. "Not your Highness, but Master." "Master?" Luo Rue was momentarily taken aback by this title, but he quickly regained his composure. Was it that esteemed monk? Indeed, Luo Rue was rendered speechless. Hadn't Yin Shujio just left? He couldn't possibly be mistaken. Esteemed monk? Yin Shujio? The revered Yin Shujio? Oh my goodness. Ha ha. Finally, Rue has realized. Rue, disdainful, lighting a cigarette, glaring, weeping, coughing up blood. Is Rue still warm? Is he feeling completely chilled? Well, after searching for so long, to say in front of Yin Shujio that the esteemed monk is, only to find out that Yin Shujio is indeed the esteemed monk. Ha! If I were him, I would be utterly bewildered. Luo Rue was indeed astonished. Yin Shujio was actually the esteemed monk they had been searching for all along? Was that even plausible? He couldn't help but recall that not long ago, Song Hao had mentioned to him that he had deceived Yin Shujio with 2 clues in the Imperial Garden and felt somewhat guilty about it. A few black lines appeared on his forehead. Deceiving Yin Shujio? It was clearly the other way around. They had been outsmarted by Yin Shujio. This wouldn't do. He had to inform Brother Song immediately. Luo Rue dropped the embroidery needle in his hand and was about to leave when the palace maid called out to him. "Where are you off to again? You have already gone missing several times today. Do not think that just because you possess this skill of blind embroidery, the princess will forgive you time and again." Luo Rue had no choice but to devise a way to distract the palace maid. Once he dashed out of the palace where the consort was located, he unexpectedly discovered Song Hao lurking nearby, waiting for him to emerge to exchange clues. "Brother Song." Luo Rue's eyes brightened, and he hurried over. Oh dear. Now Song Hao will know that Shujio is the esteemed monk as well. Is chaos about to ensue? Ha ha ha. Sorry, Jujio, I'm somewhat looking forward to this. These two have been on the wrong path for an entire day. They have finally reached the point of revelation. Luo Rui opened his mouth to share the truth he had just learned, but just as he was about to speak, the director's voice crackled through his earpiece. Time has reached 5 o'clock. The first day is over. All guests are to cease any communication related to the program and leave the venue with the staff. Tomorrow at 10 o'clock, Crossing the Week will officially air its second day. Do not be absent. Luo Rui's words lodged in his throat, his expression contorting in frustration. Damn it, could they not allow him to finish speaking? Song Hao approached, seemingly oblivious to his earlier words, and smiled. Finally off work. I'm completely exhausted. Seeing the other's naively cheerful demeanor, Luo Rui felt a surge of frustration rising within him. Do you have any idea what you just missed out on? How infuriating. Ha ha ha, help. I'm dying of laughter. Ha ha ha. I bet Luo Rui won't be able to sleep well tonight. Not only will he struggle to sleep. If I were him, I'd be unable to sleep at all. Indeed, a secret that one is eager to share. Lingering on the brink of revelation, yet forever silenced, is enough to drive one to distraction. I comprehend the torment of such a feeling. Why must it be suspended in this manner? I long to witness Teacher Song's reaction upon discovering the truth. There are two things in this world that can truly drive one mad, speaking only half the truth, and the preceding moments were so immersive that I find myself in a frenzy. Oh, could we possibly extend the broadcast by an hour? Xiao Rui, are you feeling unwell? Song Hao inquired, casting a puzzled glance at Luo Rui. Luo Rui forced a contorted smile. No, I'm perfectly fine. How disingenuous. Despite his discomfort, the program had concluded for the day, and discussing the matter privately with Song Hao would be against the rules. He had no intention of breaching the regulations. He simply felt overwhelmingly ill. The staff guided several guests away from the venue, and the live broadcast was terminated. Su Xingyan wished to treat everyone to a meal, leaving the others quite astonished, for he alone understood his true intentions. However, Yin Chuqing declined the offer, taking Yun Shuju along with her. This was due to a phone call from Yun Kangyi, requesting that he bring Yun Shuju back for dinner. Su Xingyan found himself at a loss, having initiated the conversation. He could hardly retract his words, and was left to dine with the others. Cheng Shi exhibited boundless enthusiasm, his smile unwavering. The guests divided into two groups as they departed. Before parting, Yin Chuqing noticed a peculiar phenomenon. Luo Rui kept glancing at her younger sister, time and again. The gaze was enigmatic, not quite adoration, yet it brimmed with unspoken words, a yearning to express thoughts that lingered unvoiced, rendering one sleepless. It was decidedly strange. She cautioned Yun Shuju, keep your distance from that Luo Rui. He does not seem to be of good character. Yun Shuju appeared somewhat surprised but refrained from arguing. Obediently responding, instantly, Yin Chuqing's eyes sparkled with amusement as she tousled her sister's silky hair. Unbeknownst to Luo Rui, who was suffocated by his own unexpressed frustrations, he had been inadvertently branded as untrustworthy by Yin Chuqing due to those fleeting glances. The driver from the Yun family arrived to escort Yin Shuju and her companion. As they sat in the car, Yin Shuju gazed dreamily out at the twilight, when a female voice interrupted. Should we rest at home tonight? Are you going to inform Jiang Yubai? Yun Shuju's eyes flickered as she turned her head toward Yin Chuqing. The latter, anticipating a response, was met with a gentle, "It should be communicated." Yun Shuju retrieved her phone, locating Jiang Yubai's WeChat, and while sending a message, she pondered why the female protagonist's feelings toward Jiang Yubai seemed less hostile than before. Why? Their relationship, though not that of bitter enemies, could hardly be described as amicable. Why did everyone's attitudes deviate from her expectations? The male protagonist, Yin Shujiu, recalled that Li Yin had mentioned the production team of Hua Ling wanted Su Lin to play the leading role. Although it seemed improbable, should the endeavor succeed, she would find herself in the same production as the male lead, prompting curiosity about what unforeseen events might transpire. The female lead bore no ill will towards her. Even the supporting male character appeared to harbor no animosity. But what of the male lead? Surely, the man whom she had once captivated could not also despise her. If that were the case, she might begin to question whether she had inadvertently acquired the female lead's script. How could a character as innocent as a White Lotus be so universally liked by all the protagonists? Such a notion seemed utterly implausible. Ding dong. The sound of her phone disrupted Yun Shujiu's contemplation. Looking down, she saw that Jiang Yubai had replied to her message. Chapter 82. They might all be Gu Cheng. I will be resting at the Yun residence tonight, spending time with my sister. Do not worry about me. This was the message she had sent. Jiang Yubai responded promptly. Okay. His reply was swift yet exceedingly brief. leading Yin Shuzhou to speculate that he must be preoccupied. In recent days, Yin Shuzhou had come to understand Jiang Yubai's background. He was the second son of the prestigious Jiang family, an undeniable commercial prodigy. Despite being 5 years younger than his elder brother, he had managed to secure a firm grip on the family's fortunes through his own ingenuity. It was said that he held more than 50% of the shares in the Jiang Group, granting him an unparalleled authority within the family. Moreover, he had established his own business empire, which, in a mere decade, was rapidly approaching the stature of the Jiang family, leaving those who once underestimated him utterly astonished. No one had anticipated that the second son of the Jiang family could achieve such remarkable success. However, in stark contrast to his unique status as a business magnate, his demeanor was notoriously peculiar and inscrutable within elite circles. Logically, with access to everything most people covet, he should be indulging in life as pleasures, either basking in arrogance or living carefree. Yet, when he presented himself in public, he often bore an expression of cold indifference, devoid of any smile. Although he mingled with other wealthy heirs, appearing to indulge in a life of debauchery, he merely observed those he associated with, abstaining from women, drugs, and gambling. He treated his business adversaries with ruthless tenacity, exhibiting a fierce resolve, akin to a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows, cold and merciless. Such a character should have long since transgressed legal boundaries and blurred moral standards. Yet, paradoxically, he was known to be a law-abiding citizen. These were insights shared by Yun Chuqing with Yin Shuzhou, who, upon reaching this point, couldn't help but chuckle at the irony. Jiang Yubai, a law-abiding citizen, how ludicrous. One had to wonder what moral compass he possessed. The rumors circulating within their circle were merely that, whispers to be taken lightly. Yin Shuzhou grasped the implications of Yin Chuqing's words. In ancient times, taking a life was a trivial matter for the powerful. No one faced repercussions. Nor was justification required. If one found another displeasing, the solution was simply to eliminate them. For someone who had traversed from the past to the present, valuing human life was indeed a challenge. Moreover, the individual in question was Jiang Yubai. Will he truly abide by the law? Is the female protagonist mocking Jiang Yubai? As Yin Shuzhou contemplated this in her heart, she refrained from voicing any opinions, merely responding with a noncommittal hum. Now, beneath the dim sky, ensconced within a car with its doors firmly shut, she advanced relentlessly, as if being inexorably drawn toward a predetermined fate. Gazing at the message from Jiang Yubai, she found herself momentarily lost in thought. Does Jiang Yubai now have an elder brother? Yin Shuzhou recalled that in the past, Jiang Yubai indeed had an elder brother, the eldest son of a general's household, who would feign a benevolent smile upon encountering her. He was 6 years her senior. Ancient, modern, 6 years. 5 years, a neatly arranged juxtaposition, as if the past were being replayed in the present. Albeit this time, Jiang Yubai had transformed from the one oppressed by an elder brother into the one who now exerts pressure. Reflecting on this, Yin Shuzhou's emotions became somewhat convoluted. Does she harbor feelings for Jiang Yubai? The answer is unequivocally no. In these recent days, her every action has been a delicate interplay of truth and artifice, a blend of sincerity and self-deception, all in an attempt to elude Jiang Yubai's discernment. Everything Jiang Yubai exhibited seemed to signify his genuine affection. However, Yin Shuzhou could not fathom what it was about herself that could possibly endear her to him. Until she resolves this conundrum, she believes she cannot possibly develop feelings for Jiang Yubai. Aside from her tenuous connection to the protagonists, she is merely a rather ordinary and somewhat pretentious supporting character, is she not? Memories of the past flickered through her mind, and she gently closed her eyes. Suppressing her absurd aspirations, she must remain vigilant towards Jiang Yubai, she reminded herself. One must maintain a degree of wariness towards everyone, for complete trust is a perilous luxury. They could all be Gu Cheng or Yun Jiamo, and she has no desire to revert to the former Yin Shuzhou. A light rain began to fall from the heavens, transforming the once blazing sunlit city into a dim and stifling atmosphere. From the heights of the skyscraper, the red glow of taillights mingled with the neon lights, painting a portrait of the city's rainy night. Just moments ago, the senior executives of the Jiang Corporation concluded a significant meeting. The atmosphere was tense. Each executive bore a solemn expression, not due to any challenges faced during the meeting, but because all eyes discreetly turned towards the man by the window. His silhouette was tall and imposing, reminiscent of an ancient nobleman, elegant and regal, yet there was an air of chilling detachment surrounding him. A potent blend that created an aura so formidable that merely glancing at him felt like an affront, fraught with dire consequences. Although the meeting had adjourned, the man remained, and they dared not leave. Jiang Yubai cast a languid glance out the window, then turned away, leaving the conference room without so much as a second glance at those inside. A collective sigh of relief escaped the room's occupants. Indeed, President Zhang's presence was utterly intimidating. The male secretary, Zheng Jun, took a couple of steps forward and, with a professional smile, addressed the group. The meeting has concluded. Please head home early as it is raining outside. Take care not to catch a cold. After speaking, Zhang Jun followed Jiang Yubai, vanishing from sight. The room fell silent for a brief 2 seconds, and once the others had departed, someone muttered, "A smiling tiger. What is there to catch a cold from in the middle of summer?" Zheng Jun's remark had been casual. He was indifferent to how others perceived him. Maintaining a distance of a couple of steps behind Jiang Yubai, he inquired, "Mr. Jiang, do you still need to return to handle documents?" Mr. Jiang called today, insisting that you must go home tonight. Oh. Jiang Yubai's expression remained unchanged as he headed toward the elevator, seemingly intent on returning home. Zheng Jun was taken aback. When had Mr. Jiang ever truly listened to the other party? What was going on today? Confused, he tentatively asked, "Mr. Jiang, are you going back? Does this mean I might not have to work overtime today?" Jiang Yubai pressed the elevator button and glanced back at Zheng Jun. His voice devoid of emotion. "Come drive me." "Drive?" Zheng Jun's eyes widened. Mr. Jiang genuinely intended to return? Goodness. It astonished him to his core. "Yes," he resignedly replied, following Jiang Yubai. As Jiang Yubai's most favored assistant, Zheng Jun not only aided him with official matters, but occasionally assisted with other tasks as well. Driving was a trivial matter, of course. Though he was reluctant to work overtime, the truth was that Jiang Yubai had always treated him exceptionally well. This job was one that others envied, and the compensation for overtime was ample. Despite his reluctance, assisting Jiang Yubai was, in itself, a source of envy for many. Chapter 83. Thank you for your affirmation. Ultimately, Zheng Jun was both proud and pleased. His complaints about working overtime in the office were often veiled boasts. After retrieving the car from the underground garage, he casually confirmed, "Mr. Jiang, we're heading to the Jiang residence, correct?" To his surprise, a languid voice replied from behind, "We are going to the Yun family." Zheng Jun was taken aback. "Where?" Mr. Jiang specifically requested the president to return home, didn't he? Is the president heading to the Yun family instead? Without needing to ponder, Zheng Jun understood that the president's visit to the Yun family must have something to do with Yun Shujiao. His curiosity was piqued, but he dared not inquire further. However, all sense of drowsiness vanished. He was eager to fly to the Yun family instantly to discover what the president needed from his wife. Could it be a quarrel? Oh, how delightful. How would the president meekly apologize? Zheng Jun maintained a serious demeanor while driving, fearful that a stray smile might betray his emotions. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yun Shujiao entered the house with Yun Chuqing, discovering that, aside from Yun Mo, the rest of the Yun family had gathered. On a familiar sofa sat a man with a sullen demeanor and a woman of gentle appearance, while Yun Si faced them, seemingly engaged in conversation. There was no need for such a scene. Humph. Yun Kangyi was quite displeased with his son for defending that woman who had appeared from nowhere. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Yun Shujiao entering, yet his words remained decidedly impolite. "You do have an entertainment company under your command. Are you unaware of the sordid lives these actors led? How many have they slept with, and you still choose to defend her? Let me be clear, unless I, Yun Kangyi, am dead, she shall never step foot in the Yun family home." Yun Si was oblivious to Yun Shujiao and the woman. He was incensed by Yun Kangyi's remarks, his face cold as ice, his gaze sharp. "I know exactly what kind of person she is. Father, what exactly do you intend to do today? What do you think?" "Of course, I plan to summon that woman to the Yun residence for a thorough humiliation. A filthy little insect, thinking she can climb into the Yun family? Does she think she is worthy? Just because she has shared your bed. She believes she has any connection to the Yun family?" Yun Si's expression plummeted. The gentlewoman interjected, urging, "Kangyi, do not speak so harshly. We can observe the girl gradually." Yun Kangyi scoffed, turning his gaze to Yun Shujiao with a look of scornful disdain. "Observe gradually? Very well. When she arrives, I shall see what kind of enchantment she has cast upon you three." It is one thing for Yun Chuqing to be deceived, but even the eldest and second eldest wish for her to join the Yun family. "Yun Kangyi," Yun Chuqing erupted with fury. "Having heard every word, can you not harbor such deep-seated prejudice? Just listen to yourself. Is this how a person should speak? For heaven's sake, use your brain. Do you think everyone is like you? with nothing but filthy thoughts occupying their minds? What did you say? Yun Kangyi roared in anger. After raising you for so many years, is this how you repay me, by calling me by my name and defying me? Yun Chuqing was so infuriated that she nearly laughed, a torrent of invectives bubbling within her. However, a soft hand grasped her arm. She turned to meet a pair of clear, bright eyes. The girl gently shook her head, signaling her not to confront their father on her behalf. Yun Chuqing felt even more frustrated, a flood of words ready to spill from her mind. But before she could speak, Yun Shujio stepped forward. The girl had not had time to change her clothes and was still dressed in a costume from the production team. As she walked, the hem of her garment flowed gracefully, exuding an ethereal quality, gentle yet dignified, entirely unlike the little insect described by Yun Kangyi. She politely bent at the waist and bowed, saying, "Good day, Mr. Yun. These past few days, Yun's elder brothers and sisters have extended their help to Shujio, for which I am immensely grateful." Yun Kangyi let out a series of cold, mocking laughs, retorting, "Grateful? Indeed, you should be. Their assistance is born out of pity for you, yet you still wish to take advantage of this opportunity to ingratiate yourself with the Yun family. Truly, you have a thick skin." The gentle woman tugged at Yun Kangyi, sensing that this girl did not resemble the person he described. She possesses a fair understanding of her children. If Yun Shuju truly harbored deep intentions of seeking favor among the powerful, then her 3 children would not be so fond of her, nor would they have consented to her presence in the Yun family. However, Yun Kangyi disregarded her. His gaze roamed over Yun Shuju with a scrutinizing intensity, as if brimming with countless critical and sarcastic remarks. Yun Shuju's eyelashes fluttered slightly, a look of discomfort flickering in her eyes, yet she maintained a gentle tone of apology. "I am sorry, Mr. Yun, for the trouble I have caused you. If you disapprove of me, I can leave immediately." "Leave? Who grants you permission to depart?" Yun Kangyi rose to his feet, his smile laced with cruelty. "I summoned you here today to ensure you understand that the Yun family is not one you can aspire to join." He then seized a glass from the table and, with a forceful smash, shattered it upon the ground, the shards scattering, reflecting minute sparks of light under the illumination. "If you can clean up these pieces with your own hands, I might consider allowing you to serve as a cleaner in our Yun household," he declared from his elevated stance. Yun Shuju stood in shock, her gaze fixed on the shards. "What are you waiting for? Did you not express a desire to join the Yun family? Are you not grateful for the Yun family's assistance? Clean it up." Yun Kangyi's voice rose higher with each word. "What are you standing there for? Are you pretending to be foolish? A materialistic woman who dreams of becoming a member of the Yun family. How absurd." "Enough." Yun Si suddenly interjected sharply. Rising from the sofa, without casting a glance at Yun Kangyi, he approached Yun Shuju, his eyes meeting hers, which glimmered with unshed tears, causing his heart to ache with a pang of pain, compassion, and anger. "Please do not be upset." Yun Si, at a loss for words amidst a tumult of emotions, clumsily offered her solace. "We all know you are not that kind of person. The Yun family does not hold any significance. If anyone is unworthy, it is the Yun family that does not deserve you." Yun Shuju, her eyes misty, gazed at Yun Si, who was filled with concern and suppressed fury. And after a moment's pause, softly replied, "Thank you for your affirmation." "Damn it!" Yun Chuqing exclaimed, pulling Yun Shuju into her embrace, both angered and amused. "Yun Kangyi, be silent. You are still entangled with your multitude of lovers. What audacity do you have to speak of Shujio? Do you truly believe yourself to be so esteemed? Were it not for our elder brother and second brother, the Yun family would scarcely stand against the other prominent families. It is laughable. We have maintained a facade of harmony out of respect for our mother, yet you genuinely believe your disgraceful actions have gone unnoticed? Reflect on yourself. In what way do you surpass Shujio? Is it by squandering the family legacy, or by maintaining a horde of wives who vie for your attention? Were it not for our mother being the sole daughter of the Hua family, you would not even be entitled to the Yun name among grandfather's sons. You are the most ineffectual." These words struck like thunder, rendering the room silent for several moments. The gentle woman lowered her head, a bittersweet expression crossing her features. Yun Kangyi was rendered speechless with rage. He pointed at Yun Chuqing, his chest heaving violently. Suddenly, he charged forward, raising his hand to strike her. Yun Shujo promptly pulled Yun Chuqing back a couple of steps. Yun Si seized his hand, his gaze as frigid as that directed at a stranger. "Chuqing is right. Do not take yourself too seriously, Yun Kangyi. Are you rebelling as well?" Yun Kangyi glared fiercely at his son. "What? Is this wretched woman exceptionally skilled in bed? Yun Si endured for a moment but could no longer restrain himself. He pushed Yun Kangyi with considerable force, sending him crashing into the sofa behind him. Sprawling to the ground, he let out a pained cry, his fury intensifying, wishing to murder Yun Si on the spot. Yet, he remained motionless on the floor, howling in agony. In the next moment, Hua Qing, who had been seated, rushed over anxiously. Kangyi, are you all right? Mom, Yun Chuqin shouted. Yet Hua Qing still knelt down to assist Yun Kangyi. The latter, with a sullen expression, irritably slapped her, exclaiming, "Look at the fine son and daughter you have raised." With a sharp crack, the sound echoed, leaving a red mark on the woman's face. Yun Kangyi's slap was unrestrained, causing Hua Qing's head to tilt away and her face to swell. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she quietly sobbed, remaining silent. Yun Si forcefully pulled her up, delivering a kick toward Yun Kangyi. Before he could react, Hua Qing cried out, "Don't hit your father." She lunged forward, forcing Yun Si to halt his actions. "Mom, you still protect her?" Yun Chuqin exclaimed, unable to find the words in her anger. Do you truly believe that just because you have grown wings, you can turn against me?" Yun Kangyi stood up from the ground, leisurely adjusting his clothes, his ominous gaze settling on Yun Shujio. "So, you are inciting the younger generation of the Yun family to rebel. I underestimated you. Come, clean up the shards of glass. Otherwise," he revealed a venomous smile. "If you wish to leave, they will surely protect you. I cannot control you, but this woman cannot escape. She must remain by my side. Whether I beat or humiliate her, aren't you grateful to her children? Surely, you wouldn't want to see her suffer, would you? Pick them up, lick the tiny shards clean, and serve me well tonight, and I shall spare her. What say you?" "Kangyi," Hua Qing exclaimed in disbelief, her eyes wide open. She never imagined that one day, Yun Kangyi would use her to threaten a stranger. Damn, Yun Si muttered under his breath, typically indifferent. He now felt an unbearable urge to rid the world of such scum. Yet, his mother continued to shield him. He clenched his fists, his face cold, and spoke in a deep voice, "Chuqin, keep a close watch on mother." Yun Chuqin understood his meaning. She stepped forward, gripping Hua Qing tightly. "Mom, what do you even see in this scoundrel? I reiterate, I advise you to divorce him. He is unworthy of you." Hua Qing watched in horror as Yun Si stepped forward, rolling up his sleeves as if to strike. A sense of panic overcame her, and she opened her mouth to intervene. But when her gaze fell upon the helpless girl standing nearby, she suddenly found herself at a loss for words. She could not allow this girl to suffer because of her. Yun Shujio stood alone, observing the farce unfold before her with a glimmer of cold disdain in her eyes. This Yun Song-yi was truly despicable. In front of Yun Mu's two children, he dared to utter words suggesting he could freely humiliate her in private. While Yun Mu wholeheartedly cared for him, he unleashed his wrath towards Yun Si, striking at Yun Mu instead. It was evident that he had frequently behaved in such a manner. Yet, did Yun Mu still harbor affection for him? Yun Shujio turned her gaze and met Hua Qing's eyes, which were filled with bitterness, sorrow, and profound despair. "Stop it. Yun Si, how dare you strike your father?" Over the years, Yun Song-yi had indulged himself to the point of neglecting any form of physical training and was no match for the vigorous Yun Si. Within moments, he found himself being overwhelmed and beaten, crying out in pain. "Yun Si, tomorrow, I will remove you from the family tree." "Yun Si, Hua Qing, it hurts. Hua Qing, how can you bear to let your son treat me this way? You will regret it. Don't you know how much I love you? If you do not help me, I will love another woman." Hua Qing could no longer contain herself, pleading, "Chuqin, let me go. That is your father. Please stop. Your father cannot endure this." Tears streamed down her face as she begged, "I implore you. Please, do not strike him." Yun Si continued to pummel with unrestrained fury, ignoring her pleas. Yun Chuqi held firm. "Mother, do not be foolish. Does he love you? When has he ever loved you? Can one truly love while inflicting pain? No. He loves me. I love him." Hua Qing collapsed to the ground, declaring, "I kneel before you. I beg you, please stop." Yun Chuqi was at a loss for words, gripping her mother to prevent her from kneeling. With no other option, Hua Qing gritted her teeth and shouted, "If you strike again, I will take my own life." Yun Si delivered one last kick to Yun Song-yi, stepping back and casting a cold, unfeeling glance at Hua Qing. Trembling, she broke down in tears. At this moment, Yun Song-yi bore numerous bruises. His once handsome face was now swollen and bloodied. He resembled an enraged lion, breathing heavily, filled with murderous intent. His gaze sweeping over Yun Si, Yun Chuqi, and Yun Shujiao before finally resting on Hua Qing. Come here. Hua Qing shuddered but still attempted to break free from Yun Chuqi's grasp, heeding his command. Just then, a soft voice interjected, "Do not approach, he will strike you." Hua Qing paused, instinctively looking towards the girl, who spoke earnestly, enunciating each word. "If loving him brings you pain, why not consider resolving all issues and cease your love?" Hua Qing was taken aback. The girl approached her, her eyes sparkling with an almost innocent encouragement. She reached out, gently brushing aside the disheveled strands of hair that obscured her face, her touch imbued with an exquisite tenderness. Every individual possesses the right to joy. If one is not happy, it is not necessarily one's fault. Perhaps it is the world that has erred? Chapter 85, Jiang Yubai. It is indeed the world that has erred, not you. Hua Qing stood in a daze, as something deep within her began to emerge, illuminating her abyss with a beam of light. Though it was but a small glimmer, it enveloped her in a long-forgotten warmth. "Am I not at fault?" she murmured in disbelief. Yun Shuqiao embraced her, her movements as gentle as if soothing an infant. "It is not your fault. No one is obliged to love a demon. And a demon itself cannot love anyone." Hua Qing harbored a secret unknown to all. The reason she defied her family's opposition and insisted on marrying Yun Kangyi was not due to a mere infatuation, but because that devil-like man had coerced her and recorded it on video. She found herself devoid of options, forced to numb her senses, convincing herself that she was a willing participant, that she loved Yun Kangyi. Those actions were merely a manifestation of their shared peculiarities, not sordid acts of violation. She was simultaneously compelled and desperately sought to persuade herself to love the perpetrator. She repeatedly told herself that it was because Yun Kangyi loved her that he would force her, not out of the influence of the Hua family's power. Everyone believed she was utterly enamored with Yun Kangyi, even the children thought so, utterly unaware of the immense effort and self-deception required for her to cultivate feelings for him. Now, hearing those unfamiliar words from this angelic girl, stating that no one is required to love a demon, and that perhaps the world is at fault for one's unhappiness, she felt herself on the verge of collapse. Hua Qing suddenly embraced the girl, bursting into tears. The nonsensical words of Yun Shuqiao, combined with Hua Qing's sudden emotional outburst, left Yun Si and Yun Shuqing momentarily stunned. Within the room, only the sound of Hua Qing's sobs and Yun Shuqiao's soft reassurances could be heard. Yun Kangyi recognized that the demon referred to by Yun Shuqiao was none other than himself. His face turned ashen with rage, his breath coming in heavy gasps, veins bulging on his forehead. What on earth did this woman intend? Was it not enough to stir discord within the Yun family? But now she aimed to alienate Hua Qing from him as well? What was she, an outsider, to interfere in the affairs of the Yun family? Yun Kangyi bellowed. "Yun Shuqiao, is it? If you utter one more nonsensical word, I swear the headlines tomorrow will announce your untimely demise. Do not think that just because you are associated with Yun Si, you can speak freely within the Yun family. Let me make it clear. The Yun family is under my command." Yun Shuqiao remained silent. "Not speaking, are you? Well, I will ensure you do not have it easy. Yun Si, you may not be aware, but half of your board members have dirt on them that I possess. If you continue to protect Yun Shuqiao today, do not blame your father for being merciless." Yun Si's gaze darkened, yet his stance before Yun Shuqiao remained unwavering. "Old scoundrel, shameless." Yun Shuqing spat. "What of being shameless? As long as one achieves their goals, that suffices. Initial Chi, you claim you shall no longer pretend. Then why must father continue his charade? Ha. You are merely a collection of worthless entities I can discard at any moment. Yet you dare to act arrogant before me." Yun Kangyi laughed heartily. Indeed, over the years, his authority in the Yun family's enterprises had diminished, yet he had never truly trusted his son. He had long prepared an escape route for himself, and today, the young master of the Wen family had come seeking him. The Wen family, after all, stands above the majority of noble families. What the eldest son of Wen could offer him would undoubtedly exceed what these wretched offspring possess. And all he needed to do was humiliate the unimpressive Yun Shuju to attain it. How simple a task. How splendid a reward. Yun Shuju was merely an ordinary person without any backing, let alone humiliating her. Even killing her would hardly be a challenge. The only surprise was that these few wretches, as if under some spell, were defending one another. Nevertheless, it mattered not. They were merely fools who fancied themselves capable of defying their father. As long as he awaited Wen Xiao's assistance, what did Yun Si matter? What did the Hua family signify? With this thought, Yun Kangyi's smile widened, his eyes gleaming with unwavering determination. Yun Si coldly regarded him. "Yun Kangyi, regardless of my actions, should you lay a hand on Jiao, You will pay an unimaginable price. Price? Yun Kangyi chuckled as if he had heard a jest. Do you think father is a mere 3-year-old? That you could frighten me? Enough with your prattle. Yun Shuju, whether for Hua Qing or for your dear brother Yun Si, you must understand what is expected of you. Yun Kangyi fixed his gaze upon Yun Shuju, asserting that he did not wish to harm anyone in their family. All he required was for this harlot to pay a trivial price for their family's harmony. Have you not yet decided how to proceed? Yun Shuju pressed her lips together, appearing at a loss. Yet within her heart, she was already calculating the possibility of evading the Yun family's bodyguards and stealthily eliminating this man. At that moment, a familiar male voice resonated from behind. How shall one proceed? The tone was laced with icy coldness and a piercing murderous intent that sent chills down one's spine. She turned in shock, and a tall man, striding into the Yun family's hall, was illuminated by the light. His visage was sculpted to perfection. Yet his gaze was chilling and menacing, leaving no doubt that he might kill in an instant. Jiang Yubai, Yun Shuju murmured silently. Yun Kangyi was equally startled, his eyes widening at the sight. Jiang, young Master Jiang? What brings you here? Is there a matter of business? If there is something, you need only call. How could I trouble you to come in person? He hurriedly donned a smiling facade, approaching the man while signaling to the others. Why are you all dawdling? Hurry and come here. This is young Master Jiang. His shift in demeanor was as dramatic as a change of face, prompting Yun Chuqing to laugh unabashedly. You truly exhibit an exquisite talent for bullying the weak while fearing the strong. However, it seems you have misjudged your target. Having offended Shu Jiao, what use is it to seek favor from Jiang Yubai? How absurd, to speak so recklessly in front of young Master Jiang. Yin Songyi cast a fierce glare at Yin Chuqi. At that moment, he approached Jiang Yubai, ready to utter flattering words. However, to his astonishment, Jiang Yubai extended his long leg and kicked him to the ground. Caught off guard, Yun Songyi stumbled back, crashing to the floor with a thud, his head striking the ground painfully. Young Master Jiang, what are you? Before he could finish, his collar was seized, and a strikingly handsome face loomed close, eyes glinting with a cold ferocity that rendered him immobile, even hesitant to struggle. Prostitute? Jiang Yubai asked coldly, each syllable heavy with disdain. Why, young Master Jiang? What's wrong? Yun Songyi stammered, sensing the shift in atmosphere. I was referring to you. I was talking about that Yun Shujiao. She is the... Before he could complete his sentence, his head was violently slammed into the ground, producing a dull thud. Jiang Yubai's expression darkened as he grasped Yun Songye's collar, forcefully striking his head against the floor without an ounce of mercy. The sounds of impact indicated a rage that bordered on murderous intent. Hua Qing stood frozen in shock, while Yun Si looked on with surprise, yet made no attempt to intervene. Yun Chuqi crossed her arms, observing the spectacle with a smirk that was both mocking and frigid. Only Yun Shujiao watched the scene unfold with a tumultuous heart. Her gaze shifted from Yun Songye's contorted face to Jiang Yubai. His lips were tightly pressed. Adorned with a watch worth millions and dressed in an expensive tailored suit, yet he seemed indifferent to his own stature, kneeling to punish the one who dared to offend her. The blinding overhead lights illuminated the hall as Yun Songye's cries echoed, and a secretary-like figure appeared at the entrance. Yet, this was of no concern to Yun Shujiao. She simply observed Jiang Yubai in silence. Regret began to creep into her heart for wanting Shu Jiao to come to the Yun family. She had only considered that the family's prestige could shield Shu Jiao from external filth, forgetting that within the Yun family, there were also corrupt elements. President Jiang. If you continue, he might die. Zheng Jun stepped forward to caution. Jiang Yubai appeared oblivious. Zheng Jun was merely offering his routine reminder to Jiang Yubai. How the latter chose to respond was beyond his purview. He retreated calmly, reflecting on how, after all these years, he was witnessing the first instance of someone provoking the president to the point of physical confrontation. With Jiang Yubai's prowess, it would have taken mere moments to deal with Yun Songyi. Yet, he chose this method of venting anger, punishing, and tormenting, each blow not fatal but sufficiently agonizing. It seemed that the lady was indeed a taboo that the president could not afford to touch. After a prolonged silence, no one dared to speak, save for the bloodied and battered Yun Kangyi, who uttered fragmented pleas for mercy. Young Master Jiang, I was wrong. I beg you, spare me. I shouldn't have spoken of Yun Shuju in that manner. You have ample means to punish me. Please let me go. Yet, Jiang Yubai remained unresponsive to his words. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of his head striking the ground resonated like a rhythmic bowing. Initially, Yun Chuqing watched with a sense of satisfaction, but soon, a chill crept into her heart. Indeed, Jiang Yubai was a madman. Did he perceive a human head as akin to a watermelon? Something to be shattered at will, allowing the crimson essence within to spill forth? At that moment, a soft and gentle voice broke through the chaos. Jiang Yubai, cease this. In stark contrast to Jiang Yubai's violent fury, this voice appeared fragile and inconsequential. Yet, this commanding tone halted the man in his tracks, causing him to lift his gaze. He actually paused. Hua Qing stared in astonishment at Yin Shuju. How could this girl command Jiang's attention? Yin Shuju stepped forward, crouching before Jiang Yubai, locking her gaze with his. Jiang Yubai, that is enough. Further violence will lead to dire consequences. Her lack of compassion for Yun Kangyi stemmed from a desire to prevent Jiang Yubai from committing murder. She recalled Yin Chuqing mentioning that Jiang Yubai was a law-abiding good man. Regardless of whether this was merely a fade, she wished to keep him untainted by bloodshed. The man's eyes resembled the ominous sky before a tempest, heavy and profound, as he regarded her and softly inquired, "You wish to spare him?" With a delicate blink. Yun Shuju's gaze fell upon Yun Kangyi, who had succumbed to unconsciousness, blood streaming from the back of his head, teetering on the brink of life and death. She withdrew her gaze, extending her arm, her loose blue sleeves cascading to reveal a slender, pale wrist. Jiang Yubai cast his eyes downward. That gentle hand grasped his. The motion tender, akin to her voice. "I merely wish to keep your hands clean," she murmured, despite the presence of a gravely injured man nearby at that moment. Yun Chuqing beheld the two and sensed an inexplicable atmosphere. The towering man possessed unparalleled strength. It was certain that even in the face of a lion, even if the end was nigh, even if death stood as his adversary, he would not retreat an inch. He was powerful and unrestrained. Yet, paradoxically, that slender girl's hand clasped around his fist rendered him immobile. Was it love? How could it not be? Yun Chuqing's gaze deepened with contemplation, initially intending to pull her sister away, but ultimately refrained. "Shuju," Jiang Yubai's voice remained calm. "He deserved that for speaking of you in such a way. I am not angry, yet I am furious." Jiang Yubai interrupted her, enunciating each word with deliberate clarity. "I wish to crush him into dust." Jiang Yubai, taking a life is wrong. Yin Shuju, drawing close to him, reflected his image in her beautiful eyes. She embraced him, leaning in to whisper softly, "At least it's inappropriate to commit murder in front of others." Jiang Yubai paused momentarily, then suddenly erupted into genuine laughter, a smile illuminating his features, even his eyes sparkling with mirth. "Shu Shu," he replied, holding her close, his voice equally hushed, as if sharing a secret meant solely for the two of them. "You are right. Matters should be resolved privately." Yet, Yin Shuju could not shake the chilling undertone of his words. Regardless, the fact that Jiang Yubai refrained from killing anyone on the spot today was, in itself, a positive outcome. Yun Si furrowed his brow, wishing to urge the man to release Jiao, but hesitated to voice his thoughts, instead fixating on Jiang Yubai's arm encircling Yin Shuju. In the heavy silence, it was Zheng Jun who broke the tension, smiling benignly. "Oh dear, Mr. Yun, how careless you are, encountering a robber on your way home and ending up in this state. But fret not, I've already called for an ambulance, so there's no need for concern." Hua Qing, Yun Si, and Yun Chuqing responded as if his words were utterly sincere. Was it truly appropriate to speak such things in front of them? Chapter 87. Mrs. Jiang. Jiang Yubai, with one arm wrapped around Yun Shuju's form, stood, his cold and piercing gaze sweeping across everyone in the hall. "Is this how your family treats Shu Shu?" Hua Qing quickly interjected, "Mr. Jiang, this is entirely my fault. It has nothing to do with them." "Nothing to do with them?" Jiang Yubai was unmoved by such distinctions. He understood well that it was Yin Chuqing who had brought Yin Shuju to the Yun household. Had he not arrived tonight, he could only imagine the torment Shu Shu would have endured. "What say you, Yin Chuqing?" This marked the second occasion Jiang Yubai had spoken to Yin Chuqing in recent years. The first had been when he sought her out to inquire about Yin Shuju's whereabouts. And now, the topic remained centered on her. Though Jiang Yubai and Yin Chuqing were both individuals from another era, he held no interest in her life or circumstances. His sole concern was for Shu Shu. "Indeed, it is my fault. I invited Shu Jiao to my home, but failed to protect her," Yin Chuqing admitted candidly. "Then you deserve to die," Jiang Yubai replied coldly, a smirk gracing his lips. "I will show no mercy to anyone who harms Shu Shu, regardless of any past connections." At this juncture, the atmosphere grew tense. Hua Qing felt a surge of anxiety, coupled with a twinge of fear towards this man. Yet, driven by maternal instinct, she stepped forward, struggling to find her voice. Mr. Jiang, what Chuqing did was indeed wrong. I take full responsibility for her upbringing. Let any punishment be directed at me instead. Hua Qing harbored no doubts about Jiang Yubai's ruthless nature. The Hua family was not an ignorant little clan. She was well aware of Jiang Yubai's existence and some of his notorious deeds. Her hands trembled with fear, yet she resolutely positioned herself in front of Yun Chuqing, shielding her with her frail arms. She understood that pleading for mercy would be futile and had no intention of asking for leniency. Instead, she merely expressed her willingness to bear the punishment on Yun Chuqing's behalf, hoping that Mr. Jiang would grant her this opportunity. Was Jiang Yubai the type to be moved by maternal affection? Clearly, he was not. His voice was chillingly indifferent. You wish to take the punishment on her behalf? Very well. Are you prepared to sacrifice the entire Hua family for this? Hua Qing froze, staring incredulously at the man before her. Yin Shujio tugged at Jiang Yubai's sleeve. But he continued, if you can afford such a price, I have no objection to you taking the punishment. Hua Qing bit her lip tightly, rendered speechless. Her family had nurtured her and provided her with the finest everything. Her parents had invested so many resources into the Yun family for her sake. How could she betray their kindness? Jiang Yubai, Yin Shujio raised her gaze. I am tired and wish to rest. Could you please refrain from making things difficult for them? You are indeed kind-hearted, never angry with anyone. Jiang Yubai shot her a sidelong glance. Let us go. Stop bullying them, she pleaded, her voice softening. Jiang Yubai seemed unable to withstand her charm. Jiang Yubai, please don't be upset. I am perfectly fine. Shall we return home? A blank expression crossed his face. And after a few seconds, he responded with a non-committal Zheng Jun, with a gleam in his eye, exclaimed, Madam, you are truly magnanimous. What do you all think? Madam, did this girl happen to be Mr. Jiang's wife? He was married. No wonder he was so gentle with someone named Yin Shujio. It all made sense. Hua Qing had no time for further contemplation. She quickly expressed her gratitude, saying, Yes, thank you, Mrs. Jiang, for your leniency. This time, Jiang Yubai's gaze towards her softened slightly. Without another word, he turned and lifted Yun Shujio into his arms, striding towards the exit. Did this signal a lack of further grievances? Hua Qing was perplexed, unaware that her simple utterance of Mrs. Jiang had prompted Jiang Yubai to spare her. Ultimately, Jiang Yubai's lack of resentment stemmed from Yun Shujio's desire for him to refrain from such actions. However, it must be said that the title Mrs. Jiang had indeed struck a chord within him. As Jiang Yubai exited, Zheng Jun remained behind, grinning as he announced, the ambulance will be arriving shortly. Wishing you all a pleasant evening. With that, he too departed. The remaining three stood in a thick atmosphere of bloodshed, contrasting sharply with his cheerful farewell. In the dimly lit room, a man sat smoking, the lights off, casually answering a phone call. What is it? Wen Xiao. It has come to my attention that Yun Kangyi has suffered severe injuries. According to the hospital, he has been preliminarily diagnosed with cerebral contusions and skull fractures, which may pose a life-threatening risk. Even if he miraculously survives, he is likely to face cognitive impairments or mobility issues in the future. Oh, Wen raised an eyebrow. Intrigued. Who is responsible for this? Jiang Yubai, perhaps? I am uncertain about that, but at the time, Jiang Yubai was accompanied only by Zheng Jun. This implies that Yun Kangyi merely humiliated Yun Shujio, and yet he retaliated with such brutality. Wen chuckled softly while those present felt a chill run down their spines. Too afraid to speak. I see. If it can be confirmed that Jiang Yubai was personally involved, do inform me. Wen hung up the phone, the smile at the corner of his mouth still lingering. The Yu family's downfall was complete, and what awaited Yu Ming was still unknown. Yun Kangyi was left in a precarious state. It is rather fascinating that Yun Shujio could compel Jiang Yubai to act on her behalf repeatedly. What to do? Wen took a drag from his cigarette, as the smoke curled around him, obscuring his features in the dim light, leaving only a sinister laughter echoing in the room. Jiang Yubai, I have uncovered your weakness. Yun Shujio and Jiang Yubai returned home, aware of his troubled mood. She proactively suggested, You haven't had dinner, have you? I'll go prepare something. As she made her way to the kitchen, Jiang Yubai suddenly grasped her arm. She turned back, her eyes still bright and clear despite the tumult of the previous night, as if the sordid words had never been uttered. Jiang Yubai tightened his grip on her hand, unwilling to let go. You haven't eaten either, have you? No. Are you hungry? Not particularly. Then there's no rush. He replied calmly. Let us have a conversation. Very well. They sat down, and Jiang Yubai poured her a glass of water. Observing her intently, hearing those remarks, didn't anger you at all? A little, but I'm all right. Yun Shujio responded earnestly. After all, I didn't know him before. So I want to take his words to heart. Shuju, he asked gently. May I inquire once more, are you truly not angry? Yin Shuju paused slightly. The depth of his dark eyes bore into hers, and even without coercion, infused with a hint of tenderness, she felt as though he could see right through her. Chapter 88, My Honor. She tightened her grip. All right, I am angry, indeed. Then why didn't you express it? Can't you share it with me? Zhang Yubai was unfazed by her response. Yin Shuju pressed her lips together. Shuju, he said earnestly, there is nothing you cannot share with me. If someone offends you, I will take care of it. If someone harms you, I will eliminate them. I have mentioned before, you need not wear a fade in front of me. Your dislikes and unhappiness can be voiced directly, as I will always unconditionally believe in you and support you. He concluded, I love you. Yun Shuju fell silent for a few seconds before softly asking, even if I am not the person you envision? Even if she is not particularly kind or innocent? Even if she harbors a vengeful spirit and is adept at exploiting the hearts of others? Upon hearing this, he suddenly chuckled, the weight in his brow lightening somewhat. Leaning back against the sofa, his long lashes casting shadows, he smirked at her. Shushu, in your heart, do you truly believe I know so little about you? Yun Shuju widened her eyes slightly. He toyed with a strand of her hair, wrapping it around his fingertip. Shushu, what do you think of my perception of you? You wouldn't presume that my affection for you stems from ignorance of your manipulative ways, would you? Do you think I would envision you as some innocent little bunny? If I must describe it, he mused, then you are merely a big bad wolf cloaked in sheep's clothing. It was the first time Yin Shujiu had heard herself described in such a manner. Shushu, I comprehend you far better than you might imagine. I hold no affection for rabbits, nor for wolves. My fondness lies solely with you. The man tilted his head, his gaze fixed upon her, unwavering, his eyes brimming with tenderness and affection. His flawless visage and slightly disheveled attire only added to his allure. He possessed a prestigious status, a visage favored by the divine, and an irresistible charm that captivated multitudes, yet it was only she to whom he revealed this gentle side. It was hard for anyone to resist such adoration, especially when it was a kind of affection that countless others yearned for in vain. It was undeniably enticing. This was equally true for Yun Shujiu. In fact, due to her own experiences, she craved this kind of attention even more than others. A mist clouded her eyes, but it vanished as she blinked. Her voice was soft and small. Then in the future, if anyone bullies me, I'll tell you, and you'll help chase them away, okay? It was somewhat childish. Zhang Yubai's Adam's apple bobbed, and then a carefree smile blossomed on his handsome face, as if he were affirming an obvious truth. Of course. It would be my honor. Yun Shujiu had never witnessed such a bright, unrestrained smile on Zhang Yubai. She tilted her head slightly and then stood up. Are there any ingredients at home? I want to cook for you. This time, she expressed her intent with I want to cook for you, as opposed to the earlier I will cook for you. Zhang Yubai, who had initially intended to rise, paused momentarily, responding with a low, affirmative hum. Shushu was already quite fatigued today. He had not planned for her to cook. But who could refuse her earnest wish to do so? He had never tasted a meal prepared by Shushu. A glimmer of joy and anticipation danced in Zhang Yubai's dark eyes as he grasped Yun Shujiu's hand, and with a smile, he said, amidst her puzzled gaze, there are no ingredients at home. I had Jing Jun bring some over. Yun Shujiu paused, illuminating her phone to check the time. It was 9 o'clock. At this hour, Zheng Jun had likely just returned home. How charming, she thought. The happiness of the CEO was beyond her comprehension. Surely, one could simply place an order online. Why must Zheng Jun deliver it? She pondered this thought without voicing her inquiries, yet Jiang Yubai seemed to perceive her confusion and replied nonchalantly, Zheng Jun is rather free. Yun Shujiu acquiesced. Jiang Yubai sent a message to Zheng Jun, and during the wait, Yun Shujiu returned to her seat and engaged in conversation with Jiang Yubai. Do you truly not wish for my assistance regarding the previous matter? Jiang Yubai uttered a couple of words. Gu Qing. Yun Shujiu lowered her gaze. No need. I prefer to handle it myself. All right. Zhang Yubai did not dwell on it further. At that moment, he remained unaware that the Yun Shujiu of the past was indeed the same as the current one. He assumed she had merely traversed into the body of a celebrity and was oblivious to the fact that the person once mired in controversy was also the one he cherished deeply. Had he been aware of this truth, his composure would have faltered, and even if Yun Shujiu insisted on managing her affairs independently, he would have been unable to restrain himself from confronting Gu Cheng. In other words, his ability to remain patient thus far stemmed from two factors. Firstly, Yin Shujiu had explicitly expressed her desire for him not to interfere in her matters. Secondly, Gu Cheng had not caused any harm to the current Yin Shujiu. Additionally, he was willing to indulge her in her quest to alter others' destinies, hoping to see her rise from despair to brilliance. In Jiang Yubai's heart, the scandalous tales surrounding Yin Shujiu were of no consequence and bore no relation to his beloved Shushu. Thus, he remained unperturbed. However, should anyone attempt to harm the present Shushu, he would not hesitate to act. For instance, Yu Ming. How Yu Ming chose to treat the former Yin Shujiu was of no concern to Jiang Yubai, but if he dared to plot against Shushu, Jiang Yubai would ensure he faced the consequences. I watched some of your variety show today, Jiang Yubai suddenly remarked. You seem quite close to that Su Shunian. This time, Yin Shujiu did not expend effort on other topics and replied simply and directly, I do not like him. I like you. Jiang Yubai felt his heart quicken. Though he concealed it beneath a calm facade, he playfully pinched the girl's fair cheek, feigning ferocity. Are you attempting to deceive me? I am not deceiving you. Yin Shujiu asserted. I like you. A smile danced in Jiang Yubai's eyes. Shushu, you must uphold your words, or else dire consequences may ensue. Yin Shujiu sighed inwardly. Here it comes again, his words, laced with mirth yet veiling a sinister edge. Indeed, even if this fellow professed to genuinely love someone, he could not be regarded as harmless. Did you hear that? He pressed. She had no choice but to acquiesce. Jiang Yubai was satisfied. Do not return to the Yun residence from now on. Stay with me instead. Yin Shujiu chuckled. Am I simply to enjoy your hospitality for free? Jiang Yubai raised an eyebrow. If that troubles you, I could transfer ownership of this apartment to you one day. How does that sound? Yin Shujiu was left speechless. Chapter 89. Then let it be death thus. Late at night, Zheng Jun, bearing a bag of vegetables, rang the doorbell of the president's residence with a face full of grievances. Yet, the moment the door swung open, he displayed a radiant smile unique to diligent workers. Good evening, President. Jiang Yubai turned and closed the door behind him. Zheng Jun. His lips twitched, but he ultimately dared not reveal a hint of dissatisfaction. As he followed Jiang Yubai inside, upon catching sight of Yin Shujiu, Zheng Jun's smile became significantly more genuine. Good evening, madam. Yin Shujiu responded with a gentle smile. Hello, just call me Shujiu. Oh my, the madam is truly approachable. This is a stark contrast to President Jiang. Zheng Jun mused with curiosity, pondering whether the president favored such polite and charming little rabbits. His smile widened even further until it met the cold gaze of the man behind Yin Shujiu. All right. Zheng Jun stiffened slightly, reining in his wandering thoughts. Madam. Yin Shujiu pursed her lips in resignation. She had not yet married and was already being addressed as madam. Jiang Yubai's subordinate was rather overly perceptive to the situation. Taking the bag of vegetables, she entered the kitchen. After watching her go in, Jiang Yubai turned, his voice now several degrees cooler. Speak. Zheng Jun retracted his smile and replied seriously, President, the attending physician of Yun Kangyi has contacted the Wen family. Jiang Yubai narrowed his eyes. The Wen family? They hold no close ties with the Yun family, do they? Are they prying into Yun Kangyi's condition? Does someone from the Wen family have their sights set on him? Meanwhile, within the Yun household, as the wife, son, and daughter of the injured, Yin Chuqin, none of the three accompanied Yun Kangyi to the hospital. The hall remained brightly lit as the three sat together. Mother, I believe we need to have an earnest discussion, Yin Chuqin stated candidly. After tonight's events, do you still not see Yun Kangyi's true colors? What is it that you like about him? Hua Qing's expression was complex. Chuqin, she opened her mouth, unsure of how to respond. Mother, Yin Xi's expression was frigid, devoid of emotion. Let us get a divorce. Everything that transpired tonight filled him with immeasurable anger. It was not only Yun Kangyi's insults towards Yin Shujiu, but also his mother's stubbornness, his own helplessness, and Jiang Yubai. Jiang Yubai could protect her without a care. While he recalled the tremulous look in Yin Shujiu's eyes, and his heart felt both bitter and sour, he was unsure of what was happening within him. He only knew that he did not wish to witness this scene. He felt both jealousy and rage. Clearly, someone was safeguarding his sister, a reason for joy. Yet why did it feel so unbearable? Why? Yun Si did not have the answers. An unnamed fury and helplessness filled his heart, leaving him yearning to unleash a tempest of emotion. However, he is also reserved, which transforms these negative emotions into a palpable tension, rendering the conversations of the two individuals beside him quieter. At this moment, Asihua Qing feels a profound discomfort. She calls out her son's name, but finds herself at a loss for words. What could she possibly say? To admit that she has shamefully forced herself to fall in love with a rapist? To declare that Amr is a vile product of sin, while she, as a victim, bore him 2 children afterwards? It is remarkably easy for a person to be tainted by filth, yet nearly impossible to cleanse oneself of it. She is no longer the esteemed young lady of the Hua family. Mother, this is not a discussion. That man will likely end up dead or incapacitated. In the future, I will take charge of the Yun family. If you wish to remain by his side, then you may as well move to the hospital. Yun Si's eyes reflected a cold indifference. Please do not be angry, Hua Qing said, her heart heavy with unspoken sorrow. Mother. Yun Chuki recalled her sister's peculiar words. Do you have any grievances? If you do, you may share them with us. Hua Qing hastily shook her head. Such matters must remain hidden from the children, regardless of the circumstances. Yet, Mrs. Jiang, that young girl, is indeed perceptive, within such a short span. She has discerned the underlying turmoil. Given this, mother, please heed second brother's advice and consider divorce. Do not stubbornly cling to someone who does not love you. Yun Chuki implored, gazing earnestly into her mother's eyes. Mother knows you all mean well for me, and I shall contemplate it, Hua Qing replied, her tone more solemn than ever before. Indeed, mother, I hope you are not merely placating us. Yun Chuki embraced her mother. The 3 of us will always stand by your side. Hua Qing felt a lump in her throat, nearly succumbing to tears. Aunt Zhang prepared the meal earlier, and it is likely cold by now. I will go warm it up. Let us eat. She rose, concealing her tears, and left. The remaining 2 did not attempt to stop her. Once she had departed, Yun Chuki stretched her long legs and turned to Yun Si. Second brother. Given Yun Kangye's character, he must have numerous illegitimate children out there. We must eliminate them. The Yun family must remain within our control. Of course. Yun Si responded impassively. I will commence preparations tomorrow. Humph. Yun Shujio scoffed softly. Jiang Yubai has orchestrated this splendidly. Once the shareholders learn that Jiang Yubai dealt with Yun Kangye, they will likely be too terrified to show their faces. This presents a splendid opportunity to seize power within the Yun family. Yun Si showed no reaction to his sister's words. He stood and walked towards the door. As Yun Chuki quietly observed him, she inquired just as he was about to exit, should we inform eldest brother? Do as you wish, Yun Si replied with indifference. Stepping out of the Yun family villa. Do as I wish? Yun Chuki mused slowly. Yet, at that moment, her thoughts were not on Yun Mo, but rather on Yun Kangye's scornful remarks towards Yun Shujio and the deeds he had committed over the years. As she pondered, a thin veil of frost seemed to settle upon her exquisite visage. At that moment, she merely contemplated how the brilliance of the Yun family could shield Shu Jin from undue scrutiny. Her desire to remain with Shu Jin led her to bring him to the Yun household. Yet, she overlooked the fact that the Yun family was not a bastion of virtue. In truth, few among such affluent families embody integrity. Beneath their polished exteriors lies a decay that has long since taken root. Yun Chuqin believed that Yun Kangye would remain indifferent to the addition of another member to the family, only to be met with vehement opposition instead. Holding substantial power, Yun Kangye's willingness to maintain a facade of harmony for the sake of her mother and herself was naive. She could not have anticipated the depths of his depravity that would provoke such remarks. Such a man likely harbored malice towards her mother behind closed doors. How absurd to expect Shu Jin to serve him. Yun Chuqin crushed the already shattered pieces beneath her foot, her eyes glinting with cold resolve. If that is the case, then let him perish. Chapter 90. The angel's embrace this night was restless for everyone in the Yun family, except for Yun Mo. Yun Kangye lay in a coma. Uncertain of his fate, Yun Mo had not returned home. Yun Si employed his subordinates to investigate Yun Kangye's illegitimate child overnight. And Yun Chuqin plotted for her father to slumber in the hospital indefinitely. Meanwhile, Hua Qing also found herself unable to sleep. With her husband, whom she had known for so many years, lying in the hospital, she should have been filled with worry. Yet, as she lay in bed, her thoughts were consumed by the words of that angelic girl. If loving him brings you pain, why not attempt to resolve all issues and cease the love? Everyone has the right to happiness. If one is unhappy, it may not necessarily be their fault. Perhaps the world itself is at fault. No one is obliged to fall in love with a demon. These few poignant sentences echoed in her mind throughout the tumultuous night. The suffering she had endured over the years, the beatings she had withstood, and the misunderstanding in her parents' eyes flashed before her, ultimately culminating in the embrace of the angel that lingered deep within her heart. It was truly warm, and she felt an overwhelming urge to weep. Hua Qing bit her lip, yet tears streamed down her cheeks. She began with soft sobs that escalated into loud cries, her pillow drenched and her face soaked with tears. In this moment of anguish, Hua Qing too felt pain. However, more profoundly, she experienced a unique sensation akin to a great weight being gently lifted from her heart. Hua Qing was proud yet fragile. She feared revealing her vulnerable side to others, apprehensive of their judgmental gazes. Yet, on this night, at this very moment, her fears seemed to dissipate. Perhaps, she truly need not force herself to love a demon. Isn't that so? It should be said that her affection was merely a facade. She had never truly loved. Hua Qing recalled the gentle embrace of the angel who had held her, the soothing words spoken, and the fervent beating of her heart that had glimpsed warmth and light. It is truly challenging for one who has witnessed such illumination to accept darkness again, even if the outcome might plunge her into a more dismal fate. She no longer wished to linger in the mire. Hua Qing wept for an extended time before dialing a number with her dampened fingers. Hello, Mother. I wish to divorce. I want Yun Kengi to pay the price. Even if unforeseen circumstances arose during this process, resulting in the exposure of those videos, she was prepared to face the consequences. Furthermore, Hua Qing understood that the present moment was opportune, that individual had now lost consciousness, allowing her the freedom to act. A quarrel? No. Listening to her mother's confused yet concerned voice, she softly stated, "This marriage has been devoid of love from the very beginning." For the one who had been ensnared had finally mustered the courage to reveal the truth of that fateful year. The popularity of Crossing the Week was considerable. Within just a day of its premiere, it had already topped several trending lists. Logically, such a variety show should not be filmed day by day, as it could reveal clues that the guests might see discussed online, thus uncovering information they were unaware of. However, the allure of Crossing the Week lay precisely in this. Although it was purportedly designed for the guests to explore clues independently, the clues provided each day were inherently limited. Moreover, even if the guests became aware of the entire storyline, it did not guarantee the completion of their tasks. Longtime viewers of the show understood that the first day would rarely yield any crucial items, serving only to allow the guests to explore background narratives. Most importantly, for the guests, the variety show was a platform for them to garner popularity through their performances, rather than a rigorous quest to decipher enigmas or fulfill tasks. For the production team, their focus was on ratings and reputation. Years of experience in program production had equipped them with the knowledge of how to maximize audience anticipation and enthusiasm. Each day concluded with puzzles, suspense, or the actions of a particular guest, all of which became fodder for audience discussion and attracted more viewers to subsequent live broadcasts. Thus, both the guests and the production team emerged as winners. Perhaps the only regret lay with those viewers yearning for genuine puzzle-solving and escape-themed variety shows. Yet, with every gain comes a sacrifice. It is impossible for a single variety show to satisfy all audiences. In summary, the characters featured in this episode were either highly renowned or somewhat controversial, resulting in a noticeable increase in viewership compared to previous episodes. And this was merely the first day. The ratings would undoubtedly rise over the following 2 days. It is easy to envision the substantial profits that the subsequent editing of the footage would yield. Remarkably, the standout surprise for the production team was Yin Shujio. In just 1 day, she had already generated trending topics such as High Monk's Nemesis and Palace Tour Guide. These topics not only generated considerable traffic for her, but also slightly increased the visibility of several other guests, such as the duo Song Luo, who were fervently searching for a high monk, experiencing a minor surge in their barrage. Most importantly, it contributed to the program's popularity. The production team had not anticipated Yun Shujio's remarkable flair for variety shows. The most significant pitfall in such programs is the tendency toward monotony and rigidity. Yet Yun Shujio excelled. This immediately prompted the planning team to decide to include more footage of her in the subsequent editing of the videos. Aside from Yun Shujio, others also gained some degree of topicality, with Yun Shuqin's unit character trending on 3 hot searches, as well as Su Xingyan's Mute Emperor and Cheng Shi's pursuit of Yun Shujio, among others. Among the multitude of discussions, the most scrutinized by both fans and detractors alike were the grievances between Yun Shujio and Cheng Shi, alongside some controversial rumors surrounding her. For instance, she was accused of being overly dramatic and frequently taking breaks, of deceiving Song Hao and showing disrespect towards her seniors, of being overly familiar with the terrain as if she had prior knowledge of the map, of abandoning the Xingshun to escape, exhibiting selfishness, and even claims that she sought to seduce Luo Rue. Detractors can seize upon even the most trivial of gestures to tarnish an individual's reputation, while fans often find it challenging to clarify the situation. This difficulty arises from the unpredictable angles from which detractors might launch their attacks. And it is impossible to counter each disparaging post, as there will always be misled bystanders. Nevertheless, there is no denying that Yoon Shujio has a devoted fan base. Her supporters, officially named Shuz, bear a name that seems destined. The Shuz fervently defended her, and although detractors continued to dominate the Weibo comment section amidst the barrage of insults, there would invariably be voices advocating for Yoon Shujio, a stark contrast to the past when the comments were overwhelmingly filled with derogatory remarks. Her fan club swiftly organized efforts for damage control and promotion. Lian had anticipated all this, responding with professionalism and assertiveness. Had it not been for Yoon Kang's incident, Yoon Shujio would have been the most unoccupied participant that evening. Chapter 91. Planning regardless of the opinions, the fervor had been ignited. Yoon Shujio once again demonstrated her worth. However, she could no longer continue participating in this variety show. At 9 o'clock, news of Yoon Kang's serious injury and hospitalization caused a significant uproar online. And as his daughters, Yoon Chuchin and Yoon Shujio could not possibly remain in the show during such a critical time. The Yoon family could afford the breach of contract fees, and given the circumstances of their father's injury and hospitalization, the production team could not insist on their continued participation. That evening, the official account of Crossing the Week announced the duo's withdrawal from the show due to unforeseen circumstances. Lian promptly reached out to Yoon Chuchin to ascertain the situation and issued a statement. While fans felt regretful, they also understood the necessity of the decision. Lamenting the lost opportunity, especially for the Shuz, they believed that had Yoon Shujio completed this variety show, she would undoubtedly have garnered a larger fan base. Yoon Chuchin and Yoon Shujio have both shared the official Weibo post of Crossing the Show, expressing their regret at withdrawing from the program and reassuring their fans not to worry. However, this withdrawal is merely a fade, given that their father is hospitalized. It would be utterly inconceivable to continue participating in a variety show, as it would attract scornful criticism. The true circumstances need not be elaborated, for neither of the two harbors any concern for Yoon Kang, and in fact, both secretly entertain thoughts of his demise. Yoon Shujio feels a sense of loss, as she finds the show quite intriguing and is on the verge of uncovering the entire truth. The eunuch is not a villain, on the contrary. He is genuinely loyal to the emperor. The emperor, unaware of who has poisoned him, is gravely ill, and to conceal this matter, the eunuch feigns the imprisonment of the emperor, thus diverting all scrutiny towards himself. His considerable authority within the palace, commanding even the imperial guards, is not born from aspirations of usurpation, but rather from the emperor's trust in him, which has granted him such power. The Empress Dowager and other figures in the palace are not of paramount importance. It is the Yufei who truly matters. She pretends to petition the empress not to monopolize the emperor, yet her true aim is to glean specific information about the emperor's condition. For it is highly likely that she is the one who poisoned him. From her conversation with the general, it becomes evident that on the day of the palace banquet, the general intends to lead his army to storm the palace, assassinate the emperor, and seize the throne. His claims of rescuing the emperor are nothing more than lies to prevent eavesdropping. Otherwise, he would not have spoken of razing the palace. This revelation reinforces Yoon Shujio's certainty that Yufei does not genuinely care for the emperor as she professes. With this clarity, Yoon Shujio only needs to align herself appropriately, determining her allegiance based on the clues and hints provided by the production team the following day. However, it is now impossible for her to participate in the next episode. Most regretful for Yoon Shujio is the substantial remuneration for this episode of the variety show. Alas, due to breach of contract, she cannot partake fully, resulting in not only the loss of payment, but also the obligation to pay a penalty. Yet, this is an unavoidable circumstance. Continuing participation would undoubtedly lead to scandal and significantly impact her future prospects. Yoon Shujio shared a relatively pleasant dinner with Jeong Yubai. Perhaps due to Jeong Yubai's demeanor that evening, she felt an unprecedented sense of security in his presence, despite her awareness of the inherent danger he embodies. Upon returning to her room, rather than immediately succumbing to sleep, she reflected on her recent itinerary. She yearned to meet Gu Chung, as the events of that time would likely leave no traceable evidence. Only by coaxing Gu Chung to divulge the truth in her own words and utilizing the system's provided body camera to capture this moment could she expose the reality of the situation. However, due to past events, Their means of communication had long been erased. Yun Shujiu had attempted to contact Gu Cheng using another's phone, only to find that Gu Cheng had changed her number, resulting in yet another fruitless endeavor. Yun Shujiu long suspected that Gu Cheng would prefer not to see her, especially now that she had regained some notoriety. She was more skilled at lurking in the shadows, employing individuals like Wei Xuedan to create troubles for her. Additionally, Yun Shujiu had heard the news of the Yu family's bankruptcy. She could not ascertain whether it was the work of the Yun family or Jiang Yubai. But it was certain that regardless of who was responsible, her debt of gratitude was growing ever heavier. Whether it was towards Yun Chuqing, Yun Si, or Jiang Yubai, Yun Shujiu had an aversion to being indebted to others, yet unconsciously, an increasing number of people stood by her side, willing to assist and protect her. Even though she wished otherwise, she could not deny this sense of indebtedness, particularly towards Jiang Yubai. With a soft sigh, she collapsed onto her bed, her entire being languishing there, reluctant to move. However, given her status, there was simply no way she could repay Jiang Yubai. What could she possibly offer him? Setting aside emotional considerations, in practical terms, she was of no help to him whatsoever. It seemed Jiang Yubai desired her affection. Yet emotions were not something that could be used to settle debts. Never mind, she thought. I shall not dwell on this any longer. Yun Shujiu rubbed her temples, her long eyelashes casting shadows over her eyes as she contemplated the tasks she needed to undertake in the near future. First and foremost, she required continuous exposure, a matter that need not trouble her for the time being. Secondly, she needed money, substantial amounts of it. The deadline for repayment demanded by those unscrupulous lenders loomed ever closer. What kind of conscience could a group of predatory lenders possess? If she failed to repay within the stipulated time, trouble would surely ensue. Of course, Yun Shujiu was not afraid of trouble, she merely found it tiresome. Lastly, there was the significant blemish on her reputation concerning the enticement of her best friend's boyfriend. Until that stain was cleansed, she would remain unable to eradicate the throngs of haters online. The first point pertained to her fame, a gradual process that required patience. The third point hinged on waiting for the opportune moment. And as for the second point, to be candid, Yun Shujiu was financially secure. Not only had Yun Chuqing generously offered her a card, but Jiang Yubai had also directly linked her spending account to his own card. This meant that whenever Yun Shujiu wished to spend, funds could be deducted from Jiang Yubai's account. Just how wealthy was young Master Jiang? At least, repaying these loans would be effortless for him. In other words, Yun Shujiu could repay her debts at this very moment. Yet she was unwilling to utilize either of their funds. To date, she had not spent a single cent from either card. She could now gradually sense Yun Chuqing's genuine intentions, yet she could not fully extend her trust nor regard her as someone reliable. As for Jiang Yubai, she wished to avoid feeling excessively indebted to him. Ultimately, although Yun Shujiu had returned for some time, her sense of belonging to this world remained tenuous, and she felt no significant connection to the interpersonal relationships surrounding her. She perpetually lingered on the periphery, unwilling to engage in heartfelt conversations with anyone, nor to disclose her true thoughts without reservation. Chapter 92. She harbored no desire to trouble others, nor did she wish to be a source of inconvenience for them. Her only motivation was the lingering urge for revenge against Gu Qing, propelling her forward. Everything else held little significance for her. Fortunately, there was still time before that day arrived. Yun Shujiu could earn the necessary funds herself, especially since she had 2 scripts awaiting production and would likely secure endorsements in the meantime. While Yun Shujiu was lost in thoughts of money, her phone suddenly chimed. Glancing at the screen, she was surprised to see a message from Yun Jiemo. Yun Kangyi, he is your nominal father, correct? What happened to him? Why is he in the hospital? Why did Yun Jiemu care? Raising an eyebrow, Yun Shujiu lazily stared at her phone for several seconds before replying. What is the matter? The other party was typing. After a considerable wait, another message arrived. How much do you think my last painting could sell for? Yun Shujiu frowned at the abrupt shift in conversation. She chose not to respond. And once again, the typing indicator appeared. After a lengthy pause, he continued. How are you doing in the Yun family? Yun Shujiu casually typed. They don't like me. They resent me as an outsider. Are you satisfied now? Are you okay? Why the sarcasm? I was just asking. Do you think I would be pleased if you were unhappy? Yun Jiamu seemed to be irritated. Yun Shujiu let out a derisive laugh and chose not to reply. Yun Jimu typed again. Then don't do anything to upset them. Yun Shujiu replied. I'm not doing well. I want to leave the Yun family. Yun Jiamu, don't. You should learn to read the room. At the very least, don't get yourself kicked out. Yun Shuju found his advice somewhat amusing, letting out a few low chuckles filled with mockery. She decided to engage him further. But I feel awful. I don't want to live my life according to others' whims. Yin family? What kind of family is that? Are you foolish? As long as you can remain in the Yun household, they will provide you with abundant resources you could only dream of. I don't want the resources anymore. You can't endure even this little hardship? You insist on obtaining resources in that manner. Don't you? I feel so miserable. I can't believe you think of me this way. Yun Shuju typed with an expressionless face. Do you truly not want me as your sister anymore? Jiamu, we are siblings by blood. This time. The silence on the other end stretched longer than ever before. Finally, he replied. Your recent popularity is quite impressive. How much have you earned? Has the Yun family given you any money? What is your savings balance? Her pupils reflected those 3 messages as Yun Shuju typed. What is going on? Do you need money for something? Don't worry about it. Just tell me how much you have, and then we can discuss our sibling relationship. Yun Shuju felt an irresistible urge to cut ties. In the end, driven by curiosity regarding the peculiar statements this individual might utter in the future, she chose to retain his contact information rather than deleting or blocking him entirely. I have no money. Does that mean I cannot be your sister? He inquired. Then stay at the Yun residence for now, and we shall discuss it later, Yun Shuju replied, casting her phone aside and disregarding him. As she closed her eyes, her memories of Yun Jiamu had begun to blur. She could vaguely recall a small figure trailing behind her, calling her sister with an innocent brightness in his eyes. After years of navigating the treacherous landscape of the fictional world, veiled in deception, encountering Yun Jiamu now felt strangely foreign. Indeed, everyone undergoes transformation. There exists no eternal friendship, no everlasting familial bond, nor enduring love. Such were her contemplations. In the ensuing period, Yun Shuju continued her studies and honed her acting skills. Meanwhile, there was no news from Yun Kangyi, and Yun Shuqin called to assure her not to feel remorse or any other emotions regarding the Yun family's affairs. The discord with their father would inevitably surface, with or without her involvement. Ultimately, Yun Shuqin inquired about the remarks exchanged between Yun Shuju and Hua Qing. Sensing that her mother had recently exhibited unusual behavior, displaying a lack of concern for Yun Kangyi's condition in the hospital and abandoning her usual melancholic demeanor, Yun Shuju merely suggested that she ask Hua Qing directly. She could only speculate, uncertain of her assumptions, and even if she were correct, it would be inappropriate to disclose such matters to the daughter of the individual involved. From the outset, Yun Shuju had perceived Hua Qing's demeanor as somewhat peculiar. Why would a young lady of such standing be so subserviently enamored with a scoundrel? Even enduring mistreatment, she continued to defend him. The only explanation that came to Yun Shuju's mind was that Hua Qing was somehow compromised, or perhaps she did not love him, yet felt compelled to do so. Not one to meddle unnecessarily, Yun Shuju felt a sense of obligation toward Yun Shuqin, and from a woman's perspective, she desired to extend assistance to Hua Qing. She expressed all that needed to be said. Ultimately, the choice lay with Hua Qing. One's life is a journey only they can navigate and alter. Moreover, Hua Qing was not devoid of options. As the eldest daughter of the Hua family, she had familial support behind her, empowering her to make her own choices. To confront her true feelings and to bravely enact change was the most significant assistance she could receive. Recently, the 3-day program Transcendence Week had concluded, and after careful consideration, the production team decided against removing the footage of Yun Shuju and Yun Shuqin from the first day. The official edited version subsequently brought Yun Shuju a wave of attention. Upon viewing it, she confirmed her suspicions regarding the storyline. Changji represented the emperor, while the Yu concubine conspired with the general to instigate rebellion. Ultimately, Song Hao allied with the Yu concubine's faction. On the day of the palace banquet, chaos ensued within the palace as the Yu concubine's forces gained the upper hand. Observing this, Song Hao fatally struck Su Xingyan, earning the trust of the Yu concubine's side, and under the guise of delivering messages, exited the palace, securing victory. To speak candidly, Yun Shuju had already harbored a sense of inevitability regarding Su Xingyan's failure. It seems that this individual is perpetually beset by misfortune across all variety shows. With the conclusion of the program, various smear campaigns and promotions are concurrently underway. Detractors claim that Yun Shuju abandoned Su Xingyan. Yet Su himself took to Weibo to assert that they shared a moment of eye contact, during which Yun reassured him that remaining would pose no danger. Critics allege that Yun Shuju's shout for Luo Rurue was an attempt to seduce him. but fans have adeptly countered by juxtaposing clips of Luo Rue calling out and segments where it is mentioned that Yun Shujiao has a fiancé, providing substantiated rebuttals. Furthermore, detractors accuse Yun Shujiao of being overly dramatic and frequently resting, but the camera crew member publicly expressed gratitude towards her, revealing that he had suffered an arm injury that day, and had it not been for Yun's astute observation of his distress, his condition might have worsened. As critics become increasingly agitated, they are often confronted by fans or the principal party who emerge to counter their claims, leaving the detractors frustrated and powerless, resorting to concocting various conspiracy theories, such as the notion that the Yun family coerces individuals to speak in her favor. Chapter 93. The Potential Black Fan Mango. They perpetually find dubious grounds for their criticism. However, those who have watched the show seldom harbor any animosity towards Yun Shujiao. On the contrary, bystanders witnessing her unfair treatment often feel a sense of sympathy and, in some cases, actively defend her. Frustrated critics have seen a portion of their ranks transition into bystanders or fans. Apologies, family. I truly can no longer criticize Yun Shujiao. I am skeptical of her character. Yet I also believe she is not as bad as portrayed. I've turned to support her instead. What can I say? She is genuinely beautiful and gentle. I want to call her my wife. To be fair, the subsequent episodes without Yun Shujiao were indeed less engaging. Are you really critics? How could you possibly have developed affection for Yun Shujiao? What a curious mindset. Enough of this. I am leaving the group. Leaving the group 1. From now on, I will neither support nor criticize. She may not be the finest actress, but personally, she possesses considerable charm. Dear ones, I wish to ship her with Xing Shun. I can no longer criticize her. I want to ship her identity account, but my focus is on her and Rure covering face. For various reasons. A notable number of individuals have indeed exited the Black fan group. This has incensed some of the administrators, who immediately unearthed an assortment of black materials on Yun Shujiao, laboring through several sleepless nights to edit numerous videos and compose multiple articles for dissemination. This series of maneuvers has succeeded in attracting a few additional black fans, providing some solace to the administrators, who then began recruiting new members into the group. Being a critic requires a certain finesse. One must understand strategy, possess editing skills, and be adept at pinpointing flaws in the minutiae. The fervent black fans, who harbored a deep-seated disdain for Yun Shujiao, imposed rigorous assessments on newcomers to the group. Eventually, they discovered an exceptionally talented critic named Mango, who possessed an intimate knowledge of all the disparaging materials concerning Yun Shujiao, even managing to infiltrate her official fan group. The critics perceive him as a promising talent. He harbors a disdain for Yun Shujiao while skillfully concealing his true feelings within the realm of her supporters. It is believed that he will undoubtedly create significant trouble for her in the future. Consequently, a commitment was made to promote Mango to a managerial position, should he diligently fulfill his responsibilities. Mango was delighted by this prospect and readily accepted. The leaders of the critics held high hopes and expectations for Mango, although they refrained from expressing it outwardly, as they wished to further evaluate his sincerity. However, with Yun Shujiao's recent lack of activities, they found it challenging to ascertain Mango's genuine intentions. Yet, as the time for Yun Shujiao's filming of From the Cold Corner approached, excitement surged among the critics. Some urged Mango to gather intelligence within the fan community, to which Mango readily agreed. The critics eagerly awaited his updates. Meanwhile, Ding Wei noticed Yun Shujiao engrossed in her phone and couldn't resist sneaking a glance. Having known Yun Shujiao for some time, she rarely observed her using her phone in the car. In fact, Yun Shujiao had always been so courteous that she never engaged with her device in the presence of others. Just as Yun Shujiao clicked to return, Ding Wei caught a glimpse of her messaging someone but did not see the content. Out of respect, she quickly averted her gaze. However, in her brief glance, she did notice Yun Shujiao's QQ username, Mango. Shujiao, do you enjoy eating mangoes? Ding Wei inquired. Not bad, Yun Shujiao replied with a smile, tucking her phone away without further inspection. Not bad, Ding Wei pondered, thinking how she often heard such a response from her. Yun Shujiao blinked. I don't know why, but even though I'm right here with you, it feels distant. Perhaps it's because you lack pronounced preferences, Ding Wei chuckled. I might be overthinking things from reading too many novels. With her elegantly curled lashes fluttering slightly, Yun Shujiao beamed at Ding Wei and said, Who says I have no clear preferences? You are one of them. I like you. Ding Wei's eyes widened in shock. Why, you're breaking the rules. Oh, my heart. She clasped her chest, exclaiming, Goodness, that's too charming. Shujio, if one day you encounter a critic, deliver such a tone and gaze. They will surely fall for you in an instant. Yin Shujio could only smile wryly at the exaggeration. Soon after, the business vehicle assigned to Yin Shujio by Ku In arrived at the film studio. As she entered the set, she was met with a variety of gazes. Teacher Yin has arrived. One staff member greeted her politely. Some individuals did not lift their heads, others averted their eyes in disdain, while a few offered warm smiles. This was a marked improvement compared to her first day on set. Observing the scene, Yin Shujio smiled softly. I hope I'm not late? The staff member paused for a moment, then quickly shook his head. No, the male lead hasn't arrived yet. That's good to hear. Thank you for your hard work. She replied graciously. Yin Shujio's voice was soft, exuding an amiable demeanor that evoked the gentle clouds drifting in the sky. The staff blushed ever so slightly. Have you arrived? Director Fei was orchestrating the set when he caught sight of Yin Shujio and greeted her with a benevolent smile. Please proceed to the makeup room. Good morning, Director Fei. Yin Shujio replied with a smile, following his suggestion to the makeup room. The makeup artist offered her no kindness throughout the process, even deliberately brushing the makeup wand perilously close to her eyes. Yin Shujio deftly avoided it, while the hairstylist snapped, What are you fidgeting for? Are you wasting the crew's time? With glistening tears welling in her eyes, Yin Shujio responded softly, I can manage myself. The makeup artist, in a fit of frustration, tossed the brush aside and stormed out without a backward glance. 2 droplets of tears stained her lashes, yet she held them at bay, picking up the brush to apply her own makeup with earnest, albeit clumsy, effort. The mirror reflected her every emotion. Once she finished, Yin Shujio closed her eyes, and the earlier events replayed in her mind like a cinematic reel. Just then, her phone chimed, revealing a video in her album that captured the entire scene. Others were present in the makeup room, but she maintained her composure, retrieving her phone and exiting the space. Inside, 2 young women exchanged glances. Sister Lee seems to be going a bit too far. Shoo, don't speak carelessly. Sister Lee is a fan of Xie Yan. It's only natural she disapproves of Yin Shujio. I just feel a bit sorry for her. I almost went up to say I would do her makeup. Thank goodness you didn't, T. If Sister Lee found out, you could kiss your job goodbye. The production was a period drama, and Ning Wanshu had changed into costume. As she stepped out, the bustling crew fell momentarily silent. Chapter 94. Are you crying? Many were taken aback. Was Yin Shujio truly this beautiful? Clad in a palace maid's attire, devoid of adornments, she exuded an extraordinary beauty that transformed even the simplest of garments into something enchanting. She walked gracefully, a subtle smile gracing her lips, devoid of unnecessary gestures or expressions. Yet, many felt as though a princess had secretly donned a maid's outfit. Why did she possess such an exquisite aura? Those who accused Yin Shujio of seducing men had likely never seen her in person. Did she truly need to entice men? It seemed more plausible that men were the ones drawn to her allure. The staff, spellbound, were captivated, momentarily forgetting their preconceived notions. The director, witnessing this side of Yin Shujio, was momentarily stunned. Well, she appears even more suited for the lead role than the leading lady herself. Ding Wei was quite pleased with this revelation, suppressing a smile as she thought, look at them, utterly dumbfounded. Shujio is truly the finest of girls. Silence enveloped the set, as if the world around them had vanished, leaving only the figure of that girl gracefully approaching. Her eyes were elegantly curved, delicate and seemingly harmless, as pure as if untouched by the dust of the world. Beside the director stood a person clad in opulent princess attire, who lowered their head, a flicker of insecurity crossing their gaze. Ahem, Director Fei regained his composure and chuckled. Shujio, your presence is quite commanding. Do temper it during the performance. Yin Shujio offered a shy smile in response. Su Meng, this is Yin Shujio, who will be portraying Song Han. Shujio, this is the lead actress. Su Meng. The director provided a brief introduction for the two. Hello. Yin Shujio extended her hand. Su Meng, with her head slightly bowed, reciprocated the gesture, whispering, hello. Today, they would not be filming the first scene of the play. The initial act depicted the princess and Song Han encountering peril along a mountain path, which the director intended to shoot on location later. Instead, they would begin with a scene illustrating the camaraderie between the princess and Song Han, which would later be woven into the princess's recollections upon learning of Song Han's execution by the emperor of a neighboring kingdom for impersonating her. The narrative moved swiftly, commencing with the princess in distress, while her past grievances in the palace would be interspersed as flashbacks in subsequent scenes. Song Han's portions were limited to two poignant recollections, one of a joyful yet arduous life in the palace alongside the princess, and the other depicting a life of opulence in the present palace, fraught with constant trepidation and anxiety. The juxtaposition was profoundly poignant. Two palaces, two disparate experiences, comprised the entirety of Song Han's existence. Once the set was prepared, Yin Shujio and Su Ming entered a room. The director briefed them on their scene, which was relatively short. Xiaoming, your focus should be on portraying a deep sisterly bond with an ordinary palace maid. As for you, Shujio, your role is more intricate. You must embody both loyalty to the princess, with whom you grew up, and a yearning for the wealth and splendor she speaks of. Understood. The two replied. Good luck, Director Fei encouraged. As all departments readied themselves, a sudden commotion erupted from outside the room. Director Fei frowned, raising his voice. What is all the noise about? An excited voice rang out. Director, Xia Yin is here. Xia Yin? At this proclamation, the eyes of all staff members in the room brightened. Was it the ingenious director Xia Yin? Why would he visit this humble production? Could they step outside to see? Director Fei, an obscure figure, was not associated with Xia Yin in anyone's mind. Little did they know, the stout man before them was Xia Yin's uncle. Lacking his nephew's talent, he nonetheless cherished his craft, aspiring to elevate himself further in the industry. Yun Shujiu recalled Xia Yan's peculiar behavior the last time she encountered him and turned her gaze toward the commotion outside. Xia Yan? Director Fei mentioned his intention to step outside, but before he could do so, Xia Yan's cool voice interjected. Director Fei, greetings. If it wouldn't disrupt your filming, may I enter to observe? He adhered to Director Fei's instructions, ensuring that their relationship remained undisclosed to those outside. Of course, come in, Director Fei replied with a smile. His nephew, usually busy, rarely visited, and he was delighted that Xia Yin had chosen to seek him out this time. He would never dream of refusing. Perhaps he might even offer him some guidance. The cool man walked in, drawing the attention of those present, dressed in a black casual outfit. His fair skin appeared even more striking, and his tranquil, unfathomable eyes reflected an air of detachment. His tall stature, broad shoulders, narrow waist, and long, straight legs, combined with his handsome features, made him resemble a popular male celebrity rather than a director. Indeed, while not a star himself, he possessed a fan base comparable to that of top-tier idols. Su Ming's cheeks flushed as she cast her gaze downward, too shy to look up again. Yin Shuju, tilting her head slightly, observed Xia Yin. He exuded an aura reminiscent of winter's snow and the moon's glow on a silent night, both cool and indifferent. Yet, why did this seemingly aloof individual subtly convey a sense of friendliness towards her? Xia Yin, Director Fei said cheerfully, is there something specific that brings you here today? Xia Yin shook his head lightly. There's nothing in particular. You may simply call me Xia Yin. Nothing at all. Director Fei pondered, a hint of curiosity in his expression. Yet he wisely refrained from probing further. He nodded. Very well. Please take a seat. We are about to commence filming. Xia Yin murmured a soft agreement, but did not sit down. His calm gaze rested upon the young girl who was slightly tilting her head to look at him. She wore a pink palace maid's outfit, and her delicate, fair face bore a hint of curiosity. Her soft lips, tinted a cherry blossom pink, were beautifully shaped and inviting. For reasons unknown to him, the moment his eyes met her gentle lips, he recalled a recent topic trending online. Kiss Yun Shujiu. Did he wish to kiss her? A mist appeared in his clear gaze, and a charming blush crept to the corners of his eyes. He felt an urge to plead with a soft voice. Yet the weight of his passive emotions rendered him speechless, leaving him flustered as tears pooled in the corners of his eyes. Unaware of his thoughts, Yun Shujiu smiled at him with friendly eyes, which made Xia Yin suddenly feel parched. He instinctively averted his gaze, his heart racing, and his ears betraying a suspicious hue of red. Chapter 95. Does he want to kiss her? Due to the light behind him, Yun Shujiu failed to notice the color of his ears. Seeing Xia Yin immediately look away upon catching her smile, she was momentarily taken aback. Hadn't he nodded at her just before? Could it be that she had misinterpreted his feelings? Did he, in fact, harbor no affection for her? Confused, Yun Shujiu retracted her smile, only to inadvertently meet the gaze of someone wearing a mocking expression, the makeup artist from earlier. Upon exiting the makeup room, she had overheard the conversation within and recognized this person as one of Xia Yan's fans. At this moment, she came to understand her behavior. She subtly averted her gaze, offering no further glance to the other person. Just then, Su Ming, who had been keeping her head down, her face flushed with shyness, suddenly stepped forward and whispered, "Thank you, Director." "Hello." I am your fan. Overwhelmed by embarrassment and excitement, her voice was barely audible. Nevertheless, everyone present clearly heard her, as all eyes had turned to her the moment she moved. Su Ming sensed this attention, her face reddened further, and her gaze fell in a flustered manner, as if she might spontaneously combust from embarrassment. Hello. The voice was clear yet indifferent, devoid of any emotion. Despite this, it caused Su Ming's heart to race. Summoning her courage, she raised her eyes to look up at the man, stammering, I am Su Ming. The man's gaze remained unchanged. Although he was looking at her, Su Ming could still perceive his disinterest, as if he were lost in thought. This realization filled her with discomfort. Standing before him, speaking while under the scrutiny of so many had taken immense courage, yet he seemed utterly unconcerned. Perhaps he hadn't even remembered her name. Tears welled up in Su Ming's eyes, and she quickly averted her gaze, feeling dejected as she murmured, I need to go shoot. This time. The man did not acknowledge her at all. The mocking stares from those around her felt almost tangible. Su Ming bit her lip, her face pale, and with tears brimming. She turned to leave. With her back to the crowd, no one could see her expression, save for one person, the strikingly beautiful girl who was her co-star in the scene. In comparison, it seemed that the other girl embodied the essence of a princess far better than she did. Su Ming lowered her head even further. The first scene required them to be on the bed, and she sat silently at the edge, afraid to glance at the girl beside her. Yun Shujio must think she is a joke, yet she truly admired Xie Yan, even if she was destined never to capture his attention. Suddenly, a soft, delicate hand grasped hers, prompting Su Ming to look instinctively. The stunning girl, whose beauty made Su Ming feel inferior, leaned closer to her cheek. The girl's eyes sparkled with purity akin to a tranquil lake, devoid of disdain or condescension, offering no lofty comfort or pity, simply gazing at her with a gentle and intimate expression as if they shared an unbreakable bond. The girl's face drew nearer, and Su Ming's pupils dilated, her nerves causing her to forget to breathe. Was she going to kiss her? But they were both girls, and there were so many people watching. How beautiful and enchanting scent filled the air. The girl soughed breath close enough that her fluttering eyelashes almost brushed Su Ming's cheek, causing her face to redden even more than before. Su Ming stared blankly, her eyes wide with a blend of tension and confusion as she gazed at Yun Shujio. It was no wonder that upon first meeting her, Yun had sought to shake her hand. Could it be that she harbored feelings for her? Yet, she could not possibly initiate a forceful kiss in front of so many witnesses. Still, Su Ming's mind was in disarray. She could have retreated, yet she remained seated, motionless. Ultimately, the girl's lips did not meet hers, but instead, she whispered softly in her ear, Your Highness, it is time to begin our performance. A twinge of disappointment washed over Su Ming, though she could not quite grasp the source of her discontent. Your Highness? The way Yun uttered those words was so melodious and tender, as if she were playfully teasing her. Su Ming felt as if she were intoxicated, her cheeks flushed, and her eyes shimmering with a layer of moisture, revealing a blend of confusion and joy. Observing this scene, Director Fei couldn't shake the feeling that the atmosphere between the two actresses was somewhat peculiar, particularly with Su Ming. Her expression suggested that something untoward had occurred between her and Yun Shujio. Clearing his throat, Fei attempted to dismiss the inappropriate thoughts swirling in his mind. He was about to ask the two to tone down their affection until after filming when someone else spoke up first. Are we not starting the shoot? The voice, still cool, carried an undercurrent of irritation that Fei could not ignore. Turning to glance at his nephew, he found him maintaining an impassive demeanor, devoid of expression. Perhaps he had misheard. Age was indeed taking a toll on his hearing, he mused, as he signaled for the two on the bed to commence filming. Unbeknownst to him, Xie Yan was genuinely agitated. The sight before him was unsettling. He felt an urge to pull the girl named Su away. What did it signify for two girls to be so intimate in such a public setting? The media could easily misconstrue this. If she enjoyed being close to others, it should be with him. Yet, Xie Yan abruptly halted his increasingly absurd thoughts. The image of the girl's tear-filled eyes replayed in his mind since that day. It was already abnormal for him to be here on the first day of filming, and now he found himself thinking this way again. He suspected his mental state was deteriorating and resolved to seek medical advice. Once he had witnessed Yun Shujio's performance today, he would take action. At that moment, Yun Shujio remained blissfully unaware that her intention to comfort Su Ming had inadvertently led her to believe she had affections for her. Meanwhile, Director Fei pondered his hearing issues, and Xie Yan contemplated a doctor's visit. After speaking, Yin stepped back, feeling somewhat confident in her ability to soothe others. though she noticed that Su Ming's face was not only flushed but her gaze seemed to drift as well. What is happening? Yun wondered, perplexed, based on her experience. Even if Su Ming felt awkward, she should not wear such a dazed expression. Yun Shujio attempted to withdraw her hand. Once she retracted it, Su Mingna, who had been lost in thought and had not even called back Xie Yin, suddenly regained her focus, her eyes brightening considerably. Yun Shujio realized with a sense of enlightenment that Su Ming did not wish to draw close to her. No wonder her gaze had been so vacant. Chapter 96. Confessing to a girl. Upon this realization, Yun Shujio felt no sorrow. In the realm of entertainment, being disliked seemed quite normal. It was those like Zhong Sang, who stood up for her, that were truly exceptional. Following the director's instructions, Yun Shujio and Su Ming lay side by side on the bed, their heads touching. With a command from the director, filming commenced. Princess Xiangling was an invisible presence in the palace. She was neglected and her mother had passed away early. Not only was she deprived of the privileges of a princess, but enduring the torment of other princesses and palace servants made even basic sustenance a challenge. The palace maid, Song Han, was her only trustworthy companion, having grown up alongside her, like sisters. When others bullied her, Song Han would defend her, often enduring beatings for bringing her food. Xiangling felt an overwhelming loneliness in the palace, and Song Han was the sole confidant with whom she could share her innermost thoughts. On this day, like many before, they lay together chatting. Song Han, do you know? I envy my second sister so much. She is the legitimate daughter of His Highness the Crown Prince, the daughter of the Empress, cherished from birth. Even when our father is no longer with us, she will have the Crown Prince and live a joyful life. The princess said, her voice tinged with envy, her forehead still bearing a bruise. Beside her, the young maid listened intently, blissfully unaware of the disrespect her words conveyed. Rumor had it that her second sister's chamber was vast, accommodating many books, and her garments were exquisite silks offered by foreign dignitaries. The jade butterfly hairpin she wore had been gifted to her by their father from the royal treasury. Father truly dotes on her. If only he could share a fraction of that affection with me, the princess lamented, her eyes filled with longing and aspiration. I no longer wish to stay in a leaky room, nor do I want you to suffer for bringing me food. Xiangling was innocent, desiring merely a better life for herself and for her beloved made to escape hardship. However, Song Han's eyes flickered with intense envy and a hint of resentment. Why was it that the second princess could enjoy such privileges from birth while she remained a maid, subject to the whims of others? Song Han's heart felt as if it were being scorched by fire, yet she did not reveal her desires or jealousy in front of Xiangling, who was not much better off herself. Princess, everything will improve. Perhaps one day, His Majesty will remember you, she consoled, embracing the princess as she had always done. They were each other's only source of warmth. At that moment, even though Song Han yearned for wealth and prestige, she never considered harming Xiangling. Would that day ever come? Su Mingli was in close proximity to the girl beside her, their strands of hair intertwining and their breaths mingling, creating an intimacy akin to that of sisters. Yun Shuju noticed the anticipation glimmering in her eyes and nodded approvingly. Princess, you are indeed His Majesty's daughter. This is a truth that none can deny. One day, he shall remember you. At that moment, we shall reside in grand chambers, surrounded by a plethora of glittering treasures. The young maid's words reflected a certain naivete, yet the princess nodded in agreement. You are so clever, Song Han. Your words must surely hold truth. Yun Shuju chuckled, resting her chin in her hand. Your Highness, what are you saying? You have at least read a few books, while Song Han knows nothing at all. That is not true, Su Ming interjected. Song Han is the brightest. Without her, I would have starved long ago. The little maid beamed with a hint of pride. Such an expression on her delicate and pristine face was not only endearing but also enchanting, evoking a desire to cherish her smile for oneself alone. Su Ming felt her cheeks flush, quickly reminding herself that this was merely a performance. Do not dwell on those thoughts, she admonished within. Surely, when they were alone, Yun Shuji would clarify everything. For reasons unknown, despite knowing that the other was a girl who might very well confess her feelings. The usually socially anxious Su Ming felt no resistance. In fact, there was a burgeoning sense of anticipation, likely sparked by that gentle gaze and embrace. The other's ethereal beauty only added to her allure. Being with Yin Shuju would indeed be a boon for her. Su Ming mused on these thoughts. Though they lasted but an instant, outwardly she remained committed to her role. Despite her social anxiety, her acting skills were commendable. A reason she managed to secure roles despite her disposition. In this uncomplicated emotional landscape, she could easily embody her character. Su Ming was determined not to lose focus and inadvertently tarnish the impression she left on Yin Shuju. In this moment, she was blissfully unaware that Xie Yin was watching nearby. Her thoughts were solely occupied with the performer she was sharing the scene with. The dialogue in this scene was brief and soon passed. Yin Shuju's performance had already been witnessed by director Fei during the audition, so there was no surprise today. It was Su Ming who drew his praise as he exclaimed, "Xiao Ming, you portrayed that scene beautifully. The intimacy in your eyes nearly overflowed." Su Ming replied modestly, "There is no technique, just pure emotion." A blush crept onto her fair cheeks. Director Fei, believing her shyness hindered her social engagement, thought little of it and clapped his hands. "Shuju, your performance was splendid as well. We nailed this scene in one take. Let us keep up the momentum." Yin Shuju smiled. "I will strive to do even better." The scene itself posed little difficulty, and director Fei refrained from excessive praise to avoid fostering complacency among the actors. He then turned to Xie Yin. "What do you think?" He was not inquiring about the acting skills of those two performers, but rather about his own set design and filming techniques. Xie Yin discerned his meaning, lowering his long lashes, and replied nonchalantly, "It's passable." In other words, it could be improved. Director Fei became animated, pulling Xie Yin away for further discussion. Meanwhile, Su Ming watched as the director and several related personnel moved away, leaving only a few individuals in the room. Her bright, sparkling eyes turned towards Yin Shuju. Now that the crowd had diminished, Shuju could finally express those words. "Just a little quieter, it's okay." Yin Shuju was taken aback by the sudden intensity of her gaze. Su Ming shyly lowered her head, feeling the weight of Shuju's attention. When she noticed that the other did not move, she bit her lip. Was she afraid of rejection? Perhaps, after all, confessing feelings to a girl was daunting. But if she did not voice her feelings, how would she ever know if she would be turned down? Although it was also possible that the answer could be affirmative, Su Ming timidly remarked, "Don't be shy." Yin Shuju, though uncertain of what Su Ming was saying, thought it was rather Su Ming who appeared shy. Chapter 97, She Cannot Marry You. Yin Shuju looked at Su Ming in bewilderment. Just as she was about to ask something, an individual suddenly approached. At this moment, the room was quite empty, and it seemed the male lead had arrived, causing a commotion outside that drew the attention of the staff within. The makeup artist looked down upon the two, a mocking and disdainful smile gracing her lips. "You two share quite the bond. No wonder you both shamelessly wish to entice Xie Yin." Su Ming hurriedly defended herself. "I didn't." "You didn't? You were practically glued to Xie Yin just now." The makeup artist retorted sharply. "You were quite magnanimous. Are you not aware of Yin Shuju's past attempts to woo Xie Yin? How can you sit here amicably without a clash?" "Huh, you are indeed impressive." Su Ming felt a mix of embarrassment and anger, left at a loss for words. Simultaneously, a thought crossed her mind. Does Shuju have feelings for Xie Yin? Humph. The makeup artist scoffed and exited. "Do not let the words of unimportant people sadden you," Yin Shuju gently advised. After speaking, she intended to distance herself from Su Ming, as it was evident she did not appreciate the proximity, despite not fully comprehending the latter's earlier words. Su Ming watched helplessly as Yin Shuju walked away, silently parting her lips to say something, yet the other had already vanished from sight. Lost in thought, Su Ming sat there for a moment before following her out. Upon exiting the room, Yin Shuju spotted a male actor conversing with Xie Yin and director Fei. "Shuju." Dingwei hurried over. "Has the first scene wrapped up?" "Yes." Yin Shuju nodded. "Why are you so sweaty? Didn't you find a cool place to rest?" Dingwei shook her head, explaining that she had helped the stage manager move a couple of items and congratulated Yin Shuju for her hard work on set. "I bought you some juice, mango flavor." She handed a bottle of chilled juice to Yin Shuju, who trembled slightly at the touch of the icy bottle. Only when the refreshing sensation connected with her hand did she accept it. "How can I purchase this for you? I am unsure of your preferences." "Did you not mention that mangoes are quite delightful?" Dingwei smiled cheerfully. It felt as though she had inadvertently touched Shuju's heart, bringing her a sense of joy. Yin Shuju grasped the bottle of juice tightly, using her other hand to gently take Dingwei's, leading her to a nearby seating area. As Su Ming emerged, she was met with the sight of Yin Shuju holding hands with a stranger, guiding her to a seat, and then producing a wet wipe to gently dab the sweat from the girl's face. The tenderness of such an action, coupled with the intense focus on her companion, stirred a pang of jealousy within her. How could she be so affectionate? Just moments ago, she had been so intimate with me, and now she was holding another woman's hand. Su Ming bit her lip, oblivious to her assistant's attempts to engage her in conversation. Quietly, she seated herself nearby, straining to listen to their exchange. Shujio, what should I do? I find myself liking you more and more. It's just too sweet. Yun Shujio's eyes sparkled like stars as she placed the wet wipe down, her smile soft and affectionate. Wei Wei, it is I who is growing fonder of you. Thank you for the delightful surprise. I cherish it. What surprise? It's merely a bottle of juice. The girl named Wei Wei responded. Yet it was evident how pleased she was with Yun Shujio's attention. She then playfully embraced Yun Shujio, exclaiming, Marry me, Shujio. Su Ming. In that moment, she stood up abruptly. The assistant nearby thought, what on earth is going on with Su Ming today? She ignored me earlier, and now she appears almost distressed. Unaware of her assistant's thoughts, Su Ming approached the two from behind without a second thought, declaring, Women cannot marry each other. Ding Wei looked up in surprise. Yun Shujio turned around. As both pairs of eyes focused on her, Su Ming instinctively took a step back, yet she remained resolute. Women cannot marry. She cannot wed you. As she spoke, her voice dwindled to a near whisper, almost inaudible. Ding Wei was utterly perplexed by the actress's sudden outburst. She glanced at Yun Shujio, who wore a similarly bewildered expression. Su Ming's assistant was equally confounded. Why would the typically introverted and socially reluctant Su Ming approach them to utter such remarks to two clearly affectionate girls? The playful proposal to marry was obviously a jest. Even if it were not, what concern was it of hers? Flushed with embarrassment, Su Ming turned and fled, covering her face with her hands. Yun Shujio was left with a mind full of questions. How peculiar, even if one harbored disdain. There was no need to confront them with such statements about women not being able to marry each other. This did not seem like contempt, rather. It appeared more akin to. As Yun Shujio reflected on Su Ming's expression, it seemed more like a sense of grievance. Quickly, she dismissed this notion as utterly absurd. What is happening? Ding Wei murmured softly. Yun Shujio shook her head, indicating that she too was at a loss for understanding. At that moment, Yun Shujio noticed the male actor glancing her way. Contemplating the social etiquette, she rose gracefully and softly addressed, Wei Wei, refrain from attending to those matters. You are my assistant, not someone else's. If anyone instructs you to work and you have no desire to comply, then do not. Understood? Ding Wei replied affirmatively, Yun Shujio opened a juice bottle, took a sip, and continued, I am heading over there now. Do rest well, for I shall treat you to a lavish dinner this evening. Ding Wei felt like the luckiest assistant in the world. Oh no, the fluttering feeling was overwhelming. Rest well, she thought. How could he be so indulgent? I lament not being a boy. As Yun Shujio approached, the director noticed her and smiled, saying, Shujio, this is the male lead, Chi Ziyuan. Ziyuan, meet the actress playing Han, Yun Shujio. They exchanged smiles and a brief handshake. Director Fei was quite pleased with the atmosphere of the crew. He glanced at Xie Yan, intending to speak, but noticed his nephew with his gaze downcast. Fixated on the hands of Yun Shujio and Chi Ziyuan clasped together. Director Fei was momentarily taken aback. Before he could recover, an even more astonishing event unfolded. Xie Yan, with his cool, composed voice, tinged with an air of aloofness, extended his hand toward the girl before him, his intentions unmistakable. Director Fei, what is Xie Yan doing? He is not the type to introduce himself to a female actor and extend his hand for her to grasp. Onlookers were astounded. Xie Yan was introducing himself to Yun Shujio? What was happening? Surely, she knew him. To be precise, no one in the industry would be unfamiliar with him. Yet, what was his intention? Just moments ago, he had disregarded Yun Shujio entirely. Chapter 98. The mango is here. The makeup artist witnessed this scene, her eyes wide with disbelief. Jealousy barely concealed. A figure as elevated and luminous as Xie Yan had never shown particular interest in any woman at any occasion. Yet today, he was voluntarily extending his hand toward the muddy Yun Shujio, expressing a desire for acquaintance. No, this was inconceivable. The male idol must be acting out of mere politeness. Or perhaps he felt pity for Yun Shujio. There could be no other explanation. Ding Wei behind them widened her eyes in astonishment. Silence enveloped the scene. All eyes were fixed upon Xie Yan's outstretched hand. He was not a pianist, yet his fingers were long and beautiful, akin to exquisite art. Yet this hand reached for Yun Shujio, a celebrity mired in scandal, a woman who had once feigned a fall to extort from him. It was illogical, unreasonable. In the midst of the silence, the girl's pale fingers reached out, gently clasping the man's hand. Director Xie, hello, I am Yun Shujio. This marks their inaugural formal introduction to one another. Yun Shujio swiftly retracted her hand, leaving Xie Yan with only a fleeting sensation of warmth and softness before her delicate ivory hand was withdrawn. He lowered his hand, gently rubbing his fingertips together. The atmosphere in the room was peculiar. For a moment, silence enveloped them. It was the director who shattered the tension. Fei Dao, concealing his myriad speculations, spoke up. All right, now that we are acquainted, let us resume filming. Chi Ziyuan responded. The others averted their gazes, returning to their respective tasks, yet could not suppress their furtive glances towards the duo. Soon, the crew resumed their work, and Xie Yan stepped aside to observe quietly. His expression remained serene, betraying no reaction to the myriad gazes upon him, as if the attempt to shake hands with Yun Shujio had never transpired. This was characteristic of Xie Yan. Others found it difficult to discern any shifts in his emotions from his countenance. After a prolonged observation, his phone vibrated, prompting him to unlock it. Xie Yan, I am finished. I refuse to accept this. Why? I am clearly capable. It was Yun Jiamu. After a moment of contemplation, Xie Yan moved to a secluded corner and made a call. The line connected immediately, and a slightly inebriated voice emerged from the other end. Xie Yan, have you been drinking? Xie Yan inquired. What's wrong? The inebriated voice continued. They all say my talent has run dry. This is impossible. Why won't anyone buy my paintings? Please, calm down, Xie Yan advised. However, the voice was unyielding. I don't understand. I have been striving so hard. Do you know how much effort I have poured into this? Why? Why? Is it because of Yun Shujio? Xie Yan's previously placid expression darkened slightly. He disagreed, stating, Jiamu, do not place the blame solely on your sister. But it is her. The teacher does not appreciate me. My seniors ostracize me. A cool voice interrupted. Where are you? Yun Jimu haltingly relayed his location, and Xie Yan hung up the phone, informing Director Fei before he noticed Yun Shujio was still engaged in filming and departed directly. For Yun Shujio, the day's shooting was rather straightforward. Her scenes were minimal, and she soon concluded her work. She bid farewell to the others and left hand in hand with Ding Wei. During a break, Su Ming, seated and resting, watched as Yun Shujio walked away. She pouted, feeling slighted that Yun Shujio did not request her contact information. Unbeknownst to Yun Shujio, Su Ming's discontent lingered as she dined with Ding Wei before returning home. Recently, Zhang Yubai seemed preoccupied and had not returned home, yet they managed a half-hour video call, revealing a backdrop of his office. Upon learning that Yun Shujio would not be heading to the crew until the following afternoon, Zhang Yubai sent her an address. What is this? Yun Shujio queried, somewhat perplexed. The man on the other side of the screen smiled. My company. Why? Yun Shujio asked in confusion. I left the document at home. Zhang Yubai gazed at her with a smile, saying, please deliver this to me. It is an exceedingly important document that I require for tomorrow. Without it, the potential losses could reach an 8-figure sum. Surely, you wouldn't refuse? Yun Shujio, if it is indeed so crucial, might I request that you temper your smile? Also, could you bring me a lunch, if it is not too much trouble? The man's smile remained unchanged. So, the lunch delivery is the crux of the matter, is it? Yun Shujio, feeling resigned, could hardly decline such a minor request. Very well, I understand. Just don't overexert yourself. Zhang Yubai's smile widened at her agreement. After concluding the video call, Yun Shujio followed his instructions to locate the document. After freshening up, she lay on her bed and opened her account, Mango. The detractors had sent Mango to gather information, but he had vanished for an entire day, stirring agitation within the group. Many accused Mango of being a fraud, speculating that he might actually be a devoted fan pretending to be a detractor to cause chaos. Just as the detractors were venting their frustrations, someone noticed that Mango's avatar had lit up. Everyone, Mango is online. Well, I'm curious to see if he has any news. Mango, come forth. Mango, are you a fraud? They were all prepared to unleash their grievances upon Mango, but he leisurely replied, everyone, please don't rush. I see your tags. Now, I have an explosive piece of news to share. Mango's avatar depicted a cartoon youth wearing a black hat, leading the group to presume he was young and fickle, perhaps one moment disliking Yun Shujio, and the next moment betraying her. After all, he was still in the official fan group. Are you a detractor? You're not still a student, are you? Trying to fool us? Speak up. Or else, explosive news, or I'll kick you out. Within seconds, a flurry of messages flooded the group, but Mango fell silent, further inciting their impatience. Mango, for heaven's sake, if you have something to say, just say it already. As the members grew increasingly frantic, Mango finally stated, today, Yun Shujio showed disdain towards the crew. His words ignited excitement among the detractors. Do elaborate. Do you have evidence? Where did you hear this? Surely, they wouldn't discuss such matters in the fan group? This is juicy, brothers. Let us brainstorm how to use this. Is there any surveillance in the crew? Hackers, go breach that. Mango, present your evidence. If not, help us draft a marketing article. I knew Yin Shuju's diva behavior wasn't a mere rumor. To throw shade on her first day at a new crew? Truly the little princess. Chapter 99. Rising to the pinnacle of detractor society in stark contrast to the revelry of others in the group, Mango remained remarkably composed. He merely stated this piece of news and then fell silent, as if he had already departed. After a considerable time, the detractors began to belatedly tag Mango again. Mango, where are you? Have you slipped away? Mango, please clarify your statements. Your words are shrouded in ambiguity. How can one engage in criticism without clarity? Mango. Under such relentless pressure, Mango finally spoke again. I have a friend, a hacker, who can soon procure the specific video. The detractors were thrilled. What? A solid video? Impressive, my friend, they exclaimed. Indeed, I knew Mango possessed extraordinary capabilities. Truly a spy embedded within the loyalists. Mango, as long as you can present the video, and its quality is sufficiently high, a management position shall be yours without contest. Is that agreeable to everyone? The detractors unanimously concurred. To have someone who could deliver a video leak on their very first day in the group was undoubtedly a promising prospect. Moreover, their ultimate goal was to make Yunshujo's life difficult. The status of individuals was secondary to that mission. They were a united front. Should Mango be able to provide ample evidence, ascending to their leadership would be entirely plausible. No objections there. Mango, we believe in you. Swiftly acquire that video. Sisters support you too. Video. No dissent. Management roles were trivial. The focus was solely on undermining Yunshujo, who they found insufferably pretentious. I refuse to believe her past actions were all fabricated. Exactly. Our ultimate aim is to expel Yunshujo from the entertainment industry. Let us all strive towards that goal. The detractors, in their fervor, began to pledge allegiance, resembling a cult-like organization, united in their ambition to vanquish Yunshujo. After their vows, they resumed their customary tirades against her. This time, the seemingly aloof Mango joined their ranks, typing with remarkable speed, hurling insults more vehemently than anyone else. As if Yunshujo had wronged his entire lineage. The group was momentarily bewildered. Mango had spoken so little before, leading them to believe he was a composed figure. Yet, upon the mention of Yunshujo, he unleashed a torrent of vitriol that surpassed theirs. What a display of animosity. There was no longer any concern that Mango was an undercover agent among them. Initially reveling in their collective disparagement, the detractors soon began to grow apprehensive at Mango's fervor. Surely, he won't resort to violence? They pondered. What if he engages in some antisocial behavior, confronting Yunshujo or even resorting to acid attacks? He seems a bit unhinged. Hold on. We are detractors, not criminals. Consequently, the atmosphere in the group shifted dramatically. Support for Mango dwindled. By the end, the majority of detractors were now advising him. Mango, you are young and impulsive. Please do not engage in wrongdoing. While Yunshujo is certainly unpleasant, we must adhere to the law and refrain from any illicit actions. Understand? Ahem. Though Yunshujo is indeed irritating, she is not a remorseless villain. Mango, mere insults will suffice. Do not take any drastic measures in reality. A stream of words flowed, urging Mango, until finally, someone began to speak well of Yunshujo. In truth, Yunshujo is not entirely devoid of merit, at the very least. She is beautiful and has not undergone cosmetic surgery. Indeed, Mango, Yunshujo even donated to disaster relief in the past. There is no need for such animosity. Their intention was to fear that Mango, in her youthful exuberance, might act irreparably. As they spoke, a sudden realization struck them. They were not fans but rather detractors. Fortunately, the chat group was bustling with activity, and their words quickly faded into obscurity. A few individuals fell into an inexplicable silence, at a loss for words. On the other side of the screen, Mango, with a radiant smile, continued to type her self-deprecating remarks. Amused by the irony of those detractors attempting to counsel her against unlawful actions. These detractors were indeed comical, spreading slander while paradoxically advising Mango to refrain from breaking the law. She continued to type, observing the dynamics in the chat. And amidst the multitude of admonitions directed at her, she noticed one unwavering individual who joined in her criticisms. This person, under the username N. matched her vitriol with equal fervor, even deriding the other members of the group. For heaven's sake, this is hilarious. Are you detractors or fans? Is this your measure of courage? Mango merely insulted a certain Yun, and you all tremble? Am I in a group of detractors or fans? Cowards! How dare you advise Mango? Are you Yun Shuju's foot soldiers? In seemed to hold a certain status within the group, using derogatory terms to rebuke other members. Yet few dared to retort. Those who did were swiftly silenced by his sharp tongue. Yun Shuju raised an eyebrow at his words. This individual had quite a talent for insults. The verbal skirmish continued for a while until Yun Shuju suddenly received a friend request from In, which she accepted. Mango, I see that you are the only one in this group with clarity. The rest are merely a bunch of cowards. He sent a vomiting emoji. Yun Shuju chuckled. I feel the same way. Brother, are you interested in climbing to the apex of the detractors? That is precisely my intention, she replied. In another bright room, a young boy with dyed blonde hair sat at his computer desk, raising his fist in excitement. Finally, I have found someone who shares my ideals. He appeared to be merely a teenager, and it was hard to reconcile the harsh words exchanged in the group with someone of his age. All right, let us embark on a venture. The boy brimmed with confidence, emanating an air of youthful bravado. Young master. There was a knock at the door. The boy ignored it, his fingers flying across the chat application. Mango, how do you rate my skill in insults? A response came swiftly from the other side, unparalleled. The boy was taken aback. Such high praise. Indeed, Mango understood him. It was not merely him, but his intellect and prowess that she recognized. Mango, good brother, he held, causing the corners of the mouth of the person outside to twitch slightly before they silently walked away. Yun Shu, still unaware that she was conversing with a young adolescent, had just discarded her water bag in the group chat and berated herself before intending to log off. As for the video, she was reluctant to share it so soon, as it would suggest that she was easily attainable. Just as her fingers were about to close the application, another message popped up from In, containing a link.